time, but like so many things, you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. And don't forget, in most cases, a cause is unsympathetic to how it is achieved. If the party's goal was to save someone's life, that person might want to say something about it before the party takes action. For example, if you had to imprison 1,000 people in Avernus to save one person, they might say, don't put yourself out on my account. I like it down here. It seems bad until you actually show up, and then it's pretty cool. The kind of quests we get are about kidnapped dignitaries or trade disputes. But if the cause is for real clarity, real meaning, the inner workings of the universe, that is worth dying for. It's worth me dying for. And whether or not you agree, it's worth you dying for. Probably first. I am just trying to make the point. If you're seeking forbidden knowledge that can't be obtained with non-occult methods, you don't want to hesitate in the moment with ethics. A wise, long-storied drow philosopher once said, I'm not giving away my shot. If you had one shot, would you take it or just let it slip? That's from the book of Lolth. Lolth is a spider goddess they made me worship for a while.
In Boyfriend Dungeon, you spend a summer in Verona Beach, California, fighting monsters for money. Except the swords you find in the dungeon can also transform into beautiful men, women, and non-binary people you can befriend or date. You try to get as far as you can in the dungeon each time, but dying's okay, because you can level up too. You need to get stronger to go further. To do that, you'll need a closer relationship with your weapon. You spend the game alternating between fighting in the dungeon and hanging out with your weapons around town. I personally get bored if there's only fighting, but also I get restless if there's too much reading, so we wanted to make a mix of the two. Here, I'm dating Sunder the Talwar, and when we spend enough time together, we'll discover new abilities we can use in combat. Each weapon has a different set of upgrades to find, with choices to make along the way. Different weapons have different preferences for where they want to go on dates, how they want to flirt, and what kinds of gifts they want to receive. They might give you a gift too. There's There's a variety of different kinds of people/weapons to date in Boyfriend Dungeon, so it's up to you who you want to wield and level up your love. But watch out, there's someone out there kidnapping weapons. We're getting closer to finishing Boyfriend Dungeon now, and we hope people will love it as much as we do. If that sounds like your kind of game, wishlist Boyfriend Dungeon on Steam now.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody.
Baveline.
Enchanted is a co-op adventure where you discover magical potions, serve otherworldly guests, and pacify monsters. Gather your party and journey on a quest to overcome the evil wizard, who just happens to be your landlord. Running a magical inn can keep you busy every day and every night. During the day, work as a team to cook food, brew magical potions, and serve your customers. Just remember to watch out for those pesky monsters, or they'll scare the guests away. At night, make meaningful choices to impact the future of your inn. Do you unlock the secrets of alchemy, or revive the spirits of the land through music? Developed for a simple, accessible pickup and play experience, Enchanted can be played in any style you want. Can you work together and save this magical inn?
Hi, I'm Joel from Generosity. Generosity is a charity marathon that happens biannually. We call it a guerrilla charity marathon because we pop up, we run from a physical space for 48 hours to 96 hours, and then we pack it all down and we disappear with 100% of all money raised going directly to the charity that we're supporting. With a variety of streamers, content creators, YouTubers, musicians, dancers, it's got everything. A typical Generosity is a physical event that we take over a location, and for 48 hours plus, we have all these content creators, streamers, musicians, dancers coming through the door and doing different segments in this little studio that we built. This Generosity is going to be a little bit different because it's all virtual, it's all online, but it's going to be really good. It is. We're still going to be just as silly. Everyone's just going to do the exact same thing that they've always done. They might not be able to do it in some sweaty little room that we've managed to take over. They can do it from the luxury of their home. They're able to use all of the different antics and gimmicks that they have with their own streaming setups and still raise money for charity and have a lot of fun. It's an entire event of people giving up their time, giving up their skill set, giving up all of their wild ideas that they have to raise money for a good cause. This Generosity, we are raising money for Cure Cancer, which is the same charity that we raised money for last year at PAX Oz 2019. Cure Cancer is an amazing charity. They've been around for 53 years. They've funded over 500 research grants, all with this very meticulous, very focused method where they want to take the money that they raise and spend it the best possible way that they can spend it to essentially cure cancer. They're very good at what they do, and it's why we want to keep supporting them as a charity. If you would like to donate to Cure Cancer, you can head over to generosity.com.au. We've got a donation widget there. It's really simple to use. It's an amazing way to make your donation. If you don't want to donate to Cure Cancer, donate to Cure Cancer. It's a really good charity. What are you doing watching this video and just sitting there being like, I hate cancer? So donate to Cure Cancer. Cure cancer. Cure cancer.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would like, let me try, Dad, let me try. And then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was like nothing to do, and it was really like boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this like environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to like participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense like I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was like November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
Hello, PAX Online 2020. Wherever you are, we want to thank you for taking an hour out of your day to join us as we talk about imposter syndrome and championing yourself in the games industry. No matter what stage you're at in your journey, we're confident we'll have the tips that will help you squash those thoughts of not feeling good enough for the job. So first, before we get started, I want to kick off introductions by describing what the Timezone Tango is really all about. Hello, PAX Online 2020. Wherever you are, we want to thank you for taking an hour out of your day to join us as we talk about imposter syndrome and championing yourself in the games industry. No matter what stage you're at in your journey, we're confident we'll have the tips that will help you squash those thoughts of not feeling good enough for the job. So first, before we get started, I want to kick off introductions by describing what the Timezone Tango is really all about. So we're a group of game devs from across the world who aim to show off the diverse people and experiences found in the games industry. We range from indie to AAA across many different roles, and we like to discuss topics on the industry to help distill some insight for you, our viewers. And so for our live viewers, we're also sitting in your chat right now. So please feel free to ping us at any time in chat for appropriate questions, and we'll get to it as quick as we can. So for future us, reveal yourselves in chat right now. So with that, let's break some ice. So I'm your host, Walter Farrell. I'm a server engineer at Blizzard Entertainment, and I'm working on an unannounced project. I'm living in LA right now, so I'm in the PST time zone in California. And let's go ahead and get this started. So Bernice, you're up first. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and also tell us a little bit about a game you're playing right now that is super geeking you out, and like what is geeking you out about it, like what's really cool about it. So go ahead.
Yeah. So hi, I'm Bernice. I am a UX designer at Pixelberry Studios in Mountain View, California. So I am PST, West Coast, Best Coast. And a UX designer basically focuses on humans, y'all, interact with the product. And honestly, I can go in a lot of detail about that. So if you just have questions, future me will be happy to answer them. A game that is geeking me out right now is A Short Hike. Playing it has reduced my anxiety, and it's a very stress-free environment, and it's a beautiful game. I would highly check it out if you want something safe and relaxing.
Hi, my name is Ara Collins. I'm a cinematic games designer at Supermassive Games in Guildford, England. So my time zone is BST, British Summertime. A cinematic game designer does everything from dealing with branching narrative, especially in our games, to game flow, gameplay, and cinematic sequences. A game I'm really loving at the moment is Senua's Sacrifice. I'm actually really enjoying the combat and their very unique approach to storytelling.
Hi guys, I'm Megan Villablanca. I'm a technical artist at Ubisoft San Francisco, and I'm in PST or Pacific Standard Time, so I'm on the West Coast. For a little bit, for you guys that don't know, a technical artist serves as a bridge between art and programming, and if you guys have any more questions, I can answer in chat. A game that I'm currently playing is actually Fall Guys. I'm not the biggest fan of battle royales, but I actually really love this one because it's so aesthetically pleasing and really cute. And it kind of lessens the blow whenever I'm losing, which I do a lot.
I'm Calliope Ryder. I'm the game runner at a studio in Wellington, New Zealand called Starcult. So my time zone is New Zealand Standard Time. So I'm from the future, first time zone in the world. I am representing the indie scene here, and I'm also representing the Australian-New Zealand industry. On that note, because indies are often very small, not always, but often, sometimes the roles are a bit strange. So for me, Game Runner, which is my title, is basically like a creative producer. I can do everything from production, marketing, and sound direction, as well as sometimes doing spare art as a support to our lead artist, Brianna. Favorite game? At the moment, I am playing Divinity 2 Original Sin. I'm really enjoying other people being locked down so that I know that everyone's going to make our campaign together. I'm really loving that social aspect of playing games with an actual big group and it not being once every 3 months. That's it's really great fun.
Hey, I'm Jimmy Zoe. I am a researcher at Riot Games, responsible for the gameplay of League of Legends. So research is a pretty rare role. What we do is basically answer any kind of questions you have about players and gameplay, understanding like why players play things or do things, and understand like where, and making sure like the game has intentional frustrations instead of unintentional frustrations. So I am currently in the PST time zone, but I was in the EST time zone just a few months ago and just recently moved back to LA. A game I am super big fan of right now is Spiritfarer, which I have currently playing a little bit. It's super cute. You get to play around with the cat. I love the time management, and I really enjoy like non-violent power fantasies, and this is one of those games that I like currently. So yeah.
Awesome. So last year, we were here at PAX 2019 in the flesh. We presented a panel on our personal experiences getting our first roles and gave takeaways about where we thought that it's best to focus your time and effort to get a job in games. So now that it's been a year, things have changed, obviously. Things are very different now. How do you all feel about the advice that you had last year? And is there anything you would want to add to tell prospective devs like, hey, here's what you should focus on. Don't sweat the small stuff. Here is the real stuff. Is there anything that comes to mind for y'all?
Yeah, I have one. I think last year there was a lot of talk about a lot of rejection. And it's really nice that rejection can fuel you to succeed and your successes. But I've definitely learned going through the working environment that it's very important to kind of let go of some of that spite and kind of forgiving people and not letting spite turn to bitterness to motivate me. So that is something I've been struggling and still actively try to work on. But doing that makes it a lot healthy mentally and to keep your relationships better too.
So I wasn't at the talk last year, but advice I would give to my newbie self is just because something's out of your comfort zone doesn't mean that you're inadequate. And to stop constantly worrying, and also knowing that asking for help very frequently is part of being a developer. And it's much worse to sit at your desk hoping the answer will just float into your head rather than asking someone, because most often they'll just be able to help you solve it in under 20 seconds, and then you'll wonder what you were fussing over in the first place.
I think there definitely is, when you first start trying to get into the industry, there's like this giant pressure to kind of just be perfect. And I know it's very easy to be self-critical and want to like always put on your best and like not look like you don't know something and not feel like you're the odd man out. But I definitely think like once you get into the industry, like you realize how much of a gap there is between like, say, people who are senior and you coming in. And I think it is very, very important to just ask questions and realize like you are not, that standard that you think you have to put yourself at to get in the industry does not necessarily apply once you're in. Like you've gotten in, it's okay to like make mistakes. It's okay to ask questions. People will expect this from you as a junior.
Thinking about what I think last year I talked a lot about networking, just because like volunteering and going to events and networking was really vital in me kind of getting face time with people, and then that led me to getting both of the jobs in games that I've had so far. What I would say now though was that with networking, I think in our industry, because a lot of us are really young, there's like a lot of unprofessionalism that comes into social networking and like drinking events and things. And I think that I would advise myself to have better boundaries, and, you know, it's okay to tap out early. It's okay to say goodbye at 10 p.m. and go home. You don't have to be the last one there to make sure that you like meet everyone that you possibly can, especially at events like GDC, which, you know, make you feel like you need to, you know, you've gone all that way, you need to make the maximum amount of effort possible. But I think that kind of thinking fed into some really unhealthy expectations of what I had and of boundaries, particularly my own boundaries, and not letting, you know, like now I would tell myself to stick up for myself a bit more, cut people out who need to be cut out, cut those, you know, make those boundaries really clear and stay safe and comfortable.
think one that I would want to capitalize on a little bit is the fact that you need to not forget that where you're at right now, especially in a junior and associate position, everyone has been there before, and like it is a daunting thing, and almost everyone will agree that it's a lot with your first role going into the industry, that it's just like a surge of so many things that it's hard to kind of keep track of, like where you want your career to go right off the bat when you're still trying to figure out how to be a human. And like for me, it was being away from college and being away from support structures, because I flew from the East Coast to the West Coast. So it's like trying to figure that out in the first year and how life works alongside this. And I think it was very easy for me to feel like no one else really knew how that felt. But after you talk to people and you start to get to know people a lot more, you realize that, especially early, like those things are pretty normal. So don't freak out, especially when things start to feel not so great, because you had like this ideal of what things were going to be, and things, maybe there was a little bit more rocks along the way, more bumps. So that's just one thing that I want to point out and always remind.
I still have my anti-CV from last year, where I keep a list of all my failures and poke fun of it, and it's still there, and unfortunately still growing even at work, which makes it easier to like kind of deal with those mistakes as they come up. And it's nice to see that there are less mistakes than 3 years ago. Huge plus. I'm improving by failing less.
Yeah.
Obviously, it seems like there's a lot of things that are different in our lives now versus when we talked last year. So I'm curious if you all have any expectation versus reality moments, kind of anything where you expected work or life to be a little bit different, and things surprisingly, maybe good, maybe bad, kind of came out a different way than what you expected. Are there any of those moments that you all have?
Everything.
Yes.
Yes.
You could say that.
Yeah, I have like, I guess, a naive one, but like when I was in college and like wanting to get into the games industry, I thought like my goal was to go to like the more mainstream famous studios, so like the AAA studios, and just like kind of hop around those studios, because there's like as like a college student, there's like some kind of fame or like reputation attached to them, and it's kind of like the Fortune 500s, and you want to kind of make it there. So that was like my goal. And then actually getting into industry, I realized that it's way more important to like be at a place you like than any kind of dream game studio. Like, I definitely didn't expect to like where I'm at as much as I did now. And like, I'm really happy that I can just be happy and always feel like I'm learning, and that like this is a good place to keep on staying. And I don't think 2018 Bernice would have bought into that. So I think that's my biggest realization.
I think kind of going into that, one of my probably biggest realizations now being in the industry for a little bit is that like you're going to be a baby. If you're coming in as an associate, you're going to be a baby, and that's okay. I think for me specifically, it was kind of a shock because my team is all senior. And when I say senior, I mean like more than 20 or 30 years experience type senior. Like they've been in the industry for a while. Like one of the seniors on my team has been a technical artist before the name technical artist was developed for the industry. So that's how long they've been there. So I think it's really, for me, it was definitely an intimidation factor of like, oh God, like, how can I compare? And I think for me, I've always been a very inquisitive person, but I didn't realize how much of a hesitancy there would be for like, I don't want to look stupid. And I definitely think that's one of the things that I had to really overcome, because like, as Walter said before, like everybody's always going to be a beginner. Like you're always going to be an associate. People remember what that's like. And so I think it's definitely important to like, just like reality check yourself. It's okay. It's okay not to know. And like definitely ask questions. People are nicer than you think. And people often want to share their knowledge. And especially since you're in the game industry, like people generally love what they do, so they want to talk about it.
Yeah. Gosh. So many things have changed. So, for example, this time last year when we were doing this panel, I thought that the game was going to come out in February 2020. It is now August, and our game is coming out next week. Best Friend Forever, wishlist it. So basically, like, I had to shift a lot of expectations because our entire world's changed. You know, like New Zealand was one of the first countries to go into a really serious lockdown after only 20 cases. 20 cases and we're in level 4. It was like pretty much isolation for 6 weeks and then varying levels of isolation after that as well. And that affected us productivity wise. We also needed to get a new programmer across, and that was also a really difficult thing during COVID too. And then just the time for things to get checked and to go through platform stakeholders and all that kind of stuff. Everything just took 3 times longer than we'd expected. So that was a really great reality check for me because I'm a little bit of a control freak. So realizing that actually I can't like there's nothing I can do about a pandemic. Like I can't. There's like absolutely nothing I can do. So realizing that, you know, there are some things that are going to be out of my control, and it doesn't diminish my abilities as a producer if these huge crazy world events mean that the game comes out a few months later than I was expecting. So that's something that I would sort of pat the Aragomi on the head and be like, don't worry, it's not going to come out on time, and that's okay. Yeah. People will still enjoy it.
So something I didn't expect from the industry is how valuable people skills are. My first couple of weeks of Supermassive, I was doing so much talking every day to just dozens of different people that I would come home exhausted. And you don't really think about that until it happens. And also how important it is to have your priorities straight, or to know what your priorities are. Right now, I have a blackboard next to my desk where I can actually physically write down what is the most important thing to do first. As often, especially as a designer, where what you can be doing can be so broad, it's really important to have everything written down and don't forget about something just because you're really, really engaged in a different task right now.
Also, from the perspective of indies, something that's really changed as well is the way that we need to get ourselves out there. So we don't have physical events anymore. So we don't have PAXs or GDCs. So it's really hard to get visibility. It's really hard to get funding. It's really hard to talk to publishers, because a lot of those things are held in person. So I just kind of wanted to, put up a hand to be like, it's really tough for indies out there. I know that for the games industry, as like stuff that's already on the market is obviously doing well with people in lockdown. But this last year since March has been really, really rough for people who have either been trying to get visibility for their game with no PAXs or anything like that, and trying to figure out how to shift over to digital events has also been an interesting time. And then, the actual fact that without the meeting face to face, it's really hard to get funding. I just wanted to be the indie voice of like, what about us?
So I have 3. Sorry, but the first one is my idea of timelines for everything of what I can do has been very wrong. Like, not necessarily because I am not good enough to do it, maybe, but this idea, like,
my baby producer ears don't want to hear that.
Yeah, like, hey, this project's probably going to take me a week because I've done this kind of thing before on my own and it's been fine. And then you do it and like someone actually, hey, can you do this work? And that takes like a day or 2 off your schedule. And then meetings come up like all the time. And sometimes scheduled like a day before at best. Sometimes even in the same day in like the afternoon, you're like, okay. Like just emergent work and the amount of time it's like what Ara said about talking to people, like you have to spend a lot of time talking to people just about the kind of work you do and what they're doing to get an understanding, like holistically of the project you're going to undertake. It just balloons each project like out of proportion. And that's not something I was used to before coming into industry, where I could have like neat little timelines that maybe be off by like a few days or so. This one, now it's like a project's like, oops, I'm only a month late. Maybe that's good. The second one is that I really, really love vacations now. I mean, I didn't dislike it before, but it's like definitely a newfound appreciation because I'm doing what I love. I really love research. So I thought like every day would be like great, like it's fine, something I would love to do for like days on end. And now sometimes I want to think like, can I take another Friday off? Because it's nice to have time to myself. Like it's especially in all of this, like when you just need to decompress from being at home for so long and doing everything there. So I really, really enjoy vacations now, and I want more of them.
Hell
Yes.
Not that I don't get enough.
Vacations.
Yeah. Like, I mean, Riot just gave us a whole week off, and I'm just like, dear God, please more. Third point is documentation. I didn't think documentation was as important before coming into industry, but it's like each company you go into has like a different way of doing things, and you doing things differently isn't necessarily bad, but it does make things much harder. And if you don't document, it makes it hard for everyone to understand what you're doing, and also like be able to help you in that regards as well. So the flip side is like if other people don't document, you go in you have no idea what anybody's doing, and it just takes you months just to like get up to par to what everyone's doing instead of being able to like hit the ground running.
Yeah, definitely with documentation. Please do it. Please do it. Don't be lazy. Everybody's been there. Everybody's been lazy, but like it's the worst when somebody has left and you have to basically rediscover, you have to reinvent the wheel. Don't do that. Be nice. Write documentation before you leave.
Actually, on documentation, I recently watched a really great GDC quickfire talk about it by Liz English, I believe. So, future me, link it in the chat right now. It's really good.
So we talked a bit about realizing unforeseen obstacles we face in our early career, but now I want to switch the focus a little bit to something that plagues many people in all stages of tenure: imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome is a psychological phenomenon where an individual doubts their accomplishments and contributions to the point of being in constant fear of being exposed as a fraud in their organization. Personally, I've felt this many times throughout my career, and I have to actively work to keep those feelings at bay. But I'm curious, have you all ever felt this? Do you have any kind of tips to how to get over it, any strategies to keep those feelings at bay, and how you ultimately found out that, hey, maybe I have imposter syndrome?
So, I never really thought I had imposter syndrome. I thought, no, that'll never happen to me. I don't understand why people say that. Like, I don't get that. Never. But it wasn't really me consciously believing it. It was more of an existential dread of constantly being out of my comfort zone because I just joined the company and I was using tools I wasn't used to and thinking, oh no, like I can't fail too much because then they won't, they'll know that I'm not good enough, or I really don't feel confident with any of these tools yet. That must mean I'm not the right fit. But it was all sort of buried deeply. And then I self-reflected on it about 6 to 8 months later when I realized that, I was new to the company. I was a trainee. I was meant to be bad at things. I was not meant to walk into the job, the sun shining out of my ass, so to speak. And they were expecting me to fail. And failing is fine, but what is not fine is thinking I've got to do this by myself and be strong, independent junior designer and never ask for help. That's bad. That's when they start to get concerned, is when you can't communicate or you don't want to.
Yeah, definitely going off that point, questions. And I've said this prior, but questions, ask questions. I know I also had problems of like coming in, and there's definitely a fear of like not wanting to look like a fool, like trying to prove to everyone that like you made the right hire, you like made the right choice, because getting into the industry is so hard and you don't want to feel like you're jeopardizing your place there. For me, I know I had a little bit of trouble, and my lead, who is amazing, kind of came up with a rule for if you can't figure it out in 15 minutes, God damn it, Megan, just ask the question. And I was like, okay, I will. And I think that's definitely helped me, is just especially having people who are senior and or your lead, just being able to like kind of encourage you and say like, hey, like it's fine. Like you are free to fail. That's expected of you. I know in my case, it was a little bit intimidating because I was put in charge of characters for our project. And for me, that was like the first time I was leading something. I didn't know if I was doing things right. I didn't know if I was setting up the pipeline right. And that was very intimidating because I would have people who are more senior, more experienced than me asking me questions. And I'd be like, oh God, I'm not qualified. Like I feel like I'm bullshitting out of my ass, giving these people answers. But then it kind of reflected on me that, hey, like even people who are senior are asking questions. Like, they're asking for my input. Even if you're senior, even if you've been in the industry for so long, you don't know everything. Everybody is learning new things. Nobody knows everything that's happening in the game. So I think it's really good to be able to reflect and be like, hey, I'm not the only person. Like, I'm allowed to make mistakes. I'm allowed to ask questions. Other people are asking me questions. There are healthy expectations. And I think it's really good to check yourself and also like reflect and ask other people like, hey, am I doing okay? And for the most part, I think usually they will say you're doing fine.
Yeah, I think piggybacking off that, like setting realistic expectations with yourself and your team, I feel like within design, within my profession, I describe it a lot as one job that really encompasses like 5 different jobs. It's not uncommon for people, to expect designers to do art and the animation and the research and like have technical chops to like implement something, and then even tiny bit of aspects of game design. And it's like all of these things are like there could be a dedicated person to do all this, but you like are like the generalist who gets to kind of give professional advice on all of it. So that's hard at times, right? And so a way that I've been trying to deal with that is, as everyone's saying, it's, kind of call your, not really call your limit, but just, setting expectations. I've tried to take classes or do things on my personal time to try to like level up the skills I feel weak at, but also talk to my team about like, hey, like, while I'm not like a master at this, but I think here's my input, and take that for what it's worth. And I think the irony to all this too with imposter syndrome and within our professions is like the more we know about our field, the more we understand how much we don't know, right? Like the more of a master we are at something, the more we're like, oh my God, this thing is way deeper than we expect. So in that way, that's also kind of a good sign. But yeah.
Yeah, I have a complicated relationship with the term imposter syndrome even, because I'm still not sure how I feel about it, but I remember thinking that it was bullshit. Like, it just like, no, you don't have imposter syndrome. You just have inadequacies that you're aware of. And, and that's kind of, that's how it is, either work on them or you just deal with it, And then I kind of got into games and saw that everyone around me had imposter syndrome. And then I kind of understood why, because in indie teams, and it's kind of like what Bernice was mentioning as well, you are often expected to be a lot of roles to a lot of different people. And that can definitely exacerbate those feelings of not being good enough. My way of dealing with it, or my way of dealing with my own perceived inadequacies, is basically tackling it head on. So I have a degree in art. I don't have a degree in product management. So I was feeling a bit insecure about my abilities around Scrum and Agile methodologies. So my way of dealing with that was taking a course and deciding to study up and get my PSM, which is your Professional Scrum Master Certificate. And that's helped me a lot, because now I can answer questions that aren't just based on intuition. They are based on the research that I've done and like the courses that I've done. And I know that it's not just from my prior experience. I'm citing things. I can point back to where I've got this information from and the tests or the studies that have been done around that information to prove why I think my points are valid. And that's really helped with my confidence as well in lots of ways. But yeah, that across any discipline. Like I said, I don't just have one discipline at my job. I have to do lots of different things. So I kind of apply that mentality to every area that I feel inadequate in, whilst also giving myself some slack, like everyone has mentioned so far, and understanding that, there's no way you can be an expert at everything. So, just kind of just learn and grow. It's going to take time. We've only been here a year.
I think an important way to kind of give yourself visibility into how well you're actually doing is definitely tracking your accomplishments. Maybe you do something really well, and then the next thing or the next project that you accomplish doesn't feel as good. Sometimes it can feel like it's a downward slope in terms of like how well you're doing overall. But I feel like when you start to track your accomplishments, so for me, I keep a journal and I just write out everything that I do and sort of my thoughts around the problems and alternate solutions and things like that. But so I have a little bit of a background knowledge, but I try to pretty much just kind of gauge my own reaction to like, okay, I felt like this went good and this went bad, like X, Y, Z. And but over time, I take the time to look back whenever I've completed a whole notebook and said, okay, hey, I was feeling very bad and low confidence about like doing this certain like engineering task, and now doing that same kind of task now, like I have entirely better feelings about it. So it's nice to see like those small wins that you get, and you usually end up finding that you have tons of small wins and that becomes a big win, and then you can see that you have been progressing over time. And I feel like your lead is probably seeing those kinds of things over time, but I usually just wasn't, because I'm just like, well, I have the next task, time to go. So kind of taking a little bit of a hint from that, it really helps to reinforce that your progression is never a straight line. It's always going to be up and down, but you usually will find that your best fit will be the straight line. So just something that I use to kind of combat that.
Yeah, from what it seems like, we've all kind of dealt with imposter syndrome, and it kind of makes sense, right? Like, we're all major parts of whatever organization we work for, and we're making like a major decision for like however big it is that could affect so many players who are like reading the game. And like, I know personally, I've seen my own mess ups on Reddit. So
Yeah.
like
That's so
that doesn't
brutal.
feel great. But I mean, from what it seems like, it's like a rite of passage for everyone. Like, you just kind of see part of your mess ups on internet, and like, it makes you feel bad, but it is what it is. And the way I combat it is doing what Calliope said as well. Like, as a researcher, I love just like looking at papers and then finding out like new avenues of like what people are looking into and discovering from like new forms of research they're trying to do. And also like kind of like helping people out, because like once you start helping people out, you realize that some of the stuff you've internalized in terms of knowledge and just brushed off as like basic information, you realize you've grown past that. You do know more than you think, especially when you have to explain some things to people. And it really helps like solidify like the fact that like, hey, you've made it at least past the beginning stages and you're growing as a person.
I just want to add the point, because I think it might help people, that that you're going to be the person who is most critical of yourself. And so when you feel those feelings, know that what you are perceiving is probably not the reality of the situation. Like, if you're giving a presentation and you're like nervous about, I'm scared like people aren't gonna like think I know what I'm talking about, like by the end of that presentation, what usually happens is that people think you were super confident and what you thought about yourself was not like how the crowd felt at all.
All right, and now for our next section, we are going to do something a little bit more interactive. Well, at least for us. Sorry, viewers at home. But we're going to have the mandatory fun section of flags. We're splitting the categories between red and green flags, and we're going to take a couple topics and do a lightning round. Probably do a couple minutes each, and we'll pretty much, each individual, whenever you have a good red or green flag for the topic, just popcorn, throw up your flag, and talk about it a little bit, and then we'll go from there. So
I need our Swift.
So we have no budgets. It's like, this is our budget. Everyone show the budget. Everyone show the budget.
This is how much we
Awesome.
could afford.
This is a wallet. This is a library
I
card.
just don't have green objects in my house, in my apartment.
First category, we're going to talk about game studio culture. So this will be anything that has to do with like team culture, or maybe just things going on like in your actual work environment, and maybe a little bit about your work-life balance. So go. Oh, we already have one. Ara, what you got?
Something that I didn't expect that would be a green flag in terms of studio culture is when you're applying for jobs or when you walk into a new job, the atmosphere should feel good emotionally. It should feel pleasant. You should feel at ease. When I walk into my studio, I'm surrounded by very friendly, helpful, professional people. Another thing about studio culture is that most of the people I work with are people with families, people who love baking bread on the weekends, and people who are just paying mortgages, and they're all very pleasant and very lovely. And it's a very diverse group of people in terms of like age and gender and all that, which is, I think, is great.
My green flag was having parents in the studio, so I feel like I covered that one.
All right, Megan.
Hello. So people go home at reasonable hours. They're reasonable work hours, okay? We love to see it. Use them. I once actually got yelled at being a very soft word, about not going home at 6, because everybody goes home early, mainly just because they have kids, but also that and vacations. People take vacations. People love taking vacations. People don't check their work during vacations. You can just expect them to be gone and nobody complains about it. People actively love taking vacations and will also ask you why you haven't taken your vacation.
That's good.
Take your vacations.
All right, Jimmy, I see a red flag. That's red, right?
Cool. Yes, this is red. Yes.
We didn't check for colorblindness.
Yeah.
The studio has no diversity. That is a bad sign.
That's true. All right, Bernice, you got a green flag?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I was gonna add on to Jimmy's too, because like diversity, like in like yes, ethnicity and everything, but also like in different stages of life, which is also the parents, right? But also different life experiences, right? Like juniors versus seniors, and having a healthy kind of proportion of that too. But yes, this is also something people talk about. Games are not like the end all be all. Like people in the studio, like it's okay if you're not super into games, or if you're not having a new favorite game every day, every week, on the hour. And people do non-game stuff.
All right, Calliope, you got a red one?
I've got a red one. It's when one person in the studio is the linchpin. So having one person in the studio where if you pull them out, everything falls apart. So if one person's studio manages like the finances, is HR, is like creative director or game director or whatever terms that you have, and there's no one for them to like bounce off and sort of like argue with about resources or anything, that's usually a bad sign, because then one person arguing with themselves in their heads is not healthy for the person, and it's definitely not healthy for the studio. So yeah, that would be my massive red flag to watch out for. Like, check to see how many balances there are, like how many balancers, not balances, but how many balancers there are. Another quick one while I have the attention of the crowd. Living, breathing games. That. Don't do that. Yeah, go outside. God, it's beautiful. If you can. Don't go outside if you're in lockdown.
All right, and then with the last one and the green Swiffer, please. Jimmy, go ahead.
The manager checks in with you regularly.
So great. All right, so on to our next section. So the next one is studio hiring process and practices. So how do we feel about this? Oh, I see a red. Ara?
So this hasn't affected me in my discipline as much, but I know plenty of people who've applied for jobs and then have been asked to do extraordinarily long and extensive tests in order to just go through the first stage of application, and have spent weeks working on, it could be a piece of art, it could be a white box level, anything like that, and then they're told, oh, sorry, you're not the right part, you're not the right fit for this job. They really should be looking at your existing portfolio rather than making you do all of this extra work for free. If it's a small test, that's fine. But I think a lot of tests can, be days and days and days and days and days of unpaid work, which isn't great.
Can I popcorn off of that? So as somebody who has actually done that, because I didn't know better, don't do that. It's such unpaid labor. If they are asking you for a long technical test and they do not pay you for it, especially if it's a bigger studio, that they should be paying you for a technical test if it is taking that long. If it's a test in person, that's a different kind of scenario because you're testing in person. But like, don't be like that. I once did a technical test that took me almost a week and a half, and I didn't even get any feedback for it. They didn't even answer my request for feedback. They just told me that I didn't have the internship. So don't do that.
Calliope, I think you had a red, but now it's green. So
Well, because it's kind of like, it's a bit of both. Yeah, sorry. Because what Ara was saying, and then what I'd like to add on to that is studios that pay for their art tests. Because especially, like everyone else just said, if the art test is going to be longer than a few hours, it's really good to pay for them. And I know a couple of studios here in Wellington that do, and I think that that's the most ethical way to go about it. Similarly, in this kind of like weird half-half thing, unpaid internships. Don't do them. Don't do them.
Don't do them.
No.
So speaking of Jimmy,
Who would
Jimmy,
ever
you got
do
a
that?
red
I don't want to
flag.
hear it.
That was a long time ago. It wasn't for games. Red flag. I feel this might be a more divisive one, but like I really don't like it when any job ad uses the word gamer.
Oh my god, yes.
Oh yeah.
No, you're
That's
totally
the
right.
big
Yeah, like
Screw
if the
that.
the job app itself is just like you must be a gamer.
Yeah.
It's just like God.
No.
Coding Ninja,
Disgusting.
and Rockstar.
That's not your job.
Yeah, it's always very interesting.
That's exactly what I was going to talk about. Like the job description. Like, is it written in a people-friendly manner? Like, are there, is it gender-neutral pronouns being used? And is it like reasonable? Because like I've seen ads where it's like you have to have 10 years of experience in this tool that has only existed for 5 years. So if that doesn't match up, that's probably a red flag.
Damn.
And we have time for one more. So Calliope.
When your interviewer, if you get to this point, congratulations, but when your interviewer doesn't have the right questions to ask you, I think that that's like a pretty big red flag, because if you're sort of interviewing for a junior or intermediate role and the person interviewing doesn't understand the language that you're speaking at that level, it generally means that you're signing up for a lot more responsibility than you probably think you
Interesting.
are.
That's a good one.
That's
Yeah.
a more indie-based one, but yes.
Yeah, you should be interviewed. Your interviewer should interview you for the level of seniority that you're applying for. Like, you shouldn't be interviewed at a senior level for a junior position. Big red flag.
I'm not even talking about that, though. I'm talking about the other way around. So, like, if you're a junior and the person who's interviewing you clearly doesn't understand something about, like, say they don't understand anything about, like, 3D art pipelines, and they're interviewing you as a junior 3D artist, that is a red flag, because it generally means that if they're the person interviewing and they don't have, like, a lead artist there as well or something, they're probably going to be expecting you to do a lot more than you are prepared to do.
Third and final category is community. So this is more along the lines of like socializing and networking, maybe if you are in the industry or getting into the industry. So what are some red and green flags that you all have? And we see some red right off the bat. All right, Era. Oh, and some green.
So this is me cheating a bit, but a red flag for networking is do not, this is something that actually happened to me, is do not put boobies on your business card.
Oh.
It's not appropriate. Literally happened to me. And also the size of this person's business card, it was the
Sorry
size
about
of
that,
a
that was me.
leaflet. So I had to fold it 3 times to put it in my pocket, which was almost just as bad as the boobies.
Oh, that was the red flag. Okay.
But the green flag I have is there are a lot more. That was the red flag. Sorry, not the green flag. Definitely not the green flag. But yeah, the green flag is there are a lot more networking events these days that are becoming, not alcohol based necessarily. I don't mind those. But at GDC last year, there was, hey, let's go, 2 p.m. in the park and eat some ice cream, or let's go to this nice cafe. Like, those are all great, and I think we should be doing those more. And if you see one, you should go to it, because alcohol based events only aren't great for everyone, and aren't necessarily the best places to do networking, actually.
All right, Megan, you had a red flag?
Yes. Kind of going along the lines of like hangouts, going to some of these kind of spaces where people in the industry are going to be going. Not everything is a networking event. please remember, sometimes people in the industry just kind of want to hang out with each other. Back when I was still in Chicago, we actually had a rule at our like industry meetups that you do not self-promote and that you do not talk about work. This is just for us to hang out and talk about like bread making or your 3-year-old. So be very self-aware, because it also doesn't make you look good if everybody's just like talking about their favorite sports team or talking about their kids and you come in like dead center with a self-promotion. It's not in your favor. Definitely read the room, be aware, like your time will come, but like also respect that people have lives outside their work and industry.
All right, Jimmy with the red flag.
When people like harshly criticize games, like sometimes we know, and sometimes like we just did not have the A, manpower, B, time, or C, resources to really do anything about it. And when you just like flame developers for something, I think it really shows a lot right there. And that's an instant like no in my eyes. Like,
Yep.
Yeah, not having any tact.
it's like,
not tact. Don't shit talk other developers. It's a small industry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty small.
It's not a good look. It's like being the mean girl in high school. It's not a good look.
It is like being the mean girl in high school. I kind of, okay, this is kind of the same, so I just have to quickly like throw this one down, because I was emceeing an event and the developers, so a couple of developers got on stage and used an example of a game that had just flopped really badly and really publicly to the entire to the entire community of developers who were there listening to the talk, and it went down like a sack of bricks. It was not pretty. No one appreciated it. No one thought it was funny. Like, shitting on other devs is just it's just never classy.
Not a hot look.
All right, Bernice, you got a red flag?
Yeah, I guess it's the theme is very similar to what everyone has been saying. But yeah, like if you're gonna like try to network, treat people as people. Like if you're gonna talk to them, don't talk to them as if they're their occupation or they're the company. Talk to them like they're a real human being, and like, you know, put some effort in, like, even if you have to feign it, which hopefully you don't, like being interested, being interested in what they do or how they are, you know, yeah, and have empathy. I think
it sucks that you have to bring up the common sense ones, right? I think that's the sad part. All right, and then for the last one, Calliope, you got a green one?
Yeah, if community events or like community groups, so like if you have a game developers association in your town, country, state, whatever, it's a good sign if it's run by a group of people rather than one person. Again, with my linchpin, I don't know why I have an obsession with one person being in power and how not okay that is. Democracy. Yeah, I think that for like community events and stuff, when there's more than one person organizing it, you're going to get a group of people who care about everyone's experience, and B, there's going to be much less of a chance for social issues and favoritism and nepotism to become a problem within communities. Yeah,
that's a good one. Well, awesome. And with that, we're running out of time, so I want to thank everybody at home and everyone here from the beautiful Timezone Tango cast for joining us. And I just want to say, if you enjoyed what you saw today, please follow us. We have some links down below for new content, new things we want to talk about, and really if you just want to come and ask us some questions. So from all of us here, until we see you next time, good morning, good evening, and good night. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Hello PAX Online, I'm Will Schick with Atomic Mass Games, and today I'm here to show you how to get your miniatures assembled. So let's dive right in and take a look. You'll notice that our miniatures don't come fully assembled. So when you get in a Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures product or any hobby miniatures game, you're going to see them come on a frame or come in pieces like this here. This is our Thanos from the Marvel Crisis Protocol game. Now, the core tools that you will need in order to assemble your miniatures are, very simply, a pair of clippers and a hobby knife. You can find either of these things at any hobby store or local game store that carries hobby miniatures products. The last thing you're going to need is you're going to need some kind of adhesive glue. There are two different options. There is plastic miniatures glue, which you can find at hobby stores and works great on hobby products like Marvel Crisis Protocol. There's also classic super glue. Super glue will also work just as well. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses. I like to have both on hand. In order to start with this assembly system, we need to clip these parts off the frame. Now, every miniatures kit typically comes with instructions that shows you how to do the build. You'll notice that each part is numbered, and that helps you identify which part you need to stick to which part. So the first thing to note is that you need to separate each part from the frame. In order to do that, you're going to take your hobby clippers, you're going to hold them in your dominant hand, and you're going to find where the injection ports are for the pieces. So you'll see like the injection ports are here on the bottom of the feet or here on the back of the shoulder pad. The best approach when clipping these off in order to minimize any damage to the piece or any excess material coming off when you clip is to make sure that the flat of the clippers, you'll notice how they're divoted, so they come down at an angle. You want to have the flat of the clippers pressed up as close as possible against the piece that you're about to clip. So you're just going to simply come in here, you're going to clip, and you're going to let it go. So now that I've clipped out my Thanos boots, I need to assemble them. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hobby blade, and I'm simply going to look for any excess material that's left over from clipping the part off the frame. And I just simply want to clean this off. In order to do that, I'm going to put my thumb against the flat of the blade like this, and I'm simply going to use a slight scraping motion as I push against the material. The best practice when assembling the two parts is before you put glue on them, always dry fit. So fit it twice before finishing it off. The next step is to add glue. I'm simply going to run the glue across the edge of the part. Then I'm going to take the other half. Using the dry fitting that I just did, I know how to guide it up. I'm going to put the two parts together. I'm going to press firmly for about 10 seconds. Let's go to the next one. We're simply going to clean. We're going to take our glue. We're going to run around the edge. We're going to continue this for each different part until we wind up with a fully assembled Thanos. And as you move through the different parts of the miniature, you'll start to see the character come together in fantastic fashion. All of it is the joy of the miniatures hobby itself. Once your character is assembled, the last step is to attach them to their base so that they are ready for the painting table. And there you go, guys. A completed Thanos, the Mad Titan miniature, all put together. And that, PAX Online people, is a quick tutorial on how to assemble your own hobby miniatures, starting with our Mad Titan, Thanos. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Be sure to check out more content coming your way during PAX Online, and we will see you on the next one.
Hi everyone, this is Parkosaurus, and it is one of the Indie Showcase winners for PAX, which we are very happy to be part of. Wash Baer is made by a two-person team called Wash Baer Studio, and one of those people is me. I'm Chris. Hi. The game itself is a dinosaur tycoon simulation where you obviously take care of your dinos and expand your park. So let me give you a quick look into the game. We could do a customize game, but let's go to the world map instead. And I'm going to do one of the missions, which is Toronto, and let's start that up to have a quick look. And the first quest pops up, Dino Appeal. And this is our park. This is the one we're starting with. So this is where we're going to have to do the quest. So the first thing, we need to get 500 Dino Appeal, have 4 dinosaurs, and unlock 2 science. Okay, so various ways we can do all this. The first thing I'm going to do is see what the quest gave me. So I have a hat, and hats can go in your dinos or your employees, and they have an Ankylosaurus. So I'm going to hire some people to help me first. I'm going to go to the office and go to resumes. I'm going to get a vet. I'm going to hire a janitor. Looks pretty good. And a scientist, because I will want some science. And a security. And I'm going to, you know what, I'm going to move this over here. Because I want to build my exhibit where this all is. Let's build an exhibit. I'm going to use some concrete walls first. So these are cheaper, they're pretty strong. The only catch is guests can't see through them to see the dinos, which is okay, because we'll add some other fences. And I'm going to make it just this big for now. And why don't I add some wood fence. And these will allow the guests to see in. So I'll just add some path here. And you know what, let's drop our egg while we're at it. And if I fill this up with grass, most of this is already grass, so let me fill the rest with grass. There. So this exhibit now I can click anywhere on the wall or on the ground and it'll pull up the exhibit pane. And there's a lot of interesting information here. And we're trying to get the taiga biome. So you can see we have to add some ruggedness and some wetness. So let's go ahead and add water. And you can see it's transforming, and there we go. We just got over to the rainforest. But we need to get up to taiga, so we wanna add some ruggedness. I'm gonna do that with the train tool. Add a mountain here. There we go. Now let's hatch our dino. No, let's make a perfect exhibit. So now you can see here we need some bushes, some trees, and some rocks. So I'm gonna go ahead and add those. Okay, you can see the meters filling up. I want some bushes that are meant for grass tiles. And you can see biodiversity is filling up. And I want to finish it off with some rocks. So granite. Perfect. Biome looks pretty good. Let's hatch our dino. There we go. This is Olive, our first dino. And people are going to start watching Olive. Pretty cool. And got to get some donation boxes for them to give money. There's a lot more to do. We have to get food and a door on the exhibit so the vets can inspect the dino. And yeah, there's lots to do. So, but I just wanted to give you a sneak peek into how this game works, and there you go. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed this, and if you have a chance, check out Parkosaurus. You can get it on Steam currently. Yeah. Alright, thanks.
What do you think it's like here? Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games.
Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Welcome to our virtual PAX panel. What does a roguelike mean in 2020? My name is Clint Tasker. I'm going to host this panel. I'm half of Thorium with my partner Derek Johnson. We make Undermine. We also have Jeremy Parrish of Retronauts podcast and YouTube channel. Wanderbot of the Wanderbot YouTube channel. Played a lot of roguelikes. We have Casey Yano, half of Megacrit, right? And makers of Slay This Baer. And we have Derek Yu, Mossmouth himself and developer of Spelunky and Spelunky 2. Welcome, everybody.
Yeah. Hello. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
We have put together a rogues gallery of experts, a rogue squadron. I'm out of puns. That's it. That's all I got. So yeah, first question for the room. What are the defining elements of a roguelike? What does a roguelike actually mean to you these days? And is the rogue part even important anymore? Who's first?
Well, what do you mean by the rogue part? Are you speaking specifically of the game Rogue?
I think it seems in recent years.
Does it need to be ASCII text based and on a
Yeah.
on a networked computer, like how pure does it have to be?
In recent years, we've kind of stopped inventing genres, and now we just call it like a game like. We have Souls-like, we have Metroidvania, we have roguelikes. Yeah, and a lot of expectations around roguelikes are sometimes like it needs to be very much like Rogue. It needs to be turn-based, dungeon crawler or any of those things. And so I'm asking you all like what elements of that are actually important, and we've evolved quite a lot since Rogue, and so how much do you need to be like Rogue to be considered a roguelike, or is that actually an important question at all?
I would love it if we could come up with a better name for the genre, but nobody's been creative enough to put forward a good name. I think I spent like 5 hours one night just trying to come up with alternative names, and I got nothing. So if anybody has suggestions, we could rename the genre. It's not too late.
Yeah, I had that thought recently. We called first-person shooters Doom clones for a couple of years,
exactly.
and then we're like, oh wait, why don't we call them something better? So ego shooters was a thing for a while, and then first-person shooters kind of took over. But yeah, there hasn't really been anything that really kind of gets the point across as succinctly as roguelike, and it's such a kind of vague term, and has been applied to so many things that it starts to lose meaning a little bit. So I guess, I don't think you can really say that there is a single proper definition for roguelike or a single trait that it necessarily has to have, because I think different audiences come expecting different things, and people who, have deep roots in the roguelike genre, playing games like Rogue and NetHack, really expect something that is like not necessarily ASCII text, but very unforgiving, has things like use ID and permanent death, and maybe monuments to where you fall, and just extreme difficulty, extreme unforgiveness. But people who have come into the genre or that style of game playing things like Spelunky aren't necessarily tied to that, and are a lot more open to broader definitions. So I'm always a little averse personally to putting a firm definition on a genre, because genres are just convenient boundaries that are really sort of like a reference point. And then, the best games often take elements of a genre and then go off in another direction. So I really enjoy just games that pick up that procedural generation and potential permanent death and some of those elements, but mix them in different ways and apply them to different styles of games. So I feel like, for me, as long as a game kind of has a clear reason, like a really good reason for incorporating those elements, then they can call themselves a roguelike if they want. That's fine. It doesn't have to look like Rogue. It doesn't have to play it doesn't have to be as obtuse as Dwarf Fortress. It's fine, as long as it's fun, and it brings those elements of the roguelike genre in games like NetHack into its design in a meaningful way, and to make it a better and more interesting game. That's great for me.
Well said.
Yeah, I think it's a very broad genre. I think it's I liken it to RPG as a genre, where it's very broad, and it can be applied to so many different other genres. When you think of like RPG, like role-playing game, as far as video games go, I mean, what does that mean? It's not like the perfect description, because you're playing a role in every game, right? So when we think of RPG, we're thinking about things like leveling up, where we tend to think about, very, very narrative driven. We think about parties of characters and things like that. But, it's not a very strict genre. I think things like Metroidvania, for example, to me feels like much more strictly defined to 2D side-scrolling platforming, compared to something like RPG. And I think roguelike is similar, just so broad. I think it's great as that too. I don't know that, like Jeremy said, I don't think we necessarily need to pin it down.
I got a quick question before we move away from you. Did you call Spelunky a roguelike when you were originally making it, or is that actually a retroactive description? Because I remember playing it in 2008, and I don't remember people calling it a roguelike then.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I described it, I always described it as roguelike inspired. I was pretty careful not to, step on the toes of the traditional turn-based dungeon crawling roguelikes. I was pretty careful to call it like a roguelike inspired platformer.
Okay.
And yeah, that didn't last that long. I think it was really with The Binding of Isaac where people started calling The Binding of Isaac a roguelike, and then like you said, retroactively calling Spelunky a roguelike also. And then that's when the traditional roguelike community started to feel like, hey, people are taking our name and fighting back. These days I feel like nothing is really called a roguelike, like just roguelike. Like the original roguelikes are called classic roguelikes or traditional roguelikes, and games are called roguelike platformers or action roguelikes or, roguelike deck builders and things like that. I feel like, I don't know what would fit the definition of just a roguelike these days, other than maybe like a very broad kind of umbrella category that includes everything that's roguelike adjacent. It's interesting. I don't think it's a definition that, we can really turn back at this point to just strictly defining those old turn-based. I mean, I shouldn't call them old. People are still making them, but like the traditional roguelike, like Rogue with ASCII and all that. Like I think that, I don't know. I'm kind of a descriptivist when it comes to definitions, anyways, and it just feels like the genie's out of the bottle a little bit.
Yeah, I think for modern kind of roguelikes, I think what the descriptor means to me at least is it almost just means run-based gameplay. Like you can, I feel like that's the framework that you really, like if you think of Slay the Spire, or you think of Binding of Isaac, or you think of even Moonlighter or some of the lesser known ones, it's just really like permadeath is obviously part of that because permadeath is the end of the run, but it's that encapsulation of gameplay over a short amount of time and then something that you can repeat over and over and over again. And now with the addition of like the roguelite elements, the things that continue from run to run, there's just kind of a natural evolution of that. And the reason, this is a question for later, but like the reason that appeals to me nowadays is as I get older and have less time to play games, having a a, a self-contained game that like kind of limits how long it takes is really valuable because I can take it in bite-sized pieces as much as I want, whereas like an open world like third-person action game can feel very daunting or overwhelming.
Yeah, to kind of make a counterpoint to what you just said about the run-based gameplay and permadeath, consider that the most played, the best-selling turn-based roguelike interpretation is definitely the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series, which has a lot of those elements. It comes straight out of Shiren the Wanderer and the other Mystery Dungeon games. But the base game there doesn't have permadeath. You keep your levels when you die. You lose like half your inventory when you die as opposed to everything. So there is this like safety net built into that stands in kind of stark defiance to what that genre is theoretically about. And you don't really get into the really super challenging modes until you get into the post game of a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game. And that's, a lot of people's kind of reference point. So even then, like, it does kind of call into question what is absolutely essential to make the genre the genre.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting. When I hear run-based, I think about the fact that video games really started as run-based games in the arcade, right? Like the original run-based games are just arcade games where you don't continue with quarters. And then as video games have evolved, I think that style of playing games is really, now it's seen, I think, is very old fashioned, where you play a game from the very beginning every time. And I think, with roguelikes, I think what it's done is it's a way of, kind of bringing that run-based game back, but with the randomization, because the other thing is that arcade games also have permadeath if you just choose not to continue when you die. You just so like it's interesting to me because there's a lot of, I think, similarities between old arcade games and roguelikes. I think the big difference is the randomization and maybe the depth of the interaction. And I think those two things, it's really like, to me, it feels like adding those two things to that old arcade style gameplay in order to kind of make it palatable for modern audiences. Whereas, I think with other genres of games, we've moved more towards open world exploration, these kind of longer form styles of games. Whereas I think roguelikes in a lot of ways are like, especially the real time, like modern ones, are like a way of sort of preserving that arcade style run based permadeath 1cc style of gameplay while basically making it like interesting enough for modern audiences who don't want to just play like the same level over and over and over again until they've mastered it.
Yeah, the arcade description is really apt, and that's something that I kind of realized for myself back. Oh man, it was like 2008 or so when Sharon the Wanderer came out for DS, and I was reviewing it and trying to express the appeal of this game because at the time there, in the kind of console gaming space, there wasn't really any kind of widespread acceptance of that style of game. People would say, why would you want to play this? It's bad. It looks bad. It's not friendly. And I think in my review I said, like, you just have to approach this like Super Mario Brothers, where you play for a while and you run out of lives and you die, and you don't hate Super Mario Brothers because you have to go back to the start and play again, because you've learned things playing. That first run, you learned how the levels are laid out and where the power-ups are and how they work and how enemies attack, and so next time you play, you do a better job of it. And this is the same thing. It's just in a different kind of presentation, a different paradigm. But the core appeal is still there, and it's very much about kind of learning the ropes and making mistakes and picking yourself up. And when you make a mistake and then learning from that and avoiding those mistakes in the future. And the randomization element is a big part of it, because you can't just memorize, this enemy is going to attack here and this object going to appear here, and I can count on that. It forces you to improvise and say, well, this enemy, there's twice as many as I expected, and I have a completely different tool set than I did before. How can I use these tools to come out of this situation and still survive? And that's, I can see where that doesn't appeal to everyone, but I think as indie developers especially have really started to apply that methodology back into action games, it's made for some really interesting combinations and game variations that 15 years ago no one could even have conceived of. And it's great. It's exciting. It feels really fresh and new and different.
So Casey, when you were developing, so kind of the same question for you is, when you were developing Slay the Spire, were you intentionally making a roguelike, or did that description just kind of fit afterwards?
I think the core premise of Slay the Spire was not to make a roguelike per se, but it was to make a deck building game. So both Anthony and I, when we were working on the game, we wanted the core experience to be focused on the deck building, which we thought was missing in like the card game community, and not like we weren't looking at it from like a roguelike perspective. And at the time, I also happened to be like obsessed with roguelikes. I was getting deep into runs where I was trying to beat Yama and Spelunky. I was playing a lot of FTL, and I guess Binding of Isaac is like, just goes on forever. So that was like the game when I needed to cool down from the other ones, maybe. So I guess it wasn't designed from a pure like, let's make a roguelike kind of like place. I know that in our store page we had a deep discussion about whether we want to call the game a roguelike or a roguelite, because there was a lot of folks being like roguelike should only be games that fit the Berlin interpretation. And then we were like, it's fine if they're mad. Like that'll be publicity. It'll be okay. And so we just called it a roguelike. We're like, it's not ASCII, we get it. But
yeah,
it's a run-based game.
We had the same discussions when we were doing, or when we were putting Undermine up on the store, and kind of my thoughts were kind of in the vein of everything we're talking about. The moniker of like roguelike means so much now that almost having a subgenre doesn't even matter. Like, is there a meaningful distinction between a roguelike and a roguelite? Like, does anyone here have a strong opinion about that?
I would say Undermine is both. And I guess seeing as you guys are here, it makes it so easy. You know, I don't know if the rest of you have played Undermine versus Undermine Othermine, which is Undermine is kind of Rogue Legacy. You guys can describe it better than I can, but you know, you get gold carries over, get upgrades between runs, but all of those upgrades carry over. And then within the run, you get some smaller upgrades that kind of have the roguelike elements back in it. But when the run ends, you still get to keep X amount of gold, X amount of damage boosts, so on and so forth. And then Othermine, you guys just threw all of that meta progression out the window and said unlocks only. And maybe you have more than that, but I didn't really see it. I haven't played as much Othermine as I'd like to, because Undermine destroys my hands every time I play it. But I actually really appreciated that distinction, that playing your game really drew the line in the sand in my head of what was a roguelike, at least the modern roguelike, if you throw Berlin out the window, and then roguelite in a much clearer manner than I think I've seen drawn anywhere else.
Oh, that's great to hear. Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. There was a great GDC talk given in 2015 by Tom Cadwell, who was a designer at Blizzard for a while. I think he works at Riot currently. And beyond just the, roguelike is run based, and when you die, you lose all your stuff. That's kind of the naive interpretation I think a lot of people have. He broke down sort of the things that happen within the run into sort of maybe 5 key elements. And a couple of those really stuck with me while we're developing Undermine. One of them was making do. So as you go on your run, you're going to get a lot of variety in the items that you find and the enemy variation that you encounter. And you're just going to have to make do with the hand that you're dealt. And I felt that that was such a key component to what makes a run in a roguelike interesting, is that you just don't always get everything that you want. Things don't always come up Millhouse for you. You're going to be dealt a weird hand, and you just have to deal with it. And while we're developing the core mode of Undermine, I felt like we were missing some key tools that we didn't have access to in order to allow players to feel that feeling of making do. And a lot of those were because they were supplanted by the upgrades that you get outside of the run. So that kind of fueled the impetus for us to make this more pure mode where you have to make some really hard trade-offs on your run. There's opportunity costs that you're leaving behind, and you have to commit to a build. And if you make a wrong decision early on in your run to the build that you're thinking you're committing to, that'll end your run. And that was so much the pure rogue-like run based, where there's nothing, you're not taking anything into the run with you, really allowed us to express that a lot more, I felt. So one other point I'd like to throw out is that I think that as we were making Undermine, I considered it a roguelike initially, but it was for strange reasons. I just didn't want to implement a save system. So I figured, permadeath, you lose it all, we don't have to write anything to disk, it's fine. That was a very simple, kind of naive reason to go about making a roguelike. It doesn't always have to be this deep, meaningful decision as you start your game. I think we've seen that with all the games here.
Yeah, it's weird because I still remember when roguelite just meant, a light traditional roguelike. I think of games like Powder or something like that. It's like a simple turn-based procedural dungeon crawler, basically. It's like a coffee break. What they call now, I think, a coffee break roguelike would have been called a roguelite. It'd be like Yoda Stories or something like that. I don't know if anyone remembers that game, but yeah. So I don't know. Roguelite has not really caught on with me. I kind of have to force myself to use it.
Yeah, the Rogue Legacy developers kind of they're the ones that I would blame for the change in definition, because they started calling themselves a roguelite very specifically.
Is that where it came from?
Super hard. Yeah, they're the first game to like truly advertise themselves as a roguelite instead. and I think they set the division there, especially with the meta progression. And I think they were a huge influence for. I mean, I can see their fingers, I guess, in every meta progression system I've seen in almost every roguelike afterwards. I mean, obviously Undermine. I've seen it in Gunfire Reborn recently. I've seen it in a bunch of different games, and it's interesting seeing subsequent roguelikes try and separate themselves from that meta progression system in an interesting manner.
I think I had a lot to do with bringing in roguelite elements into Undermine, or more, Rogue Legacy was essentially the first roguelike I really got into because it was softer. It was easier to play because you kept something. And obviously there are a lot of other games like that, and even ones earlier than Rogue Legacy, but um, when I quit and became an indie developer, I wanted to make sure we were successful and we could continue doing this, and so I wanted to have broad appeal. And I always felt like Rogue Legacy had that broad appeal where, I mean, obviously other more hardcore roguelikes, Spelunky and games like that, and Isaac, they have their insane broad appeal, but it just seemed easier to present RPG elements to people because like that just seems to be the thing that people love in any genre. And so in a way, yeah, I was too cowardly to take that hardcore roguelike stance. And then later, the reason Othermine exists is because we actually really appreciate that gameplay and want to also have that available available in our game.
Yeah, that's I think a major distinction between modern roguelikes is just how much can you kind of do you have that like permanent progression or upgrading of your character in between runs. And yeah, I think it's just like a, you know, what style or do you like best and what are you going for your particular game. But I do think it is a major distinction, you know, how much do you keep between runs and how much do you improve, like beyond your own skill. You know, what does the game kind of give you in between runs to improve and level up? I think that's a pretty major distinction. And yeah, I think generally with players, I think they do appreciate having that kind of progress in between runs, because it can be frustrating to just hit a brick wall, you know, in a game and not feel like you're progressing at all. At least to not have the game sort of acknowledge that you're progressing with some kind of leveling up system. But yeah, I think that is kind of that's a new, or that's a system that I think is gonna, you know, vary from game to game and keep evolving.
So why do you all feel, or why do you all think that this genre it seems to be getting more and more popular? Or maybe, I don't know if it's reached its peak, but you'll see comments. I mean, there's definitely negative comments out there of like, oh, another indie roguelike, and people almost roll their eyes now. But it does feel like it has kind of penetrated the mainstream almost, and now we're seeing it applied to a lot of different genres. Do any of you have an opinion on why you think this has really caught on more recently?
I have a lot. I think one of the main things is, was it Derek that mentioned this? That the core gameplay loop, the fact that most roguelikes are very arcadey, you're very focused on your core gameplay loop, and then everything else is just bonus on top of that. And, you know, let's take recent example, Ghost of Tsushima. Great game, but very long, and you spend a lot of time just kind of going through it, trying to reach that end. But with a roguelike, you can have a bite-sized 1-hour experience of pure gameplay without a whole lot of distraction. And with the exception of maybe like Hades that interrupts it with bits of story here and there, there are rarely dull moments except for maybe like the first level of a run. And then otherwise, you are engaged the entire time. There's no slow bits, there's no boring bits. And then you're done and you move on and you can do another run, or you can stop and get back to work or something like that. And I think that appeals to people in a way that most other games are an investment that you can't just sit down for 2 hours of, well, Ghost of Tsushima, Persona 5, whatever. You can't get 2 hours in and really feel like you made it somewhere. But I could beat 3 runs of Slay the Spire in that period of time and feel fulfilled, or disappointment if RNG is not my favorite. But like that feeds into itself, that it doesn't always go my way, and so there is that feeling that I want to play more. And then you're never done. I am done with a billion games at this point. I don't know how many games I've completed, but I don't have a whole lot of compunction to go back to anything other than the roguelikes, because there's still always something left for me in a roguelike. Most of the time.
Yeah. That actually brings a question to my mind that is kind of unrelated, but like, do you think a roguelike owes it to you to be beatable every single time? Or is it okay if a run just ends you?
I think if it ends me, I prefer it if a roguelike ends me in an interesting manner, that it feels like a struggle. I've definitely had a number of runs where I'm just like coasting on absolute blandness and I just want to die to be, to have that RNG. And so I don't need it to be beatable every time, but if I'm going to get crushed, I do want the roguelike to make it interesting that I am getting crushed. I guess Slay the Spire is an easy example. The Timekeeper. I can't tell you how many times I'd run into one of the last bosses who you were given a set 12 actions before he stops you, and then gets stronger, and then hits you. And so you can play only 12 cards in that period. And I have a number of runs where I would have shivs, very low, weak weapons, weapon cards, I don't know, weak damaging cards, and you play 30 of them in a round because you can generate that many. But running up against the Timekeeper, it's a hard wall and my build is doomed. And I didn't know that this boss was coming until I hit the 3rd tier, and so maybe I can scramble to fix my build, come up with some kind of hard counter. Or I'm just screwed and I'm just trying to make the most of it, but it feels interesting because I tried my best. And so I don't feel like every roguelike needs to be beatable, but losing has to be just as fun as winning. Maybe. At least it should be.
Yeah, I always really enjoy the mystery dungeon games, the the kind of the core ones like Sharon the Wanderer, because they are built heavily around the developers know that you're going to die a lot, and that not every run is going to be successful, and that you're probably going to fail more often than you succeed. And so there is, we were talking about the metagame element earlier, and there your character himself does not have any sort of metagame growth applied to him. He always starts out as 0, like level 1 at the very beginning. But there are elements like the town and the warehouse where every time you play, you can invest money into shops or into restaurants or into people who need help within the towns. And progressively, as you play, the investments you make there will accumulate. Or you can store a weapon that you really like in the warehouse where you don't take it into the dungeon, but you can apply, hone it with scrolls and things like that to make it more powerful. And so every time you play, you put a little toward that, and it makes the game a little easier because the helper characters will come out more often, or the restaurants might give you foods to buff you as you go into the later portions of the dungeon. And those aren't things that are available in the early runs of the game. They're only possible because you're going into the dungeon, you're making it further, you're saying, well, I'm going to take some of this cash that I've earned and I'm going to spend it here in town before I head back out into the dungeon. And it does build you up over time. And so yeah, I think if a roguelike is built to take advantage of the fact that you're going to fail, then it means that failure isn't quite so damning. It doesn't feel so frustrating because you've made some sort of progress along the way to help future runs.
Now, is it possible, though, if you understand Sheeran inside and out, to beat it on the very first run? I have beaten Sheeran a long time ago, but I don't remember exactly how it works. Is it possible, like, if you're an expert at the game and you just pick up a clean save file, can you beat it on the first time?
Probably, but it's going to be really hard. You're going to hit rust traps that'll cause your armor to rot, or you'll come across things that you don't have the ability to counter. And there's no way to counter everything that the game throws at you every time, but the longer you play and build up, stuff in your warehouse, then you can say, well, I'm going to take this into the dungeon and be better prepared. But yeah, I'm sure it's possible to beat the game on the first run, but I don't think it's really built with the assumption that you're going to do that. I think you'd have to get a really lucky RNG on that and
Okay.
just make some very good decisions that pay off by pure luck.
Okay, it would be luck based at that point. Gotcha.
It is kind of like an interesting divide because the thing that we found with our game, like our game is kind of balanced in a way like Dark Souls, where you could beat the entire run on your very first try, but you'd have to have perfect play, and also the later enemies would be insanely difficult for you to overcome because you'd have no upgrades. And obviously a game like Spelunky, which is also an action game, like if a player can play perfectly and like they'd have to have knowledge of the game beforehand probably, but they could beat the game on their first run as well. Whereas a turn-based game like Spire that employs more strategy and because like Wanderbot said, when you've invested into a certain deck type, you can run into a wall that's very hard to overcome. It does feel like if you're going to make a strategy or a turn-based game in this vein, you do have to deal with this question more because you're probably just going to have walls in your game that are impossible to overcome, where action inherently has the player's skill that can overcome any obstacle no matter how underpowered you are, as long as you have patience or insanely good play. Oh no. We can't hear you, Casey. Or I can't.
Yeah. Is my voice gone?
You're kind of
It's just-
robotic.
Yeah, it's a little
Yeah,
garbled.
and very quiet too.
Oh no. What am I gonna do? Alright, maybe I won't talk about what I'm trying to talk about until
You're kind of
until
better.
my network
It's getting a
stabilizes.
little better. It's a little
getting better?
Yeah.
I just have to talk to it more?
Yeah.
I think you just have to be closer, maybe.
You have to get more intimate with
really,
it.
really close. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was
there you
it.
go. That's it.
Okay. When I was playing FTL quite a bit, I remember that I felt like I was running into these kind of walls, like I'm going for a missile build, but I can't buy any missiles because the stores aren't selling missiles, and so trying to like kind of like make this issue less prominent when we were making Slay the Spire was just we just wanted an incredible amount of decision points, and so at least you can be like, hey, you know, if I didn't like lazily try to go through like one or two fights before, maybe I could have made it. Maybe if I had chosen cards that synergize better with my deck, or like should I have, you know, cleaned out my deck, or should I have been really greedy and gone for like this, you know, relic or whatever instead. And so I guess adding more and more decision points tries to mitigate that. Obviously things can still not go your way in many other aspects at the same time. So there is some dice rule, but I do sometimes envy action games where it's like where nobody can absolutely be like, this game is impossible. And you're like, you know what? Even if you did 1 damage and the enemy had 10,000 health, you know, if you played perfectly, technically it's a beatable game. So the game is fair, you know?
They'll still say it's unfair, don't worry.
So
what was I gonna say? With Spire, did you think about, like, did you actively encourage people to have a more balanced build, or did you want them to be able to go a little more hardcore into like niche builds?
that is a personality preference, I would say.
Yeah.
You can play to win, you know, being consistent, understanding the stats, knowing the numbers, knowing the chances. Or you can just be like, you know what? Like, I just want the weirdest stuff to happen, so I'm just going to go full chaos, right? And that's like a distinction that you are allowed to make based on how drunk you are, okay? And that's like, just do it.
I think that you get it to a very important point with the RNG aspect of these games, in that it does allow players to have an incredible amount of ownership or a sense of creativity over the game. Yeah, you can play boring and safe and have a very average build, or you can just see how these systems interact with one another. And I think it's fun from a design standpoint to reward the more creative people and try and incentivize those kind of more niche builds or kind of actions.
Yeah, Casey, did you think at all about the those 3 archetypes that they always talk about? I think it originated from Magic the Gathering.
Yeah,
it's like
Timmy, Spike, and John.
Yeah, Timmy, Spike, and what's the last one?
Johnny's the last one.
Johnny. Yeah, there's like
Yes.
3 different play styles.
So
Yeah.
So my partner in the game is like the card game guy, and so to me, I'm just explaining like roguelike mechanics and then just like trying to find ways to make a game more accessible. And I also just enjoy designing content. And my partner Anthony, he really enjoys talking about kind of like the whole meta of like how card games should be built like compositionally. And so when we create cards, we definitely have a lot of tags of like what kind of category of cards they are. These are cards that are more simple, that work with a variety of builds, or sometimes they're like go all in on a certain type of build. And we just have to make sure that the composition is really good. Otherwise, it would just feel like if you don't go crazy, the game won't feel fair, and or the other way around, where like creativity isn't rewarded. And we just have to tweak that over a very long period of time. But those are just learnings from apparently card game design. So
that's interesting. Your team is like split right down the middle with like a card game person and a roguelike person. To make a roguelike deck building game. Yeah, I wonder if there's like if there's going to be a market for, roguelike specialists or consultants, like how to integrate roguelike elements into.
I will roguelikeify your game.
Game. Yeah, exactly.
When AAA studios start to discover how popular they are and start hiring.
I have some bad news for you.
Well, it was interesting that Bloodborne had those chalice dungeons, which I was wondering for a while whether there would ever be any AAA roguelike games, and the chalice dungeons in Bloodborne were kind of like that. I mean, is this a kind of a small part of Bloodborne? I don't know if that's.
Yeah, I think
I
the
wish
other
they put in more effort in that.
AAA's come was Prey Moon Crash, which was pretty good.
Mhm.
I liked that one. It didn't have the procedurally generated levels, just like loot and enemies, but it was roguelite-ish. But I think that's the closest it's come. I think the big problem is just no one's ever fully committed to a roguelike style within the AAA market, just because it's probably unsafe, and if you don't do it, you're doomed. So make that open world RPG.
Part of roguelike development is like an insane amount of content as well, and when you start to get into like AAA echelons, like I think the thing people don't understand about graphics in AAA games is it has nothing to do with horsepower or anything like that. Now it has everything to do with money. Like the amount of money to make high fidelity games is insane. You have to have so many people, and so layer that on top of like Slay the Spire probably has like, do you have over 1,000 cards? Does that exist?
I think we have, we have 75 per character. I think it's about 350, 400.
Okay, so 400 cards in Spire. Undermine probably has like 400-ish items as well, and so then you start to get those numbers into like AAA, like artist values, and it gets very expensive.
Yeah, I mean, I think roguelikes it's a very uncontrolled style of game. I mean, you're designing rules and kind of seeing what comes out of it and trying to create as many possibilities as you can. And I think with a successful roguelike, the developer, by the time they release the game, really can't even see all the possibilities. And I think that's a lack of control that I think is kind of difficult for AAA studios to deal with. I mean, you're sinking like millions and millions of dollars into a game, and I think not having that control of your game by the time it releases, where there are like a billion different little edge cases, I think makes it kind of a tricky prospect, or not as appealing a prospect. But I think that's also what makes it so fun to make, as an indie developer, because it's like you're constantly surprised by your own game. And so it's like, as you're developing a roguelike, it really feels like you feel like a player of the game throughout the entire development, right? Because even by the end, it's still fresh, which is, I think, a pretty unique feeling to have as a creator of anything. I mean, most things are more static, I think, even in video games, where you have that unpredictable element of interactivity. But roguelikes is really like you really feel like a mad scientist is how I've always described it, which I think it's one of the reasons why it's so popular as a genre for indies. It's because I think for indies it's okay to, not have as strict control over your game and its development, and then you're just constantly surprised, so you're kind of getting that, the same sort of like rush that players get when they start a new run of a roguelike. I think developers get that too while they're working on it.
Yeah,
But it would take a AAA company, I think, that is willing to, loosen their grip on their game to do like a roguelike game that's just a roguelike and it's not kind of like a side part of the game.
I assume it's just going to leak into the AA industry a bunch, because I forgot one other example is the Remnant from the Ashes survival mode. So I think it's just going to slowly leak upwards until somebody's willing to pull the trigger. We're probably going to see more like roguelite modes. Actually, World of Warcraft is adding a roguelike mode. I totally forgot about this, but they're actually adding it in the new expansion. No idea if it's going to be any good, but I think that's the closest to the top-level acceptance of the genre that I think I've ever seen.
Yeah,
So I actually.
Derek.
Oh, sorry. This is a long conversation, so maybe you should go first.
Okay, I was just going to say, Derek, what you were saying earlier about the lack of control that is difficult for AAA developers. I think that gets back to the question earlier about the growth and popularity of roguelikes, because AAA experiences are so polished and so carefully vetted. There were stories that have been coming out about The Last of Us 2 and about how basically like every interaction you have, every emotional beat is basically focus grouped to the point of almost, I would say, sterility. That's not fair to the game, but to the point where they know it's carefully calculated how people are going to respond to that moment. And we've been seeing stories about that since, I think, Halo 3. I remember reading in Wired News about how they tested the levels over and over again until there was zero confusion about exactly what you're supposed to do. And it does create a thrilling experience where there's no ambiguity. It's just like go, go, go. But I think people appreciate not having that safety net about being able to, some people, appreciate being given the opportunity to just go out into the world and have experiences that weren't necessarily crafted, that are dynamic, that emerge from the moment. And it is very different than what you get in AAA games. So I think it's kind of a reaction to that, and to the like what we saw especially with Nintendo games like a decade ago, where they were just filing off all the edges and having a little sword character pop up to say, hey Link, guess what, here's what exactly you should do in this moment. Okay, I'm going to be back in like 2 minutes to tell you the next thing you need to do. You don't get that in a roguelike. It's about discovery and about making mistakes and being given the room to make your own mistakes. And a lot of players miss that and appreciate being given that level of trust, and I guess being treated as if they were mature and intelligent by developers, and able to kind of say, oh well, I screwed up, that wasn't the game's fault, that was me, let's try again.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you have a big budget as a AAA game and you want to give players more freedom and more agency, you're going to just make like a giant open world. Like you're going to take that budget and you're just going to make like a huge land to explore. Whereas I think roguelikes, it's a similar thing you're doing. It seems strange because it's like run based, but I really feel like with Spelunky, I just with roguelikes in general, but when I'm working on Spelunky, I've been thinking about it recently, like it's a type of open world in some sense. If you think about like all the different possible levels that you get, if you put them all side by side, in a lot of ways it feels like you're creating this huge space, even though it's every time you play it's narrow across like a lot of runs. I think there's a feeling of an open world, and that's something that I've been kind of playing with Spelunky too, with like multiple branching paths and stuff like that. So I see a lot of parallels, I think, between AAA studios, designing these giant open worlds like, I don't know, GTA Breath of the Wild, and indies making roguelikes, because I think they both give the player a feeling of agency and freedom in what they want to do. But with roguelikes, it's more like, you're doing it in these smaller slices. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's one of those cases where I think with indie game developers where, you see a possibility within the constraints that you have to work with as far as those limited resources go. Yeah. So I don't know.
I have a designer friend who is adamant that PUBG is a roguelike. It's run based. Every time you drop in, you're dropping in a different area on the map. Sorry, we can split this.
Everyone is stomping on Casey's hot takes.
No, I think that's totally true. I think it's a great observation, and I think
the gear you get is random. The encounters that you encounter are random. It's just a quick run-based thing, and you get better at the game. It has all the elements, all the interesting graphics. Yeah. Go ahead, Casey.
I was just gonna say that. Hey, a AAA company wanted everything they wanted from roguelike, right? Infinite replayability, chaos, emergent gameplay. It's great for streaming. It's bite-sized, and on top of that, right? It's a social experience as well, which is very difficult for indie developers to make. Network games in general are very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was just like, I guess battle royales are the roguelikes for AAA. Like, at least like between my developers and I, we always talk about the same kind of things. So
yeah, I think what's happening is that we're coming up with a lot of different terms and words for essentially like a similar feeling and a general direction that I think video games are just going, which is just like more open, more agency, and I think real consequences for like making a mistake or losing in a game. And that's something that PUBG definitely has, where and what makes it so tense, right, is because it comes down to like a firefight between you and another person, and the person that loses, like, they're out, and they lose that. You can always hop back into another match, but you've lost that current match. And I think that's the similar thing with roguelikes, where I always felt like, it's not like you're just losing what you have done in that particular run, or like the items that you've collected, but you've lost that entire world. And I think that's, I don't know. I think there are these ideas that are just really compelling and work really well, I think, in the modern age of streaming and stuff like that. Just the feeling of tension being one of those things. And, roguelike is one way of doing that. I think these multiplayer online games, battle royales, are a way of doing that. And it's just like a lot of different ways of kind of saying the same thing in some ways. I even think about games like Getting Over It or Jump King, where you make a mistake and you just fall all the way to the bottom. I think there are elements in those games too, which have become really popular recently, which are also in roguelikes. I mean, it's a form of permadeath to drop like 5 screens or whatever in Getting Over It or Jump King.
It's almost makes for great TV too. People
yeah,
love
exactly.
that on stream.
It's almost exactly. Counterculture to like the mid 2000 early or late 2000s game design of like those games are getting very handholdy, like Jeremy was saying earlier, and like a save checkpoint would go off like every 5 minutes or even less than that. And then kind of starting with maybe even Demon's Souls, it comes out and everyone's like, oh yeah, hard games are actually good and we don't need this hand-holding. And roguelikes are just like an extension of that. I mean, they've been there the whole time too. But going back to the emergent gameplay that Casey was talking about and the mad scientist thing, I think as a developer, this genre is very attractive because there's that moment where you're developing a roguelike and your game surprises you as a developer, which like it's a very like in any other genre it never happens. Like the emergence doesn't equal what you're developing in a roguelike. And so yeah, when something comes together and you're like, oh, I didn't actually anticipate that interaction, and then it's even more exciting as a developer when it doesn't break and it doesn't cause a bug and it's actually fun. um, but I think when you reach that point, you start to understand that your game is going to be entertaining for players. If you can surprise yourself, then players are certainly going to be surprised. And you have to have a lot of confidence as I think as a systems and mechanics designer, it's also really fun because you have to have a lot of confidence in what you're building so that those thousands and millions of interactions are going to bounce off of each other without causing like an insane amount of destruction. They're going to lead to more positive outcomes than negative outcomes.
Yeah, no disagreement from anyone
Yep.
on what you just said.
I feel like it's maybe a little bit unfair to attribute that type of emergence to just roguelikes, though. To me, this is just purely a consequence of variety and well-designed systems. If you have a hazard system in your game and everything in the world can light on fire, then you're going to see some emergence just because you chose to have everything in the world interact uniformly. You don't treat items differently from enemies, differently from the player. If all of those are essentially the same entity and they can have all the same statuses applied to them, you're going to have that wild emergence happening. And we do see this a lot in roguelikes, certainly, but I think that this is just more of a good fundamental game design decision rather than any particular attribute of a roguelike.
Yeah, I think the appeal of Breath of the Wild was that interaction, and like it was twofold for me. It was getting away from Zelda being the insanely handholdy thing that it had become, and also them really embracing just physics and things bouncing off one another to create like a really interesting thing. I look forward to seeing where they go with that.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was just gonna say we have like 5 minutes, maybe not even that. This has been a good conversation. It's gone very fast. But what did you want to say, Derek?
Oh, all I was gonna say was, yeah, I think the more in common that like a player character can have with a potion in a roguelike, I think the more, interesting kind of interactions you're gonna get out of it. Like at a fundamental level, if a player is very similar to a potion, like as close as you can get, then yeah, the more interesting it's gonna be.
Are you saying you should be able to do everything to a potion that you can do to a box? You can pick it up, you can stand on it, you can throw it.
Yeah, that you should be able to, if you can do the same things that you could do to like a monster as to a potion.
Yeah.
As to a brick, I think the more interesting, the interactions are going to be, and the more surprising.
I don't
know. The closer it gets to real life, really.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys feel, but as a developer, often like you don't want to do things superfluously because it's wasted effort. But it almost feels like in this space, you almost develop things with faith. You're like you're saying like, oh, we're gonna let you do anything with this potion, which is an extreme amount of work, and you don't even necessarily see the payoffs. But then down the line, this interaction leads to this interaction, leads to this other interaction, and then you realize, oh, the fact that I made it so that a potion bounces off your head just like a monster would, like it allows for this interaction to happen and creates like really special moments.
Yeah, you should always have a bug in your game at some point where it is possible to try to drink a monster, basically.
Yeah, Derek, I got to give you a lot of the credit for that. I think you talked about this in your book, and we took that a lot of that stuff to heart and Undermine, where everything in the world is exactly the same, and we've had exactly those types of bugs that you're talking about. And it's infuriating on one hand, but it's really exciting on the other hand. And I think players love the players especially who are following along with the development of your game, like we had throughout early access. They love seeing that stuff. They love the drama. And they love the weird bugs, and they just can't conceive of how a bug like this could exist, but it's hilarious to watch. So you get a lot of free passes, I think, through the bug development and the bug fixing phase if your bugs are funny enough, and this certainly leads to funny bugs.
Well, with that, I have to cut it off. Even though this is a virtual panel, we still have a time limit. This has been incredibly fun. I love talking about this kind of stuff with all of you. I think Spelunky 2 comes out a couple days after this goes live. When are you coming out?
Yeah, around this time, it should either be out or it's coming out. Soon.
Are you ready?
I think so. Yeah, I think I'm ready. I don't know. I'm old now. So I give less of a poop about, I think, the like I did the best I could, and that's all you can do, and I'm okay with that these days. So
okay.
I'm excited. I'll leave it at that.
We are too. The world I think is holding its breath right now for Spelunky 2. So no pressure.
Oh wow. Well, thank you.
But it's a landmark.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
It's gonna redeem 2020. That's what everyone's banking on.
Oh wow! Wow, that's a high bar. Okay, well, with that bombshell, good luck with Spelunky 2, and thank you all for joining in this conversation. And that's it. See you later.
We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
Hi, I'm Ren, one of the developers of Unpacking, the upcoming title from Australian indie studio Witchbeam. Unpacking is a Zen puzzle game about the familiar experience of pulling possessions out of boxes and fitting them into a new home. Part item Tetris, part home decoration, you are invited to create a satisfying living space while learning clues about the life you're unpacking. Over the course of 8 house moves, you are given a chance to experience a sense of intimacy with a character you never see and a story you're never told. You can play the first 2 stages of Unpacking right now in our demo, available through Steam only during PAX Online. Look forward to the full game in 2021.
Hello, PAX Online. Dallas Kemp, creative director of Atomic Mass Games, back at you again with some painting and some fun for PAX. I hope you're all having a good time. I know we are. So, of course, painting miniatures, you got to paint the face, right? It's an old adage, you got to paint the face, you got to paint the base. So, I want to talk about painting faces. And we're going to do a very cool, very quick face paint with not quite washes, but we're gonna have fun and we're gonna let's just get to it. So let's try it out. So as you can see, I got a Black Widow here. Now I left the arms off so that because her arms on the miniature comes straight out and gets in the way of the camera. And the next step I want to do, and this is what I normally do, is I take some of my base color, that base skin tone, and I mix a little red into it. I usually find like a nice brickish red, and I thin this down with a little bit of water, but this just adds that nice warmth that we like to see in faces. Now any skin tone you do, you want to follow a lot of the same rules I'm going to be talking about here. So even if I were to go darker, I would still add a red undertone. If I was going to go lighter, like a very light tail skin, I would still add a bit of a red undertone. There's no one recipe to painting skin. Now I'm going to mix some water, and I just got a little palette over here. And this time I'm going to use a forest green, like a nice olive. I'm going to mix that once again into the base color that I chose. Now while I'm waiting for that to dry, I'm going to take the green and the red without the base tone, mix them together, and I'm going to make like a really nice brown. Just a nice red brown. If you don't feel it's dark enough, you can add a little red, you can add a little green. Nice. So all that did was define those deep recesses. But now I want to define the top. So I'm going to take a little bit of my off-white. I like good off-whites. I don't like pure whites typically, unless I'm highlighting white. So I'll take off-white, mix it into my base tone, and I'm just going to pick out some highlights. Right there where the hair part meets, tip of the nose, just under the lip where the chin is, just to give it a little highlight. This just defines the face much better and sharpens all those features. And once again, I'm just using the tip of the brush. Let me see if I can focus in just a little bit. There we go. So very quickly, I was able to achieve a great face to get on the tabletop and just to get playing. So hopefully that was helpful and informative and something that you can practice and try at home and get your miniature painted up and get it on the tabletop. So thanks for joining me, and we'll catch you later. Keep having fun at PAX, and we'll catch you later. Bye, heroes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Desert Bus for Hope, how the bus runs here on PAX Online, your nonstop source for info and all your questions answered about Desert Bus for Hope and the game we play. Anyways, I'm James, and I am the site's project manager and entertainer. Sounds kind of cool. I am joined today by 5 glorious folks over here. Andrew, who are you and what do you do?
What's up, everybody? I am Andrew Ferguson, and I am the communications director for Desert Bus for Hope. A lot of you may have known me as the photographer in the past, but I've got a new job now. And here I am. Who's above me?
Hello, everybody. My name is Serge Yeager. I wear 2 hats, I guess. I help organize the site volunteers and site managers for behind-the-scenes stuff, and I'm also the food coordinator. To my left, who we got?
Ashton Cummings. I wear 50% of a hat. I am half of the web technologies team. And to my left, right, this side is Johnny.
Hi, I'm Johnny Blakeborough. I'm the broadcast producer of Desert Bus for Hope. And down below...
I'm Graham Stark. I'm also one of the organizers, and I'm also going to refer, like James, graphic designer and entertainer. Back to you, James.
This man reads from a cod.
And yeah, we're here to answer your questions about Desert Bus. But what might help first, for anybody who is tuning in who might not know what Desert Bus is for us to explain what Desert Bus is, what we do when we do it. So to that, I turn to Graham. Graham, could you very quickly TLDR us Desert Bus for Hope?
Well, I'm glad you asked. Desert Bus for Hope is an internet fundraising charity marathon. As far as we're aware, the first internet fundraising charity marathon started some number of years ago. I haven't done the math. 2007. Wow.
Or this is
okay.
14 this year.
Yeah. All right. And we raise money in support of Child's Play Charity, which is a charity that supports children in hospitals and domestic violence shelters all over the world to make it a little less awful to be a child in an awful situation. And we do that by running this marathon, this telethon, for as long as people keep giving us money while we are trapped in a room playing the worst video game ever made, Desert Bus, in which you drive a bus from Tucson, Arizona to Las Vegas, Nevada at 45 miles an hour in real time, and nothing happens in the game. After 8 hours, you arrive at your destination, you get a point, and then you turn around and go home, and it bounces back and forth like that and never ends. The bus lists to the side, so you have to hold down accelerate and keep correcting to stay on the road, so you have to constantly interact with it. And yeah, so someone's stuck playing that, and then the rest of us just try to make things entertaining while that happens. And someone's going to have to help me out with our most recent total, because over the past, I'm sorry, you said 14 years, we have raised for Child's Play a total of approximately
6.1 million. Is
that right?
That's right. Yeah.
Nice.
I think that's right.
Just unbelievable.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah,
right.
real money.
Fancy.
Yeah.
Dang.
So that is Desert Bus. We broadcast every November at twitch.tv/desertbus or at desertbus.org, where you can find more information if that TLDR was not enough. Perfect.
And if you are interested in tuning in this year, we will be broadcasting on Friday, November 13th at 10 a.m.
Exactly. And to speak actually a little bit more about this year's event, because obviously this is a Q&A and we've got a few questions about how this year is going to work for fairly obvious reasons, I'm going to pass it over to Andrew.
I don't think you should pass it over to me. I'm just going to keep cutting in with this information all of the time.
All right, that works too.
Interrupting everybody. No, I'm kidding. We've actually got a lot of questions about this. We did sort of a poll among our fans in the Discord and folks via Twitter and to submit some questions, and a lot of the questions were related to, so hey, what are you going to do this year? Because everything. And I just wanted to address that up front, because the answer is we're still figuring that out. We can definitely tell you that Desert Bus for Hope is going to be happening for certain. It's going to be weird and fun, and it's probably arguably going to be weirder than normal. But we're still determining what kind of shape it's going to have.
That's a terrifying prospect.
Yeah, just
I know,
some
right?
people are sweating right now.
Yeah. So traditionally what happens is we're all gathered in a room, with other people. You remember how that used to happen. So this year we're trying to figure out what's the best way that we could handle the event, either in a live setting with proper protocols in place for everyone's health and safety, or if we want to take a look at doing a virtual version of the event, or if we would look at doing sort of a mixture of the two. And we're currently evaluating quite a number of different plans to figure out what the shape of it is going to look like. The main thing that we can promise you is that it's going to be if you've seen it before, we can promise you it's going to be the same weird, wacky fun that we always do. We just haven't quite settled on exactly what shape that's going to be yet. So we'll be able to talk about it a little bit, but we aren't going to be able to dive too deep into that until we've actually made some hard decisions coming up over the next month.
Yeah, I was going to say, luckily there are probably some people out there who look at what we've done in the past and think to themselves, how in God's name have you not made this decision already? Like, how do you not know what this massive event you do every year is going to look like 2.5 months out? And the answer is that's normal. That's normal, and we can. We are not beholden to anybody but ourselves. So, we're going to basically make the call as late as we feel comfortable to do so. And, we're looking forward to that.
Likes it best when I am under constant threat of panic attack. I think he thinks I work I work best that way, and if I know too much about how the event's going to go, I can do too much work and planning, and he thinks that that's bad for the event.
He's not wrong.
When you do your best work.
That's when you do your best work. We have to keep you in a perpetual state of your essay is due tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. from now until Christmas.
if I'm not up a ladder changing things like a moment before the event or during the event, I'm probably not doing the right way.
It's why Johnny looks like he's in his 40s, but he's actually 18.
Yeah.
He's the youngest member of the team.
I started when I was 7.
Had a beard at 7. It was very impressive.
Mm-hmm. None of us just ever thought to ask.
Yeah. Did anybody else have anything to add before we get into the questions?
Just these are unprecedented times, so it's going to be an unprecedented desert bus. That's all we know for now.
Yeah.
We're just as excited to find out what it's going to look like as you are.
Absolutely.
So, for this panel, we asked all of you, both on Twitter, and did you ask anywhere else, Andrew? Did you?
I threw it up on Discord and Facebook as well.
Sweet. So
yeah.
Be sure to be checking out all those places. You can find all that information over at desertbus.org because that's going to be your best place to find out what's going on later this year. So we have hand selected about 10 questions here, and we're going to try to get through them as best we can in the next 50 minutes or so. So let's fire off the first one here from Dared00. Asks, what were some of the Desert Bus plans that were closest to fruition but eventually failed?
I have an interesting answer to this.
Yeah, let's hear it.
In that so much of what I associate with Desert Bus is improvisation. And that means we're very quickly coming up with an idea and then we're very quickly letting go of an idea. And so there's all sorts of bits that fluidly come in and we're like, oh, this would be really cool a second ago, and we've moved on. And I don't have any regrets when I look back at Desert Bus. I don't say, oh, I wish we had done this thing, this moment got away, because of the fluid nature of how the show works. That's my personal answer. I have no regrets. I don't think, oh, I had this mega plan and it fell apart and that sucks. It's just like, no, every year is awesome.
I think that's actually a really good answer because a lot of the time it's not a question of like we're really closely building to something and then, oh, the last piece didn't fall in place, we're not going to do it. Like, the improv nature of Desert Bus means that we just kind of do it with whatever we have because it'll be funny. Like, if we're missing the key costume component for something, we just do it anyways. Substitute a cardboard box, doesn't matter, let's go.
Sometimes in broadcast, a joke will come up and it'll be like an obvious visual or sound effect or something that we could do to complement it, and sometimes those feel like lost opportunities. You can't get to those quick enough, but as Serge says, things come up so quickly that you just move on to the next thing and you don't let that bother you. There has been some things that happened before Desert Bus when people have come with ideas to us that haven't actually made it, and I don't know how much we want to talk about those, but like I don't know if any of them came very close to actually happening. There was the bus thing.
So that's the one I was going to bring up.
Yeah,
without getting into any specifics, but a lot of people over the years have asked, have you ever considered doing this event from a bus, doing the actual drive? And the answer is, of course we have. But something we might not have talked about very much is 2 years ago, those conversations got way further than they had ever gotten before. And eventually, obviously, we did not do it because you've never seen that happen. But there was a point when conversations were ongoing and theoretically could have happened at a given point. I think, generally speaking, most people agreed that while neat, maybe for like a day or like a leg of that journey, doing it for the entire run would probably just not make it enjoyable. And that is one of many reasons why it didn't end up actually happening. It wasn't just that. It was a myriad of reasons, both personal feeling and technical know-how. Like the logistics alone of doing this were going to be astronomical. So
assume the perfect world where all the tech works, where all the tech is feasible and works and still gets a really good broadcast out the door. Is it better?
Yeah. Or is it just kind of funny for an hour and then you're like, oh wait, we're just stuck on this bus for 8 hours.
There ain't no amount of tech that's going to save you from 7 days of being stuck on a bus with 20 to 40 people with no showers.
Yeah.
Well, and
Sorry,
there's
go ahead, Johnny.
there's that thing that happens a lot of time when big plans come up is we realize pretty quickly that the cost of doing these things would much better be served by money going to the charity itself. And very rarely do we believe that, these big investments to make some big, huge pageantry of something are going to actually bring in more viewers and more entertainment value and more donations in a way that doing other things that don't cost a ton of money could do. So that often comes into those big plans as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Shout out to our anonymous benefactor who we were chatting to about that, because they were great.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, the conversations were really good.
Yeah.
Just logistically speaking.
Yeah.
No, we're good.
Yeah. I don't know.
Anything else come to mind that we can think of, or?
I've quietly pursued a couple high-profile guests in the past that haven't quite come together, but they weren't like close to coming together. They just haven't happened.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the difference between like things that we've talked about in the heat of a desert bus, like, God, wouldn't it be so, like, we're talking like it's day 5 and we're talking about the next year. We're like, oh man, wouldn't it be so cool if we did this? Those happen a lot during desert bus. So there's a difference between those two. All right, let's move on to our next question here. This one comes from Iris of Ether. The past several years, you've rented out a venue separate from the moon base. Does this come out of the Loading Ready Run funds, or does someone else donate for it? And I wanted to answer this question because I wanted to give a shout out to all the wonderful people over the years for Desert Bus 8, 9, 11, and 12, I guess. Those were all donated to us by for Desert Bus 8, that would have been Viatech. Desert Bus 9 would have been the Alacrity Foundation.
Yeah.
And then, Andrew, you actually hooked us up with a friend of yours in town whose company owns a bunch of property, and I don't recall the company's name.
I don't recall the company's name off the top of my head as well, but I don't mind saying that is my friend Jaime, who has been incredibly generous and such a wonderful supporter for us.
Yeah, so those and a big shout out to the people who were also inhabiting the building while we did Desert Bus over those 4 years, right? Like 8, 9, 11, 12, or 8, 9, 11, 12. Those buildings were not empty. People were using them. We
for work.
Did a bunch of
nobody lived there.
Yeah. But we did some weird stuff, and we appreciate their patience with us. Probably more so last year than any other year, where we literally shared the stage wall with a bunch of just legit 9 to 5. Like right behind the stage wall last year were 4 8x8 offices,
right,
where people were working 9 to 5, and could not have been a fun work week, but we appreciate them, and I wanted to get this question in just to shout them out because they're all great.
I bet you that curtain helped. I bet you it helped.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The curtain behind the couches, I'm sure it dampened most of the yelling.
90% easy.
At least we had those banners up there. That's got to count for.
That's how fabric works, right? It totally deadens all sound. Yeah.
The answer otherwise is that comes out of, in the past anyway. If we haven't been able to get something donated, it has come from Loading Ready Run or Bionic Trousers, which is part of why, for example, the merchandise that you see on the store, like the posters and stuff, that money is split between donation to Child's Play and the creator of the piece, and then also Loading Ready Run, because it's rental if needed, internet, office supplies. There's all sorts of just small costs that are like, hey, we need X thing. All right.
Yeah.
So there's never like a, well, really, I don't know. Let me see if we can maybe crunch the numbers on that one. It's just like, okay, get it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
So,
thank you. Ready Run.
All right, let's move along to help me out with this one. Don't Wow. I'm gonna go with Don't Wow.
Don't Wow. Yeah.
What is your favorite Desert Bus moment that you were a part of but don't remember being a part of?
This would be hard to answer.
I was there when that happened.
I have an answer for this, but it's my favorite Desert Bus moment that someone else was a part of that they forgot that they were a part of.
Okay, go for it.
This would have been, it was Desert Bus 8 or 9. And
not that one.
Not that one.
It would have been Desert Bus 8 or 9, and it was we were performing the Shia LaBeouf song live and reenacting the video and everything. And at some point, a couple of years later, I was chatting with Alex Stacey, and I mentioned something about the song, and he didn't get the reference. And I was like, the Shia LaBeouf song, the actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I played the song and I showed him the video, and he was like, I have no idea what this is. I was like, we did it at Desert Bus. Like, you were there. He's like, I was definitely not there for that. And I brought up the video, and he played Shia LaBeouf. He was the main person in the middle of the screen with a cardboard box on his head, like doing a bunch of like robot dances and spinning around, and just no idea.
Yep.
Yeah, that was really good. That was my favorite moment, because it was just
amazing.
It was so funny to me that it was not just that he was present or that he was a part of it. He was literally the central person for the bit.
Serge,
it was
you got
wonderful.
One?
Yeah.
Well, I was just trying to. A lot of us were hinting at Johnny, and I don't remember a lot of the details there.
Oh, I do. This is way back.
Yeah. So that, I think Desert Bus 5, maybe. It was
6 or 7.
Six.
It would have been 6 or 7. Yeah.
Yeah. It was at the first kind of like the first 2-story moon base. I guess the only 2-story moon base. And at one point, I came back after a good 12 hours sleep after being on shift for too long, and I came back and I said, when did the bike come here? Like, why is there a bike here? Like, I remember clearing, like, at Desert Bus started, like, we were clearing stuff out and putting it in your guys' storage, and we were trying to find room for this exercise bike. And I was like, when did the bike come out? And everyone's like, what are you talking about? That was your idea. You were riding the bike. I was like, no, I've never done. I don't know what you. And then they brought out and me riding on a bike and trying to play the game at the same time, I guess. I do not remember it. It's one of those things that that you've seen enough photos of your childhood that you think you remember the thing that happened now, but you actually have no real memory of it. You just remember the images of it. That's all I have for this. And there's a bunch of them like that, but that's probably the most famous.
What got me about that is that you were like, I have no memory of this exercise bike, and we're showing you video of it, and you are in the room while a succession of people are riding the exercise bike. You're sitting there driving, and you're like, how do I not remember this? And then there's the shot of you actually riding it.
Pumping.
And you're, just going, and you're like, what? Why? Oh, God. I don't remember, for my part. I cannot think of a time that I remember not remembering.
Yeah, because you can't say I remember every moment, because that's probably false, right?
From last year, you didn't understand the origins of Mike 5, even though you were in the room for the origins of Mike 5.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. It was like an hour later, but...
And you were like, I was helping, Kathleen with something. It was like, no, you were here for that bit. Yeah, that was good.
I think the only thing that I remember seeing over the years that sort of popped back, and I think it was at Desert Bus 8, is a shot. It's a wide shot of the room, and everybody in the room at the time is grouped very closely together and all wrapped around one single belt that's been chained together.
Right.
And it's Chris Fugi is reaching out, and I'm in, this happened in the morning. I'm in that thing. I do not remember that experience at all. So that's definitely one that hits home for me. I guess I'm curious. Let's tweak this question a little bit. Is there a moment that you wish you were a part of, or you saw and you made yourself a part of the next thing? And I asked this question because 100% last year, when the first night you guys did Ham Father, I needed to be a part of that dumb joke. I couldn't not be a part of that joke.
That was completely off your normal schedule too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that I had to be a part of that, and I had to go big, and I felt really good about it. Is there anything over the years that you're like, oh, I wish I was there, or you got to be there later in the run because it was an ongoing bit or something like that?
I'll give people a chance to think about this while I answer the previous question quickly.
Oh.
The thing that I don't remember is when we did lip syncing, and I did sabotage.
You forgot that you did that?
That was Desert Bus
remember
10, I think.
It was 10. I remember rummaging through costumes to pick something out. I remember 5 seconds of me telling Johnny that I was going to be running all over the place, so be ready for camera switches. And I remember nothing else of like before or after that. And I had to rewatch it a bunch of times to try and trigger my memory. And it's the same thing Johnny mentioned. I've watched it a bunch of times now, and I like filled in the blanks, but I don't remember any of it.
And you went ham, like you went for it. You were just I was like, this is I actually remember when you were doing it and switching cameras and stuff on it, that I was like, this is my favorite moment so far today. And like it was great, and then you just completely blanked on it. You went into a fugue state, I guess.
That is one of my all-time Desert Bus highlights, no joke.
Well, I'm glad you remember it, because I don't.
To James's question, this is kind of funny because it's like proto Corp line, because there was one year, I don't remember what year Desert Bus it was, that Alex was doing. He did this bit late at night called Derp Line, which was just like a phone-in radio show thing where he had to like guess what prop was being put in his hand or something like that. And the viewers, the chat, were demanding more of that. And it was like, he's not here right now. Stop asking. And eventually I was like, fine, I don't know, because I had not had the bit explained. I was like, I don't know what this is apart from it's a radio show, so fine, I'm doing my own. It's called, because this is the year that Quap was a thing, I'm like, it's called Quap Line. It's a completely different thing. We're doing this now just to shut you up. And
this would have been 6.
Yeah, and then he did another one the next night, and I did another one the other day, and then eventually, after getting like Beej and Ian and Kathleen involved, then as a group we coalesced it into Corp Line on a later year, and then it would take me years of going, we should really do this as a thing before we would actually turn that into a separate podcast. But the first year, it wasn't like me trying to be like, man, I really want to do that thing. It was like, okay, I'll do a radio show. Fine, everyone keeps asking about it.
Well, because we try not.
It was a spite joke.
We try not to steal bits, right? Like, if somebody has a bit that's associated with them that's like important to them, they do it when they're around, and like other people can participate with it and join and add to it. But like, I'm not just gonna do, like, for an example, like I'm generally not gonna do Snorsh Hype Man by myself. I'm gonna do it with Kathleen because it's connected to Kathleen's character who originated that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Y'all are welcome to play Coffee Pong whenever you want. Just going to throw that one right out there.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, sweet.
Heck yeah.
MySpace is really good at Coffee Pong.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's really good at yelling.
All right. Let's move on to this. Oh, go ahead.
MySpace is Andrew's cat. For anyone watching who has no idea what we're talking about.
Yes, that's fair.
And the chat is yelling "show cat" at this point.
Yeah.
So what's up, everybody? This is my cat, MySpace.
Aw, hey MySpace.
She's adorable. She's loud.
Yeah, you can't just talk about a cat and not show a cat. You're right, Andrew.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
All right, next question comes from Pat Baer. Possibly our friend Pat Baer, who asks a very good question. Outside of playing the game, is there anything that has to happen or it's not Desert Bus?
Oh.
So I'll say this. I would argue that we could probably get away without playing the game at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we could.
Controversial.
At the very least, I think we could get away with pre-recording 5 minutes of footage and just looping it for 7 days.
I've been doing that for years.
Yeah, I was going to say, like last year.
My commitment to the bit muscles would kill me. Like it would hurt me so much to not include it. But that's not the question, so let's not worry about that. What else would it have to include?
So in my opinion, it has to include the interaction between us and our audience.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Desert Bus works as a one-way thing. We give
like
to you
like a show.
Yeah,
yeah.
We give to you and you give back, and that's personified on set where we have a monitor that just has chat at every moment, so we can see you in real time.
It's literally the biggest monitor that we have.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say any improviser or person will tell you who does audience work is that it's hard to do that without an audience. And we kind of do that without an audience. We have ourselves and we have you. And I think if you got rid of too much of that, it becomes a lot harder to do what we do.
Well, and I think that's one of the things that we have a huge advantage over a lot of other events that are trying to figure out how to do things in COVID that require that audience participation. It's already done with technology for us, right? Like that's one of the things that we aren't going to lose. We're going to lose other things potentially, but that kind of our fans submitting stuff to us, interacting with us on social media, interacting in the chat, that is already built in no matter how we deliver the show, right? So yeah, I think that you're right that's an essential thing that it wouldn't really be Desert Bus without it.
Yeah. Even if we sort of dialed it down to sort of GDQ levels of just reading donations, it absolutely would not be the same. Like we need that high level of interaction and kind of back and forth.
The challenges, the art, everything. I think it's really,
really
important.
Even just directly chatting with the viewer from the very start. Like we were in the very first year, we were like, should we be looking at the chat room during this? And turns out it was incredibly important to keeping us like motivated and going and just having a good time. So raising money for Child's Play is probably also high on the list.
Yeah, that should probably be
donation part.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the year 2030 when new people join. They're like, why is it called Desert Bus? There's no bus. They just do this weird high art stage show now, right?
Yeah. I found this old note. It says loading ready run on it. Like, does anybody know who these people are?
Yeah.
Never heard of them.
This was based on a game? Wow, that's so weird.
What's a Sega Saturn?
That's a name I've not heard in a long time.
Yeah. I really like this question when it came in because this is a legitimate question that we are asking ourselves right now. Like the shift in how we're planning this year's event because of circumstances has us genuinely seriously taking a deep look at what makes Desert Bus so that we understand what we can move and shift and change and what we could maybe not do anymore or what we could start doing but still maintain that feel and maintain that connection and everything. So I love that this question came in as well because I was like, oh, we've been talking about this for weeks.
Well, and one of the things that is been obvious right from the beginning, one of the great things that makes Desert Bus is that not just the improvisational spirit in the moment, but in the whole thing. Like everyone will bring their ideas and will do things and very little in the way of ideas are too big or too crazy to think about, right? So like I think that we also have that kind of flexibility to try and do new things, and that's also part of Desert Bus, I think. That we don't have to do the same thing every year. The things that make Desert Bus are kind of ethereal. Like there's the spirit of it that it's hard to kind of write down, but the energy and excitement and wanting to interact and entertain is, I think, at the heart of it.
Cool. Yeah. I like that you made up a new word there too.
I did. I just totally invented a word. I just decided
You portmanteaued ephemeral and ethereal, and I love it.
I did.
Yeah.
I love it.
That was totally on purpose.
Oh yeah.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
All right. Next question comes from H-Bomb and Friends. Says, what is something you swear is going to happen one of these days during Desert Bus that never has?
Ooh.
I mean, I don't know if it's something we swear is going to happen, but we always joke that one of these days somebody's going to come by and just drop like $1 million or something stupid, right? We're like right at the very end, we're like wrapping up and it's just like, bam. I know that like Oprah has come up before. I don't know why Oprah, but maybe.
I don't think she knows or cares who we are.
I don't know.
Very talented improv though.
Yeah. I've always kind of assumed, and this is like, sounds kind of awful, but I've kind of always assumed someone was going to get arrested. Like we were going to do a gig. We're
Some
going to
bit gone too far.
And people weren't going to get it, and the cops were going to show up, and like we're going to try and have to explain what Desert Bus is to them, and they're
Like,
just
"You're
going to
going
take
to
someone
jail."
away.
Yeah.
They're just going to take someone away.
I
It hasn't
was-
happened yet.
I was really nervous when I had to drive a scissor lift without a permit for the first time in my life down a public sidewalk. I was like, this is when I go to jail. This bit is too ridiculous. They're going to find out that I'm a complete peasant and I've never driven a scissor lift before, and they just handed me the keys. Like,
I think it's more likely that the inspector's just going to come by and be like, "Yeah, can I see your driving permit there, sir? Get down here."
And he just Serge just jumps off and runs, just bolts down the road.
Gone.
I actually was in the back of my mind kind of thinking of the scissor lift, not specifically that you were going to get arrested for it, but just like that idea of when we're doing a bit that kind of spills out into the literal street in front of the building, and that's kind of the potential for problems that we could run into. But
we did a lot of those in 10. The street was right there.
Yeah, when we
opened
had
those
the door.
doors a bunch.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, we're on the Ring of Fire, so some kind of natural disaster.
Oh yeah.
I don't think, like, statistically speaking, it's kind of it's probably surprising that there hasn't even been a minor earthquake during one of them.
We had that terrible snowstorm during earlier Desert Bus, and it was when Ian and Corey and I were staying out with you and Kathleen and Alex, and we couldn't get the car out, and we couldn't get a cab, and we thought we were going to die in the snow as we waited for a cab to come for us.
That sucked.
Has
Something
the power
had
ever
the
gone out?
blackout as well.
I
we
was
had a blackout one year in the basement.
blackout too,
we ran
yeah.
everything off telephones.
Yeah. Oh God, I remember that. Holy moly.
Yeah, and we
'cause
kept
I've
on switching. Yeah.
I was there for when the internet cut out and we had to run it off people's cell phones' data plans.
Off Johnny's phone.
Yeah,
Mhm.
off of Johnny's phone.
As like the university's fine. They'll pay for it. It's fine.
It was either
I hope
8
none of
or
my coworkers
9.
are watching this.
We had like a legit flooding issue that I just kind of like quietly dealt with off to the side.
Wait, during the run, or was this
during
one
the
beforehand?
run? During the run, one of the site volunteers found there was water literally running down one of the walls, and I was just like, "All right, well, this is my job." Yeah, perfect. If a lot of you don't know what happened, that means I did my job.
No idea. Great job.
That was the same year we got invaded by members of the one of the local political parties. Like, we had ministers just kind of wander in.
Jeez.
So it's very much anything could happen at Desert Bus. The list of things that we swear is going to happen one of these days is really long because it could be just anything.
I was going to ask what venue that was, but that has answered that question. Okay.
Yeah.
And the whole all of Desert Bus is so fantastical that, like, I think my expectations of what can and will happen at Desert Bus have been expanded considerably, and they continue to be, and they don't get limited; they get expanded every year.
Nice. All right, next question comes from Nanobis. Beach.
Beach.
Yeah.
Beach.
Yeah. Beach.
Beach.
Sure, beach.
Beach. Solid 13.5 out of 7.
Beach.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, beach.
Sure. Beach. All right, moving on. Exhausted Elox, do you have a pass-down procedure around shift changes, i.e., explain upcoming auctions, review the giveaways, discuss new memes generated on shift? Do you have an expectation for how much time before shift people should be arriving for a smooth handoff?
Varies based on the shift.
Very on the department as well. Wait,
Yeah,
well,
shift
this is
and
interesting.
department.
Is this for volunteers or is this for talent?
I mean,
Because
I think we can.
I think
answer it
that's
for
an
both.
important distinction, right?
Yeah, I mean, certainly volunteers are a lot more structured than talent because they have, generally speaking, like 2 hours of overlap, and we've sort of shifted everybody onto those 6-hour shifts, right? Did we do that last year?
I think
Yes.
broadcast is
Yeah.
different.
They're all synced except for broadcast, I guess, but that remains to be seen what we'll do this year.
Yeah.
We should stick to using entertainers instead of talent
Yeah.
That's a very good point.
because
Same. shift as
everybody who
everyone.
volunteers for us is talented as hell.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
So yeah, I mean, when it comes to the volunteers, the site volunteers, shippers, the broadcast team, they have very be here 2 hours before, and then you're done and you're good to go after your 6-hour shift, sort of thing. Entertainers are a little bit more fluid in the sense that like we're not allowed to, we encourage people to go home as often as we can. Generally, we all show up an hour or maybe 2. It depends, right? Like Surge and I and Ashton don't show up 2 hours early for Dawn Guard. We do not get there at 4 a.m.
early.
But it's
We get
far
there
more likely
10 minutes before, 5
we get there.
minutes before, we drink our coffee.
Yeah. But it's far more likely that Andrew and the rest of Alpha Flight would show up a little bit earlier because they, showing up at 10 or 11 is much easier and, works a little bit better for that schedule. And
Don't
same
you
for
have pre-shift meetings.
Yeah, Graham, before I go into that, what do you got?
Well, I was going to say that, because the auctions and stuff are scheduled per shift, that, like, for example, for me being on Night Watch, part of my job ahead of time is to, before Night Watch starts, I go and look at the sheet of, like, okay, and I admit I don't really do this before like that shift because otherwise it will just escape my brain, but I will go and be like, all right, what is happening within the next 6 hours that I have to be responsible for? And so I sort of already know that, but then when we change over, we will sort of do like, hey, we just, like we'll communicate just sort of like, hey, we shouted out silent auctions like 10 minutes ago, so you don't need to worry about that for a little longer. There was like a thing that happened, so there's another auction that you weren't expecting that's coming up at midnight, so you know that. Memes though, no, we never tell anyone. You're in it. You're deep end.
Yeah, as far you gotta figure it out.
Yeah. And I'm thinking for Dawn Guard, do you really want to know what they did in Zeta anyway? Like, do you really want to have them explain that to you? No, you just go into
a mystery. Sometimes you walk in, you're like, why are there faces on all of the pillows? And Beej is like, they're my children. And you're like, all right, Beej, that's weird. Like,
what we do is not so much a pass down procedure for Alpha Flight because there's not a lot to hand off from Dawn Guard to Alpha Flight. It's what we did was we started having kind of a unified everybody on Alpha Flight, entertainers and volunteers, get together for like a huddle about 10-15 minutes before we start our shift, just to kind of align on what do we want to do during this shift, what kind of stuff are people worried about, is there any particular, did we forget to come up with an idea for the art challenge, or is today the day that one of the volunteers wants to come on camera for a little bit and highlight something that they like to do. So just making sure that we're all on the same page, because we didn't plan it this way, but somehow all of us who are like type A personalities wound up on Alpha Flight. So we're very organized. We're here. We have an agenda. I think the only real universal pass down procedure is all of us frantically at the last minute trying to figure out how to hand off the lav mics so that the people coming in can do their intro bit as we're all just trying to frantically shuffle around, and then we forget that we have to do that until about a minute before we have to do it again the next day.
Yeah. I do want to give one particular shout out to the site managers for information handoff, because there's a lot of things that can only be accomplished during business hours. So if we run out of a certain type of food, if we need to go to the store or something like that, but if you discover that at Zeta, if you discover that at 8 p.m., how does that communication get passed on the next morning? And so the site managers have done a pretty great job of making sure through the game of telephone and the advent of Slack and other organizational tools that those messages do make it through the full 24-hour circuit. So they have a pretty sophisticated method of like, okay, here's how we talk, here's where it's recorded. Let's check in and make sure there's no confusion at every shift handoff.
Cool.
Nice.
All right, moving on. Next question is from that guy, 575. That guy.
That guy.
When did you realize Desert Bus was a big deal?
What do you mean by big deal?
Yeah.
I mean,
that feels like more of a question for OG folks, because like it was already a big deal when I joined in 6.
I mean, it wasn't. Like I look back at 6 and I'm like, how quaint, right?
I mean, yeah, fair.
Like I look back at 6 and I'm like, that was just a bunch of kids messing around and just doing what they did as quick, like I look back at Desert Bus, like I remember Desert Bus 2 we didn't know we were going to do Desert Bus 2 until like 2 weeks out, right? Like, I don't think Desert Bus felt like a big deal until probably around, like, it started to feel like a big deal around 5 or 6, but like 8, especially 8, when we like moved out of our space.
I was gonna say first non-moon base one when you had to set up a studio.
Yeah, set up a studio, and we were responsible for somebody else's property, and it just felt like, okay, this is actually like a big deal. And we had really solidified the organizing committee at that point. We weren't just doing it, by the seat of our pants. We were meeting throughout the year. I don't really know. Yeah, I can't really pinpoint exactly when that moment was, but it was probably somewhere between like 7 and 8. Like 6, 7, 8 is when things started to really feel real.
For me, it's like, what do you consider a big deal, right? Because like we did a little more than 2 weeks ahead of Desert Bus 2. Like we actually, for somehow, Desert Bus 2, we had Felicia Day and Will Wheaton call in on Desert Bus 2, right? Like. Like at what point do you consider it like a big deal? And like I always say, for the very first one was we raised $22,800, and we finally turned the cameras off on Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. when we figured we'd be done Sunday night, and we're just sort of like, we have $22,000 in a PayPal account that we have to give to Child's Play somehow, and Teller bought us a party sub.
And I have to go to work in an hour, and I'm exhausted. Yeah,
we have to do this again next year, I guess. Like,
yeah,
it's all it's all levels of what is a big deal.
Yeah.
From the outside looking in, from one, the way I read this question is for the impact it made on everybody else, and I could already tell like partway through the first one from the outside looking in at you guys, looking at the chat, looking at how much of an impact it was making on everybody around you, that it was a big deal. And like all I did for that one was like bring you guys a veggie platter and hang out for a little bit. So it was like I wasn't involved at all, but like from the outside looking in, it felt like the start of something bigger, even during the event, for me at least.
And I had the exact same experience because, like, I don't think I watched. I knew you guys were doing it, but I don't think I actually watched it. And I came down. My wife and I came down, and we brought some cookies or something. I can't remember, and hung out for a while. And then when we went back, I immediately tried to get Ustream or Justin TV. I think it was Ustream you did it on. Yeah, I tried to get it on my phone, and I watched it on the ride home as Tammy drove, and it was just like, this is really interesting. This is a interesting thing that they had that you guys had tapped into, that felt like way bigger than I was just like, you guys. It seemed like when I went down before I saw it, that it was like a LAN party basically, like that you were just like staying up for a long time. And that maybe you'd raise some money. But when I got down there, I was like, no, people care about this. This is a big deal. It felt like that to me as well from the outside.
Also,
I had oh, go ahead, Pete.
Oh, it's just in that first year, we were like, Johnny had like a recurring cameo role in some of like the sketches that we were filming at the time, and we were like, we were like, oh great, good, you're here. We can get those shots done. Hey, everyone in the other room running Desert Bus, can you shut up for an hour so we can film in the kitchen?
That's amazing.
Yeah. Sorry, Andrew.
It's okay. Mine's connected off Ashton's, so I wanted to make sure you got in that story from OG first there. Because Ashton reminded me, with the impact that it has on other people, I got a good reminder of that at the Child's Play charity dinner just this past year, where I believe I was actually the only member of the organizing committee who was able to make it that year, just due to scheduling. But they indicated to me, okay, we're going to have you up on stage. We're going to do the usual thing. But right before that, we're going to play a video package. I'm like, okay, cool. And I didn't ask what the video package was, and I should have. Because it was, what it actually was a video that they had put together from one of the technologists in residence at one of the children's hospitals who had been hired using funds from via Child's Play charity. So it was a short 3-minute video package of, here are the people, like here are images of the people you are directly helping, and here are images of the children and their families, and the iPads that help them be connected, and the games that they can play, and the VR headsets they can use that make it so that it's not as scary when they're having procedures done. And that just incredibly hit home for me, because we don't see them. Like, we just dance around in a room for a week, and then we all go home and sleep because we're tired. So it was seeing the direct impact on so many people's lives in just this short video, and being like, oh, we kind of did a part of that, I guess. Like, and then I had to give a speech while trying not to cry.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why I should ask what the video was. But that was my, like, oh, this is a huge thing.
Okay. We got a few more questions and about 10 minutes left, so we're going to move on to Nurgle.
All right.
Nurgle's question is Desert Bus still fun for you guys? Like, do you see it as work you've created for yourselves every year? Is it something you look forward to and reflect back on, or is it just something you do because you're good at it?
Inclusive, yes.
Yes, definitely work.
Yes to all.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, that would be my answer.
It is fun. It is work. I do look forward to it. I do it because I'm good at it. I love doing it. It is work. It's great.
Yeah.
I never want to stop doing it.
Yeah.
It's hard, and it's fun, and it's great.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could try to answer it, but that's pretty much wraps it up, to be honest. That string of words that Graham has put together. There are.
It's like a working summer camp. You get to see all of your friends. You get to do something really cool that benefits a lot of people other than yourself, and that always brings people together. More than anything else that I've seen.
Yeah, and Graham probably already, has this probably, a fairly amount with Loading Ready Run. But for me, it feels like it reminds me of working at a college newspaper where I had incredible creative freedom and an audience that wanted to interact with me, plus like responsibilities, but like quite a lot of freedom to just kind of create something that was me and the people I was working with could be own and take responsibility for, but it had like, a legacy outside of it, and it was, something that was important in the community, and it feels like that only, even more so, I think, for a lot of respect. So I loved my time working on the campus newspaper, and this feels a lot like that in all the best ways, plus the charity aspect of it, which of course you just don't have with the newspaper, although you are working for pennies, so it is a form of charity for working for a college newspaper. But yeah,
I think part of what it is here is that because we are a volunteer collective, there's room for you to adjust your commitment based on how much like the work is taking a toll on you. If I'm having a particularly like busy or particularly bad year for external reasons, there's no reason I couldn't say like, hey, I'm feeling really overwhelmed this year. Can somebody step up into my role? I'm going to just volunteer. I'm just going to visit, but I'll be back next year kind of thing. I think we've had a couple folks who've been feeling like this is a fair bit of work. I'm going to take a break, and then they've switched to a different team or switched to a different role, or just taken a break, and now they come back and visit us semi-regularly. So we can kind of, in some ways, we can decide our own commitment to it, and that helps it from feeling too much like work.
Mm-hmm. Wait, all you other people James didn't make you sign a contract in blood?
No, that's just you, man.
Just you.
Yeah, everybody by broadcast. We can just chill out.
Yeah, you can just take off. I mean, yeah, this is a group of people who I don't think who do not have issues speaking up and saying, this isn't fun for me anymore, right? Mm-hmm. The fun no longer outweighs the, stress or whatever it is that is upsetting you about the event. Because, yeah, I mean, it's work. There are times when you're like, I could not do this. That would be okay too. But at least for me, every single year there is an aspect of that, and every single year we get to the event and it all just evaporates when the camera goes live. Mm-hmm. For me, at least, it is still very much worth it. So
there's an interesting point I think we've realized is that this event is so much bigger than any of us as well. So when it comes to is it fun or not, we don't have to worry about will Desert Bus keep happening even if we're not having fun, because we can step down and there will always be people there to fill in our role. And that's very humbling and a very special part about this event and why so many people come and volunteer for it. I've had literal doctors fly across the ocean and empty garbages because they wanted to be a part of this event. And that is amazing.
Cool.
We should probably get them to do, like, help people and stuff too.
Or just get rid of very important garbage.
Yeah. Sharps.
Yes, medical waste. Extra
yes.
medical waste.
That's what we keep saying is going to happen
Upgrade.
at Desert Bus one of these years.
Yeah. All right, friends, that brings us to our final question of the panel, and it comes to us via AWells44. And they ask, after playing this game for so many years, would you do the trip for real? Yes.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I again, we talked about this earlier with the what plans fell through and the whole bus idea. And there are aspects of that plan that I would still love to try to do one day. Because I don't want to just fly to Vegas and rent a car and drive to Tucson. I could see maybe doing that by myself.
You could do it the other way.
As like, yeah, exactly. As like, a meditative thing, just get away for a couple days and do this by myself. But working out a way to actually incorporate that trip into our event. Because if you've been around long enough, you'll remember that the folks over at
Fangamer.
Fangamer actually did the trip in real time alongside of us, and we kind of raced, and it was a ton of fun. And I would love to try to do that for this event at some point. So
yeah,
I'm just a big road trip person. I don't need an excuse to drive anywhere. So just 8-hour drive from Tucson to Vegas. All right, sure, that sounds great. When are we going?
Do we have to drive a bus that lists to the side? Because that sounds a little dangerous, let's be honest.
That's the best part. If you do it in a normal car on the current highway, it takes considerably less than 8 hours. The only reason we beat Fangamer?
Yeah.
Yeah,
or it was
the only
like very
reason-
close.
Yeah,
Very
the only
close.
reason we did that is because, like, viewers who lived along the route, like, distracted them.
Hey man, you take the win where you can take the win.
They're just, Were they just out by the highway with signs?
Yeah, and like stopping them because they would stop and say hi to them, which is great. I love.
Yeah,
that.
no, we count that victory. Don't worry.
Oh yeah.
Tell you what, Serge, you can get a rental car, and I'll just keep like leaning over and
Oh, perfect. Every
screwing
now
with
and then
the
you'll
steering
just
wheel.
grab the wheel.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds safe.
All right, that's gonna do it for the questions that you all submitted for this panel. So thank you so much for all the great questions. I hope our answers satisfied your queries. That's not a word. Queries. And I'm going to pass it back over to Andrew for a second, and he can tell you where to find us in 2.5 months.
Yeah, if you aren't already familiar with us, or if you just want to stay on top of all the news about how the event's going to be structured this year, you can find us on Twitter as @DesertBus, Instagram as @DesertBusForHope. We're on Facebook under the same name, and we're at desertbus.org. And as always, every November, the bus rides, so we will see you Friday, November 13th. That's probably not a bad omen or anything, at 10 a.m. in the morning.
How did I not put that?
Yeah, you didn't
together
notice
yet?
that, did you?
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. At time of this panel going live, I think we're about 60 days, if my math is right.
No,
out
don't
from
make me
Desert
look at the
Bus.
countdown.
So I'm looking at the countdown right now. It
Oh,
says
man.
70 days, 12 hours, 50 minutes, 22 seconds,
Ooh,
21 seconds, 20 seconds.
Stop,
it just keeps
stop.
counting down. I don't like it.
Oh,
I think if
so
we
it's
just
almost nice.
yeah.
I put that up there.
I can't name a single thing that happened in July. Like, I have no
Yeah.
concept of time right now.
That's because it's still March.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks to everybody at PAX Online for putting on this panel for us. We really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the rest of the show. And we will see you in November. Bye, everybody.
Have a great PAX.
What do you think it's like? Here. Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games. Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
What do you do when you run out of spell slots? I'm sure you've wondered how I, Walnut, have become as well known as I am for never being in want of spell slots and always being prepared for any situation. Listen to the end for my trade secret. As you know, personally, I never run out of spell slots. As a level 10 druid, circle of the moon, mind you, I have so many spell slots and so many options. Do I want to scare off some feral cats with a little magic missile, cure an oafish paladin's boo-boo with a little good berry, or am I feeling spicy enough to drop a 3rd level moonbeam down on an entire illegal logging operation? I'd love to run out of spell slots. I would. That would mean I'm doing my best out there to protect the natural world. I suppose I do have to mitigate only having 2 wild shapes per day. Now, I know what normal people would think in this situation, but Walnut, can't you just save those wild shapes for when you're in the most dire circumstances? No, I say. Instead, I would say, what defines a day? Certainly, there's no law, no rule, that a day has to be anything other than the time between rests. And that's why I've developed a perfect system to skirt the rules, as it were. I need to do a big fight with a dragon in 30 minutes. Good thing I can turn into the mighty dragon's most feared natural enemy, a regular-ass bear. But oh no, I don't have enough time to sit for 4 hours and regen my wild shapes. Guess I'll die. Sorry, the rest of my party. Has this ever happened to you? Not anymore. Now druids can perform not 5, not 6, not 7, but 8 equidistant mini trances, or naps as I like to call them, across the day. Why wait for your wild shapes to fully regenerate when you can get partial credit for a 30-minute nap blast? Sure, I could turn into a whole bear, but isn't it just as good to have my regular body and say like 1 bear arm for about 15 minutes? That's a whole 150 rounds of combat. If you can't get the job done with 1 bear arm in 100 rounds of combat, then why are we even talking?
My name is Eve Crevichet, and I'm the executive director of Take This, a mental health nonprofit that serves the game industry. You may know Take This as a PAX attendee in the past from our AFK rooms, which are a feature of in-person conventions. And here we are at PAX Online with AFK Online. And one of the reasons that's so important is because just like in a regular in-person convention, a space that you can go to relax and quiet your mind and take a break from the intensity of the convention is important here too. And the reason we care about this, and the reason this is something even to talk about, is because an online convention, not only is it new, but it's also a pretty intense experience in ways that we're not used to. And so I'm here to help you identify some ways to take care of yourself, stay calm, and feel like you have your tools for self-care. So I encourage you to remember, even though PAX Online is a 24/7 convention for 9 days, that it's okay to miss things. You will, in fact, miss many things. It's okay to feel like you're not finding your friends. You will, in fact, not always find your friends online. It's okay to feel like this is strange. It's okay to feel distracted. And it's probably going to happen. Manage your expectations and understand that this is a strange experience and a strange new way of working. It's fine. It's okay. And take breaks. Walk away. Give yourself the opportunity to rest and recharge. Just like at a regular convention, the same basic self-care principles apply. Get enough sleep, eat proper meals, drink plenty of water, and walk away from your screen. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take this lovely mug of tea, which I drink every morning, and I'm going to turn off my camera, step away from my computer, and sip it. I hope you have a great time at PAX Online, and I hope you visit AFK Online, which you can find through the PAX website. There's an AFK page, and there's a link to AFK Online right there. And come visit if you need it. Thanks, and have a great day.
What do you think it's like here? Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games.
Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Hello, PAX Online, and welcome to our panel. Our panel is NISEI, How to Keep a Game Community Thriving. I am your host, Dan Bouchard. I am a community organizer at NISEI. With me, I have Johnny Trev, our NISEI design lead. We have Duncan, our art coordinator, and Serenity, our community manager. So, hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to the panel. So, getting started, I think the first question to point out is, what is NISEI?
So, when the game of Netrunner was announced as being cancelled by FFG, there was quite a strong reaction in the Netrunner community of people who were just like, no, I don't want this to end. I'm having too much fun. I like this too much, and basically said, no, we're going to cancel the apocalypse. Was the meme that was going around at the time. They put together a group of people who, for various reasons, were considered to be good choices to make the selection, but did not want to actually take part in NISEI themselves, to form a selection committee who worked out what roles they thought were needed, wrote up the adverts for them, the questions in the interview pack, and then did the interviews and some second rounds of questions before ultimately selecting 8 people to sit on the board to take it from there.
So I love those terms that we keep on using, like the board, internally. It makes us seem like one of those corporations in Netrunner that all the runners are hacking against. So you mentioned Netrunner a couple times. Let's take a step back. I know there's a ton of people that are watching the stream right now that are fans of Netrunner, the card game, but then there must be a bunch of people that are here saying, oh, here's this group that took a game that was canceled and have continued support on it. So what is this game? What is Netrunner?
Netrunner is a 2-player asymmetrical card game. So you can think of a lot of classic CCGs like Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, or Magic. It has a lot in common with those games in that you build decks to play against other players with. The main distinguishing feature of Netrunner mechanically is that it's asymmetrical. So when you play a match of Netrunner, you'll play one side as a hacker called a runner and one side as a corporation, which we just call the corp. And one, I think, kind of unique feature about the game as well is it's set in a sort of future cyberpunk dystopia rather than a like sort of purely fictional or magical or monster fantasy setting. So it features a lot more human characters and a lot more references to the physical world we live in now.
And that kind of cyberpunk aesthetic and genre, very, very hot right now, right? Like,
yeah,
it's very
I've heard.
much something that's at top of everyone's minds. Big, Cyberpunk 2077 is coming out. Like, a lot of people are interested in this type of genre. And this game came out, in 2012, 2013, something like that. So it's been around for a good amount of time.
Yeah, and
1995
was the original. Yeah,
right.
And I think, that they had a lot of references to like dial-up modems and stuff in that game. Like Cyberpunk was a pretty new thing.
Some of the art in the original set is great and horrible at the same time.
Yeah, a lot of early 3D art.
Third iteration of this game so far.
Yep.
Yeah. So one of my favourite ways of describing Netrunner is that the runner is trying to solve a puzzle that the corporation is creating. So you're not trying to do the same thing. The corp's trying to keep the runner out, and the runner has to find ways of getting in. So it's 2 very different skills that the game is trying to get you to use.
And the cards are completely different. You can't have a runner card in a corp deck and vice versa. It's like you have your runner cards and you have your corp cards. Yeah. So you mentioned a little bit, Serenity, on how NISEI got started. Any more insight on that process? Like when did that happen?
That the game cancellation announcement came out in, I think, May 2018. The first announcement by the what they called the acting board of NISEI was probably about 3 days later. The recruitment finished in August, and the board were announced just before the last FFG World Championships, which was where most of us got to meet each other for the first time.
That was in October, I believe.
That was something like that, yeah. And
I think I remember there was a big thing that Fantasy Flight had to basically end support by the end of October. Maybe it was November,
yes,
around that time frame.
Yeah. October the 23rd, if I remember right, because that was the start of 7 days worth of articles from us outlining our future plans. We thought we'd let FFG finish their stuff, and then we ran with it, at which point we started recruiting people to help us out, because you can't do it with just 8, the size of the organisation we needed. And we've eventually gone up to, I think we have 62 people in our general Slack channel.
Nice.
That's a couple of people who have left but have hung around because they're kind of like a family.
So let's go into that a little bit. You're saying there's 62 people. Those are all volunteers, right? NISEI is a completely volunteer organization. How does that impact some of the day-to-day work that happens or week-to-week work that happens in an organization like this?
So the downside being, because everyone's pretty much got a full-time job alongside it, timescales are not as fast as you would find in organisations where you've got people doing a 40-hour work week. On the other side of that coin, everyone who is there wants to be there. They're not doing it out of any kind of, well, I need to pay rent. And also, because it's a volunteer org, if you find yourself pushed and there's something needs doing, you don't have anyone who's got the space to handle it, just recruit someone else. Just like, hey, we're looking for someone who needs to do this. Like, anyone want to volunteer?
Yeah,
which is how we've ended up at 62 people.
Right. Like, I think that if someone said, like, oh, running a card game, 62 people, that's a huge amount. If that was an actual game studio or just a full-time job to support Netrunner, but it's not. It's a bunch of people doing this at nights and weekends and putting in extra hours doing something that they love. You
Not
mentioned...
just that, it's people across the world as well. It's a truly global organization. We've got people in every continent on the planet doing this. So
yeah, we had someone we wanted to be on this panel, but I think they're asleep right now because they're in Australia. So and that actually is a downside for some things where we tried to schedule all hands meetings with everybody, and we have to record it for some people because it doesn't work with everyone's schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. You mentioned, Serenity, the Fantasy Flight games wrapping up their support, and that ended in the fall of 2018. I remember, as someone that was not part of NISEI at the time, that pretty quickly after that there was some announcements around different balance changes and putting out and some plans pretty quickly, and I think that's important if we're talking about how to keep a game community thriving. Can we talk a little bit about what were the short-term plans of the organization and what were kind of the longer-term things that got implemented later?
Yeah, so we knew that starting from scratch without any kind of playtest set up, with only one designer while the recruitment for the design team was ongoing, we weren't going to be able to bring out a set as quickly as we wanted. So first thing we did pretty much was announce recruitment. Like the moment we got together, we were like, okay, what roles do we need? Bang, let's start recruiting for it. Then we announced a new version of a core set and a new ban restricted list in order to keep the meta shifting, because one of the problems you will find is that if there's no content and the game doesn't change, people will drift away. So because the meta becomes solved and people become bored of playing the same games over and over again, so you've got to mix up the goalposts a little bit, which was pretty much the first things that came out.
And with that new core set, that was just taking existing cards and making up a list that's saying, here's the ones that are in the current standard play, and here's the ones that have rotated out of play, right? Like there was cards that Fantasy Flight kind of banned, or they rotated out, and maybe bringing some of those back in. So using
so that was one of the last things. Yeah, that was one of the last things that FFG did, was to bring in the 2.0 core set, which rotated the first 2 cycles of the game, but saved some of the key cards by putting it in the core set, while at the same time opportunity to drop some of the problematic cards from the original core set, or the cards that just had never gone anywhere because they were underpowered by the time the meta had shifted. We had 6 cycles out by that point, maybe even 7. So yeah, we just went, well, that worked for them, let's put our own version of the core set out with what we think play should be like, save some of the important cards. We also took the opportunity to rotate out one of the boxes that was, it wasn't particularly unbalanced, but it was very heavily weighted towards only half of the factions, so we got rid of that to bring a little bit more balance to the game.
So when we talk about supporting a game like Netrunner, what's the main things that NISEI does? So we've talked about some of the balance changes, but there's also new product development and tournaments that are run, right? Can we talk about like the big things that NISEI has kind of done over the past almost year and a half, 2 years now?
So we've, on the OP front, organized play front, we have released 5 quarterly game night kits, which are available print and play from our suppliers for people to just buy and run events for. We've run 2 store championship seasons, 2019 and 2020. Last year we also had a regional season, a national season, and we ran 2 continental championships plus a world championship in Rotterdam, which was the first world championships outside of the US and had nearly 300 people attend.
Which is, I think I did the math, and I think that was like the second most attended Netrunner Worlds ever.
Yeah,
like that's been going on since 2012, and it was just this. I think people were concerned at first, where a lot of people were like, "Oh, it's been like 200, 300 people going out to Fantasy Flight HQ to go to Worlds. Are we going to get those same numbers on the other side of the globe?" And the answer is yes.
Yeah, it was the second biggest after the last FFG one, and one of the things we'd said from the beginning was, people like, is there going to be a World Championships? Like, there is. Even if we end up having to lose money on running it, there is going to be a World Championships, because that is stuff that the game community deserves. Like, people deserve a chance to fight to prove that they're the best of those that could attend.
Fight to prove they're the best, or just hang out and have a big party with all your Netrunner friends, which I think is what a lot of people really are excited about when they go to a big tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly not a competitive quality player, so I go mainly to hang out with people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this year the pandemic has somewhat put a bit of a kibosh on some of the organised play, so we've had no regionals season this year, but we have recently run 4 major online events totaling somewhere around 400 players. 300 unique players in the 3 continental championships.
3 continental championships, and then a charity organization for Black Lives Matter. right? Like, and that
Dur-
was huge.
during which we raised $12,000.
12,000. That's an insane amount of money. So
Yeah,
that's
I
amazing.
wasn't expecting 8.
And so you just mentioned something important about Netrunner, the card game. You know, a physical game where you go to a game store and you picked up cards from Fantasy Flight, or you can go and do the print and play, which we can talk about in a little bit. But with the pandemic and everything, and even beforehand, those people that like to play Netrunner, maybe a little bit. There's a bunch of software engineers and coders, so there was an online version of Netrunner that people can play, and I think that's what's allowed the game to survive. Everyone staying at home for 6 months, right? So Jinteki.net has allowed people to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, unsurprising for a game that's about hacking and computers, there are a lot of people who know what they're doing when it comes to So even back, I can't remember when Jinteki first appeared, but it's an amazing engine, all built by members of the community. NISEI has a very good relationship with them. They're independent to us, but we provide them all of the card information, so that the moment a new set is released by us, the cards are available on Jinteki to play with, and I think that makes a big difference.
Bear in mind as well, it's not just Jinteki. You can still play Netrunner on other platforms like Tabletop Simulator. I think Ogden's still possibly even out there somewhere in the depths of the internet.
Absolutely.
But there's always been online options to play, you know?
I actually tell people when they're first starting to learn Netrunner in a environment that is remote right now, learn on Tabletop Simulator. So I can move my cursor and we can actually flip the cards over. There's a little bit of automation in Jinteki, but on Tabletop Simulator, I can actually stack the deck so it's exactly the cards I want to show my new player at the beginning. And a tool like that has been important from the design and playtesting perspective, right, Johnny? Can we talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. So the Jinteki.net team is not really formally a part of NISEI. They're a fan group of coders that sort of originally started by, I believe his username was MTG Red, but he's an old school Netrunner player, and he sort of brought up this. He sort of started coding Netrunner basically in a web browser, and that's how Jinteki.net came to be. Eventually, he moved on from the game and from the project, but it was an open source GitHub repository, so it sort of got picked up by some of the other programmers in the community, and that is a sort of thriving and ongoing part of Netrunner today, is this sort of active development where if you're a programmer and you like Netrunner, you can help make Jinteki.net better. They implemented lots of things very recently. They were working on things like visible pronouns, having a mute list, just sort of lots of features that you might see in other games or on other social platforms, sort of being implemented into the game. And of course, tons of usability changes to make the game play better and feel better in a more automated setting, like you said. So that's not even really a part of NISEI, but I think it is very much. We talk to them a lot, obviously, and we give them, when we're going to release cards, we have them working on implementing the cards as we're playtesting them, so our playtesters can use Jinteki.net as well. So they're a part of NISEI in the sense that we work super closely with them, but they are their own sort of independent group of coders making this platform exist, which is really cool, I think.
I do want to get into design, art, and even talking about the sets that NISEI has come out with before. I do want to talk about the stuff in the future, but I also want to talk about the stuff that NISEI has accomplished. But first, you mentioned something that smart top of my mind is they implemented a pronoun setting in Jinteki.net, and the inclusivity of NISEI and the entire Netrunner community, I think, is a big part of its success. Can we talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. You go first, Johnny.
Oh, I was going to say that Netrunner was probably the first game I played that was very actively inclusivity focused. I think that's probably true for a lot of people who played Netrunner, and a big part of the reason why a lot of us were drawn to it. I remember 6 years ago, my partner and I have been together almost 10 years, and over the years I've tried to get to teach her a lot of games, and I really strongly remember playing Netrunner and trying to teach her how to play Netrunner like 6 odd years ago, and her seeing Andromeda, who's just like a female woman character in the game, and being like, oh wow, she looks really cool, I want to play as her, she looks sassy. And I was like, I mean, she is sassy. And I was like, very cool, right? And then she actually looked through the cards on Netrunner DB, which is our platform for viewing cards, and actually saw a lot of the characters that she really liked that had that shared a gender with her, and like she felt like represented and included, which is really different from a lot of games. A lot of games just have like a lot of just like male, like basically white cis male characters. So Netrunner, broadly speaking, that was one of the big things that really turned me on to Netrunner, is that there's this active attempt to include lots of different people in it that you don't really see in most games, especially in the card game genre. You see it a lot of tokenization from other companies where it's like, they just sort of like, there's not like a really fully fleshed out attempt at diversity. It's just sort of like adding characters for the sake of it. But with Netrunner, I think it's always been like a strong emphasis on world and lore and making like believable human characters.
Yeah, that was so that was one of the key things that one of the original designers, Damon Stone, has talked about a few times, and the reason actually I invited him to be one of the commentators on our Black Lives Matter competition, because hearing him talk about diversity and inclusivity in this is very, like, reminds me why we do what we do. So I think of the original 30 odd runner characters, there are like there's only 3 of them are white, because you look around the world and there's a lot of people out there who aren't white and they need to be represented. And as Johnny said, you look at a game and you see someone who is like you, that makes you want to play it more because you become more invested. So the fact that the original designers at FFG did all of this amazing groundwork, so there are non-white characters, there are gay characters, trans characters, non-binary characters, like they made a point of making sure that everybody could see themselves somewhere in the game, and that has had an impact on the community, because it means that all of the people playing, like, they don't have a problem with this. So you don't get anybody screaming about cultural Marxism very often in Netrunner, which makes the community more welcoming for those people, for minority people who turn up to events, which means that the people who would normally find themselves kind of like pushed out because they're not a straight white cis male, they become more passionate about it. So this has really helped us in NISEI.
This is reflected in the makeup of NISEI, as you say.
Yeah.
NISEI is an incredibly inclusive and diverse organisation. Across the board, we've got more representation from minority groups than almost any other organisation I've ever worked with before. I don't know if I'm alone there, but it's certainly
Yes, for sure.
Hugely diverse organisation. I think that's one of our big strengths, is because we're able to bring so many points of view and different ways of approaching the development and the design of the product and views on the game. And obviously this has led to us being extremely passionate about the game itself. I mean, just due to the fact that we have this emotional connection through representation.
I think it's also important to mention that it's not just NISEI. NISEI as a group is supporting it, but there is, I keep on mentioning the community like it's one thing, and it feels like it is one thing when you go to, we have there's a community Slack channel which has, I don't know, 3,000, 6,000, depending on how Slack counts its members, but a huge amount of members. Discord subreddit, a huge Facebook group, and all the different groups there, they have their own moderators. None of them are actually, maybe a couple people actually are on the NISEI team, but most of them aren't. And even people that aren't moderators, if someone says something that's not okay, it gets shut down quickly, either by moderators doing something about it.
Well, that's another thing. Is
other people aren't afraid to say,
NISEI does have,
"Hey, don't. Hey, stop that. That's not okay here."
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when NISEI started, there was the question as to whether or not we wanted to like get more involvement in those community spaces, and like we said no, because this is actually a conversation I had with one of the admins from the Facebook group. Like, we'd rather they remained independent and people could say what they needed to say in them without worrying about upsetting us. And we set up a code of conduct for NISEI controlled spaces, and most of the community areas have quite happily adopted the same kind of things if they didn't have them already, which most of them do. It's just fairly standard code of conduct stuff, just like basically don't be a dick.
That's fair. That's fair.
Golden rule.
So you just mentioned something that segues to another topic I have on my list of topics over here. So we all used to be members of the community. We used to love the game, and Fantasy Flight used to put out new products, and we used to be excited about them and go to our Slack channels and talk about them with our friends. But now we're on the other side of the screen. We're the ones that are producing the Netrunner content and producing the articles and talking to the community. How has that changed your view on, or how has that impacted you all?
It's a tough one to do, and like I've spoken to several people who are trying to do what we're doing but for other games, and that is something that I warn them that like you're going to have to develop a slightly tougher skin than you might be used to, because these are the people that you see as your friends, and sometimes their criticism is not going to be as nice as you would like. So you do have to toughen it up, and you also have to get very used to keeping secrets from your friends. Like previously, if you picked up on something and you would immediately go to like all the places and be like, oh my god, did you see this? Now you have to go there and sit there while other people are doing that. Oh my god, are they saying this? And you're like, I can't say anything because we're not ready to talk about that yet.
I have to sometimes I slip up fake lies or real lies. So I put out fake truths so that when I accidentally slip up, people know that, oh, Dan isn't a reliable source. He's really bad.
Yeah. I mean, this is part of the reason why I don't look at the sets until it is time to start writing the spoiler season articles. So I get to go in and write these articles with the appropriate amount of enthusiasm, because these cards are new to me and they're all very exciting and fresh, and I can share that enthusiasm. And also it means that if we go on a community event and I start getting drunk, I don't start talking to people about things.
The flip side of that is that we get to see other people's reactions, and that's really gratifying. And when you see something that you've poured a lot of yourself into, and you see other people enjoying it and being surprised by it, being sometimes shocked by some of the decisions in it, it's a very interesting and gratifying perspective to be given. It's a really wonderful opportunity for everyone to experience this in a different way.
You say everyone to experience in a different way, but Duncan, as the art coordinator, I think the work that you do and your predecessor Pat did, it has been phenomenal, and I definitely want to show off a couple pieces here. So I want to show off, we're talking about cards, right? And we haven't actually showed off any of the cards. So let me just quickly, this is a collage I put together right before the stream of some of the art that has been put out for Netrunner in the past year and a half, for the first two sets that we put together, right? So for our releases of Downfall and Uprising. right?
So
So
one of the advantages of being on the board is it means I can go in any channel I want on Slack, which includes the channel where Duncan posts the work in progresses, and I get to be very excited about the art. I have no idea what the card does, but the art is very cool.
So we have a fantastic art team
we do.
internally, as well as we use external art contractors as well. Our internal team, since starting producing the game about a year and a half ago, the skills of the internal art team, because we're all amateurs, have come on leaps and bounds. It's actually really amazing just how far people have come from when we started doing art for Netrunner. We were using a lot of very fast, cheat kind of methods of making art. We used a lot of Google Deep Dream. We made a lot of collages and then threw them through Deep Dream to do proper stitching. I was doing a lot of work on the bus on my laptop on my way to work because that's the time I had available to do it. And it's just been a real joy to watch the members of the internal art team and the volunteers doing this and their skills growing as we've gotten better at what we're doing, and it's wonderful just seeing that and being a part of it.
So we create art internally, and then we also hire external artists to do work. How does a volunteer organization like us get funding for that?
And initially we had, I believe the initial set of funding was through an organised play kit that we produced internally, and then the funding from that was then taken forward into the next kit, which then fall over into the next kit, and eventually we'd built up a small surplus that we could then put straight back into commissioning art for the large release sets that we do. And again, those have performed a rolling function in terms of funding, where our initial set Downfall was very well received, and we were able to put a lot more money into commissions, and in fact into the Worlds 2019 event, due to the good sales of that. And I think you're going to see again another step in terms of the art production in the next couple of sets, because of the way that rolling funding method has worked for us.
So all the funding that we get from selling cards, selling kits, Patreon, that all goes back into creating
straight back into cards. Yeah.
And to emphasize, it's like we're all volunteers. Everyone is a volunteer, right? If you remember. So all of the money that the community spends on, drive-through cards and make playing cards and Patreon, etc., that there's no profit. It's just we use all of it to make Netrunner as good as we can, up to and including things like renting venues for Worlds, right? Putting down payments on a convention hall so that we can run a big tournament, right? Like that, all that money is from the community and goes back into making the game even better.
Yeah, that's awesome. Every penny goes straight back into the community and straight back into the game itself. It's wonderful.
So let's talk about how cards get developed. Johnny, you're our lead designer. There's been a couple lead designer. We had another lead designer before you joined, but you're the one looking ahead at new sets. So can you talk about how new cards get designed, how it goes through the whole process, and then eventually how it gets into the players' hands?
Yeah, and it's a really cool process. It's different everywhere. There are some unique things. So, and for some background on me, I design games for a living. So, I work pretty oftentimes in a fairly corporate space, usually where there's a lot more clear managerial structures in terms of who has say and power over things. While I am the lead designer of NISEI, a unique thing about working in a purely volunteer organization, and anybody who's worked with volunteer orgs in the past probably knows that you can't really make people do stuff. You're not paying them. So you just have to figure out, what's exciting to people, And you can, the way to do that is by collaborating. So we have a team of designers around, I think it's 6 now, including myself. And, I do a lot of the really early framework for like what a Netrunner set's going to be. So for the set that's going to be going into testing soon, we internally call bashes. I saw, when I joined NISEI, I saw what the design team had come up with already. I used my expertise as a professional to sort of identify areas that I think were good overall directions for the games, gems from their design work that could be emphasized more and built around more. And I just sort of I try to provide like a guiding hand in terms of like what the overall architecture of a set's going to look like. And then we collectively, through no real strong hierarchy, start designing content that fits within the overall framework I usually establish or collaborate with them to establish. That's a process that's quite long, or at least it can be, many months of work. And for, the set Bashes, which is coming out, after Gateway and Update, that is around 130 cards, but the sort of graveyard file of things that weren't up to our quality bar or didn't quite fit the set is well over 300 cards. So we do a lot of iteration, sort of like collectively as a team, to try and come to something that we feel is like a nice, tight, cohesive package. Once we've done that, that gets passed off to and during that process, I consider the design team to be kind of the owners of that vision. That gets passed off then to the development team, who are essentially the gameplay designers. When we give them card designs, we're not really super focused on game balance. We're much more focused on like product level goals and cohesion and new mechanics and just sort of exciting, flashy stuff. The dev team gets a pile of exciting, flashy stuff, and they have to go, okay, how do we make this fun now, right? Because these things don't have balanced numbers. Some things are really out of whack. Some cards might not even work, or they might break the metagame for reasons that design didn't quite understand. So then they sort of take ownership of trying to figure out how to sculpt and mold that into a fun game from that point. And then we have an awesome team of volunteer playtesters, another entire wing of NISEI, which is dozens and dozens of people who volunteer their time to, and their scouts honor of not spoiling any of the scoops that we're giving them, to play the cards and give us feedback on them. And then that's a many-month iteration cycle from there, during which, as things get locked down, they get passed over back to the creative team, Krembler's art team as well, to sort of start taking some of the creative impetus behind the set, which tends to, think about it this way, a lot of the creative impetus behind a set is worked on with design at the very outset. Like what's the setting, what's the themes, what kind of characters do we have here? And then that loops all the way back around to the end of the process, where all this stuff needs art and templates and translations and all that stuff. So that's sort of like the end to end of a set.
Yeah. And then eventually, Serena, you mentioned there's a spoiler season where we put a bunch of articles out, we post cards, and then it's available for either purchase on our print. So NISEI volunteer organization, we don't have warehouses, we don't have a shipping department, we can't actually have the money to stock all this, so we use print and play companies like Drive Through Cards for the US and Make Playing Cards for international.
Yep. And we also offer, because economic inclusivity is also an important thing to us, everything we do is also available for free. So we'll provide a PDF of every product, put it on our website, and you want to go and download it, be our guest. If you want to give us a donation, there is a link there alongside it, but that is by no means compulsory. So people can just get the cards, print them out on their printers. It's what I did with the first set while waiting for mine to turn up. I was just like, right, okay, go to work, print them off while my boss isn't looking. I even bought a guillotine for cutting them up all nice and neatly.
But also,
they're all legal for standard tournament play.
Yeah. So this is a big thing from the organised play manager Austin, was because we know that cards are going to become hard to get hold of from the older FFG sets as time goes on. we didn't want anyone not to be able to play or to have less competitive chance because they couldn't get hold of a particular pack. So proxies are legal at every single NISEI event. They're ideally printed yourself. There are card scans around, fairly easy to find on the internet. We don't provide them, but they are out there. Or you can turn up to the event and say to the TO, "Hey, I need this as a proxy. Can you sort me out?" And we provide some blank card templates on our site for the TOs just to write the details on.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah. So we allowed people to get cards that way, and that's going to be how they get some of the new cards that are coming out. Johnny, you mentioned Gateway and Update, but we haven't talked about what those are. Now, all the Netrunner fans that are watching the stream right now will obviously know about it. It's what we've talked about for the last, 6 months, but it's coming up soon. We have big releases in December. Can we talk about kind of what System Gateway and System Update are and kind of how that ties into building a community, because they are kind of our new player products, right?
Yeah, so System Update, I'll start with. That is sort of a semi-yearly release of content from the game's previous era when it was produced by Fantasy Flight. And we sort of make, for this release of System Update, we'll have a bunch of new art, which hopefully we'll get to see, as well as, a sort of printable pack of, beautiful re-arted cards with the NISEI template and NISEI card backs. That'll be legal for standard play. Many of these cards are cards that would have already rotated from standard play, but we sort of bring them back as a way to keep the meta fresh and also give some life to those older cards you might still have, and get more copies of some of this stuff back in print that are legal for tournament play on proper card backs. So that's what System Update is. And then System Gateway is a new player product, which is really important for a game as complicated as Netrunner. So up until this point, there hasn't really been a concrete thing that existed that says you want to have a complete Netrunner experience that feels like the proper game of Netrunner that we've all come to love. The issue being that doesn't exist unless you have proper decks that somebody's built for you or anything. The original Netrunner core set, as well as a lot of the teaching decks that have existed, aren't really made for teaching. They're quite complex. They don't explain their concepts very well. They don't introduce concepts in sort of from simplest to most complex. They kind of just say, well, here's 8 new mechanics plus the whole game. Hope you learn real quick because, there it is. So we kind of felt like that there must be a better way. And Gateway is our attempt to make something that is affordable and accessible at a low price point to get something that strongly resembles the level of quality you would expect from a more full Netrunner experience, but in a sort of microscopic way. And that means quite simple mechanics, introducing mechanics after a couple games rather than throwing them at you all at once, etc. So, like a proper tutorial, I guess you would say. So that's really what System Gateway is. And not only is it that, it's also a ton of standard legal cards for competitive decks. It's not just simple cards that don't have value to the whole community at large. Quite the contrary, there are some cards in System Gateway that I assure you will see standard play for many years to come. They're very good. So,
That's very exciting.
Yeah.
What I like about Gateway and Update now is when they're released, and I as someone who is a big I'm on the Discord server a lot as a community member. I don't really say I'm part of NISEI. And some people know that I'm part of NISEI, but they know I won't give any spoilers or whatever. But I see a ton of new players come in all the time. They're just like, what do I do? Where do I start? And I'm so excited for that to point them towards drive-through cards or make playing cards and say, you can buy System Gateway and Update and Downfall and Uprising, and you can build competitive decks. And you could actually build decks with a lot of complexity and a lot of replayability, and you have a lot of options just from the stuff that NISEI has put out.
That stuff will give you an enormous amount of variety.
Yeah, I mean, this to bring it back to like the name of this panel, that there are two things that you need to do to keep your community going. One of which is communicate with the community so that they know what's going on and they're not sitting in the dark. But the other and the most important thing is people will drift away no matter how good you are at what you do. Like they'll have kids or a new job, or they'll move away from their friends that they play with. So you need to be able to bring new people into the game if you want to keep the game alive, and it has to be easy to do. Like you have to make it easy for someone to go, hey, this game looks cool, how do I get in? And that's something that like a lot of games, the smaller games, struggle with. So some of the, like, I'd say Magic and Pokemon have both done very well on this, because it's quite easy to get into, because you can buy pre-built decks that are quite simple, like starter decks for both games, and that gets you in and gets you hooked. And that's something that I see a lot of other games don't have. So okay, you can buy this $50-$60 core box, but then the whole game's thrown at you at once, so you don't have the easy learning curve. Or you can buy like tutorial stuff, but actually like you probably won't use those cards again later,
so it feels like a waste of money. Yeah.
Yep.
What I am starting to notice is with Netrunner and NISEI, we're on the other end of the hump, where I've seen people that are coming into different community channels and they're saying, oh, I left the game when the game got canceled, now I'm back. So we're starting to get the other side of people saying, I had a kid a couple years ago and I hadn't have time for the game, I'm back now, it's going great, I see that the game's continued. And I think that that's always going to happen. There's a cyclical nature. People will come in, they'll come out, and as long as the game is here for them to come back in on, they're still part of the community.
Not only is it here, but is it offers something new that they couldn't get before that makes them want to stay again.
Yeah.
Because I think that there's always the experience of like whatever your hobby is even outside of gaming, whatever your hobby is, there's people fall off of their hobbies and come back to them. And very often it's exciting to feel like there's new things to see and learn that weren't there before when you were there. So we're always trying to provide that as an organization as well.
And it looks professional. Like when well, the first time I saw NISEI is going to be continuing Netrunner, I expected MS Paint art. I was literally thinking, like, this is gonna be.
Is that what you think of us, Dan?
At the very beginning, I did. I was like, and there was some jokers in the community that had made some cards with MS Paint art, so that's what I was thinking of. But I was like, I just want the game to continue. Even with that, it's gonna be great. And I'm gonna go back to the card collage.
Well, Dan, just to give you a quick idea, the initial art direction for NISEI was to use basic symbology. It wasn't to produce actual art, because NISEI as a whole weren't sure that we could do that. It took community artists volunteering to really show even us that we could actually produce professional quality art. So,
wow. Yeah, and I just want to go back to that card collage and just like you look at those cards and they look like cards. They look like cards. They look like, actually, it's interesting because you can look at these, and I want to give kudos to the art team again. Every single template, every single symbol, everything on these cards is not from Fantasy Flight. It's not from the original game. This was all developed by that art team, so that.
Quick correction: that's actually the graphic design team.
I lump you guys all together as the super talented people. The super talented people.
Than me at this stuff.
To be fair, the templating and the new icons and symbols, Kevin and Izzy absolutely outdid themselves in making these templates and symbols available and just creating the look for NISEI in such a professional manner. They're very clear, very clean looking cards, and I'm so proud of those two guys.
Yeah, everything's beautiful. When people like saw the art for the first time, they're like, oh, this is gonna work.
That's so the one in the top left corner was actually one of the first pieces we showed off. So the card for the artist. And I mean, I was gobsmacked, and I'd been watching the work in progresses. So, but I mean, this is like you talk about like the jokers and the doubters, and that was basically the first 6 months of NISEI. People were like, "Oh, you're just a bunch of volunteers. What are you actually going to be able to achieve?" And
this is what we can achieve.
Yeah, and until we actually brought out that first set, that we still had doubters. And if anyone else is going into this situation in the same way as we are, like, don't get discouraged. You will have to run a season of OP, and you will have to release a set of cards before you have properly like put everyone's worries to rest.
And then you'll still have doubters, of course. I mean, still no matter what, right? It's just like an ongoing thing. But just having the confidence and the resolve to just sort of keep learning and growing and doing your best for what you love, and that's really all you can do.
Yeah. And it sounds so facile, but honestly, having the cards look good is actually a hugely important part of everything continuing, because it keeps people interested, it keeps people's attention, and it's the first thing people see when they pick up your cards.
So the first thing people see, Duncan, let's talk about it. You gave me, I begged you, I came to you begging you. I was like, Duncan, let's get something cool on this panel. I don't want to just have this just be for the people that haven't heard of Netrunner before. I want the people that are part of the community to get something out of this. And you gave me a couple really cool collages of art. They're not full art, but there's some collages of some stuff. So which one should I show the group first? So Gateway or Update?
Let's have a look at Gateway.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull up the Gateway art right here, and this is the first time people will be seeing these pieces outside of NISEI.
Yeah. So these are little snippets. These are not full pieces, as you say. These are tiny little spoilers that people can have a look at, and you can discuss amongst yourselves as to what you think they might be. Some of them are almost exactly what you think they are. Some of them are very different indeed. And these are all commissioned pieces from professional artists who we have commissioned to produce art for our new player product. So that's a quick look for all our community members to have a look at some of the new stuff that's coming out for System Gateway.
Yeah, and then we have Update here. Different vibe. How do you feel about these?
Well, System Update, we had an internal discussion about System Update. System Update is almost 100% produced by the in-house art team. All these pieces you can see here are, again, smaller snippets of the actual art in the cards, and again, you can probably have a discussion amongst yourselves about what these could be, because these are all cards that people in the community already know. These are very familiar, but again, these are all done by the internal art team, and you can see that some of the skills they've developed over the past year and a half have been phenomenal. The art quality has gone absolutely through the roof. And
so let the speculation begin here.
To be able to be involved myself in that. Absolutely.
Fantastic.
You talk about the skills improving, but one of my, in fact, my actual favourite piece of art from the whole of the last set we released was an internal design piece. It wasn't one that we'd commissioned, and I'm still nagging Organised Play to put it on a playmat. If they don't, I'm going to go and steal the art myself and put it on a playmat just for me.
Playmat for yourself.
Well, I didn't mean to say that any of the art from the original sets wasn't in any way not good. It's phenomenal what people were able to achieve. But it has been fantastic to watch people's confidence and skills develop over the past year.
Definitely.
So we have about 5 minutes left in our panel. I think we can get to one or two questions from the community. We have a bunch of questions. We might have to do another stream on the Project NISEI Twitch account to go through them all. Let's see here. I have one question I highlighted in red as one I think that would be really big. So I'll read it word for word. From the community, a specific challenge I'd imagine you face is the number of voices you need to listen to Do you think this muddies the water? Does a single person make the final decisions? Is it more
Hmm.
important to make the right choice, a popular choice, or are these both the same? And I don't know if the muddies the water, multiple people, or are they talking about people in the community, or the 62 members of NISEI, but maybe a bit of both.
I think I'll say a little about my experience. I think it is really difficult to navigate so many like extremely passionate people's opinions about everything. You know, in game studios I've worked at, it's pretty rare that everybody on the development team even really likes the game they're developing that much. Like, in fact, I would say it's kind of rare if you're really into the thing you're developing, because at the end of the day, you're being assigned work for pay. You know, you're excited about being a game developer, but it's not necessarily like this particular game is your life's passion or whatever. It just happens to be what you're applying your skills to. Quite the contrary, at NISEI, everyone at NISEI is there because we all love Netrunner and think it rules. So it's like and you basically have 62 people all in one Slack channel, all sort of helping shift and guide the future of the game, and we all are super opinionated about it. So that's both a very good thing because we have a very high level of engagement. Everybody really cares about it, but also it can be tough because it can sometimes be that it can very quickly devolve into the loudest voice winning, or an argument, and then somebody's like just going to give up and like move on from it. So that's always an ongoing process, at least at NISEI, to try and figure out better and better systems for internal communication. And if that makes it sound all bad, it's actually quite the contrary. I think that almost everything we end up doing at NISEI is extremely well vetted and well understood by everybody who does it. And people have a lot more say and buy-in in everything we make than like a normal, corporation or for-profit organization making a game, which I think is a good thing at the end of the day. And I think that's reflected in like the love and care you see in the final product with it. Ashes, our last full product release, right? It's like a beautiful example of how much love and passion went into it.
Does anyone else have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I mean, sometimes it can get a little bit 62 people all talking over each other, and it's something that we've struggled with, because at the end of the day, we don't want to have the board overrule everyone else if we think something's a bad idea. So most of the time we will spend our time trying to convince people, and if we really can't convince people, we go back and we try and look at stuff again. There's been a few decisions that we've just completely rolled back on because people have brought stuff to our attention, and you wouldn't get that in a corporate environment. You just get told, no, you make it work. Like, this is what you're doing, this is what I'm paying you to do, get it done.
Right.
But you do have to have one person making a final call, one person who says, right, I've listened to everybody, I've weighed up all of the opinion, this is what we're doing. If you don't like it, I'm happy to talk to you about it afterwards, but otherwise stuff just never happens because you spend 6 months talking about it.
That's why people we kind of joke about having titles like the board and being a kind of that corporate type of environment, jokingly, but the reason why we have those roles, like Johnny is our design lead, is even though volunteer organization try to keep it a flat org, someone needs to make the final call.
Yeah. Within community,
we are actually at time.
Okay.
So I just want to, one last point that I wanted to make, and it came to the top of my head, is you're a group that's volunteering for without pay for something that you love. Be aware of people you're working with, their burnout. Have more people than less, and spread the work out, because people do, especially with dealing with people in the community. They're criticizing things. Sometimes people just need to take a step back, and that is okay. So that's one thing that I've seen and I've learned. Last thing I want to mention is, if you have listened to us throughout this entire panel and want to learn more, nisei.net is our website, and you can find all information about our cards, our releases, upcoming news announcements, and then you can find Project NISEI on any social media We're on Instagram. We're on Twitter. We have a Facebook. We have a YouTube channel. And you've probably seen the Project NISEI Twitch account in chat over the last hour. Any final thoughts, everyone?
Yeah, if you are the kind of person that has a game that has been cancelled and you want some advice and some help on doing the same as what Project NISEI does, I have a little side project that I'm just starting up, fanmade.games, where I'm hoping to start a bulletin board or a forum kind of thing for people who are doing this to come and share best practice and problems and things like that. So hopefully there'll be 5 or 6 games worth of people on there just to start with from those that I've spoken to who are planning on doing this. So email us projectnisei@gmail.com if you want in.
Perfect. Okay, that is time. Thank you all. Thank you all on Twitch, on the internet, for listening to us. And enjoy the rest of your PAX Online.
Hack the planet.
Goodbye.
Hey there, this is Winston from Samurai Punk, and this is our game, Justice Sucks Recharged. We're thrilled to be a part of the PAX Indie Showcase. Thank you so much for having us, and we're really excited to get our new game into all of your hands from around the world. So before that, let me tell you a little bit about what this game is. So Justice Sucks Recharged is about Rumbo, the sentient robot vacuum cleaner that is on a quest for revenge through a neo-90s multiverse. So in the game, you'll be visiting a variety of 90s inspired, 90s pop culture inspired worlds, starting with this one called the Cyber Ship, the Cyber Cruise, sorry. And on here, it's a futuristic ship that is run by terrible robots that is being invaded by the Sea Boys, a group of nefarious pop band pirates. So the pirates are on here trying to steal all the goodies and terrorize the passengers of the ship. But you, as a faithful robot vacuum, are not going to stand for that. What you have to do now is hack the gadgets in your environment and use all sorts of everyday objects to fight back against this pirate menace. You see there's all sorts of little robots milling about which have their own behaviors that can help or hinder you in your quest. One thing you may have noticed there, you're just flying into the enemy. Since you're a robot vacuum, you love cleaning. Cleaning is your favorite. As you clean up dirt and blood, it powers up your energy. So you see in the lower left, the red bar is your blood meter. And that will give you access to blood abilities. So I'll explain more when those come up. But yeah, each world in the game has its own sections with their own unique traps and gadgets that you can use against your enemies. See, there's a water puddle, which makes enemies slip, but it can also combine with our elemental system. So what we've endeavored to create here is an action comedy sandbox inspired by the 90s action movies like Jackie Chan movies that we used to love. creating a lot of different tools for players to mess around with and find interesting and hilarious combos to take out their enemies. We really want to encourage replayability as well, and ways for people to share their unique, funny moments and creative methods of dispatching their enemies. We're jumping around a little bit. So in this segment here, we've got a lot more enemies that have appeared. We have different enemy types as well. So you'll see here that the escalation of difficulty that comes as you progress further through the waves of enemies, more enemies will appear and there'll be new types as well. And as you continue to munch your enemies, you're gaining more and more power, and in the larger game, we'll have a progression system where you can unlock different abilities as well. But for the demo, we've got 3 abilities for you. So the ram there flies at the enemies and sends off this AoE shockwave, which is great for mobility and crowd control. So we're going to see the chaos escalate a whole bunch here. Flipping in the air, it's absolute madness. But that's what this game is all about. It's like crazy, over-the-top action, surviving against all odds as this tiny little robot vacuum with the heart of gold and a strong sense of justice. Here we're going to finish this up. Send this person into another dimension. And, of course, since you're a robot vacuum, you got to clean up after yourself. Once you've dispatched all your enemies, it's very important to clean up. So at the end of each level, you're challenged with cleaning up all of the mess as fast as you can and as thoroughly as you can. But Little Roombo's having the best time here. He could do this all day. Thanks for watching, and please look forward to being able to play the demo during PAX Online. It'll be available on Steam. And please make sure to wishlist Justice Sucks Recharged. Every wishlist helps. Thank you so much. Stay safe, take care, have fun with our game. Much love, and have a great PAX Online.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would like, let me try, Dad, let me try. And then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was like nothing to do, and it was really like boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this like environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to like participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense like I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was like November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rafael Bocamazzo, better known as Dr. B. I'm the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at TakeThis.org. Well, our mission is to educate people on mental health topics, and that's what we're here to do today. We're going to talk about burnout, especially in creative professions. Now, we hear the term burnout all the time, but what is it? We hear about people working too hard and it leads to burnout, so they're exhausted, right? Well, burnout is more than that. If burnout was just about overwork, we could take a vacation and fix it. Yes, exhaustion from overwork is a big part of burnout, but the second part is a sense of ineffectiveness. You're not just overworked. You don't feel like you can do anything about it. You don't feel like you can hit your goals. You don't feel like you can, do really anything right in your job. More than that, there's a sense of cynicism that goes along with burnout. You just don't care anymore. You're not just overworked and don't think you can do anything about it. You don't care about your goals. You don't care about your fans. You don't care about even maybe why you started doing what you do in the first place. Nothing matters anymore. These three things together combine to create a chronic psychological condition that we know as burnout. But what do we do about it? Well, some common strategies are to one, take breaks. We have this myth, especially in creative fields, that if you're not constantly working, you're not going to make it or you're, going to lose your position. But the truth is, taking breaks actually makes your work better. The research is pretty clear on this one that taking breaks allows you to work more effectively. Another one, especially for those of us who are working at home, creating a sense of work-home separation. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Maybe it's only working during certain set hours. Maybe it's not answering emails outside those hours. Maybe it's having a separate workspace. I don't know. Try it out. Get creative for you. Figure out what works for you. A third thing, especially if you are doing what you love for a job, is having new things to do outside of work that have nothing to do with your job. For me, that's cooking. I love to cook, and it has nothing to do with video games, tabletop games, or mental health. I love it. Creating measurable goals can be an effective way of fighting that sense of inefficacy. Maybe you pick 3 things to do that day, and if you can hit those 3 things, everything else is just gravy. Maybe you create weekly goals. I don't know. Again, figure out what works for you. But finally, aligning your goals and your job with your values can help fight that sense of cynicism. If you're doing something that you're morally not aligned with, that can be a really hard thing to do. So change your content to meet what's important to you. If you enjoyed this, please make sure to check out takethis.org for more mental health information, and please enjoy the rest of PAX, everybody.
Hello, PAX Online, and welcome to Pat Baer's Anime Club, yelling about the shows we love. This is the second time we've done this, the first time that we're doing it only streaming, or actually the first time we're doing streaming at all, because the first time was at PAX East 2020, and it was not streamed then, which was a shame, because I know that you folks watching right now in Twitch love anime, and you love when things happen on Twitch that have nothing to do with video games. You love that. I know you do. You the panel where we recommend, sometimes loudly, sometimes definitively, anime that we are tired of telling people to watch, and now we could just point at a video and say, here, this is why I think you should watch this. Here with wonderful guests. I'm with Corey and Beej. Hello, both of you. Welcome.
Hi. Hello there.
You're both from Loading Ready Run, as well as your own internet shenanigans. You wouldn't mind letting the audience know a little bit about your anime fandom, or you know, I don't want to say qualifications because that doesn't make any sense. No one's gatekeeping here, but yeah, if you want to talk for briefly about like, hey, this is me and anime, feel free.
I'd actually like Beej to go first because he explains a lot of my stuff.
Oh, okay. Age for beauty, it seems. Obviously, I'm a lot older. So in university, I was vice president and president of our local university anime club, the Bonsai Anime Club of Alberta, which of course spells Baka when you put that out with a K for club.
Yeah.
And then I was also the director of public relations and vice chairman of Animathon from like Animathon 5 pretty much up to like Animathon 13, I think it was. And then I've also been, I lived in Grand Prairie, Alberta for a while, and I started a club there because there was no anime club. So I was like, well, I want to start an anime club at the college. So GPAC, the Grand Prairie Anime Club, was something that I ran for a few years until I eventually moved back to Edmonton, which is where I used to live. And then through all of this, I did a lot of work at anime conventions as a guest, as a member of Snap to Chaos Theater, the now defunct Snap to Chaos Theater, which is an improv group that we focused a lot about geeky stuff. And I guess outside of that, my friend Ian Horner and I were running a podcast called Diecast for many years, which was a focus on Japanese culture and pop culture, but from a Western perspective, and it was a lot of fun to do. And then myself and Ian and Heather Deary and Corey, in fact, were all on a podcast hosted through Loading Ready Run called Ano Ani, which takes its name from Anohana. So it's basically, we still remember the name of that anime we saw on that day. And we did that for about a year and a half or so. And
yeah, something.
And now it's just kind of like hiding in the bushes. I don't know. It's
now you do a stream where you rant about anime nonstop for 3 hours.
Yeah, that's me now. Every 3 months I do a breakdown of what I want to talk about in the upcoming season, or what just finished in the last season, because it's mostly just, that's kind of, I guess I need to get some shit off my chest.
It is the thing where when I know that's coming up, I pay attention because you don't advertise you're going to do it. It's just suddenly there's a Sunday night and I know it's like, well, we're towards the end of the season. Beej is going to pull this on a Sunday. I should like keep my eyes peeled because I enjoy it. Because also sometimes we watch different things. So you can be like, I didn't watch this. And I'll be like, good. Or it's actually great. You should check it out, you know?
Yeah, which helps actually too. That helps getting new recommendations, because sometimes, like this current season, there's nothing on that I want to watch.
This current season, folks, if you're like, I want to get into it, one of the best shows is a holdover from last season that went on hiatus due to the coronavirus hitting Japan harder after they were doing okay and then weren't. Diary of Our Days at the Breakwater, which is, it's not a chill slice of life, but it's still a good slice of life.
Yeah, it is.
It's a good slice of life if the first episode was a sports anime, because the main character does not want to be doing what she's doing, which is very sports anime in my opinion. You know, like, oh, I don't want to join this, and now you're there. But anyway, we're not going to talk about that show in this thing. Corey, I know some of that is similar, especially the Loading Ready Run.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm Coriander Dickinson. I attended Beej's Anime Club up in Grand Prairie, GPAC. Took over the club after his wife. Ran that for like a couple years. Did a lot of the Animathon stuff. Did a lot of stuff with improv troupe called the 404s. And then Synaptic Chaos Theater. And now Loading Ready Run. And I guess I met my partner, Ian Horner, through Beej. So that's kind of nice. But
hell yeah.
Up to like, or from like 2003, you can just be like Beej and Corey's name.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good. So refer back to what Beej was saying. for that part, for modern Korean anime. So for me, my earliest anime stuff is, like fan subbing and all that and going and buying that stuff. I worked at an import store that sold VHS tapes that were made in New York and then traveled to Connecticut. So people just bought fan subs from us, and then legit wall scrolls, legit Hello Kitty merchandise, and then definitely CDs that were not made in China and not Japan, that were shrink wrapped, and legit model kits, which is where I fell in love with model kit building, was working in that store, because I bought a couple and nobody else in the store knew anything about model kits. So the owner was like, "Hey, would you build a couple that we can put out, because nobody wants to do this?" And so that's when I started building model kits, was this lovely store in a mall. And then eventually some of the fan subs we were selling were definitely not fan subs. They were VHS copies of shows that had come out on DVD. We had VHS tapes of Silent Mobius, which was definitely the legit DVD, just on a VHS tape. And then by the towards the end of my time working there, that's when you got those using Babelfish, direct translate to DVD, get a DVD in 10 episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where they call him like Game and Dark, because they don't know, they're translating names into words. But yeah.
I mean, the history of anime in North America, in like essentially in the 90s and especially into the 2000s, is the story of how much bootleg shit did you end up buying, right?
Yeah. I had a lot of it. Still have a few. And then, went a period where I wasn't watching anime. And then when I started doing my model kit building stream, which I'll plug at the end of this, somebody was asking about anime stuff, and I kind of started watching it a little again. And I realized, I can talk about anime here while I'm building. And there is a portion of my audience that is very happy with that, and a portion that is fine with me talking about it, because they enjoy me talking about things, even if they're not going to go out and watch an anime that I'm recommending to them. They're never going to watch Black Clover, and I get that, and it's okay. You don't have to watch Black Clover.
But it's great.
Yeah, it's great. It's great, but there's a lot of episodes of it, and Asta yells all the time, and there's also a creep. There's the thing, which brings us into this. So we're going to talk about some shows that we really want you to watch. That's the whole point of this. Let's go over to that view. And we're going to answer the question, because it's important when discussing shows. We're not just going to talk about all the good parts. We will talk about the bad parts with it, or even if it's not bad, stuff you should be aware of. So we'll answer the question, is there a Mineta? Now, it doesn't have to be a physical character that you hate. Like in the case of Black Clover, there's a character, Gotch, who is a syscon, and he sucks, and I hate him, and I hate him, and I hate when he's on screen. So if I'm going to recommend that show, I need to tell you about the shitty character that I think sucks. And you need to know about that. So sometimes it is a character like Mineta. But sometimes it's like... there's a situation, there are themes, tragic backstory pasts that are just, like, this show is really light until this one episode when it's not light anymore. And we won't go into too much detail about it, but like, hey, just, it's content warnings sometimes. Because we know that. Sometimes you're like, you forget, you're like, I recommended Dragon Maid to you and forgot to tell you about a couple scenes that are very not cool. Shit. So sorry about that. I wish I had said, "Hey, you should watch Dragon Maid." When they go to play, when two of the young characters go to have a hangout, it gets weird, and that's not fun. And then, sorry, you got to say that, because like, no one in the world plays Twister anymore, but it's in that anime, and it's not great. So you have to, you want to tell people that.
My memory is poor also, as I've learned. So I apologize in advance if I forget to bring something like that up, but I've been racking my brain to make sure that if there is a Mineta in the things I'm going to recommend, I'm going to try to get it out there. And if I forget something, I apologize for that.
I think we'll be fine. And like I said, and also some people are like, they recommend a show and they don't bat an eye. And you're like, hey, this happened. And they're like, yeah. And you're like, okay. So everybody's different. But, But yeah, it's those caveats like Fire Force is great, except it sure hates women. It sure hates women in that show. So if that's a fucking deal breaker for you, then it is, and you should know that going into it, because it just hates women. Really does. Anyway, let's get into our first series. I'm gonna start things off, and I'm gonna tell you why you should watch Senryu Girl.
All right.
So Senryu Girl is lovely. It is half-length episodes. There are 12-minute episodes, so you can get through it pretty quick, but savor it. So it is the story about a girl that would prefer to communicate via the written word in forms of poems, as you can see there. And basically, her being a high school student and, pretty much falling in love, but also making cool friends and having great times. And it is also the story of the only thing I can describe it, because it's an anime cliche, is a guy with resting bastard face, or mean mug. Just a person that looks mean but isn't mean, and people are scared of them. Often they do have, as you can see there, like blonde hair, and they look maybe Western, is a trope. But sometimes it's just people that have like that death stare they don't realize, or they don't have any control over it. So like, that's the only thing. He's just a big dumb idiot who's a lovable idiot. But that's the only thing, is people are scared of him. And various other characters, and another witch you can see in there that communicates non-verbally, that communicates via drawing. And then there's like the cliche, like fortune teller, and I don't know why that's there, but she's there, she's fun. But it's mostly about like two characters kind of like getting to know each other and seeing what's up. And you learn about poetry a bit, but you mostly just learn about them. There isn't a Mineta, but there is, I say, upon second viewing, I fast forward through any time that her dad talks, because it's very cliche. It's overprotective father, and he's not overprotective in the fact that she speaks non-verbally or communicates non-verbally. He's just like, he's just got a teen daughter, and he's just over dramatic about it. And
it's like, oh, she's growing away from me. Oh, I need to try to keep her from doing whatever. And oh, she has a new friend. That's great. It's a boy. Oh no, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. And then like the pink-haired girl is like not overtly sexual, but she is more sexual than any other character in it. And it's not like over the top, but if that's a thing that you're like, no, then just be aware of that. Also, the girl you see there with the short hair is in charge of the club, and she is one of my favorite minor characters because she is invested in seeing how this relationship goes, and because she has no love life of her own, and the ways that it's just, there's a running gag of her being in disguises that it's very fun.
Yeah.
It's just light and silly and short, like I said, half-length episodes. But I feel like it was really overlooked when it came out. I think it came out in a good season, so it was just like not on a lot of people's radar, but I loved it.
It was a good season for me when this came out, because I was like, yes, I love this manga, and it's a yonkoma. But it's not meant to be a gag manga, but in some ways it is. It's meant to be really funny.
There are wonderful, great gags. There's also just like, this is not a spoiler. There's a cute little moment. Edgy's younger sister can't say Nanako, the main character's name, right. She says Nananko. And there's no way to translate that in the subtitle, but if you hear it, you're just like, that's adorable. She just does not say the name right, and it's great. But yeah, it's very cute and fun, and some of it's a little cliche, but I would say the cliches they aren't eye-rolling. And then I don't know, it's a fun little thing.
You have to like be willing to with Senryu Girl to be able to buy into the fact that it's like everything. She doesn't talk ever. She only ever communicates. It's due to her having a communication disorder of some point. She's very shy in some ways, but it kind of hard locked her into writing Senryu, which are essentially haiku, but Senryu are like a more like relaxed version of a haiku. They're 575, but they're not meant to like have like, oh, I must bring up the autumn or I must bring up cherry blossoms or something, right? And you have to be willing to buy the fact that she's able to get through all of high school and get through all these relationships with her friends and do all this stuff by just constantly writing these things and showing them off. And so how they do that in the show is that she never moves her mouth, but she will narrate them. So you get to hear a voice actress reading these things out to you the entire time.
Yeah, you hear her internal dialogue. And I also one of the things I love about this is there is only one scene, and it is very light and not super harsh, where anyone even pauses to go, wait, you don't talk? Almost the entire series, except for one scene, which is also like a backstory thing. The series is basically built on the premise that people are like, yeah, all right, let me read what you wrote. Or let me look at your drawings. And it is a lovely little thing where that, like, you could envision another series that being a constant issue, but it is not an issue in the show. But yeah, that's Senryu Girl. I recommend it. That's why it's included. So Corey, let's go to your first pick.
Yeah. So I've heard reviewers call this Noin, but I've always called it just Noin. So Noin mo hitori no kimi e, or to your other self. And I was on the tweeters and I saw people posting videos of these like gnarly porcelain looking battleships that have faces and arms and legs and stuff. And that's from this series, which is kind of a quantum physics fantasy show. So there's multiple timelines and multiple dimensions interacting with each other. There's an evil big bad group called Shangri-La that's trying to destroy space-time. And there's a country far in the future, 15 years in the future, called La Crema that sends part of its army back in time to stop Shangri-La from getting the thing that lets them destroy the world. But they have like physical tethers that connect them to their time. And they all have kind of like magical fighting abilities, which involves a little bit of body horror, just a little bit. Kind of like on the level of Parasite, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's got just like real interesting action, really interesting design. It's from 2005, and there's some like early CGI in it that's, kind of stands out, but fits because they're trying to do a lot of weird stuff. They also do a lot of the very loose sketchiness during action scenes where the shapes and forms get a lot looser, which a lot of people I've think it, or I've heard them say that it's lazy, and I disagree. It's violent. There's some gross eyeball stuff because the big robots get destroyed. I don't think there's a specific character that does anything gross, but it has been a long time since I've seen it. I'm pretty sure Bede showed this to me in his anime club.
I've never seen this.
Well,
yeah, maybe that was something when Heather was around.
So Beach, this is by the director of Escaflowne and creator of Heat Guy.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Yeah, and the character designer did like Madoka and Durarara, Haikyuu.
Huh.
So it's got some big staff people on it.
Yeah, the big monster designs, like the big rope, whatever. I remember being very being like, oh, this is awesome. Even like 2005, because the CGI is definitely there and noticeable, but it's not like it doesn't like take you out and go like, another studio did this. This is a bad part of this episode.
No.
It just is like they probably didn't think they could do this otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yeah, it's Satellite produced it, but it's some kind of ex-Sunrise people as well. And I was looking through a lot of the staff links and stuff for my picks, and I don't know which one on my list had a crossover with Silent Mobius, but you brought it up, and I was like, that's a thing I had never heard of before. But one of these people did that.
Yeah, Silent Mobius exists in my mind only as an anime that, from that instance, I don't know anything else about it except that it was very clear those VHS tapes were copied from a U.S. licensed subtitled DVD. Outside of that, Silent Mobius exists, but I don't know what. There's a lady, and that's all I know.
Yeah.
So is Noin, like, are they high school students, middle school students?
12.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
So there's some children in peril.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's that kind of Shadow Star, Narutaru.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
But it's a bit dark. It's more of a drama than anything else.
Okay. It's not going to kind of make you expect one thing and give you another. It's like, no, we're going to kind of have the same. What you see when you start the show is kind of what you'll see as the show continues on.
Yeah.
Neat. Okay. Yeah, I have heard of this. I just have never seen it. Huh.
Yeah. My recommendation for it is based on it being interesting. Not necessarily good.
Like that 9 out of 10.
But very interesting. Yeah.
But mid-2000s, like mecha and, piloting monster, is this a mech or is this a, humanoid? Like, that's a pretty fun era of, like, people being like, man, Gundam's been on for a long time, and people seem to like some parts of Evangelion. I guess we'll do that.
Yeah, but it's not even like mech versus mech. You've got like little individual fighters that have superpowers that are like taking on these big monsters. And also they fight each other and they like run around Hokkaido with time frozen, like moving through buses and stuff. And it's very cool.
There's a lot going on. All right. Well, thank you, Corey, for that. Beach, we're going to talk about your first one.
Yes.
I looked at this. This is an anime that I think I know about. And then I was just like, is that Bell Dandy? It's not Bell Dandy.
No, it's not.
It's not Bell Dandy. Also, this is legitimately the best photo I could find. Google image search was just like, do you want 100 by 200 photos? I was like, no. And I found this. And I was like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is.
So it has nothing to do with flying motorcycles or giant ghostly people in the background or any of that kind of stuff. So Earth Maiden Arjuna, Chikyu Shoujo Arjuna, or that just gets called Arjuna, or at least has been kind of called that for a while. But now if you search on the internet, you kind of have to look for Earth Maiden Arjuna because there's like Arjuna from like Fate, and there's Arjuna from like a whole bunch of, also the god. But anyway, so Juna, who is our, who's the high school student who is holding the that very fancy bow. She does that because she's in the school archery program. She's in the traditional Japanese longbow archery club, team, whatever you want to call it. That's why they gave her that weapon. It all works out. Anyway, she dies. First episode. I don't think we get halfway through the first episode and she dies. She gets like thrown off a motorcycle, dude's motorcycle. That's her boyfriend. And before she dies, when her soul is coming out of her body and it's ascending into the stars, the small blonde-headed boy that's sitting in the wheelchair, he basically appears to her and is like, hey, you have a job to do. I can save your life. And she's like, what? I guess, yes. Is that what's going on? And she gets sucked back to Earth. She wakes up in the hospital bed. Everyone's like, what the hell's going on? And then runs outside. And if I'm trying to remember the whole thing, a helicopter appears with this kid on it in the wheelchair. She gets on, and he takes her off to like another part of Japan, essentially. So that's the start. Now the whole story is how she's like the avatar of the Earth. She represents a very strong Gaia figure at this point, and her job is to ensure that nothing bad happens. And the first episode is essentially we can see that there's going to be a problem at this nuclear power plant, and so we know that because there are giant CG worms that are in the area around the nuclear power plant that nobody else can see. Only you, because you have the power of this like Earth avatar, that you can actually see them. And now you have to show up, transform into this Earth avatar girl, pull out this magical bow, and you have to confront them. And so she tries shooting them and stuff, and it's she keeps shooting them, and it's just angering them, making things worse, and the power plant's blowing up and all this kind of stuff. And Chris, the kid in the wheelchair, is like, no, you're not doing it right. You should be doing it right. Why aren't you doing it right? And she's like, I don't know, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And it's like, they're not the worms are not the enemy. Like, they're not the ones who are doing things wrong. And she's like, oh, and she starts to have this sense of realizing what's actually going on. And so then she's like, oh, I know. And she starts shooting them with her bow again. But this time she's shooting arrows of love, I guess. And it calms the worms and it sends them back underground, and all the stuff that's happened to the nuclear power plant. The thing doesn't end up going like full meltdown and blowing up and like destroying like the part of Japan that it's in. So there's lots of like early 2000 CG in this. That's just the first episode. But the whole series is basically based on her trying to come to terms with why she is this person now. Like, who is this Earth Maiden? Why is she supposed to be this person? What is her job? What's this shadowy organization that came and found her and said, we need you to do this because you're important to the survival of the Earth. And thus begins a 13-episode crash course in awareness.
Okay.
And the biggest problem I have with this, we didn't think we were going to be talking about abortion on this episode, but here we are. There is an episode that focuses on abortion and takes a very pro-life stance with it, which I don't agree with. But it has this sense of, hey, if when you get pregnant, there's a baby inside you, and if you abort a baby, then that you can like listen to the screams and the cries of that baby that wants to stay alive. And I'm like, fuck off. Like, it's a lot. And this is definitely, the show is pushing a lot of different political issues. But one thing it does do is so we'll put that one aside for now. That's the thing that I think is probably the biggest triggering thing for a lot of people. But there's a lot of focus on, do you know where your food comes from? Do you know how your food is made? She bites into a hamburger and she gets sick because she realizes that how the cows are treated and how they're pumped full of hormones and like all these kind of things. And she's like, she can taste all of the suffering that went into making this burger, because she's now connected fully to like all aspects of the planet. And then she's trying to figure out, well, what am I supposed to do? How do I interact like with anything? How do I understand what's going on? There's an episode that focuses on math, just on the beauty of mathematics. Like, it has weirdly very specific political overtones, and a lot of the stuff it brings up can even be ideas where I'm like, that's an interesting idea, even if I don't agree with it. I think it's an interesting idea, and I think it's interesting you brought things up in that way. And it makes it a really challenging show to watch. And it doesn't stop being interesting or fun for me. And it is only 13 episodes. 13, I think, yeah. And I'm just like, this kind of feels like one of the better ways to be like, I have something I need to get off my chest. I want to share it with the world. Here's an anime in which I can share all these different things. Is it a little incoherent at times? Yeah, because there's always a story thread that's going through, but now we're focusing on math for an episode, or we're focusing on beef for an episode, like that kind of thing. And but ultimately, it's got a really good heart. It's and the music's by Yoko Kanno.
You could have said that a couple of minutes ago if you were really trying to sell this.
And it's directed by Shoji Kawamori, who also worked on Macross Plus and worked on Escaflowne as well. I mean, I believe this is a Sunrise show, so it was definitely, it's Bandai Entertainment, done by Satellite. So yeah, it has, again, a show with an excellent pedigree. And if you watch the behind the scenes in this, you get to hear what the directors and the writers thought about all the stuff that they put into the show. It's interesting to hear some of that stuff, but I like this, and it's hard to recommend to people because it's like, I'm giving you something that's going to kind of hit you politically when I mean, everything is politics. Let's just be fair, but it's going to do a thing that's like challenging, and it's probably going to upset you. Like, I didn't like the episode on abortion because I'm like, you're really taking a one-sided stance to how you think about this that I don't even think can be backed up in specific ways. But I'm willing to watch what you want to say about this because I think you also still have the very best of intentions.
When did they get to the tournament arc?
They never do because it's only 13 episodes. It's so great. It's over. It's over before any of this really crappy tropey shit like that happens.
There's another Earth goddess out there, and you need to fight her in a tournament with other candidates for Earth goddesses.
I thought for sure they were going to do that there's going to be ones in different parts of the world or something like that, and they all have to, they all are angry at each other for some reason, and it never comes up.
Full G Gundam.
Yeah. Yeah, you just go full. You never want to go full G Gundam. Well,
I recommend Earth Maiden Arjuna.
Thank you, Beach. Yeah. I mean, I also, if somebody wants to make an anime about motorcycles that fly, I'll also watch that. I'll watch what I thought what this anime was based on this one image of this section here in the middle. I'll also watch that anime. Anyway, okay. Now let's get into my second pick for the show. My second main pick here. Yomushi Pedal. If you are, like me, looking for long anime that you can marathon in, or a couple months ago you were just like, I don't know, here's a long anime for you, a really solid, great long anime. I say I'm not a sports anime guy, and then I watch some sports anime that I love very, very much. So at first I was like, a biking club, okay, whatever. There's a lot of episodes of it. There's a movie of it. This, I'd watched this a couple years ago. I started watching the show. Okay, but I randomly just saw a clip on YouTube of a little guy on a bike pedaling really, really well and being great at it. And all of the people he like other people who were like big, tough people like you see in this photo just freaking out about how good he is. And I was like, okay, I'll check this show out. Onoda, you see there, the little guy there, he didn't set out to be in a biking club. He set out to join an anime club when he got to high school because he loves anime and no one he knew watched anime. And he was like, when I get to high school, I'll make friends in the anime club and I'll have someone to talk to. So he's kind of a loner. He rides his bike. He's got a grandma bike, he rides it to go buy anime and to buy figures and stuff. And then he bikes to school. And the anime club is closed because it didn't have enough new members because the members graduated and then nobody new was taking it up. So he needs people to join the anime club to start it up again. And through happenstance, he ends up in a bike race with a guy who wants to join the bike club, the cycling club. And he does not win this race, but he ends up trying out for the team. And he doesn't know jocks. He's not interested in doing this. He has this natural weird talent for cycling because he just has a lot of endurance in his frame. And this is not what he expected. And none of them watch anime or have any idea what he's talking about. A couple of them are like, I think my brother and sister like that show because they're children. It kind of takes that stance on it. But it's not just about this one little guy growing and getting confidence and changing who he is and finding a thing that he's passionate about. It's also about all the other people around him who have their own passions and their own desires, but also are just along the way changed by this really nice little guy that they've never met anyone quite like it. Because there's another guy that's small there, but he's a different kind of small because he's still muscular and he's still doing a different thing. And he's now not the small guy, which I that's one of my favorite little things in anime is when there's because Haikyuu has that too, because it has the smallest guy in the team, but there's also a guy who's just a little taller than him. But he's now not the small guy. I don't know. That's just a little thing that I enjoy. But this is a show about heart, and there are a lot of other teams because they're competing in these big citywide tournaments or countrywide tournaments with the high schools, and there's rivalries, and you meet all these other characters, and you watch those characters grow because they, with the one possible exception, even though he does have a bit of a redemption, they all just want to bike and get better and do better than the other teams and build up the next generation. There's a lot about well, what happens when we're done because we're seniors. So we need to build the club up because we don't want the club to go away. And you just Also, they made up an anime theme song to like a pretty girl anime, like a magical girl, I should say, not pretty girl, magical girl anime, that he uses to increase his cadence because he can bike to the song. So there's this beautiful moment of the big dude in the bottom right corner here, this big guy just being like, we'll try that song thing, and he has to like sing this song to like distract himself and pick up the cadence, and then people are like, what's happening right now? And then there's this, and another time they do it, there's a shot of a woman going like, I know what that's from. That seems like a nice team. And it's just like, oh, it like right now in this moment, it's just like, there's so much feel good stuff, and there's highs and lows, and it's a beautiful story. And you just like are always rooting for this little guy. And there, as I said, there is kind of probably Mineta, which is this dude. His catchphrase is calling things gross that are not gross, and he is indeed the gross one. He's got a twisted set worldview and a twisted sense of self and a twisted look at everything. He pretty much sucks, but he's very good at cycling. Mitasuji. The only thing is he also watches anime, so Onoda thinks he can talk about anime, but he doesn't want to do that. And he definitely thinks that like camaraderie and like team stuff is gross. And you can see here, he just contorts his body. He does a lot of like leaning and do impossible leans and just like a lot of stuff that when animated is just. He's a lot. He's just a lot.
Like he puts his body full up over the handlebars and like licks the road.
Yeah,
it's not good.
His tongue comes out. It's not great. He's one of the bikers that does mind games with people on his own team, mind games with other people. It's definitely like a weird dude that found out he was good at biking. So where Onoda was like, I'm good at biking. I'm going to make friends and grow as a person. And he was like, I'm good at biking. I'm going to dominate everyone and be the best weird version of me I can be. So he's a lot.
Is he played for laughs?
He's played as a villain. He's played as the major villain. Because he backs up his awfulness by being good. He's excellent at cycling. So like, is he wrong? Is his twisted philosophy wrong if he gets results?
Right.
But he's definitely like, there are teams that are like, well, this is our rival team from years ago, or this is our rival team because like I have a personal relationship with this person, or we beat them, so now they want to beat us. But at the end of the day, like they'll go like hang out, and there's like a friendly rivalry between like two freshmen, Onoda and a guy from another team that like blossoms throughout the show. And like it's just a good weird anime about like cycling. And here's the thing that happens in this show that I love. One of the things I love most about anime, and I don't think any other medium quite does this. It's so good that people wanted to cycle and bike.
Oh.
It's one of those anime that changed Japan. Maybe not as big as Slam Dunk. You know, Slam Dunk altered sports in Japan. It wasn't the first manga about basketball, but it that and the Dream Team, that happening at the same time, meant that people recreationally and in high school started playing basketball. So Yomimushi Pedal didn't necessarily do that, but it did do a lot where there's a special about Paralympic athletes that they made that's like really, really cool. The creator of the manga has like raised money for the Olympic cycling team for Japan because it just renewed interest in young people in biking as like a sport. And I love that. I love when anime could just be like, laid back camp. Mount Fuji suddenly had, and the camping grounds there suddenly had a huge spike in people wanting to camp because laid back camp is so good. It happens because Japan is a small enough country that anime can alter it for a few years. Saga increases tourism because an idol show about zombies was so good that people were like, I want to go to Saga. That looks awesome. The anime could just do that, which is rad. And Yellow Mishpetal has like done that. And yeah, I know that Corey, you're familiar with the series. Do you have any input?
Only spoilers.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all I can think of because
Yeah.
it's just like he has endurance for a reason because he bikes to like Akiba to buy his
Yes.
manga on the weekends.
Yeah.
From like Nowheresville where he lives.
Yeah. So that's how he got his endurance, was biking on a, they call it a grandma bike in the translation. I forget what the Japanese of it is,
Yeah.
but it's basically it's a bike with a basket in the front.
It's all steel and
yeah.
Heavy metal frame.
Yeah, it's not meant for like biking up a hill fast.
Right.
So when he does get a bike that's like for racing, he's just like, oh, this is so much easier.
Yeah,
They're like, yeah, that's the whole thing.
So it's not just it's not that he was born a natural or something.
No.
He just happened to train himself into being good at this.
Accidentally.
Yeah, it's accidental. It's
That's
not
good. I like that.
Yeah, it's not like Initial D where his dad secretly trains him to be a great downhill specialist by making him deliver tofu.
Heel toe.
Yeah, by delivering tofu. And that was all part of his master plan, I guess. I don't know. This one is just like, it's my favorite part of sports anime because there are two types of sports anime. There is, I'm really good at this and I need to rally other people so we can do this. Or, oh wait, I'm good at this? I guess I'll find out everything about it.
Now I gotta try hard.
Yeah, now I'm gonna try hard, and now I've like made friends, and now I have something that like, yeah, okay. And it's got that like his mom doesn't know he does it, and like kind of shows up, and it's just like, wait, that's my son. What's happening right now? She's great too. She's a great little supportive mom. Yeah, it is a lovely series. And like I said, if you're looking for something to marathon, there are a lot of episodes of this show. So, yeah, and a movie. And at least one movie that like tells you what happened in a season. It's like one of those kind of movies.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's move on because we got some time. We got some time to get through these. We're not rushing right now. But let's talk about Megalobox.
Megalobox.
Yeah.
It's the hot new sport that's sweeping the nation. Boxing with robot arms so that you can potentially kill someone. This was a series made in 2018 for the 50th anniversary of Ashton no Joe. So it's a mild retelling of, I guess, Ashton no Joe, but it's 13 episodes. And I don't like boxing in real life. I don't like violence generally, but I think I like cinematic boxing a lot, like Megalobox or Creed or things like that. And this story, I found myself constantly impressed with like the pacing of it. Like it just kind of moves smoothly along, and character motivations all make sense. Our main character, Junk Dog or Joe, is like a underleague boxer in Megaloboxing. He's too poor to get into the big leagues because there's kind of a massive class difference. So it's got it's mostly just like a nobody getting into this big sport, right? And he fights other people that have like better equipment, better trainers, and he just like grits his teeth and gets through it. He gets like a coach to come out of retirement. There's a squad of little children that are annoying that follow him. It's mostly just really fun.
All right.
Yeah.
It looked really gritty. Like I was kind of like, oh, is this going to be like... Because I tried to watch Technolize one time, which is really gritty.
Right.
And I couldn't do it. And so when I saw that, oh, it's another fighting thing, and it's modern, and it's got nice colors and nice design, but I was like, kind of like, is it going to be really like underground fighting kind of thing? But it's not.
No, it's more of like just a stylized representation of things.
Okay.
You know, you fight the guy that has an AI that can make him predict moves, and like other veteran fighters and such, and deal with things like the squad of children steal things in exchange for drugs because their lifestyle is so bad that they need drugs. Called Red Candy. There's an episode that deals a lot with PTSD from war.
Okay.
So that's kind of the only major trigger warning, I would guess, in the series that I can think of. I saw it when it came out. I haven't watched it since 2 years ago. And it's just... Oh, man. Okay. Also, the closing theme is a bop. Just a hell of a bop.
Hell yeah.
The main theme, like I listen to the music of this all the time just because it's nice to have in the background. It's like, yeah, I can do the thing. Yeah.
All right.
But the ending theme is kind of just a acoustic guitar rap.
Okay.
This is on my Netflix list. Like because Ian was talking it up and you've been talking it up, and I'm like, okay, I will at some point sit down and watch it. Much like I sat down and watched a couple episodes of Dorohedoro. I'm going to sit down and watch an episode or two of this. I just haven't gotten to it yet.
This is not the same as Dorohedoro.
I get that. I understand.
I would recommend you watch this more than the other one.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
I don't think you're going to like that.
I haven't so far.
I mean, look, that show is awesome, but I also understand anyone that was like, no, I'm good. But I think like, oof, it managed to capture the manga, which I didn't think was possible because that manga,
I didn't either.
That manga is more like the Max than it's like anime, like than other manga. Like it's just so weird.
Yeah, it's got like I don't know, Grant Morrison feel. Like it's just, it's weird, and there shouldn't be a way to animate it.
Yeah,
I never thought of it.
And
in
yet
that way.
they combined CG in a way that makes it kind of work. It's weird to look at, but it works.
Yes. It's weird to look at, and all the characters are weird, and some of them are very uncomfortable to view in any way, shape, or form. And it is bloody and strange, and like I didn't bat an eye when a face got ripped off.
Except that it's like this little girl.
Except that it's a little girl.
By the way,
her little scythes.
Yeah. Like when it was revealed that was what happened there, I was like, yeah, that makes sense for this show. Well, that's messed up. But it wasn't like, what's happening? I'm never shocked by it. There's a couple things. That's not wrong. That's not true. There are a couple things that I was like, wait, what? That's a thing you could just do? But yeah. Let's move on. Let's get into Beej's last one here. But yeah, Megalobox. This is a show I haven't seen either. But it sounds very cool.
Yeah, it just like very firmly captures the nostalgia feeling while upgrading it for a new time. It does. They go a little cheap on some of the background textures.
Okay.
Sometimes you might notice that, but other than that, it's like beautiful.
Rad. All right, so let's talk about Centaur's Worries, which is also the English translation, if you're watching on the anime, is Centaur's Life.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so if you want to find it on Crunchyroll, it's Centaur's Life. But Centaur's Worries is the name of the manga, and the better translation for the Japanese. But
yeah. Centoru no Nayami is the Japanese for this, Centaur's Worries. And then, in English it is A Centaur's Life, so if you're finding it hard to find it under C, it'll definitely be under A. So I watched this because I was reading the manga. And so let's start with a lot of things about me. I like monster girls. I think it's very interesting to see that. Monster people in general, I think, are very interesting to see how mangaka will decide to render certain, like a centaur versus like a satyr versus I don't know exactly the the black-haired girl. I forget her name, damn it. But it's like, oh, they call them like demon people, but they're not demon people. They just have like bat wings and they have like the ears and stuff like that. But anyway, so this is Slice of Life. This is just a bunch of high school boys and girls going about their high school daily life. It's not a yonkoma. It's written out as like chapters of stories, and it's also then, you know, their life at home and like all those kind of things. The anime is really fun, and I think does a better job of getting people interested in the show or in the story and the setting, because the mangaka, the first, Christ, here I am going to make some excuses. The first chapter of the manga doesn't really have much to do with Himeno, who's the centaur there. It has to do more with the two girls who are flanking her, who I believe they're both women-loving women. I don't know if that means if they're both bi or if they're both lesbian or not, but the opening chapter has more to do with them talking about their relationship with each other while at school, and it gets a little dirty in the way that you would expect high school students talking about sex like to each other, how that gets. And it was one of those things where I'm like, oh, good. I'm a pervert. I love prurient whatever. Sure, why not? But I'm like, I don't know if that's what's actually going on here or not. And you read more chapters, you're like, oh, that was just a chapter. That doesn't have any bearing on what the plot is about. That's just something that happened in this day at school when they had this conversation. And so the anime says, no, why the hell would we start with that? That's a very loaded way to start this show and gives you no impression of what the actual show is about, which is everybody in the world has 6 limbs. In fact, the world building, which is what I love about Centaur's Worries, and it's why I bring it up as a thing that's interesting to watch. The mangaka has spent a lot of time in later chapters providing historical documents, things you can read, multi-paragraph sheafs of text that just describe this is why the world is the way that it is. And they're written as if they are high school textbooks. So they're meant to illustrate, like, look at what it's like. You know, we evolved from a 6-legged lizard that came onto land, essentially, like an amphibian that came onto land and walked around. And it's like, it might have been different living if maybe 2 of those limbs were missing, or if we had 2 more limbs, like that kind of idea. And it's meant to give you a sense of what this world has evolved into as a result. And then the amount of like the multiple bifurcations that happen to all of these from the initial ancestors, right? Because it's like, technically, yeah, there were no horses around when that 6-legged lizard came out of the water. When our ancestors came out of the water, there were no they didn't just but there were horses as well. It was like, no, everybody kind of came off of the same group of evolution, and they just kind of kept splitting and splitting and splitting. And this is the same thing. And there's also a lot of political things involved with this as well.
I was gonna say, I kind of got turned off on this because it at some point it seemed to be like it's illegal to like joke or be perceived that you're making fun of people for their appearance, but it definitely took the stance of it took the stance of like, this has gone too far. Like,
yeah,
it felt like it was telling me a message that I fundamentally don't agree in an anime about like lesbian animal women. And I was like, well, there's this snake person, and that seems interesting. Ooh, they have a whole lot to say about this. Yikes.
Yeah, so the Antarcticans, the snake people, they are a snake race that lives below the ice in Antarctica. They have their very own society. And when you start to see how in the manga how all of those things are involved with each other, like they talk about there's a frogman who is French, funny that, named Jean Rousseau, and he's a great leader, but he also he is a member of a tribe that is trying to gain independence for themselves, and they're trying violent revolution against the governments. And it's like, this is a slice of life about a bunch of high school students who are all animals that go to school. Where does all this stuff come in? And yet it kind of does. And it's really, I think that's what makes it really interesting for me because it's like you'll watch this, you'll expect it to be a light, fluffy thing, kind of yes, but also kind of no. If you're willing to spend a lot of time with the manga, especially, you'll see more of that. The messaging that it gives a lot of is like, we realized that, you know, we have to be, you have to respect everybody, and you can't be like making fun of somebody, because if you make fun of somebody for being like a centaur or whatever, you won't get reprimanded for it. You will be led away to a place to undergo re-education. And it's like, what is in this show? What? And yet, slice of life comedy. But it's because it takes place in this alternate universe. It's like, and everyone's fine with this. And I'm like, I guess I have to sit here and be fine with it too. It's weird. It's really weird, but it's, again, it's also a slice of life comedy, and it's kind of fun. Like,
Beach, it's just a fucking weird show. I don't know.
It is!
It's just a really weird show. Like I said, I hit the point where I was like, I can't anymore. Because it was.
And I completely understand that.
The underlying, like, censorship and stuff. Like, there was just a very much of like a world gone wrong thing. You can't even joke anymore. Like, it just felt like that. And I was like, I don't know. But if you're like willing to be like, I don't know, that's what this world is. I want to see more about what's going on. I want to see this play that they're going to put on. Sure.
Yeah. There is I will say that there is, I believe it's episode 5. I'm going to guess that it is episode 5. I don't know. There's mermaids in this world as well. All the mermaids all swim around with no tops on, boys and girls. So you get to see boobs. All of the they do an exchange program thing. I know this happens in the manga. I think this happened in the anime as well. They do an exchange program thing where all the kids from a couple classes in the high school that Himeno and her friends go to, they all go to the mermaid school to basically participate in classes there to see what it's like to be part of in a different kind of culture. And the school is half flooded, so it's like you have to go over a threshold and you have to you swim for a bit. So everyone's wearing swimsuits, but all the girls are all like they're in a full swimsuit because they're not going to just take their tops off because obviously
it's like
different
the school uniform swimsuit.
Yeah, they're in the school uniform swimsuit essentially. And what's interesting about that, of course, is that there's that whole thing about the boys being like, oh, but look at all the boobs. This is amazing. And of course, all the boys and all the girls who are mermaids are sitting there they're wondering what the hell this is all about. All the boy mermaids are looking at all the girls who are covered up and they're like, oh my God, they covered up their boobs. This is amazing. Like that same kind of boys are horny wherever you go kind of thing. They're just horny for different things. And I'm like, that's an understandable sentiment that I have.
I get it.
So,
all right. So
I like it.
Yeah, it's a weird show. So that is the panel. And I don't know. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
What do you think it's like here? Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games.
Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Evelyn is statistically a human paladin, and she is Oath of the Ancients. Characteristically, people have called her a Southern Belle, but of course she's not from the South as you would recognize it. She's from a small town outside Waterdeep that has an accent that sounds a little bit...
What do you think it's like? Here. Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own. Different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get
Evelyn is statistically a human paladin, and she is Oath of the Ancients. Characteristically, people have called her a Southern Belle, but of course she's not from the South as you would recognize it. She's from a small town outside Waterdeep that has an accent that sounds a little bit like an American Southern accent. But she is endlessly optimistic, which is a power of hers, but also a flaw. And she's extremely strong, even though she's very, very small. So it's been really fun to play with her soft side, as well as her strength, and her femininity, as well as her violence, and her endless optimism, as well as her deep realism that she maybe sometimes hides or fights or is now discovering. But in Idle Champions, she serves really well as a great tank and plays very well with a lot of the other characters in her universe as well. Evelyn's loyal steed is named Morning Glory, and in the game, just once, Morning Glory was transformed into a Pegasus for various reasons, so Evelyn's ultimate is to fly in on a Pegasus and wreak beautiful havoc. The process of helping to put Evelyn in Idle Champions was so much fun. Being kind of the creative reference for something like that and watching it come to life, even to the point of, I specifically remember they showed me an animated version of Evelyn, and I was like, I don't think her boots' wings should move like that. I think they should move like in this rhythm, and making even changes like that. It was so cool that they were so interested in making the character so like what I thought, and then seeing her in the game, even when I walk by the Idle Champions booth now and they have it on the screen, I'll be like, oh, that's me. I helped with that. And that's something that I don't know if I ever thought I'd be able to do. So it's been really, really fun having her in the game, and having people play her and enjoy her in the game and teach me how they're using her in the game has been awesome. It's been funny because I am in all video games. I'm a lore junkie. I like to do things because they're cool for the story. And so there's a difference between people who are like, oh, I've min-maxed exactly the numbers that Evelyn's best for, or the people who are like, oh, I like to put Evelyn next to these people because I like even playing with these characters. And actually what's cool is in Idle Champions, a lot of those things are the same. So it's really neat that I like having all of Evelyn's friend characters around her, and that's usually a good thing for the game too.
Hello, PAX 2020. I have definitely not shot this intro multiple times. Welcome to the couch of FilmJoy. I am Mikey Newman. I make a show called Movies and Mikey on a channel called FilmJoy. And speaking of, I am joined by producer of FilmJoy and extraordinary person, Terry Eakin.
Hello, it's me. Thank you. Thank you.
They're all clapping. I can hear
Everyone
it.
loves
I can
me.
hear it. Everyone.
They're all here for me.
Everyone loves me.
No, they aren't.
Hello.
Hi.
This feels like an episode of Drunk History.
It does. I was thinking earlier, like, we should get some cocktails going. It's like 10 o'clock in the morning.
It's too early for cocktails. Anyway, I've been making my show for 6 years. Used to be at PAX all the time. I did a bunch of Movies and Mikey panels at PAX. Miss you all dearly.
How do you think that Movies with Mikey has evolved since the beginning of it? When did it start, anyway?
2014. Ninja Turtles 1 was my first video. I wanted to talk about like dumb movies from my childhood, and it evolved, and I wanted to take it more seriously. But it's always been a reflection of me and what I'm going through at the time. When you sort of map my life to it, it makes a lot of sense. Like in 2017, I went to PAX East and I caught what I thought was the flu. I just literally couldn't move. I had to go to the hospital. My dad actually drove me. But I remember at PAX East, I did a panel and I announced the Moon episode.
I'm going to do one quick announcement before questions. The next episode of Movies with Mikey is Moon.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But it's funny because I was bedridden for basically 2 months. Yeah. And I'm like, time to get up and make this episode about how a guy's body is dying out from underneath him and he's like he's really scared and really sad. And I was like, oh.
I was here when you were editing some of that, and I remember you doing, and it was just too sad. I like couldn't.
By the way, that is, so the mouse is here. I controlled it with the back of my hand because I couldn't. So I would like literally click the mouse like this. It was funny. I remember finishing that episode, the whole episode where I was like, hello. I remember finishing it and being mad at myself for it being so short.
Oh, yeah, I remember
It was like the biggest miracle ever. And I'm like, you doofus. Gosh. You see this very excited show where I'm like, be joyous just to be joyous. And then you, I think, see me kind of going through this 2017, 2018 tunnel where I was like training myself how to be happy again. I did this episode in 2018 where I was kind of trying to finally put 2017 behind me because I dealt with some pretty heavy stuff, and I thank you for being on the couch with me because this stuff's hard to talk about. Yeah. But I had pretty horrible PTSD, and I was really just either depressed beyond reason or just sad all the time. And it's like, okay, be happy. And I did an episode that wasn't really about movies. It was an episode of Movies and Mikey, but it was called Get Off the Floor, which was like me kind of yelling at myself from 2017. But Get Off the Floor was that moment where I was like, Michael, get off the floor. Because that moment that happened to me was the Creed episode. You fight, I fight, which was like grabbing it at the universe, like, help me get through this. And in 2018, I finally sort of reflected on that time period. For as sad as that episode is, I think the stories are funny and endearing. Anyway, let's get out of the dredges of 2017 and 2018.
Well, we should talk about that transition, going from having a full-time job to doing YouTube as your full-time job.
YouTube carries with it its own physical and mental stressors. Like when people are giving you feedback on everything you do 100% of the time, every day, every week for years, that alone has a mental toll. But I think going from having a full-time job with health insurance that I could no longer do to full-time YouTube and trying to run a business and having no idea how to do that and failing miserably and hurting a lot of people I love. I want to be frank there. Sorry. You learn a lot when you have to live month to month. But to move forward, I think in the timeline here to last year, which is a reflection of 2017, I got a letter in the mail from who?
Our good friends, the IRS.
It's so good, so fun. What were they offering?
They were offering to take a look at your 2017 tax return. Like, wow, that's so kind of them.
So I got audited.
Yeah.
Which was cool.
Yeah.
But like that was pretty scary. Like that can happen.
Yeah.
I went full time in YouTube and I got
really
audited
easy
as a result of
to mess up, because especially in 2017 as a transition year for you, because for the first half of the year you did have a full-time job where your taxes were taken out of your paycheck and all, that's normal. And then at the end of the year you transitioned to YouTube full-time.
Yeah.
And being self-employed is a lot harder than people think it is, and the taxes and how to file and all of that is challenging.
It was a lot of work to get to where we are now, and I think we're in a really healthy place, which is what we want to share with everyone. So what were some of the steps we took sort of post-audit?
We did take the steps to establish an LLC in a real company. We paid taxes quarterly for 2019, and moving forward, we have now switched to full-time W-2 status for us.
And our Patreon was super helpful, because the Patreon has got us from 2017 to here, because I was living month to month on a healthy, very healthy Patreon from 2017 to 2019. Like that was a struggle in and of itself.
I think it's easy to look at the Patreon income and think like, oh, well, they get to pocket all of that. But you forget things like the production costs of the show. And, when you had a full-time job to supplement that cost, it was...
And health insurance.
And you had health insurance.
Which, by the way, we do have health insurance at FilmJoy now.
Our health insurance kicked in on April 1st, 2020, just in time.
Just in time.
Just in time. It took about 6 months to get the health insurance set up, because there's actually a lot of steps that you have to do. You
can do it. That's why we're here.
You can do it.
We're sort of bearing our souls to be like, you actually can see the other side of this. We started a merchandise company.
Yes.
Our own. So why did we do that?
I think there was a few reasons why. You make about $1.50 to $2 per shirt sale on the third-party dropshipping companies that handle merch for YouTubers.
Right.
So we thought if we started our own, if we just did it ourselves, we would feel better about it and we would get a bigger return on it.
Some of it was personal connection to the audience itself.
Yeah, the extra stuff that we do for shipping doesn't cost anything. No. And it doesn't take a lot of time either.
We actually support local businesses. In our local business,
I
don't know, it feels nice. It's just us two.
Yeah.
I find that very rewarding. It makes me feel good about life. Anyway, curveball question. What is your least favorite episode of Movies of Mikey?
I have a hard time with The Emperor's New Groove just because of like the time and the place.
I find watching... And this is just, I guess, where we differ. I find watching myself broken fine. Like, Emperor's New Groove, I talk so fast, but I can't. So it is a little hard to understand. But I'm like, I let myself off the hook for that one.
Yeah.
I think what does bother me is just the constant, like, people accusing me of being drunk, being like, you don't even know how to talk, like all this stuff. And I'm like, dude, there's like, I just explained this.
Another interesting thing that you mentioned to that is, I want to say the most recent Star Wars, like a bunch of thoughts about Star Wars.
Too many thoughts.
Too many thoughts about Star Wars. You'd started that episode, and then when we went to Vegas, we still had part 3 to record. But then we got in that car accident, so part 3, you're having a hard time, and people are like noticing it in the comments.
We were still in Vegas the morning after the car accident. Yeah. Star Wars episode's 2/3 done. I feel horrible. I'm cranky. Like we're not in the best mood because like we're all bruised and bloodied and awful. Because we got it. True fact. Apparently this is the therapy couch, which maybe that's what PAX panels should just be. Is therapy
maybe
couches.
that's what PAX Online 2020 would
Hell
be.
yeah, PAX 2020.
I'm here for it.
Therapy PAX. I just tweeted some shitty, stupid thing where they announced the Mac Pro, like fully loaded, was some just absolutely unreasonable.
It was like $30,000.
It was $60,000.
Yes, oh my gosh.
And people were like just mad at me. Golden rule, never tweet. Always true. Then I was feeling like bad about that, and I remember that being like funny. Because I'm like, if y'all only knew. Speaking of the Star Wars episode, I think that's where our production value went a lot higher. Because you are pretty rad with makeup. Like we did full on. We invented a character named Cax Sebulba, and I had blackout contacts. And I remember, this is a fun story. Blackout contacts are like this big. And my hand, like at any time, I could not get them in my eye. So me and Tara are in the bathroom, and she's holding my eye open, and I'm like, just be anywhere but here. And she got them in.
Yeah.
She got full on black, but like the makeup in that episode, I was really proud of because what was our budget for that? Like what did we spend
I
total?
think we spent like $150.
The contacts were like
70.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the rest of it was like the scar was Elmer's glue.
Makeup.
I'm really proud of that episode. Like it looks so much more expensive than it is, and I give you the credit there.
Oh, thank you.
Because you shot it and lit it and everything.
I think it was also towards the end of 2019 was when I think we were really finding our footing because we were starting to come out of the like month to month problem that we mentioned before, and I think just starting to feel better as people and as creators.
Yeah, I think that's what will, like you sort of look back at the show, you can see all these sort of turning points. I want to talk about an episode that did not do well originally. It experienced a kind of resurgence algorithmically at one point, the Jarhead episode, which never got views, but I was doing it for me because I wanted to talk about PTSD in an open sort of way, and I reached out to active duty and non-active duty service members. The episode actually ends with a quote from one. The episode is about Jarhead, but I talk about this scene in the movie The Hurt Locker. And this man who's been through just all this horrible stuff in war and all these like huge things. He gets to the cereal aisle and he's stunned. He cannot make a decision. And I was like, that right there, that was something I felt in my soul, because it's like you can't just be like, go get a box of cereal, because cereal doesn't matter. Like it does not matter at all, especially when your life has been sort of like co-opted by these things. And it took me so long to find a way to like say that, and it came down to the Hurt Locker and cereal. People watch my show for a lot of reasons, but a lot of time it's to sort of help us heal. Like my show is helping me heal, and I try to make it a thing that can help other people find a way to find the sunlight, for lack of a better term.
What other episode do you think that you're like most proud of?
That is an excellent question. The Baby Driver episode is 100% about disability, because like as a disabled person who has been disabled for 4 years now, like it's every day it's something. Like how many times have I fallen? Do you ever, before we get there, do you ever get the feeling like when I fall around the house, or are you ever like, this is the one?
For me, where I'm like, well, this is the one. It was the one where you fell through the table the other week.
Yeah, that was like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, that was the one where I was like, do we need to go to the hospital? Because I thought you broke your
That
arm.
was a big, yeah.
It wasn't broken though.
Scar's not there anymore.
No, it was you.
I mean, that was a full-size table from Target.
Yeah.
I mean, it was this tall, kind of had these bowed, it was all wood. It was this tall, and it was my end table for my bed. I spasmed off the bed, and I remember being in flight, but I went through a table.
Yeah.
Completely destroyed it. We have not replaced that table actually yet.
It's interesting because you fall so much, it's just become like a common, just day-to-day occurrence.
I try not to make a big deal out of it.
Yeah, and I don't want to either, because like if I coddle you every single time you like trip, wouldn't that get annoying?
Yeah, everybody's like
But-
fights I think are invisible to the outside world.
Yeah.
Because I've been honest about my struggles, but we've been kind of quiet about it.
Yeah.
Because it's more like learning to live with it, and I think that, to bring it back, I think that's what the Baby Driver episode was to me, because that is a movie. Like, he has a disability, his roommate has a disability. I reached out to my friend and Paxer, Katrina. Katrina's actually in that episode because she suffers from tinnitus. I was like, this is a movie that could teach you things about disability. So I part of that was just kind of reverse engineering them. Because like being disabled and proud, I think it's an interesting journey in and of itself versus disabled and quiet. And I think the disabled community should always be proud and loud. Damn it. Like, it's hard. It's hard for us. And like, people mock the shit out of us like all the time. It's awful. But that to me is what that episode represented and was. And also I got to delete Kevin Spacey from existence, which was also a joy. I think we should get to fan questions.
I agree. And I have a handy paper here. We've got a couple of questions from fans for you.
Apparently I can't mind good.
Our first question is from Martizzle, and he wants to know, why is Shaun of the Dead the greatest movie ever?
Okay. Shaun of the Dead is a movie about two people that are in love, they love each other, they don't quite fit together, and the toxicity of their relationship and it constantly trying to get back together and break up, it gets their parents killed, it gets all of their best friends killed, it gets their roommates killed, it gets a bunch of other people killed, and I find that so deeply like what a comment on relationships. Like, Shaun of the Dead is literally saying, sometimes these won't work. And it's funny watching the end where they're like, we did it. And I'm like, no, you didn't. You did not do it. You did not do it. And I think that's why Shaun of the Dead is the best movie ever.
This question is from Dr. Wordperson, and she wants to know, what process do you use to look for useful and positive things to say about a film when it's often so much easier to find things to complain about?
It feels like a natural process for me because I just think about what a movie means to me, I guess, at like the lowest level. But a lot of times it's easy to be positive because I can usually grab any film and talk about it, like what created it, what emotions were there. And I think that's an important way to look at art in general. Like, if you talk about how great Vincent van Gogh is all the time, that's all you do is talk about what a brilliant painter is, best artist of all time, whatever. And you don't talk about the lens of who Van Gogh was and like his crippling depression. It's stuff like that. Like, you need to look at the perspective of the person making the art because a lot of times they're exercising their own demons. I latch on to personal experience, I think.
Someone somewhere cared about this thing.
Someone somewhere cared more than you know about this thing.
Dr. Wordperson has a follow-up question. Also, which franchise do you think would be most improved by the copious addition of tacos? Star Trek, Star Wars, or the MCU?
Unequivocally not the MCU. Though that's also a franchise sort of defined by shawarma. I'm going to say Star Trek, and here's why. Star Trek is a show about the perfect super future where everyone lives in harmony and they all work together to explore the universe and help people. Tacos could only help that mission. Therefore, Star Trek is a happier world with tacos in it than it is without them. Also, I want to see Spock try to figure out how to eat a taco. I think it would be brilliant. He's just like highly illogical. Oh yeah, I just remember we did the Star Trek episodes with Sabanti Kirk, no relation. We're so dumb.
We've had some fun.
We did. You did the ears too.
I did.
That was fun.
There was one shot in that episode where I accidentally put the ear on backwards.
Yes.
And nobody noticed it.
I did.
We noticed it when it was too late.
I never looked in the mirror before we started filming because you put them on and we started filming immediately. And when I looked in the mirror, I was like,
yeah, but we'd already filmed it and it was too late. And I was like, well, every comment on this is going to be, and we didn't want to reshoot it. And then there weren't any comments that mentioned it. And I was like, oh.
Well, now there will be. That was fun. That was like 3 months of our lives. We did almost
this year.
That was this year. It was almost a documentary series on the story of Star Trek, which was TOS as a show sort of emerging and almost getting canceled like every 2 hours. And sort of the transition into movies and how Gene Roddenberry sort of blends into the background a bit.
Movies with Mikey has been going on for 6 years now. What do you think the next 6 years holds?
I think so. As the show has evolved, because I've always talked about like what movies meant to me, and it sort of became more the story of movies with what movies mean to me, which is why the episodes got longer. I would like to see that exist outside of art or movies, for example. Like I would like to extend into other forms of artistic expression. Man, I want to talk about sports a little bit. Like I want to talk about the Dream Team, the first one. Like that story is so ridiculous and weird. I think it'd be fun to start talking about more than movies, because I'm gonna run out of movies.
Yeah.
We're out. That's it. That's all of them. We did it.
Yay.
We're gonna hit episode 100
this year,
yeah,
probably.
At the end of the year, yeah.
Yeah.
100 episodes of Movies of Mikey.
We should have a party.
Here's to 100 more, I guess. God, if we're not out of quarantine by episode 100, I will delay it as long as I have to. That's not true.
All right, well, I think that's about all our time. Thanks for hanging out with me on your couch.
Yes.
Thanks for coming all this way.
And now we're going to go to a segment about our other show, Deep Dive.
Yeah. We need to travel.
Transition, budget, boom! I am here with the cast of Deep Dive, Sam, Elisa, and Zoe, and we are going to talk about our other favorite show on FilmJoy, where people send us terrible movies to watch. They send them to our P.O. box, which is right there. So you can do it too. And we watch terrible, awful, just trash, and then find things to love about it, because that's what FilmJoy is all about. And of course, also introducing is Tara, our producer at FilmJoy, who keeps everything from running into the ocean, which we love to do, to be honest.
It's true.
Tara, hello.
Hello. How are you? How's quarantine?
We're good.
That's everybody's question always. How's quarantine?
Yeah, we're now at the putting things in the bread. Yeah,
stuffed bread.
Of quarantine.
We've hit the pickling stage.
In chat, I have popped a list of films you have covered on Deep Dive, the show where we watch bad movies and find nice things to say about them. Which of these films would you say is the hardest to say something nice about?
Yeah, there was hardest
okay.
to watch, and then there was hardest to talk about, right?
Right, because some of these are truly fantastic movies, so it was hard to like. It felt kind of disingenuous to the show because I liked the movie so much. I'm like, I have nothing bad to say.
I am willing to say Xanadu was a fantastic movie, but from there, I don't know.
Hard agree. I think Mordecai was the most challenging to watch, but I think Dungeons and Dragons, for some reason, I was having a harder time trying to
focus
something.
Oh, see, for that, that was the one I expected to dislike the most going into.
Yeah, I think Mordecai, just because the humor is really not my particular sense of humor.
Yeah.
I didn't have a ton of fun with it.
I appreciated Mordecai from that thing we talked about in the episode where it felt like everyone was playing a prank on Johnny Depp in the movie.
Wild Wild West. I'm gonna say
that one was difficult.
Okay.
That one was hard.
That one just was so different than my recollection of it, having seen it growing up.
Yeah.
It was the very first DVD that I ever bought. It did not live up to the hype that was in my head.
Do any of you have a dream bad movie you would like to cover on Gem?
Oh, that's a good one.
I've been promised Gem and the Holograms so many times.
I have wanted to do Ninja Turtles 3 for like a long time, and no one's ever sent it. Turtles in Time, woof.
We're not going down the horror angle, really, but like I'm personally fascinated by the sort of like 7 or 8 plus entries in like long-standing horror movies.
Yeah, like Leprechaun 6 or whatever.
Yeah, in space.
Anytime you guys want to do it, I will be the camera person. It'll be great.
I think I would like to touch Mortal Kombat Annihilation, probably.
Okay.
But I think I would also want to maybe bookend Twilight.
That's what I was
with
that was
the
my
eventual
follow-up
Midnight
question
Sun movie.
of are we just gonna commit to the Twilight series?
Yeah. So you guys have been watching bad movies together for going on 4 years now. Do you have a favorite memory?
Billy and the Power Rangers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn it.
Man.
That's mine.
Like,
No,
I was like genuinely crying at this allegedly bad movie.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, I think Power Rangers was just like a revelation as a whole. Like none of us expected that to be a movie, and now I'm like, I would be stoked if I was a kid watching that movie.
I'm going to say it was when Mikey no-scoped that I would choose Mordecai. I also feel like I had the best feeling coming out of Batman vs. Superman
Okay.
because it was like my object permanence had been changed. In my brain, it was just like bad movie that disappointed me, and I was mad about it. And I was excited to dunk on it. And then coming out of it, I was like, why do I love this? This friggin' rules.
Yeah.
That was a fun episode to edit too because of Sam's journey from like not wanting to be there until like the end where he's just like, oh my God.
I have a really good memory of shooting Dungeons and Dragons because we all showed up like dressed to the nines in costumes. I don't know. That was fun.
That was fun.
For me, my favorite like movie memory was when in Mega Shark versus Giant Octopus, when the shark eats the airplane.
I think I also enjoyed Buffy the Vampire Slayer because that was the first time I came as Spike.
Yeah.
And like bleached my hair and everything, and none of the cast knew who I was.
Yeah.
You guys need to watch Buffy is a phrase that Mikey has uttered several times
Y'all need
in
to watch
several
Buffy.
different shows
Yes.
in different situations.
It's true.
Now we're going to do a fun exercise in getting to know the cast of Deep Dive
Oh no.
a little bit better. And we're going to start with Mikey.
Oh no.
Yeah. So I think it's pretty safe to say that most people watching this are familiar with Mikey and everything about him. But I think what people may not know about Mikey, which is a fun fact, is Mikey is very competitive and he loves sports.
Okay.
Used to.
Will you tell us about your favorite sport? And I'm, of course, talking about Television Fantasy League.
Oh, right. So my favorite sport lately is forcing Tara to play Fantasy Top Chef, Fantasy Project Runway, Fantasy Great Food Truck Race, Fantasy. Like, if we can have a competition that keeps us invested in the show, we do that every time. She beats me every time.
That's not true. We also did Fantasy Game of Thrones, which I believe the cast of Deep Dive took part in.
Yeah, we all did, because we had a big party for the last episode where we were taking bets on who was going to live or die on Game of Thrones. And I think we were like objectively completely wrong.
Yeah.
Across the board.
I feel like most people were.
Elisa has a PhD in sociology, but she's also a brilliant musician. Elisa and her husband, Evan Lamb, are responsible for a lot of the jingles and songs featured in our FilmJoy shows. Tell us about the best and worst songs you've ever covered.
Oh, man.
I'm excited to hear about this because I've made you sing Celine Dion for me. So,
well, that we made you sing All Star.
That's true.
Yes, and actually, that might be my favorite cover. Is the Dark Star cover, which is the cover of All Star that we did for the What Does Shrek Mean episode. We have it up on our Bandcamp, and every once in a while, someone will like throw money at that track, and I'm like, you are paying actual currency to own this. I don't know about worst song to cover. Oh, actually, no. I will say that I still get a little shudder whenever Evan is testing out his guitar sounds and he starts playing Dr. Feelgood, because for some reason we decided to cover that with my band Crimson, and we decided to cover that at one of the last possible minutes, and I didn't realize one, how many words that song actually has in all of the verses.
Yeah.
And two, how you underestimate how fast a cover band will play sometimes faster than the actual record. I have a doctorate, but Dr. Feelgood is a no.
In addition to being a PAX enforcer, Zoe is also a scientist.
I am.
What a combo. If you've seen Deep Dive, you've probably noticed that Zoe is both terrified and fascinated by spiders.
Oh, good.
And you probably wondered what's Zoe's deal with spiders. So Zoe, what's the deal with spiders?
What is the deal with spiders? They terrify me on a base level, and not like looking at them necessarily, but if they touch me, I will freak out. I will start crying. I wish this wasn't true because they're really cool animals and I think they're really, really important. But I did once have to call my dad because there was a spider in my room and I didn't know how to get rid of it. And an hour later, I was just sitting on my floor crying on the phone to my dad because I still could not get rid of this spider.
But you work with them at the museum, right?
I have worked next to people who work with them. Yes. So the reason I have a lot of knowledge about spiders is I did work in a spider exhibit across from the giant Goliath bird-eating tarantula. So I had to learn about them, and I know a lot, and they're really cool, but they make me want to cry.
You may know Sam from his day job as a writer at Gearbox Software, but Sam is also a foodie and connoisseur of strange snacks.
Yes.
Anywhere that Sam goes, there will be strange snacks. Mm-hmm. And he actually invented the Deep Dive snack segment.
Yep. I didn't
which
know
we're
I
going
was
to get
doing
to
that at the time.
because we have snacks. But before we do that, we want Sam to talk about the best food in his hometown of Boston.
Let's see. Craigie on Main is one of the best restaurants, I think, period. Zoe took me to the chef's table of Craigie on Main, and it was like the greatest experience, like dining experience I've ever had.
Yeah. Sam, talk about the aioli, though.
Okay.
It's really important to me.
Zoe's favorite thing. Zoe's favorite thing is there's a bar named Drink, and they have a limited amount of burgers you can order. And their burger is probably the best burger I've ever had.
But the aioli, though?
Jesus. When you order the fries there, it's like they've taken 3 enormous potatoes and cut them into like inch thick fries. They're delicious, and they have this aioli that is made with malt vinegar, and it is. We always have to get 2 of them. You gotta,
because one's for me.
Because one's just for Zoe. Go there.
Follow-up question: strangest snack you have found?
Have you had Zapp's chips?
Yes.
Okay, so the voodoo chips.
Yeah.
They're the flavor of yelling.
The thing is, he is right, because you said Zaps, and I was like, oh, the voodoo chip people.
Yeah.
It is like a potpourri of just flavors that maybe just whatever.
Yeah. To steal a description from Justin McElroy, it is like they took a super collider and on one end put a sour Skittle and on the other put like a flamin' hot wing.
Yeah,
Mashed
that's
those
accurate.
together. And that's Daniel taste.
Well, we are going to try another new snack
Okay.
because we all miss snack time as much as we miss watching bad movies.
We do.
And for snack time today, we have the Supreme branded Oreos.
Now, but there's a story behind these, because it was hard to get these.
Yeah.
Tara, how did you acquire these?
Reveal your secrets.
All right.
Reveal your Supreme drip secrets.
Oh gosh. All right. Well, we eat a lot of Oreos on Deep Dive. So when Supreme announced that they were doing the Oreo collaboration, we got tagged on Twitter.
So no, you can keep talking. I need to make a point. I want everyone to smell this and tell me that does not smell like Play-Doh.
Oh fuck no.
Oh no, I made a joke with Elisa that this probably tastes like Play-Doh.
It smells like it.
Exactly like Play-Doh.
Mikey, bring me an Oreo. I want to try one.
Oh my God, that is Play-Doh.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
When Supreme announced this collaboration with Oreo, we got tagged a lot in social media on it, like on Twitter. And I think I was talking to Elisa where I was like, we have to get these Oreos. So fun fact, my sister is actually a hype beast and she buys a lot of Supreme. So I contacted her and asked if her and her husband could help me secure these Oreos. And they said yes. So the first time these Oreos dropped, we were like training for weeks and we missed it.
Yeah,
so
mine has like
a few days later, Supreme restocked the Oreo, but didn't tell anyone. And I got a frantic text at like 9 o'clock in the morning from my brother-in-law, like, get up, they have the Oreos on, like right now, you got to go. And I ran to my computer and I secured 3 packages of these Oreos for $20, including shipping. So we're eating.
I'm sorry, we bought 9 Oreos for $20.
We did buy 9 Oreos for $20.
All right. Here we go.
Everyone dink it.
Dink it.
Dink.
Ding, ding, ding. All right.
It tastes like Play-Doh too.
They do, but crunchy Play-Doh. You know, like.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is gonna out me as being like a toddler at some point in my life. When you eat Play-Doh and some of it has dried, you get the little crunchy bit. Got it right here.
That's where the flavor collects.
I've exaggerated so much in my life about food tasting like other bad food, but this is the most accurate recreation of Play-Doh in smell and taste that I've ever experienced.
I don't normally partake in the strange food eating because normally I film. This Oreo makes me like happy that I don't have to do this. All right, well, we've all experienced Play-Doh Supreme branded Oreos. Now, thank you, Supreme New York. Thank you, Oreo, to sponsor us.
Still waiting for that sponsorship.
So we're going to do some fan questions that were submitted to us. All right, first question is from Vorfalath, and she wants to know, what's something that surprised you the most about learning to love movies through Deep Dive? Do you find you have more of an appreciation for costuming, lighting, and sound design now than you would have thought you had before, for example?
I think my answer is going to be very different than like Mikey and Sam's answer, because they are both movie buffs and have been for, as I can tell, as long as they've existed. And I was the kid at sleepovers who taught myself to fall asleep 20 minutes into a movie. And it was actually sitting down with Sam and Mikey, and then having Elisa for the emotional support of like, I don't know what's happening, but it's so pretty. That it is honestly like this group of people that has made me appreciate movies in a far deeper way, in a far more technical way than I ever had before, because I just didn't pay attention before. And now we're like looking for those things. That being said, I've always loved pretty costumes, always.
Yeah, hard same and concur.
Our next question is for Elisa.
Ooh.
Hi. All right, this is from DM Danny07. He wants to know, as a Latino myself, I'm from Costa Rica. I would like to know, how was the experience in working in the video game industry being Latina?
Oh, great question.
Wow.
A hard-hitting question.
So, hola, ¿cómo estás? Hello, everybody. So yes, I am a Latina, and it's interesting because, of course, disclaimer, everyone's experience is different. We are not a monolith. And obviously the experiences of someone from Central America, Mexico, South America, and the Caribbean, the diaspora within the diaspora, sociologist. So like all of those experiences are going to be different, especially as a woman as well. If you find the right team and the right group of folks to work with that can actually see you and your lived experience as an asset without making you feel like you have to speak for an entire demographic of people, which sometimes it's hard to balance. It's a hard tightrope to walk, because you want to answer questions and you want to give that education, and you want to, be able to tell people like, yes, Spanish from Spain is different than Latin American Spanish, and you have to think about that stuff when you're localizing things, for example, right? That's important, but also making sure that you don't feel like you have to take the burden on yourself to speak for an entire population of people, because that's a lot of pressure to put on yourself. For example, shout out to Sam, wherever you are on the Zoom call, and the writers, for example, for Borderlands 3, for letting me throw in some of, my Puerto Ricanisms, and then having the community come back and saying like, oh my God, I heard that was awesome. We're out here representing. And also shout out to Mikey and FilmJoy, right, for giving me the opportunity to do the Elisa Minute in Spanish for the Street Fighter episode in honor of Raul Julia, right? Also, I would highly recommend, since quarantine especially, it's been really helpful because we don't have a lot of these industry events anymore to kind of hang out and pal around and stuff. So the Latinx in Gaming Discord has actually been a huge asset for me.
Yay.
Come at me.
Next question is from Stefan. And he says, I love FilmJoy and really look forward to deep dive in movies with Mikey. Are there any plans for socially distanced deep dives, like on Zoom or Discord? Also, which of the new weird Oreos have you enjoyed the most? Or are you saving that for when in-person filming resumes?
Not Supreme. Also, Tara, I think you just asked yourself your own question.
Yeah.
Because you have to answer this. When can we do socially distanced deep dives?
Oh gosh, I don't know. Well, deep dive is hard over Zoom and in Discord and things. Like we talked about how we could accomplish this, and we went around for quite some time at the beginning of quarantine in March, April, when it was starting to become clear that it wasn't going to be over anytime soon. And we ended up doing just something completely different.
Yeah.
Which we'll get to in a second. But I think that we could probably arrange
just put the chairs
deep
far
dive,
apart.
but socially distant, maybe take the couch out of the living room and set up some beanbag chairs 6 feet apart from each other.
That would be cute.
We could have our own little islands. That might work.
That'd be cute.
I think that would be amazing.
Yeah,
I'm into that.
But it is something that we would like to do, because we really miss each other and we miss the show.
So as we previously talked about in this segment, we have another show called Hot Quest, which was a result of quarantine and not really being able to shoot deep dive at the level we wanted. We started a D&D show that I think is very far away from whatever everyone else is doing. We're like a Saturday morning cartoon, very silly.
Amazing theme song.
Amazing, incredible theme song. We contracted Laura D'Souza to do art for us, so it has like a visual style, and it was a way for us to hang out and feel like we were accomplishing something. And we are joined by our DM from Hot Quest, another FilmJoy regular. You know him from Port Center and pretty much knowing everything about Doctor Who. The great, illustrious Ben Padon, I believe is how you say. Also, one of the best Worms players I've ever met that isn't me.
I'm nowhere near as good as you at any worm. I'm bad at worm. I'm a bad worm.
So since we couldn't film Deep Dive, we decided to do something over Zoom that was a little more experimental, and we landed on D&D.
I've been playing tabletop RPGs on and off for like the last decade plus. So I think I got my start with D&D 4th edition and then moved on to 5th edition. I ran a weekly game for 3 years that was an original campaign. I wasn't using a book or anything. And I also, I'm the GM for a Doctor Who role-playing game podcast called The Game of Rassilon.
Wow, that's incredible. Yeah, there's a reason that Ben is our DM.
And you're good at voices too.
Yeah. I will be honest with you, I usually get really, when I'm just running a campaign for the fun of it, I get really self-conscious about doing the voices, but I felt like I had to bring it for Hot Quest and really kind of play with the voices more. And I feel like I that actually has helped open me up for other games that I've run and for Game of Rassilon, because that's another thing that I've always felt self-conscious about voices for. And
Ben's being kind of modest here because when we were talking about the show originally, Ben started listing geographical regions for accents he wanted to do.
Okay.
And he nailed all of them.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I just enjoy. There's all these little regional voices that I don't think you hear a lot, particularly on like American D&D shows.
Give us one. Give us one. The audience wants to hear it. They're cheering for you right now.
Well, I mean, the easiest one for me to go to is Liverpool, because it's just a little bit like, it's like Lister from Red Dwarf, you know. I just kind of go up here a little bit. That's like that's the first, and then there was the Australian Pin Lord, the Goblin King. I did a little bit. Just a lot of these accents just end on an upwards inflection. It's just those are the easy ones to do.
So for the campaign, we wanted to do something similar to Deep Dive. So like Deep Dive, we're trying to find like joy and love and bad movies. With Hot Quest, the idea was kind of born out of wanting to spread positivity while being in an apocalypse. So how did you like mold the campaign to be so non-traditional?
Right, because we don't even fight in the first episode.
Yeah.
One of the things that I have realized kind of going back through my notes and thinking back on the conversations that Mikey and I had when we were in the planning stages for this was how you all as a group improve the lives of everyone that you encounter. I think that every place that you guys have visited throughout the 4 episodes that we did, it kind of became about spreading happiness in a way, you know, like making things a little bit nicer for the Spider Queen and for other things that are coming up in episodes 3 and 4. Like, I think that kind of became a really nice through line for me in terms of like, I have in my head like a very clear idea with what I would do with more Hot Quest, because you all really kind of led that path on just spreading happiness in a version of our world which is not especially happy.
Part of it, I think, originally was also catharsis, because like quarantine was so new. And I'm like, I remember like texting Ben and pitching the show where I'm like, we wanted to go through the apocalypse while people were going through the apocalypse to like relate to people. And then we just got really goopy with it. And we're like, actually every year there's been a new one. and then one of them was a rift opened and medieval stuff came out.
Yeah, and there are apocalypses that I wrote and that Mikey wrote that didn't make it into that opening crawl in the first episode.
There are
that's
cut
true.
apocalypse.
There are cut apocalypse. Yeah.
I had this idea, and it kind of became the robot uprising, Mikey, that you came up with. But I had this idea of like all the like Google Home assistants and Siri and Alexa all revolting, and their revulsion was just they just got up and rolled away, and everyone wanted to know what was going on. They were asking these questions, but because they don't have the Home assistants anymore, there's no one to answer the questions.
Okay, season 2, let's go.
Yeah.
If you missed Hot Quest, it is up on our second channel that we created. It's youtube.com/HotQuest. And episode 3 is out now. Episode 4 should be out within the next few weeks.
There are only 4 episodes right now, but it is a full arc. And it's a lot of fun.
I'm so proud of Hot Quest. It might be the thing I'm most proud of.
Wow.
It's really great. I think one thing that I really appreciate about it is we talk so much about other people's stories by looking at movies and reviewing movies, that actually being able to tell one together is very cathartic. Being able to explore this world together, but also like build on it together was just really cool and very different from what we normally do.
Shooting episode 4 was quite emotional because one, shit gets pretty nuts and like it was scary, but also like, I don't know, kind of coming to the end of this journey with you guys, like in quarantine, but like we can imagine ourselves like driving across Texas to Oklahoma, which is what the show is about. I don't know, like it felt like a road trip. We gotta like hang out because like parts of the show are just like rolling for the auxiliary cable for who gets to play the Venga bus or rolling for his Pepsi.
Okay. Which is the best. Listen, that's the best role in any tabletop RPG I've been involved in. It's never gonna. You can't top it.
Well, we have one last question here that I was saving because I feel like it's a good one for everyone.
Who
in
has
this
the
current,
antidote?
in the during times. This is from Dredgen Jedi. And he wants to know, what is everyone's favorite thing you've discovered or rediscovered since lockdown?
Me and Tara watched Angel and Buffy again, and it was somewhat surprising how often both Buffy and Angel result to just fascism. It was alarming. They're like, I'm right because I'm the chosen one. I was like, that's
like
it.
All of Buffy season 7, right? Like her whole thing with the mini slayers. Yeah.
I have a really dumb one. I don't know. I mean, so it's like TV, right? We've been watching a lot of TV in this house. And so I have 2, and I'm going to very quickly gloss over the first one because Sam won't stop laughing until we address it and then move on. But I've been watching a lot of 90s anime. And specifically Ranma 1/2, which I watched a ton as a kid because my babysitter would show it to us. And rewatching it as an adult has been eye-opening. And I think it does explain some things about me if I watched this show when I was 6 years old. So I have watched a lot of anime, but the real answer is along the same lines of Avatar, The Last Airbender. Mm-hmm. So I watched that show while it was airing. And so I really loved it as a kid, and Sam had never seen it. And so the fact that I got to like share that with him was really cool.
By the way, I am not laughing because Zoe watched Ranma 1/2. I am laughing because Zoe watched every episode of Ranma, Sailor Moon, and Inuyasha, which is cumulatively about 500 episodes.
That's so much anime. Good
and
God.
I did it in about a month and a half, so 6 weeks.
Yes.
Wow.
Hey.
What did you discover?
Oh, okay. So this is a little niche, but did you know that food grow out of ground?
I had heard food grow out of ground.
Food grow out of ground, and you can eat food out of ground. Yeah, we started an herb garden, and I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to like nurturing plants or anything like that. And we've killed a few things that should have been unkillable, but otherwise, like, it's been really awesome just being like, ooh, what does this dish need? I know. And then walking outside and snipping off some basil or some lemon thyme or dill or rosemary or anything like that. I don't know. I've never had that experience of cooking with something that we just grew.
I've been revisiting the Lord of the Rings movies, which I had not seen all of when they came out. I saw Fellowship of the Ring, and I remember seeing the Return of the King in theaters, wearing a t-shirt I'd had made up that said Frodo dies. That gives you some idea of the person I was when I was a teenager.
So recent self-soothing is just like hour to 2 hour long 90s commercial supercuts have been just put that on in the background while you just play some Minecraft or No Man's Sky multiplayer, some Borderlands 3, whatever. Just put that on in the background. It's great. But one of the things that we kind of looked into was the perfect ratio of catching up on these two shows. And that was 2 episodes of Succession followed by 1 episode of What We Do in the Shadows.
Okay.
That's a good balance. Yeah. That's a really good balance.
And it's a very good balance. And if you know the way that Succession goes, you will know that in the latter part of the first season, that becomes very much important to have that palate cleanser after the fact.
We do know what the next episode of Deep Dive is.
Oh.
We do.
We do.
Because we voted on it before quarantine.
Yeah, Patreon voted on it. They've been waiting for a long time for
time.
this morsel. Please reveal, Tara.
Shortly before quarantine started, we put up the vote for the next episode of Deep Dive. So we are pleased to announce the winner of Deep Dive between Dragon Ball Evolution, Fan 4 Stick, Rise of the Silver Surfer, and Battleship is Battleship in a landslide victory.
Yes. That was the one I was hoping for.
Riri!
The Rihanna
The return of Riri. Look for episode 4 of Hot Quest coming soon.
Oh, the next episode of Movies of Mikey is called The Many Layers of Knives Out. It is an exploration into Rian Johnson's very, very good whodunit thriller. And I'm very excited.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us for PAX Online 2020. Let's close out by going down the list. Where can everyone find you and your cool stuff, Elisa?
You can find me at Elisa Rockdoc. That is at ELISAROCKDOC on all the things. And you can also find my music on crimsonrocks.bandcamp.com. And I don't know, if you have an extra buck to throw to the Patreon that will have launched by the time this happens. First episode is called The Hook Leads You Back. And it's going to be an analysis of Blues Traveler's Hook. So stay tuned for that one.
Awesome. Yes.
I'm on board.
Ben, where can we find you?
I am on the media socials everywhere as Ben Padden, Instagram, Twitter, Tumblr. If you want to find out what I'm up to, benpadden.net. The game of Rassilon, which I mentioned earlier, can be found at a number of places online. Adventures in Time and .space is probably the most enjoyable and optimistic URL for that particular podcast. And if you like Port Center, you can find the playlists for every episode of Port Center at portcenter.tv or just go to youtube.com/FilmJoy.
Zoe, where can we find you on the internet?
So I'm not on the internet that much. I'll warn you. But my Twitter is Devi, DEVI_danger. And then my Instagram is Devi Danger with no underscore that time. Because Devi is my enforcer handle. So it's weird to tell normal people that and not just enforcers.
The chat just went crazy because everyone is like PAX people.
But probably.
You're home. Welcome home. Sam, where are you?
You can find me at that Sam Winkler on Twitter, and you can hear and read my jokes in Borderlands 3 and all DLC. Those are the ones that made you mad.
Okay.
Mikey, who are you? Like, who is this guy?
Reveal your secrets.
You can find me on Twitter at MikeyFace. You can support everything FilmJoy does at patreon.com/moviesofmikey. You can watch my show, Movies of Mikey. You can support the channel in another way with this cool merch that Elisa is modeling for you. It is catawampus.inc. We already talked about that earlier in this show, so I don't need to tell you more about that. Or just go on a street and shout my name.
Bye. Thank you for joining.
Enjoy your PAX. Stay
Bye.
hydrated. Wear
Enjoy
comfortable
PAX.
shoes.
Bye.
Hello PAX Online, I'm Will Schick with Atomic Mass Games, and today I'm here to show you how to get your miniatures assembled. So let's dive right in and take a look. You'll notice that our miniatures don't come fully assembled. So when you get in a Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures product or any hobby miniatures game, you're going to see them come on a frame or come in pieces like this here. This is our Thanos from the Marvel Crisis Protocol game. Now, the core tools that you will need in order to assemble your miniatures are, very simply, a pair of clippers and a hobby knife. You can find either of these things at any hobby store or local game store that carries hobby miniatures products. The last thing you're going to need is you're going to need some kind of adhesive glue. There are two different options. There is plastic miniatures glue, which you can find at hobby stores and works great on hobby products like Marvel Crisis Protocol. There's also classic super glue. Super glue will also work just as well. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses. I like to have both on hand. In order to start with this assembly system, we need to clip these parts off the frame. Now, every miniatures kit typically comes with instructions that shows you how to do the build. You'll notice that each part is numbered, and that helps you identify which part you need to stick to which part. So the first thing to note is that you need to separate each part from the frame. In order to do that, you're going to take your hobby clippers, you're going to hold them in your dominant hand, and you're going to find where the injection ports are for the pieces. So you'll see like the injection ports are here on the bottom of the feet or here on the back of the shoulder pad. The best approach when clipping these off in order to minimize any damage to the piece or any excess material coming off when you clip is to make sure that the flat of the clippers, you'll notice how they're divoted, so they come down at an angle. You want to have the flat of the clippers pressed up as close as possible against the piece that you're about to clip. So you're just going to simply come in here, you're going to clip, and you're going to let it go. So now that I've clipped out my Thanos boots, I need to assemble them. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hobby blade, and I'm simply going to look for any excess material that's left over from clipping the part off the frame. And I just simply want to clean this off. In order to do that, I'm going to put my thumb against the flat of the blade like this, and I'm simply going to use a slight scraping motion as I push against the material. The best practice when assembling the two parts is before you put glue on them, always dry fit. So fit it twice before finishing it off. The next step is to add glue. I'm simply going to run the glue across the edge of the part. Then I'm going to take the other half. Using the dry fitting that I just did, I know how to guide it up. I'm going to put the two parts together. I'm going to press firmly for about 10 seconds. Let's go to the next one. We're simply going to clean. We're going to take our glue. We're going to run around the edge. We're going to continue this for each different part until we wind up with a fully assembled Thanos. And as you move through the different parts of the miniature, you'll start to see the character come together in fantastic fashion. All of it is the joy of the miniatures hobby itself. Once your character is assembled, the last step is to attach them to their base so that they are ready for the painting table. And there you go, guys. A completed Thanos, the Mad Titan miniature, all put together. And that, PAX Online people, is a quick tutorial on how to assemble your own hobby miniatures, starting with our Mad Titan Thanos. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Be sure to check out more content coming your way during PAX Online, and we will see you on the next one.
Hi, I'm Joel from Generosity. Generosity is a charity marathon that happens biannually. We call it a guerrilla charity marathon because we pop up, we run from a physical space for 48 hours to 96 hours, and then we pack it all down and we disappear with 100% of all money raised going directly to the charity that we're supporting. With a variety of streamers, content creators, YouTubers, musicians, dancers, it's got everything. A typical Generosity is a physical event that we take over a location, and for 48 hours plus, we have all these content creators, streamers, musicians, dancers coming through the door and doing different segments in this little studio that we built. This Generosity is going to be a little bit different because it's all virtual, it's all online, but it's going to be really good. It is. We're still going to be just as silly. Everyone's just going to do the exact same thing that they've always done. They might not be able to do it in some sweaty little room that we've managed to take over. They can do it from the luxury of their home. They're able to use all of the different antics and gimmicks that they have with their own streaming setups and still raise money for charity and have a lot of fun. It's an entire event of people giving up their time, giving up their skill set, giving up all of their wild ideas that they have to raise money for a good cause. This Generosity, we are raising money for Cure Cancer, which is the same charity that we raised money for last year at PAX Oz 2019. Cure Cancer is an amazing charity. They've been around for 53 years. They've funded over 500 research grants, all with this very meticulous, very focused method where they want to take the money that they raise and spend it the best possible way that they can spend it to essentially cure cancer. They're very good at what they do, and it's why we want to keep supporting them as a charity. If you would like to donate to Cure Cancer, you can head over to generosity.com.au. We've got a donation widget there. It's really simple to use. It's an amazing way to make your donation. If you don't want to donate to Cure Cancer, donate to Cure Cancer. It's a really good charity. What are you doing watching this video and just sitting there being like, I hate cancer? So donate to Cure Cancer. Cure cancer. Cure cancer.
all you got? Get some. Who even bothered doing my fucking hair? Is this all you got?
Hello, everybody. This is our panel for PAX Online 2020, and it's time for us to get messy and rank some Dragon Age companions. We only have an hour to do this in, and so many companions, so we're not going to spend too long on introductions. I, of course, am Eric Van Allen, one of the co-hosts of Normandy FM, alongside Kenneth Shepard down there. Ken, how you doing today? Just a peace sign. That's it.
Ready.
That's all. That's how you feel. Fans of Normandy FM will know Josh Silverman, of course. He was on our most recent episode with covering Sarah, actually.
Yes. Good times.
I'm looking forward to some hot takes about that. And of course, also here for some hot takes, Natalie, the soulless, the egg lover, is here.
Oh, please don't shame me. I feel like Cersei walking down King's Landing and just being shamed.
Oh my lord. And rounding it out is future Normandy FM guest and currently just here to help us have an awesome panel, Ash Parrish. How are you doing today?
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
I am so excited. Folks, just to give you a rundown of how the panel is going to work, we have 5 tiers if you're familiar with fighting games or other things. tier-related things will be understandable to you. We have used clever little Dragon Age names to tell you about where these tiers are and how much love we give in them. At the bottom, we have the Deep Roads. Nobody wants to go to the Deep Roads. Deep Roads are a bad place. That's where the bad companions go. Right above it, the Fade. Hey, it's fun to hang out in the Fade sometimes. Not do really long side quests that take up like 3 hours in them. That's where go. We have the Hinterlands. Get out of the Hinterlands. Get what you need in the Hinterlands and get out of the Hinterlands. Above that, we have the Winter Palace, the ones that are always fun to hang out with. And at the top, we have Skyhold. Well, we could start it off with Alistair, who is your right-hand man, potential king, potential lover of Morrigan if you choose to do certain things in Dragon Age Origins. How are we feeling about Alistair on this podcast, on this panel?
He should be in Skyhold.
He's my sarcastic best friend. Like, he's Skyhold.
Boy. Like, for a white boy, he's good.
we're gonna say a lot.
We have so many feelings on the white boys here, but as far as they go, he's one of the good ones. I have no complaints.
Is that a unanimous Skyhold out of the gate already? Ken, do you have any opposition to a Skyhold for Alistair?
Not for me. I think it's like he's one of the best examples of the way the Dragon Age can really send a character on multiple journeys and be able to like kind of compensate for each possible variation of him.
I agree.
Yeah, he died in mine, and that was really shocking.
Easy. We're already on to Alistair up in Skyhold. Moving forward. I mean, do we really want to talk about Anders this early on the panel? Do we want to come back to Anders?
Let's come back to Anders, please.
Yeah, we need to come back to Anders. He has to be...
I need at least like 10 to 20 minutes into this to really decide, because I need to know how much time I have for Anders.
All right.
But I have lots of feelings on him. So.
Let's talk Aveline then. How do we feel about Aveline? For me, I think Aveline is a solid Winter Palace character.
I agree.
I love Aveline. Yeah, I love her, but definitely Winter Palace level. She's not perfect, but she's a good, solid character, good interactions. Definitely. I mean, I was on your episode about her. So.
I mean, the only reason why she's not in Skyhold is because you can't romance her. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's...
There we go. BioWare, if you wanted this character higher, you got to let her be romanceable. Otherwise, Aveline heads to the Winter Palace.
Also, her... I'll just say her companion stuff with her getting married and stuff. I love that. So.
It's super sweet.
It's
very nice.
So awkward.
It is. She's so awkward. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
How are we feeling about Bethany?
She's the better of the siblings.
Yeah, she's the better of them. But they don't have much personality in my
low there.
The only... come back to Anders slightly. The only benefit to Anders in Dragon Age 2 is keeping her alive, but that's still not...
No.
She's still not high on my list, so I fade her, personally.
Wow, a fade already. Ooh.
Actually, I don't entirely disagree with that.
Like, again, she has merit. She's a good character. I was very sad in my first playthrough of Dragon Age 2 when unfortunate things happened, but I also don't think about her as a character very often outside of that.
You played a mage?
No. I played a rogue, so that's how you get Bethany.
Okay. Because you mentioned that you didn't really think of her. Like, I played as a mage, and she factors very little in my Dragon Age sort of canon.
Right.
I played mostly rogues and warriors in Dragon Age 2, so I only had 1 or 2 playthroughs that I dealt with Carver. So I've more dealt with that.
So lucky.
No.
I think for me, Bethany is either Hinterlands or Fade. I can see either one of those.
Yeah.
My struggle is with both her and Carver is that neither of them are actually really in their game, because the game always seems to find a way to make sure that they're not around, regardless of decisions you make.
You're not really.
They're Act 1. That's all.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would say the Fade.
All right, I can agree with Fade.
All right, we got to set a bar somewhere, and Bethany is the bar for the Fade.
She's inoffensive, but it's like, okay.
Yeah. She's inoffensive, but barely around.
Yeah.
Well, let's keep the sibling train going. How do we feel about Carver? Because I want to throw this dude in the deep road.
Absolutely deep road. If Bethany is Faye, then Carver is deep road.
Deep roads, objectively.
Yeah. Man, Carver is not as good of a sibling.
He's fucking insufferable.
Let's do a fun one here. How do we feel about the Mabari Warhound from Dragon Age Origins?
Bark Spawn.
Skyhold. Okay.
Skyhold.
The goodest of good boys.
I would.
Yeah.
I'll accept
birds
it.
go to heaven. Duh.
And Skyhold's the highest we get.
I can't argue with that. That's too good of a reasoning.
I mean, also talking to Dog at every opportunity, leading to conversations with all the other companions, like interacting, are delightful in Origin. So.
They were much better than with Carver. Carver had like actual dialogue, so.
I would rather talk to the Mabari Warhound than talk to Carver. That is an accurate statement. I'm kind of feeling this chronological thing that we've got going here. So what do you say we talk about? Oh, let's talk about Sten. Sten is an interesting character. Well, he's theoretically interesting because up until Iron Bowl, this is like the only Canary companion we have.
I know, and that's why he sucks.
Sten is interesting because true. Sten is interesting because it introduced us to the Canary. I liked Sten in Dragon Age Origins. I did not like Sten after Dragon Age Origins when we met more Kunari, like the Arashok and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Sten sets a baseline for. We now have a baseline for every tier already. We're only 10 minutes into this panel, but we've already got a pretty good baseline for each of these tiers. So let's talk about Shale, who is a character that for me, I didn't click with Shale. I don't know. I
love
think
Shale.
Shale was in my party a couple times, and I just didn't do anything for me.
Shale is, I love Shale because Shale, one, is a versatile character. You can gear her to pretty much play any role, but then she's just sarcastic and I don't know. I like one thing for me with Dragon Age, I love my sarcastic characters. So I don't know. I like Shale, and then I like the story, and I like for the most part, and then I like the inclusion, particularly when you take her throughout like the Deep Roads quests and stuff like that.
Also a non-factor for me, like with Eric. A lot of characters in Origins were non-factors for me.
Very fair.
It was either, in Origins, it was very much either they're a non-factor or I absolutely adore them. So I
That's
guess
fair. Yeah.
I would say like Hinterlands I would say maybe Hinterlands for me personally, but I can totally see Winter Palace. Like I liked her character in and I believe she shows up in Asunder, the novel.
Yes.
Yes, and I liked her a lot there.
She's good in Asunder.
Yeah. So I'm okay with either one.
I would put her in Hinterlands personally. Winter Palace is just too high for me.
Yeah.
I'm leaning Hinterlands or Fate for me, but if we have enough passion for it, I could see a Hinterlands.
I personally would go Winter Palace, but it seems like we're going to end up averaging out to the Hinterlands, so I'm fine with that. I mean, we are.
This is a tier list by committee. Yeah. This is what happens.
I'll be making my own angry tier list as soon as this is over.
I mean, let's get really spicy. Let's talk about Liliana.
Liliana, I love Liliana.
Yeah.
Well, okay. An interesting question we can do is we can evaluate them kind of separately, like within the same conversation. Like, where do you put Origins Liliana versus Inquisition Liliana? Because Origins Liliana for me is in the Hinterlands. Inquisition Liliana is Winter Palace.
Same.
Yeah.
Exactly the same here.
But I think in that sense, like, we got to look at it from where the characters are at in Dragon Age. And also, if I'm trying to average those characters together, Inquisition Liliana wins out for me because I think without Origins, the growth there would not have been as noticeable, and I wouldn't have cared as much about the character.
Exactly, right? Like her growth is
Right.
compelling because of the character that we know in Origins and how radically different she becomes.
Right.
So analyzing this character under just like the universe as a whole and the present day, right before Dragon Age, or not right before Dragon Age 4, I wish, but before
Yeah, right.
before pre-Dragon Age 4 era, just analyzing the character as a whole, I would put her in Winter Palace personally.
If
Alright.
my
To
struggle
be, Winter Palace is where she would want to be. Let's think about that.
that is I guess like I have an association with one of my biggest issues of the franchise that is specifically tied to the way they handled her. So that makes me lean more towards Hinterlands. Because ultimately she like was a non-factor for me in Origins, but I did go to love her in Inquisition. But not to clarify, I did not murder Liliana.
I was gonna say this sounds like a
no.
This is a confession.
No.
Like-
yeah, right.
No. That's just kind of where I sit with her.
We're talking about Liliana in Inquisition is just there's more depth to her. A lot of the characters in Origins can be one note is what I felt like, and I feel like she was one note, very one note in Origins. Yeah. She had one shtick, and in Inquisition they gave her a lot more to work with. But she was my favorite character originally when I first played through the game, and I really love her development in Inquisition. So for me personally, it's Winter Palace.
I think Winter Palace sounds like it. If anyone has objections, speak now. Otherwise,
I said my piece already.
Gets the Winter Palace. All right, we want to talk about characters that span the games. The one that just came up was Morrigan. Do we want to talk about Morrigan right now?
Yeah.
I think Morrigan's a skyhold for me. I think Morrigan's a top tier character for me.
Skyhold for me. She has one line that still makes me cry all these years later, which is when she reunites with, or she doesn't really reunite, but when she sees Flemeth in Inquisition, and she tells her, "Do whatever you wish, take over my body now if you must, but Kieran will be free of your clutches." And that line that says, "I am many things, but I will not be the mother you were to me," still gets me so much. Still gets me. I personally a big sucker for women who become mothers or women who start off stories as mothers. But in general, I just think she's also exemplary of what Dragon Age can achieve when it cares a lot about its characters more so than the world, and it puts her development at the forefront. I think she's grown so much, and I think her growth is compelling and extremely interesting to watch unfold in Inquisition without sacrificing the sarcastic, like, sort of sometimes bitch character in Origins that she is, that she has always, like, her own agenda. She always has something, she's very independent, but that isn't mutually exclusive with, like, the motherhood that, the way that motherhood is involved in her role in Inquisition. And just, I just think she's so wonderful. I love her, and I want to put her in Skyhold. I really love Morgan.
I was just going to say Claudia Black is one of my favorite actors who plays Morgan. Her voice, like that alone. But Morgan is more or less the character of Dragon Age. Like, it's the character everyone knows of Dragon Age. I feel like, for the most part, I think it's the character associated with, and I agree with what Natalie said. So for me, it's just Skyhold. I didn't even use Morgan that much in Origins, and I still just love the character.
I used her all the time. What's that? Does anyone remember exactly that line about men that she has in Origins? It's gone viral so many times. I feel like she is so many people's, especially women's, first introductions to Dragon Age, especially Origins. Because I know that I saw that, like, just sat on Tumblr one day or something. I was like, oh, I want to play that game. She hit some points. She made some points.
There's a few quotes I found related to men, so I'm not honestly sure which one it is.
And that makes her even more iconic.
Yeah.
If she has more than one, like, come on now.
Is there any opposition to Skyholding Morgan?
Okay, so I would not personally put her in Skyhold. For me, she kind of grates on me. I liked her in Origins a lot. She was a great character in Origins a lot. I was not particularly fond of what you have to do in Origins with her, with Alistair, especially if you're a female one.
Yeah.
That's a little problematic for me. But because basically you have to convince Alistair to do it, and it's definitely not something that he wants to do, and it's the choice of death or violate his boundaries, and whatever ends up happening, you violate his boundaries, but whatever. I can get past that, I guess. The other point of contention I have with her is that she has a lot of conflict with Vivienne, and Vivienne is my absolute favorite character in this whole thing. And that kind of also rubs me the wrong way, which is why I would, tend to put her in the Winter Palace versus Skyhold. But I understand that she is kind of like that iconic character, and the bitch can dress. Like the dress that she wears in Inquisition is like on point. It's like, all right,
yep,
have that. So that's I'm not gonna hold you to put her in the Winter Palace. I understand that I am overruled here, but that's just my feelings.
I was going to say, I found the quote, I think, by the way. It's, men are always willing to believe two things about a woman. One, that she is weak, and two, that she finds him attractive.
Yeah.
Nope.
All
Yep, that's...
that. All that.
Ken, any opposition here, or is it Skyhold for Morgan? All right. I think Morgan's the Skyhold then by majority.
We're going chronological, right? I want to talk about Vivienne already since Ash brought her up.
Well, let's talk about some less exciting characters first, like Wynn. Who here's jazzed to talk about Wynn?
I like Wynn because she was Team Mom. You had very much needed a mom in Origin. Like you needed a mom in Origin. That definitely fulfilled that role. At the same time, like I'm not particularly crazy about her. I would stick her in probably the Fade, honestly. She's kind of a bitch too.
Yes.
Very
She's a bit of a stuck-up character. Very very judgy.
I liked her though. I liked her sass. I liked her in Asunder. The way that she died was pretty touching.
I forgot about
but
that.
I'm not particularly super attached to her, just like I am not with most Origin characters in general. So
I didn't like her because she was like really judgy of whoever I romance in that game, which is like.
But that she was looking out for you.
I like that.
Not honestly, that person was
did it from a place of looking out for you instead of
Exactly.
just being like, oh well, you're fucking Zavran. Like, what?
I mean, honestly, like the only person there that you could be romancing that she like maybe has less reason to be judgy of is Alistair. The rest of them, they're very chaotic. Like, there's some concern to be had there, I think.
Yeah, just by being like, what the fuck are you fucking Zavran? And I'm like, he's the only
one I can.
All right, so how are we? I have heard the Fade put forth. Do we have any desire to put Wynn higher than the Fade?
Not really.
No.
She's fine there.
I could argue for Hinterlands, but I think Fade is fine. I don't want to argue for it. So.
Right, Wynn into the Fade you go.
I don't have the motivation.
That's the thing is like I'm thinking to myself, I could argue for it. I don't want to put the effort in. Ergo, that's clear that she doesn't belong there.
If the character is compelling enough for you, you will want to make that effort.
Exactly.
Well, then how do we feel about Zevran?
Hinterlands.
I don't even have something to say.
I don't even.
He's the lowest part of the Hinterlands for me. Like he just barely ekes his way in there.
I'm just an elf fucker, so I have like a mandate to fuck.
Yeah, you are, aren't you?
Yeah, in every single game. That is my agenda. So yes, it is. So like he was my only option really. Like I never considered anyone else, but I was like, oh, this is like having, I don't know, like a McDonald's like burger when I could, go somewhere else really nice. So, but I could go to McDonald's every now and then. Like I like the fries there, love the chicken nuggets. So Hinterlands for me.
I'm not even arguing at this point. I'm good. Like that's perfect.
Zavran is McDonald's.
McDonald's for elf lovers. Okay, that's.
I would put him deep.
McDonald's more than Burger King though, because I have shit taste. So like I don't know.
I don't eat fast food.
These are gray areas here in Dragon Age. So in conclusion, I put Hinterlands.
Yeah, it's fine by me.
Okay.
Big.
Hinterlands. How do we feel about Ogren? Ogren? I've always said it different ways.
Who gives a shit?
Deep roads.
Exactly. But I think
it's funny though. I do. by the merit that he's funny, he should be saved from the deep roads and just put in the fade.
I would agree.
Okay.
Like when there's a charm to them, but you can only take them in like a dose.
Yeah.
Start knocking through the also ran of the Dragon Age companions, aka Awakenings characters. How do we feel about? God, we had to look this up. Sigrun.
No, Sigrun, I knew that one from memory. The other one we had to look up.
Yes.
Can't tell you why I knew that from memory, but
the lovable Legion of the Dead dwarf what loves killing Darkspawn.
So Sigrun for me is, I think, one of the better of the Awakening characters.
Which isn't a high bar.
No.
So do Fade?
The Fade.
Fade. Let's just go with Fade just to move on.
Only because the Deep Roads is really reserved for characters that we're going to be throwing way down. So,
So on to that character.
Oh no, not yet. First, let's talk about Valana.
That's what I meant.
Also ran. Yeah. Well, I mean, so Valana was kind of interesting to start, what with her being this kind of resistance character who was fighting against the Darkspawn and the Wardens and all that, and then her plotline just kind of gets lost in everything, and I don't even remember really how it resolves or what. She has a sister that's working with the Architect, I believe.
Yeah.
Right, yes.
Who I almost called Peripheus just now.
Yeah.
To show you the impact Awakening had on.
I like the Architect. That's what actually I think part of what I like about Awakening is that Darkspawn storyline. But again, I don't remember it. So
now, if we can romance the Architect, now we're talking, all right?
Exactly. The only thing I remember about the Architect is all the fan art that came out about Corypheus and the Architect. That's all.
Oh.
Valid.
Yeah, that is a pairing.
This is a new internet hole I did not know existed that I know what I will be doing after this panel ends.
Forget them in the Fade. That's
I mean that's what they're
yeah.
Poetic.
They're not truly terrible.
Not even dislikable enough to be thrust into the deep roads.
Yep.
Nathaniel Howe. How do we feel about Nathaniel Howe?
No.
I don't feel anything about Nathaniel.
I am very happy throwing Nathaniel Howe down into the Fade.
Yeah, I was gonna say go with the Fade. My first playthrough of Dragon Age Origins was Human Noble. So the Hows were like obviously
persona non grata.
Exactly.
Right.
So I enjoyed his semi-redemption in Awakening, but he's Fade.
Guess at this point we can move on to Dragon Age 2, it looks like. And we can start by talking about a character that was also in Origins and in Dragon Age 2. We can talk about Isabella. How we feeling about our favorite pirate gal?
Winter Palace.
Winter Palace.
Winter Palace.
Personal list, I might put her as high as Skyhold, but Isabella is Winter Palace. I want to put her Skyhold purely because of her friendship, banter, rivalry with Aveline kind of thing, mixed with my love of her as a character.
I feel like she was really mean. Oh no, Aveline was really mean to her. That's right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I called her like all kinds of mean things.
She would slut shame her a lot.
Oh yeah, but by the end, that's the thing is by the end it turned into a rivalry friendship thing. Like again, we're talking about a story that spans 7 years. So they start off absolutely hating each other and insulting each other, saying some truly reprehensible stuff to each other. But it turns into like almost, it's not meant to make it good, but pet names almost.
I love Isabella.
Right.
She's funny. She's wonderful. She has a gold heart. I love a woman of color who like has her sexuality and like just like emphasizes it and also discusses like agency and sexuality.
She's
I
open.
adore her.
I love it. Also, I'm a sucker for pirates. Personally.
Isabella, Winter Palace here. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Keeping it Dragon Age 2, but not getting into that just yet. Oh, you know what? We skipped an Awakening character.
We did?
Did we?
Yeah, we skipped Justice.
Oh, Jesus.
Come on.
No.
How do we feel about good old Justice?
You don't put him in the Fade where he belongs.
In the Fade. We didn't even remember
He
it.
does belong in the Fade. He's
And he's
happy in the
spirit.
Fade.
Yeah, that's where he belongs.
How do we feel about Sebastian in here?
Deep
fade.
roads. Deep roads. Deep roads.
I
Whoa,
think Sebastian
Hold on.
sucks.
You got me. Like,
Okay,
okay.
Ken,
Talk about
okay.
a dude.
Ken is dying to talk about Sebastian.
Talk about a dude who doesn't have any reason to actually be there when his companion quests don't even involve him. Like, the whole thing. Okay, the first one he has in Act 1, he's not even there for. You just do a thing for him, and then you come back and let him know that it's done. And then the third one in Act 3, he's there and he witnesses you talking to Liliana about stuff. Nothing really to do with him. Homeboy is like there as set dressing. He is a prop in his own story. Even like, okay, granted, he has like following the actual story that he has throughout the game. He does have that decent moment at the end where he does like give you that ultimatum.
But that ultimatum is why I think he sucks. Because he's just like this character who just shows up because he's yelling at his church mom because he wants to go kill people and God says he can't. And then he's like, why don't you kill them for me? And you do it. And then you do that a couple more times. And then at the very end, he's really mad at Anders. And he's like, okay, well, I'm going to raise an entire city if you don't murder Anders right now. And I'm like, dude, you are just...
You're the
worst person. Like, yeah, he would be terrible at parties. Like, somebody would spill a drink and he'd be like, I'm going to raise this city to the ground if you don't kick that person out of this party. Like, I don't want Sebastian around at all. I think he's Deep Roads for me. I don't like Sebastian.
Not even
I'm good with Deep Roads.
He's awful. I like his eyes. That's the nicest thing I can say about him. Like,
well, let's talk about a good character then. Let's talk about Fenris. Let's talk about who I think just from generally knowing people in this call is a strong Skyhold contender. I can see Natalie on webcam right now just reacting in real time to thinking about
the elf fucker has logged on.
The elf fucker.
What did we put an age rating on this panel again?
They knew what they were getting into.
Okay.
Let's talk about Fenris.
Well, I was on the Normandy FM Fenris episode. So like, or like the quest where you like culminate the romance and that he breaks up with you and it's so tragic and so beautiful. I'm an elf fucker. I love tragic sad boys. I think he's gorgeous. His sword big, just like his dick big. Yeah. Anyway, Skyhold, y'all. If we can get into my full Fenris thought, check out the Normandy FM episode. But that's my piece.
If anyone has ever wondered why we've had Nat on the podcast so many times, we no longer need explanation. We just played that clip back.
That clip is, that.
Also, Gideon Emery.
Mm-hmm.
His voice.
But I was predetermined to not like Fenris because I typically like the sad boy character, which is weird because I love the movie like The Crow, and he's literally like the Crow in Dragon Age is kind of his damn character. But it's very reminiscent. But like I, over my first playthrough, very angrily at myself, started liking him, and I've accidentally almost romanced him many times because I've just gone along those dialogue trees and I'm like, no, wait, nope, I want this person on this playthrough. What am I doing?
So how do you really feel about him? Like over the years, have you felt more positively on him, or do you feel like he's still not?
I want more of his story. I want to read stuff about him. I want more stuff. I mean, I'm obsessed with the idea of going to Tevinter since Dragon Age Origins, and he's a Tevinter-based character. So like, I want more of him. Bare minimum Winter Palace, I could argue for Skyhold.
Did you read Blue Wraith?
I have all the comics waiting.
Yeah, I have them, but I haven't read them. But I know that he's there. I do remember that people didn't really like the changes made to his character, so I'm super interested to know what you think. But
we could talk about it once we both read. Yeah, right now I'm reading Tevinter Nights, so.
Tevinter Nights, me and Kenneth read that. He will be probably mentioning it.
Fenris for me, I'm also like I'm big on like, the sad boy tragic romance. I was in 2011. I've kind of cooled on him just because I don't really care for like the kind of abusive undertone of the romance, especially in the rivalry side.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's a good story. I don't know if it's one that I like to experience anymore. But I think in terms of like how well it is written and how well it is executed, I'm willing to put him on Skyhold.
I'm willing to put him in Skyhold. He's one of those characters that grew on me after Dragon Age 2. Like, the fandom did a lot to rehabilitate him in my eyes because I really wasn't particularly good on Fenris playing Dragon Age 2. I didn't like any of the choices. Like, he was the least bad romance option, honestly, for me.
Yeah.
But the fandom did a lot to rehabilitate him for me. So
There's so much beauty and nuance. Like, I think the writing is there for that nuance to be found, but the ways in which the fandom has really explored his character and just unearthed all the nuance in him and all of his complexities, I think is like a really good example of when the Dragon Age fandom can be good. When it can be bad is when they're saying that Anders isn't a terrorist because he heals people and likes cats, but we're gonna get into that.
Anders is literally in every single discussion of every character.
You can't talk Dragon Age without talking
We can't talk Dragon Age without Anders.
But before we talk about Anders, we should probably talk about Meryl. Meryl's pretty high up there for me, and I think I'm the outlier here on that. I like her character a lot because I think she provides an interesting contrast to the mage stories we usually get. Like, usually mage stories are all like, I'm thinking about doing blood magic or not doing blood magic. How should I do or not do the blood magic? I think her story was interesting just because it shows the actual struggles that a mage has with pride and power and what they want to achieve and kind of wrestling with whether it's something that you're achieving for the right reasons or the wrong reasons. And also kind of, I think, what becomes a greater struggle in Inquisition and hopefully 4, which is an elven character who has to decide between whether they feel ties to Dalish culture or to like the modern city elves and the alienage and stuff like that. I think you can see kind of the starting points of that in Meryl. But she's also kind of a flawed character in some ways, especially when you go into her, not even her rivalry romance, but her friendship romance is really unsettling. It's very much like, I'm going to enable all the bad things that you do and tell you that you're perfect, even when you're things that are causing everyone pain and harm. So I think Meryl for me is probably personally a Skyhold, but I see more of a Winter Palace in this discussion, but I don't know how y'all feel.
Winter Palace is putting it high for me.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I
overshot it.
I would Winter Palace her, but I think I would, for personal reasons, Winter Palace, because I, much like Fenris, did not like the character, grew on me over playthroughs kind of thing. But there are a lot of flaws with the character and a lot of flaws. Some of this stuff you mentioned, Eric, about how like the romance and stuff is written and things like that, and the enabling aspect. Hinterlands is where I would put her because I really like her, but she's problematic.
That is the entirety of Dragon Age 2. Like, I like
True.
them.
I like them, but they're problematic. Those problematic vibes, I love them. No, but I mean, for her, I would also put her in Hinterlands. I think she is an interesting character in concept more than in execution. So I really like the idea of this, especially this female character that is doing something that is considered morally reprehensible, but she also has a very naive and innocent personality. Like, she is the type of woman that is stereotyped as delicate and like dainty and sort of even incapable of doing the things that she does. I also think, like you said, she's a really interesting sort of mage and exploration of blood magic. In execution, though, I don't think she's sort of like you said, she is problematic in a lot of ways, and I think we could have avoided those in like an alternate world where the writing didn't delve into those problematic sort of tropes. But in sort of the concepts, I do like her, and so I would put her in the hinterlands, I would say.
A lot of good ideas, weird execution on a lot of fronts.
Dragon Age 2.
Dragon Age 2.
Yeah, just in a nutshell,
I think a lot
right?
of what we've done with these Dragon Age 2 characters really sums up our feelings about Dragon Age 2. Like, they're great, but they're actually really problematic, which I think is the point. So,
yeah.
How do we feel about Varric? I mean, do we want to talk Varric now or want to talk Varric in Inquisition?
I mean, let's just talk Varric over. We can talk him now and just talk him overall.
Yeah, just overall.
I think Varric in 2 is not high.
Oh.
Yeah, I think Varric in 2 does not
He was a
stand out to me.
non-factor.
And he really becomes more of a character in Inquisition when he has kind of more beats that are about him. And I think the stuff they do with his ties to Red Lyrium and his brother and stuff are very interesting in Inquisition. Whereas in 2, it's like you get kind of brief moments of him as a character, but he mostly just serves like a narrative storytelling purpose more than a companion purpose in 2.
Yeah, and we talked about it on the show that because Varric can't leave, like, because he always has to be there at the end to be telling the story, it feels like he does not evolve much through 2 at all, because like he literally is not allowed to. Where I do think in Inquisition, there, like, once he's given kind of like the freedom to do something after what is going on, he is able to like more, naturally, evolve into something that is more than just the person that's being interrogated in the Hawk Estate by Cassandra.
So Ash, any reason why you would want to put Varric, like what tier would you put Varric in?
I would put him in Skyhold.
In Skyhold? All the way up to Skyhold?
All the way up there.
I mean, the weird thing is that even in spite of my feelings about Varric as a character, I still think he's like extremely critical to Dragon Age as a whole, so I could see it.
He
Let's
went
put Winter Palace.
How do the rest of us feel? Ken, how are you feeling about Varric?
I'm Winter Palace, but could be persuaded to Skyhold.
Nat?
Winter Palace is a stretch for me, I was going to say.
Oh, really?
I would say Winter Palace or Hinterlands for me, yeah.
How do we feel about Winter Palace for Varric? We got to talk about some Inquisition characters, and we also need to talk about Anders. Let's talk about Anders. Deep Roads.
Is that really what we're going to land on?
Anders is difficult because I hate him. He is my most hated character, but I think he's a good character. Like, I think he's a well-written, compelling character.
Absolutely.
Like, the fact that we have been inching towards talking about him since the beginning of this panel, I think displays that pretty clearly. But I think he's an essential character to this universe. Like, he shapes it utterly, whether you like him or love him. I fucking hate him. So I stopped him at the end of Dragon Age 2, and I didn't feel bad about it. But
The fact that Anders starts more or less as Awakening's answer to Alistair, he's an Alistair clone. He's the sarcastic best friend character, pretty much, which is how I preferred him. And then in 2, he's obviously a completely and utterly different character almost. But the thing is, at first I was angry about that in 2 because I liked the clone of Alistair thing. But then I was like, oh, this is not like them just being like, hey, we just want to write him differently. It actually made sense with the story, with him bonding with Justice, who's essentially a spirit of vengeance at that point, and stuff like that, kind of thing. So, like, Anders, I think, is one of the better written characters in the entire series, but I also would just chop his head off at the first opportunity.
I just have a lot of issues with the way that the fandom treats him, I
Yes.
think.
Oh, yeah.
Like, for me, like, if Anders was not white, we would not be discussing, even now in 2020, whether he's a terrorist. Like, he would just be, and we would be talking about the nuances behind that. But even still in 2020, there are still predominantly white people being like, oh, well, he healed people and he likes cats, so like, oh, my cat boy, like, oh, he's not a terrorist. Oh.
He's a terrorist.
He's a terrorist. I don't think he was right. The moment that he decided to blow up the Chantry and kill innocent people, as fucked up as a Chantry is, you fucked up the mage activist cause for the rest of us.
Yep.
And I don't vibe with that. That's part of why I killed him.
Like, cool motive, but still murder the character.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wouldn't put him in the Deep Roads, but I wouldn't put him higher than the Fade. Fade.
Ken tier. Fade? Natalie?
Fade.
Deep Roads, but okay, I'm outruled here.
Deep Roads. I'm with Ash.
No, he goes to Deep Roads.
All right.
Because on a personal level, Deep Roads, in terms of writing, Hinterlands, but he's not forgettable enough to put in the Fade, so just Deep Roads him.
Yeah.
Let's keep this train going. Lightning round on Cole. What do we think of Cole here?
Hinterlands.
Great in Hunt the Sunder, otherwise no. Hinterlands.
Yes.
Hinterland.
Great in Asunder, which not everyone or most people will read.
All right.
So,
Hinterlands. How do we feel about Black Wall?
Winter Palace.
Oh, Hinterlands.
Fade.
Whoa.
Oh, we're all over
I
the
split
place
the
on this
difference, just so you know. Hinterlands.
Hinterlands. Josh, how do you feel about Black Wall?
Don't give a shit.
That's where I am.
Fade or the
Where
Hinterlands
the
for me.
Hinterlands is.
Yep.
Let's keep it going. Colin, how do we feel about Colin? Woo!
But I will acquiesce to Winter Palace because I understand he's extremely problematic if you are a mage.
I am a mage in every single game. For me, he's the Fade.
Oh. You are gonna have to fight.
We hate each other's favorite white boy. It's, I think we should find solidarity in that, Ash.
Fair enough.
But I would put him in the Fade, but I respect Ash predominantly, especially in this opinion. I understand what it's like to love a problematic white boy in Dragon Age, so it's a curse. It's such a fucking curse.
We're gonna be
especially when you're not white. You're like, why the fuck am I doing this? But I mean, so I'm okay with the Hinterlands.
Ken, Josh, how are we feeling?
I like Colin enough. I like some of his storylines, like the addiction storyline stuff with like the Templar stuff, but I probably would put him in Hinterlands personally.
Do we have time to listen to Ash talk about why she loves Colin, or it's like real low on time?
Okay. So
tell me about Colin, yeah.
If we want to talk about
why do you love a problematic white boy? Why this one and not the other one?
If we want to talk about arcs and growth, like where you find him like cowering in like fear in the Chantry Circle from what he grows and becomes, like the amount of abuse this guy has taken. Come on now. On top of battling addiction, on top of that. So all of his friends die in the circle. You save his life. And then in Dragon Age 2, he has to work with, what's her face?
Meredith.
Meredith. He has to work under Meredith and do things he probably really didn't want to do. But, went along with it. He has this warped, fucked up idea of mages because of what he went through in the Chantry Circle. Oh, and getting up to the point where you meet him in Inquisition, where he's struggling with this addiction and he's struggling with how he feels with mages. And depending on, who you are, I think it's a worse romance if you are a mage because it's extremely problematic there. But I think a mage inquisitor really brings him around from, we can't treat mages like people because they're not people to, you know what, that was kind of fucked up of me. I don't think he actually says that was kind of fucked up of me, which would do much further for his character. But I think if we're talking about characters in terms of growth, like he has one of the better, bigger growth arcs of all the characters in the series. And he's really cute. So there's that.
It doesn't hurt.
I think you're winning over a bit.
I see. I have been won over, I think. Winter Palace for me.
We want to go Winter Palace?
I could go for Winter.
Okay. I'll agree.
No. And we acknowledge that he is Skyhold in Ash's heart forever.
Yes.
How do we feel about Cassandra?
Skyhold.
Hinterlands.
Cassandra
Winter Palace
for me personally, but Winter Palace if I'm being democratic about this.
Yeah.
Skyhold or Winter Palace is the lowest I'm willing to go.
I love Cassandra. Winter Palace.
I adore her. She is one of my absolute favorite characters.
Ken, how are you feeling down there?
Skyhold on her forever.
I will acquiesce to the desire to move her lower and leave her in the Winter Palace, but she will remain up there. Let's talk about Iron Bull. Iron Bull's a solid Skyhold for me.
He's a great character. He's well acted. His story arc is almost perfect. Like in every sense, and he's a great like actual mechanical character to have. Like in every sense that he is a character, he is damn near perfection. He should be in Skyhold.
Ken, what about you?
I'm Winter Palace. I agree with everything you said, but I also don't like his and Dorian's relationship. If you're not romance in either, has
you don't like
tones that I'm not down with.
Guy. Oh, okay.
No,
I mean,
okay.
he never gets a chance over here. But there's like weird undertones about, like
for others.
Dorian's possible alcoholism that gets factored in that I'm not huge on, and like Iron Bull maybe taking advantage. But that's not my reality. I don't have to see that. I just have to know that other people saw it in their other playthroughs. But So that puts him at Winter Palace for me.
Winter Palace seems like a good one if we have enough detractors that want to pull it down. What about Josie? I gotta be honest, I think I'm a Hinterlands for Josie.
I'll put her in Winter Palace though, for me. I love Josie.
I could go Hinterlands or Winter Palace. I don't have a strong enough opinion. I like her enough, but yeah, I like her, but meh.
Kenneth, you're gonna be
I'm
the
Winter Palace, I think.
tiebreaker.
Your Winter Palace? All right, that's good enough. I can see it. Sarah, how are we feeling about Sarah? Maybe a little bit contentious in here about Sarah. I like Sarah a lot. I think I'm enjoying her character a lot more the second time around. Just the way that she is like this rebel who hates everything and all the nobles and stuff like that. I'm really vibing with all of that, but I know she has been a contentious character in the past.
I don't like her at all. I'm bothered by her narrative about internalized racism. I think it's compelling, but I don't know if it was executed in a way that I personally find compelling. So I didn't really like it. Just like the whole like I'm not like other elves kind of thing really bothers me. At one point she says like I don't like complicated, even though I do think she is a complicated character, ironically, which I don't know. I feel like the writing for her was kind of all over the place.
I really like Sarah, but I think she actually falls into the Dragon Age 2 issue of I like her, but she's a complicated character, or not. She's problematic is actually the word I was looking for there.
Right.
So, I personally might put her in Winter Palace, but I think Hinterlands.
Hinterlands for me.
Hinterlands.
Yeah.
All right.
I would have liked her a lot as a character in an alternate world. I feel.
Dorian. Let's talk about Dorian.
Skyhold.
Skyhold.
My own.
Is there any question?
No.
It's not a question.
He's beautiful in perfection and love the character.
Ken loves this
Literally
one.
the best thing about the entire franchise.
He kind of is though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of is.
Not even exaggerating.
No,
Right.
not even.
Vivienne. How we feel about Vivienne in here?
You should be in
She makes
Skyhold.
me deeply uncomfortable.
Skyhold.
Wait, what was that, Ken?
She makes
Deeply
me deeply uncomfortable to talk to in like a way that no Dragon Age character has ever done. Which I think, there's an argument to be made that she is like exceptionally well written because of that. But
Uncomfortable in what way?
Just I play mage characters in all these games, and the game sets this narrative of like mages need to break out of circle, and you got this character who, from the mage perspective, is like saying, "Oh, but this is why we should still be set up in the way that we used to be." And the granted, like she doesn't necessarily ascribe to everything that is currently in the circle, but it's just like a weirdly, deeply uncomfortable thing to like be a mage character, listening to a mage character say these things, like going against all this that various characters over the series have been working against and trying to bring about change. It's like we never jive. Like by the time we get to Skyhold, she can't stand me, and I always get her like it's not like a crisis point because she never leaves, but like I always get the thing where she moves my furniture around just to see how I react, and I'm like, ugh.
She's so good. I think she is ambitious. That's one of her defining characters traits, and I adore that in a female character. She's learned how to survive the game. She knows what it's like to be oppressed, and I think that's where a lot of her ideas come from. Not from a place of like wanting to oppress others, but of knowing just how things work and being very pragmatic. She knows what it's like to be powerless, and so I think she has good ideas about how to wield power responsibly. I think she's super complex. She never really shows all her cards, but she's also like she's chilly on the outside. But I mean, if you become friends with her, I find her friendship almost as rewarding as Dorian's for me. I just really loved being her best friend. I think she makes some just like really interesting points that I wish we had more time to go over in detail, but I adore Vivienne. I don't think she's the worst Divine Victoria at all. And she is one of my absolute favorite characters in the series. So for me, she's Skyhold.
She's Skyhold. Like you have to think about what Natalie said about the fact that she's pragmatic. Like mages are walking bombs. The one thing that I get upset about with the fandom so much is that they really like to equate this whole mage rights thing with contemporary civil rights. And, yeah, that tracks, but we can't really do that because, Black people and people of color in real life are not walking around like walking bombs. Mages are. So we have to, it doesn't apply because, you want to apply it like, oh yeah, they should be free and they should be able to do whatever they want. And yes, I agree with that to a degree, but they also are not inherently dangerous. Like
race isn't a biological thing, but magic is, and the potential to do blood magic and ruin other people's livelihoods is. So I think that argument, like I'm so glad you touched on it because I wanted to make sure we touched on it. Like that argument just falls immediately apart when you take into account that race isn't biological, but magic is. Like these people have a biological propensity in them to have magical powers. Like race is not something that makes us inherently more dangerous or something.
Right. So there has to be something in place to make sure that these mages, maybe not as bad as they've been in like Kirkwall Circle or the Circle Tower, but to make sure that they are in control all the times and can be controlled if something should, bad happen. And it's not been going the best way, so far, but because, she is a mage, she is the best one that can potentially say like, yeah, I agree that we should be better treated than what we are, but we all can't just be running around all over the place because, there are those malefactors that can, blow shit up if they get possessed by a demon or decide they want to go blood magic crazy. So that is why, she is one of my favorite characters. Plus, the way that she comes in, the way that you're introduced to her, like she's walking down these steps with like her heels clicking and like looking as badass as she is, like, come on, when has your fave ever? Like she is almost perfect.
She is perfection. I truly think she is. And I really don't agree when people say that she's absolutely the worst Divine Victoria. I don't think there's a best Divine Victoria, but I don't think she's the worst by absolutely any means. I don't even say compared to like Soften's Liliana or Harden's Liliana, just like Liliana in general. I think Vivian is either my favorite Divine Victoria or second place.
My wrapping thoughts were like the fact that she makes me uncomfortable in the way that she does is like, a testament to the fact that she is as well executed as she is, and that she, taps into areas and discussions in the world that haven't been like perspectives that have not been brought up really.
So you want to talk about uncomfortable characters that compel us?
It's time.
I think after all we've talked about, I kind of want to put Solus in Skyhold.
Solus is Skyhold for me without a thought. Without a second thought, he's Skyhold.
I think Solus is honestly, even if I love to hate him, I do still love to hate him. Natalie is literally trying
Before
to
she explodes.
Let's let her speak.
Everyone else should go first.
Okay.
This gonna take a little bit.
Ken, how are you feeling?
I like you said, I think
you gotta
Solus
put a tier with your thoughts. You gotta put a tier with your thoughts, by the way.
Because I think Solus is said, probably the best, most compelling, at least at where we're at now. Trespasser, they might totally fuck him up in Dragon Age 4, and then we'll have to redact this, or retract this. And I was watching some clips I had saved of Trespasser before we got on this call, and just like that dynamic between him and the Inquisitor, if say that you are like, on speaking terms with them, because you can have a weird thing in Trespasser where if you're not talking, it's just very short, where he's like reached this point of like he didn't even really perceive people as people when he woke up, and when like just through like being an Inquisitor, he's become more, I almost said more human, but he's an elf, like more of a person, and has kind of feels remorse for what he has to do, but still that doesn't stop him from feeling like he has to do it, because he feels like he has to right a wrong that he did to his people. So yeah, as of right now, being September 4th, 2020, before Dragon Age 4 is out, I think Solus is the most compelling villain BioWare has made in the past, when Mass Effect 1 came out, 13 years. So,
Josh, how about you?
I mean, I think Solus is one of the most compelling, interesting characters. Any character, I'm a person who likes to ask questions in games. I like to ask every question. He's a character that literally gives you approval for asking him more questions. That alone would put him in the Winter Palace for me, but I think he's an incredible character. The turn of who he actually is in the story, and then everything with Trespasser, as of right now, yeah, same thing as Ken. As of the recording of this, he is a clear Skyhold character for me without another thought.
Ash?
I wanted to romance him, but I was playing a human, so I couldn't, and I was very upset about that because that's how he presented himself to me. I always loved those intellectual characters, and he was like the epitome of that, like intellectuality. If you don't get to romance him, you kind of get locked out a little bit of that warmth that you would have liked to have seen that you do see if you're a Llewellyn. If I were a Llewellyn, he would be in Skyhold for me, but I want to put him under the fucking jail. So, but I guess because of how he is written and how he is and the way that he heel turns on you, the way that he does, yeah, it is a Skyhold for him, but he goes under the jail. Like when I see him in PA4, I will put him under the jail.
Nat, take it away, I guess.
Let's go.
Love his face. So, no, okay. Just too many things for me to really get into them right now. I don't know how much time we have, but I know it's not enough time to get into them. So I'm just gonna do a lightning round of some bullet points that I've got like up in here and up on the screen. So Solace to me is just. So one thing that I've thought a lot about over the years is why do I hate Anders the most? But Solus is literally my favorite character in the series. When a lot of people would argue that both of them are sort of the same kind of character, for me it lies in the complexity behind Solus's writing. I think when we were talking about Anders, I think something that's clear is that he is a more ambitious character than Dragon Age 2 allowed. I think Solus is sort of, he has the space to be as complex as he is. On a superficial level, I absolutely love tragic men. I fucking am trash for like tragic men. I love sad boys. I love like sad plots. And I think, like Ash said, like that warmth that you get with him if you are a Llewellyn, a female Llewellyn, like it really elevates Dragon Age into. It's really interesting just the way that this character functions and how one character can sort of really radically shape the world of Dragon Age for you. And unfortunately, that's not something that happens with most of the characters, especially because Dragon Age is more focused on the world. Anyway, I have so many thoughts, but basically, I love him. He is Skyhold for me. He is my ultimate, like, video game love of my life. He's ugly, and he's trash. I know these things. I am a Dragon Age 2 defender. I can acknowledge, problematic things when they're in front of me. He's ugly. He's trash. He wants to destroy the world. He has a lot of problems. But he has a lot of problems. But I really love his complexity, and I think he is a character that you can't easily summarize. I don't even know where to start when talking about this character. And for me, characters that are that complex are the most compelling to me, that are really messy, that are really tragic as well. Because there is an undeniable tragic aspect to him, but I think he feels a lot of guilt. I think he's just such an exciting character to watch unfold on the screen, and the way that he shapes the universe. And anyway, Skyholds.
With that, we have our ranking. You can see it on the screen below. I just want to quickly thank my wonderful panelists here. Thank you all for tuning in and helping complete this gargantuan task in the short time we had allotted. Please go follow all of them on their social medias and all that. They're all wonderful people. And thank you to everyone at home, and hopefully we'll have more companions to rank in Dragon Age 4, even more problematic faves to delve into and really put up on the deep roads or in Skyhold. But for now, that's it for us. See y'all later. Have a good PAX.
Bye.
Hi, and welcome to our developer introduction for Guile and Glory Firstborn, a turn-based tactical RPG where the battlefield is your only weapon. Here at Elston Studios, we set out to create a strategic experience that focuses on tactical unit placement and clever use of the environment. In Guile and Glory, your foes cannot be harmed by normal weapons. Instead, your heroes use their abilities to push, pull, and maneuver foes into deadly hazards around the battlefield. Not everything you face will fall so easily. From undead sorcerers to mighty dragons, we've dotted the drowned lands with fearsome bosses to challenge even the greatest of heroes. Though your foes will be powerful, you will have plenty of tools to balance the odds. As you play, your heroes will amass the blessings of ancient deities, each providing new sets of skills and abilities. Mix and match these boons of divinity to create your own unique playstyle as you challenge the legions of the Firstborn. From the team at Elston Studios, thank you so much for your attention, and may your adventures in the Drowned Lands be glorious.
And the battles they fought in will not be forgotten. Once more, the Firstborn are bound. And with guile and glory, I will tell their story. May the three be forever renowned.
We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
What do you do when you run out of spell slots? I'm sure you've wondered how I, Walnut, have become as well known as I am for never being in want of spell slots and always being prepared for any situation. Listen to the end for my trade secret. As you know, personally, I never run out of spell slots. As a level 10 druid, circle of the moon, mind you, I have so many spell slots and so many options. Do I want to scare off some feral cats with a little magic missile? Cure an oafish paladin's boo-boo with a little good berry? Or am I feeling spicy enough to drop a 3rd level moonbeam down on an entire illegal logging operation? I'd love to run out of spell slots. I would. That would mean I'm doing my best out there to protect the natural world. I suppose I do have to mitigate only having 2 wild shapes per day. Now, I know what normal people would think in this situation, but Walnut, can't you just save those wild shapes for when you're in the most dire circumstances? No, I say. Instead, I would say, what defines a day? Certainly, there's no law, no rule, that a day has to be anything other than the time between rests. And that's why I've developed a perfect system to skirt the rules, as it were. I need to do a big fight with a dragon in 30 minutes. Good thing I can turn into the mighty dragon's most feared natural enemy, a regular ass bear. But oh no, I don't have enough time to sit for 4 hours and regen my wild shapes. Guess I'll die. Sorry, the rest of my party. Has this ever happened to you? Not anymore. Now druids can perform not 5, not 6, not 7, but 8 equidistant mini trances, or naps as I like to call them, across the day. Why wait for your wild shapes to fully regenerate when you can get partial credit for a 30-minute nap blast? Sure, I could turn into a whole bear, but isn't it just as good to have my regular body and say like 1 bear arm for about 15 minutes? That's a whole 150 rounds of combat. If you can't get the job done with 1 bear arm in 100 rounds of combat, then why are we even talking?
Hi, everybody. I'm Rafael Bocamatzo, better known as Dr. B. I'm the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at TakeThis.org. Well, our mission is to educate people on mental health topics, and that's what we're here to do today. We're going to talk about burnout, especially in creative professions. Now, we hear the term burnout all the time, but what is it? We hear about people working too hard and it leads to burnout, so they're exhausted, right? Well, burnout is more than that. If burnout was just about overwork, we could take a vacation and fix it. Yes, exhaustion from overwork is a big part of burnout, but the second part is a sense of ineffectiveness. You're not just overworked. You don't feel like you can do anything about it. You don't feel like you can hit your goals. You don't feel like you can, do really anything right in your job. More than that, there's a sense of cynicism that goes along with burnout. You just don't care anymore. You're not just overworked and don't think you can do anything about it. You don't care about your goals. You don't care about your fans. You don't care about even maybe why you started doing what you do in the first place. Nothing matters anymore. These three things together combine to create a chronic psychological condition that we know as burnout. But what do we do about it? Well, some common strategies are to one, take breaks. We have this myth, especially in creative fields, that if you're not constantly working, you're not going to make it, or you're, going to lose your position. But the truth is, taking breaks actually makes your work better. The research is pretty clear on this one, that taking breaks allows you to work more effectively. Another one, especially for those of us who are working at home, creating a sense of work-home separation. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Maybe it's only working during certain set hours. Maybe it's not answering emails outside those hours. Maybe it's having a separate workspace. I don't know. Try it out. Get creative for you. Figure out what works for you. A third thing, especially if you are doing what you love for a job, is having new things to do outside of work that have nothing to do with your job. For me, that's cooking. I love to cook, and it has nothing to do with video games, tabletop games, or mental health. I love it. Creating measurable goals can be an effective way of fighting that sense of inefficacy. Maybe you pick 3 things to do that day, and if you can hit those 3 things, everything else is just gravy. Maybe you create weekly goals. I don't know. Again, figure out what works for you. But finally, aligning your goals and your job with your values can help fight that sense of cynicism. If you're doing something that you're morally not aligned with, that can be a really hard thing to do. So change your content to meet what's important to you. If you enjoyed this, please make sure to check out takethis.org for more mental health information, and please enjoy the rest of PAX, everybody.
Yo, what's up? Welcome to our PAX Online panel. Who's the biggest name in games we can get to join our Zoom? I'm one of your hosts, Blessing Adeoye Jr. from Kinda Funny. Joining me is Rihanna Manuel from What's Good Games. Rihanna, how's it going?
Pretty good. I'm excited. This is going to be fun.
It's going to be really fun. We also got Yusef McGee from Ubisoft.
Let's go, Bless. I'm very excited about this. I've been waiting for this for months now.
And we also got Belinda Garcia from Ubisoft.
What's up? Ready to go. Ready
You
to do
guys
the
ready
best
for this?
out of Ubisoft, actually.
Oh, this has been months in the making. We've been planning this. It's a weird one because I feel like this is one of those things where the idea came off the cuff. Like we're like, oh yeah, let's do this thing because Katie Nolan did it. Why can't we do it for the games industry? But weirdly enough, this has turned into a whole planned thing. We've had 2 months to figure this out. And so to give people context, right? What are we doing? we're in competition to see who can get the biggest name in gaming to join our Zoom call. We're all small fish in this large pond of an industry, and so we want this to serve as kind of a game of telephone that doubles as a popularity contest between friends. So here are the rules. To kick things off, before this call even started, we each preceded 2 people who can join the Zoom. Each person who's joined can invite up to 2 more people if they want. However, to make things fair, everyone has to send the same text. So we all came together when we were planning this, put together a text that people have to send out that's the same thing to keep things fair. Now, to make things even more interesting, we have an icebreaker question that we're each asking each person as they join. We each have a different icebreaker question depending on who joins the call. And I want to go through these questions real quick. Youssef, your question is, what's your go-to useless superpower?
Yeah. So it has to be useless. It means like it's not going to help you in anything. My answer, and like I like to make it somewhat related to like who I am and stuff like that. Now I love to eat. So I think my useless superpower would be when I could know when something contained exactly 2,864 calories in it, but no more and no less.
You're right. That is useless. That's pretty
only
useless.
good for you. Honestly.
I mean, not even really good for me. If it's not that
awesome.
specific, I'm not going to know.
Rihanna, what's your icebreaker question?
My icebreaker question was, what's your favorite media genre? So that could be across games, movies, books, anything. So for me, it's definitely fantasy.
There you go. My icebreaker question is, when's the last time you rode a horse? And this is a fun one because I forget exactly what brought this one up, because we're all hanging on in a Zoom call, and our friend Maria was like, "Hey, I'm just gonna go around and ask everybody when's the last time you've ridden a horse," and that gave birth to a lot of interesting conversations. I actually don't remember the last time I rode a horse, and so I don't have a good answer for this question. But I expect every single person who I call to have a good answer to this one. Belinda, what's your icebreaker question?
Mine was, what is your must-have movie theater snack? I miss movie theaters a lot. And if I could go back, I would have a giant icy.
Ooh, would you mix the
great.
two, like the
Yep,
red and the
I
blue?
would. Yep.
Yeah.
That's the perfect. I want it so bad.
That's
Can't
great.
wait till I can have one again.
So halfway through this panel, we'll put up a poll on Twitter to see who y'all think won. Am I missing anything? Is that everything?
I think that's everything.
Because if it is, we could start texting folks.
Yeah.
We got a lot of time. We're 4 minutes
You
in.
ready?
We got 56 minutes to see who's
I'ma
the biggest
send-
name in games we can get into our panel.
So first, we're gonna contact the 2 people that we pre-briefed.
Yes.
Ready? Go now. Good.
Yeah.
Now.
All right.
I mean, we
cool.
can contact anybody at this point, right?
Well, let's get our 2 pre-briefs in, and then
I think we got to
we'll
get
go
our 2
ham.
people in.
All right.
All right.
So yeah, the
I'm
way this
sending.
works is we're letting them know what the Zoom link is at this point. They're going to be able to join, and then I'll let them in to the Zoom call, and they will they'll answer whoever brought them in. That means they have to answer that person's icebreaker question.
Yes. Exactly.
So Team Belinda will answer the movie theater question, etc.
Exactly. Yusef's got his finger on the trigger too, as far as like people who are let into the call.
Exactly.
All right. I've texted mine.
I texted mine.
I'm also thinking of some other ones who I want to bring in.
The link says invalid. Is what I heard. Let me know if
Copy it from our Google Doc.
I did.
In case y'all were wondering, this is not pre-recorded. We're doing this live.
Oh yeah, we're doing this live, PAX.
We are
All right,
making
we got
the
a couple
sausage.
people. Greg Miller, is that you?
That's me. Blessing. How are you?
What's
Greg,
up,
how's it going?
Greg?
It's good. How are you? Close it out. You got the most popular trending gamer of the year 2015. So why would you keep going? Don't
Exactly.
worry
We can
about
wrap this thing up. Thanks to
it. You know,
everybody for watching this
2015
panel.
was 5 years ago. I was talking to Jen today. It was not good.
Do you know that 2020 has been 5 years?
2020 has definitely felt like 5 years. I am aware of that, right? Yeah, it's been terrible.
Greg, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When's the last time you rode a horse?
It would have been when me and Jen went home to visit my mom in 2019, sometime November 2019. That sound right? That sounds right. Fell off it because the horse.
That's
It
super
turned out
recent.
I was because my mom has a horse, so we got on it, and then like one of the people who at the stable put me on the other horse and rigged it. I know they don't call it rigging it, but they rigged the horse. And then when I got on, I was like, man, this thing keeps feeling like it was moving. So I kept adjusting my weight. And as we got back in the ring after doing a ride around the whole property, I just went, fell on the side.
Now,
but after I mean, 2-time backyard wrestling champ, I knew how to take the bump and I was fine.
Aaron Greenberg.
Yeah. Hey, Aaron. Thanks
What's
for
up?
answering my message and coming to the Zoom call.
It's great to be here, Rihanna. I actually have no idea what I've accepted or agreed to, but since you asked, I'm here.
Sometimes
No one
that's how
does.
the best things happen, Aaron. So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What is your favorite media genre? So like movies, books, games, anything. What's your favorite genre?
For sure, music. I'm a huge music guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, gaming is like, but I'd say like everyone knows outside of gaming, I would say music.
Sweet.
That's
We
awesome.
also have Tim Geddes in the
Oh,
chat.
what's up?
Oh.
On
Can you
Team
hear me?
Belinda. Yes, we can.
Team Belinda, baby, let's go.
Yeah, best blue eyes in the Bay and my
Thank you.
personal
Thank you.
hypespiration.
Appreciate
All right,
that.
Tim, what's your must-have movie theater snack? If we could go back to the movies in 2023, what are you having?
An excessive amount of ice cold water, specifically LaCroix, is what I appreciate the most. Got to
All
stay
right.
hydrated out here.
I guess.
That's awesome. Now, for the folks who joined the Zoom call, you're allowed to bring in your own picks if you want to. If you want to text your
Okay.
friends, we have a default template for text to send the homies. If you want to
So
send
whatever
them.
we copy paste it to you.
Yeah, I'll copy.
Yeah, I'll copy. I'll DM it to you, Greg.
Thank you.
Those are my picks.
That
I
was
got
the
you.
rules. I sent my message to Tim.
But I was told because we were pre-briefed, we didn't have to have like the actual message since we already knew we were going to be called today and to be free.
Fair.
I think
Linda,
that-
also, do you remember that time on In Review where I definitively proved that Simba and Nala were brother and sister?
No.
Stop.
Wait,
Stop.
Push that out of my
That's
head.
not
I don't
okay,
remember that at all.
I'll send you the video sometime.
All right, we got Chris Erb.
Yep, I invited Chris Erb.
Oh.
Maybe
Chris,
saying
how's it going?
who's Chris Erb, but can I do a little setup? Chris is a marketing legend, so as a marketing person, I felt obligated to go out. People don't know Chris. He was the vice president of brand marketing at EA. He ran marketing at Legendary Pictures. He has his own company now, Triple
wow.
Clicks, and he's a hardcore gamer. Been around since the start. I'd say he's one of the best marketers in the video game industry. So he was my call.
Yeah, holding it down for the marketers. That's right.
Hey, welcome, Chris.
Welcome,
Hey,
Chris.
how are you? He said great marketer, and then I accidentally dialed in. Am I on the right call here?
All right, so we have a question for you.
Okay.
What is your favorite media genre? Could be anything.
What do you mean? Break it like
Like you like fantasy gaming, sci-fi books,
Movies, music,
movies,
like
whatever.
everything
Favorite.
everything kind of changes right now. Sports video games, just because of I spent 10 years at EA Sports. And mostly gaming, I would just say, is kind of what I'm dialed into. Sports and then shooters. If I can give you, can I give you two? Is that all right?
2. I'll accept 2. All right.
All right, and we have Iffy here. What's up, Iffy?
Hey, what's good? How you doing?
Great. Thanks for joining.
glad
Comedy
to be
King Iffy.
Yeah.
I got a question for you.
All right.
What is your must-have movie theater snack?
Oh, must
Hi,
have
everyone.
movie theater. Okay.
Hey, Lana.
What's up?
All right, Lana.
Oh, I forgot I have a lawnmower man background. Oh, I got to change that.
This is Junior Mints for me. I'm a Junior Mints boy.
Good call.
Junior
Awesome.
Mints.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Do you put it in
That's
your
incredible.
popcorn at all? Do you mix them?
Sometimes, because sometimes you mix it in with the popcorn. The popcorn's too fresh. It melts into one big
Mhm.
like giant chunks. So depending.
Now,
Like halfway through the movie.
ladies and gentlemen, we have the dragon Cisco in the building. Cisco, how's it going? Who brought you to the call?
It's Greg, man. So hopefully,
Let's go.
Hi, Cisco.
Let's go, baby.
What's up, Cisco?
Let's go.
What's up,
That's Cisco is one for me in that case. Cisco, I got a question for you.
If
What's
you
up,
can
man?
call your people.
When's the last time you rode a horse?
I'm sorry.
When's the last time you rode a horse?
Rode a horse. Man, probably when I was still in high school. No, middle school.
Do you remember? Is there like a particular situation?
You know what? It was past middle school. It was like I was like a kid at like Christian camp or something like that.
Oh my God.
And I was like the smallest kid at Christian camp because my sisters were older than me, and my parents didn't want me staying at home for the summertime, so I got to go. So I was like the smallest kid on this like giant horse. Think Link from Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild.
When he was like riding like Ganon's horse, that was me.
That's awesome. All right, so to keep everybody updated here, if you just joined, you can send out the text. Of course, the people who brought you will send you a text that you can send to other people. If you want to bring more people into the call, of course, Cisco, if you bring somebody, that then counts for me. That then raises me to the top, even though I don't know if the other three hosts like have anybody. That
Well, hold on. Let me introduce my first guest.
Go ahead. Yeah,
Alana Pierce. Thank you so much for joining.
No, that doesn't count. That doesn't count.
We got him in here. It counts. His picture is here. We got it.
That's hilarious.
So I have Alana and Hideo here. Very important question for you, Alana. Yes. What would be your useless superpower?
I feel like you need to give the example again because that's
So-
a weird one.
My example of a useless superpower is I would be able to know exactly when an item of food has 2,864 calories in it.
That's too many calories. That's too many calories. Look, I was going to say, I think I already have one, which is that I can sleep for like 18 hours.
Oh,
But
that
except
is...
on planes.
Oh,
wait, really? You can't sleep on planes?
Can't sleep on planes, but I can sleep for, almost 20 hours at any other point in time.
Oh, that's
I'm like the opposite, where I can only sleep on planes. Like when I get on a plane, there's no way I'm not falling asleep on that thing within the first hour.
Jealous, dude.
Yeah,
I wish.
I'm out.
Yeah,
So
it's one of my
okay,
best
so am
sleep.
I allowed to give my
go?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Here
Go.
we go.
Yeah, you can hit up whoever you like at this point.
I have a question.
No.
Greg Miller.
Thank you very much. So I obviously hit up Cisco, but I obviously hit up somebody else as well. Is that it now? Or since they haven't responded, can I hit up somebody else? Because then you run in, what if 3 people show up? Like, I don't know what happens.
Just go.
I feel like yeah, you should be allowed to hit up the other people.
Go.
No, I had
too. That's the correct.
I had a friend of mine that is a part of Cyberpunk 2077, but I'm not sure if they're going to show up. So
are you talking about Keanu Reeves?
Exactly. How'd you know? My DJ Mr. Lee showed up on her behalf. That's him right there.
Oh, what's good? What's good, DJ Mr. Lee?
Hello, everybody. I was just being a quiet observer.
Verified observer. I like that. I like that.
That's wild.
I'm literally driving. That's why I've been real quiet.
Focus on driving. Don't do this. The PAX
Don't
panel isn't worth it.
Maybe a terrible way for this PAX panel to go is we just saw DJ Mr.
don't
Lee
say it.
screen start shaking.
Ubisoft, kind of funny, and What's Good Games kill someone with vehicular manslaughter.
Oh no.
Greg.
Subhead, Simba and Nala related.
DJ Mr. Lee, I got a question for you. When's the last time you ridden a horse?
It was only a couple of years ago. I think I took my wife for her birthday horse riding.
Sexy.
There you go. There you go. And of course, I should iterate this, right? If you joined and you got a dip, you're not obligated to be here the whole time. You can leave whenever you want. If you can come in for 5 minutes and leave. I don't mind.
Everybody got to add me on PSN.
I don't know if you want to say your PSN out loud during a stream.
I have no gamer friends, but my shirt says I play video games and I know things.
Oh yeah,
that's awesome.
There you go.
Love it.
Love that shirt.
Question for the group though. I had one of my best friends make fun of me for this. Is horse riding white people shit?
Yes, 100%.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
Yeah.
I was like, I think she's right.
I'm terrified of horses. I don't think we as a society respect and fear horses enough.
That's fair.
What do you think, Hideo?
My black friend owns horses.
My brother owns horses.
There you go. Okay, maybe not.
Sydney's
braver people
Sydney
than me.
Goodman from IGN.
Sydney, what's up?
So I invited Sydney.
Okay.
So nobody really cares about this, but I'm going to tell you anyways. And why I look like I just moved. It's because I'm literally in the middle of moving my office because I thought this was yesterday.
Oh, no.
Tim Geddes is who told me what the actual day
I
was.
heard
It's
that
great.
you tried to snipe Tim Geddes from me.
I did try to snipe Tim.
Just so popular, you guys, you know.
Everybody
biggest
Everyone
name,
loves you,
biggest name in games.
Oh wait, Sydney has to answer the question.
So yes, Sydney, now that you're on, I need you to give me an example of what your useless superpower would be.
So is it like what I wish it was, or is it what it current like a useless superpower that I have now?
Either one. Either one.
I'm really good at organizing pantries. Like
wow,
very good at
Okay.
organizing.
Actually really
Okay.
awesome.
I like it.
Can you
Which
do that for
basically
me?
benefits nobody
Yeah, I
except
think we all
gaming.
need that superpower. Can you come over to our houses and fix that up?
Yeah, just everyone's house.
Hey. Hi.
Oh wait.
Hold on.
Oh my god.
What's up?
I
What's
just
up?
texted Austin. Who else? Did?
No, I've been
who
waiting.
brought
I've
Austin?
been waiting for my
who
boy
brought
Bless.
Austin?
Hook
Let's
me
go,
up, my boy
baby.
Bless.
Wait. We got
Bless.
Hideo on here.
Wow. Okay, Bless and Ed.
Yo,
You're gonna turn your back on.
a lot of
you're
things are
gonna turn your
popping
back
off
on me right here.
at the same time right now. We gotta acknowledge Hideo Kojima just joined for a second. It looked like
Kojima did?
Twice.
it looked like he
Oh my
did.
God.
We got two.
So for the record, I don't
It
know
might
if
be
he
Corey
just
Barlow,
bounced. It was Corey. I asked
Okay.
him. He may have already left.
Well, since
It
he
was
didn't
Corey.
talk, he doesn't count. You
Yes,
can't
he
count
does. He
that.
counts.
You cannot
He
count
counts.
that towards
That
the goal.
counts.
Anna.
Greg, you don't run this panel. All right, over on Kind of Funny, you might host things. You might run the show. Over here, this is a
here.
Blessing, Yusuf, Belinda, Rihanna show. All right.
Just
What was
let you
that-
know
what was
that
the name
Blessing
you said
introduced
first,
the
though?
show. Blessing introduced the show. So by eminent domain, this is a Kind of Funny product.
I mean, he's not wrong.
I'm the only
He's
one
not
on
wrong.
set right
This
now.
show will probably end up on Kind of Funny at some point.
Read.
Austin, I got a question for you because I know you're running on limited time.
Yes.
When's the last time you rode a horse?
Ooh, never.
Exactly.
Why is
Some
it 'cause
white
it's white
people
people
shit.
shit?
Thank you.
I don't do that, bro. Look at me. I don't go outdoors. I don't go in the woods. I don't go swimming. It's not for me.
Thank you.
Right, he just dressed up around the house.
Yeah,
we-
I'm cosplaying. I'm mad I'm not at Dragon Con.
We gotta address who brought Hideo Kojima.
That's Alana. So that's,
Is that Alana Pierre?
that's my tree. That's my tree.
Damn it.
Hideo,
Okay.
wonderful to have you.
Hideo, we do have
Giant
to ask you a
Hideo
question.
Kojima, Alana's.
You got audio?
I don't hear audio.
Hideo, do you have
Yeah.
audio?
We gotta.
I heard
one
him.
Gary
Hideo
vote.
is
Again,
silent.
if Corey doesn't talk, it doesn't count for you.
Yeah.
Corey,
That's
if you
what it
don't
is. You know what
talk,
I
it
mean?
doesn't count.
Hideo,
Wait, he
it's
said
not.
something.
He's here. He's here.
No.
I'm right here. I'm just chilling, sitting here thinking about making video games.
Whoa.
What do you think about for the next one?
You know, I have a lot of different ideas, but I don't think you'd understand any of them.
Wow.
Fair.
Probably.
No, fair.
It's gonna be.
I loved your last game, but I did not understand it.
It's gonna be a pizza delivery this time.
Pizza definitely is a
Pizza.
thing that I've been wanting to play around with. I like pizza.
Yeah, there you go.
Hideo, I have to ask you a question now that you're here. What is your useless superpower?
This pose.
Perfect. It's gorgeous.
Whoa,
Thank you
is
so
that
much,
Jeff
Hideo.
Keely?
I'm
Jeff Keighley.
Shit, that is Jeff
Hey,
Keighley.
Jeff
Oh my
Keighley.
God, it's Jeff Keighley.
People behind
everybody.
me.
Yeah, wait, Gary Witt is here.
Okay, Gary was next.
We got-
I
we
was
got
I
Gary
was
here.
not informed that Jeff Keighley would also be here.
He's on here twice.
Yeah, there's a beef brewing here.
Are you serious, Gary Witt is here? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh man,
Oh,
Jeff
man.
made his
Oh,
appearance.
no.
And there it is.
That did talk.
no.
On the bright side, we do have Neil
Is
Druckmann.
Neil Druckmann here? Oh.
Yeah, I got Neil. Yeah.
So
Oh.
I gotta jump in and ask Gary a question. Gary, you're on my
Hello.
team. Thank you for
Yeah.
joining.
Hello.
What is
I
your
thought I was on
favorite-
Rihanna's team.
Yeah, my team.
Oh, sorry. For some reason, it looked like you were talking, but someone else with these Zoom windows. It's
What do you
very
mean by you? There are so many of us, Gary.
I mean, I'm caught in this like Brady Bunch scenario here, where I'm surrounded by all these other faces, and it's very confusing. All right, sorry.
Gary,
Let's
my
start
question
over.
for you. What is
Yes.
your favorite media genre? Could be books, movies, games, anything.
Games. Look at
Yeah,
my
What
hat.
kind of
Damn.
games? What kind of games?
Wow.
Games that let me chill out and escape from reality because reality is bad.
Fair.
Accurate.
Anything that checks those boxes is, I mean, that's the whole reason we do this, right?
Do you mean anything you can make a talk show out of?
I'm really trying to stop doing that. It's becoming a bad habit. Yeah, I just like, I mean, I like right now Fall Guys because it's just dumb and fun and silly and it puts a smile on my face.
You need to make a Demon Souls talk show, the remake.
I'm into that. That's a good idea. You should
that-
make video games, Neil Druckmann.
I was gonna say, was that Neil Druckmann that said that?
Uh-huh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of
Brilliant
like a
ideas.
font of really great ideas. So, you know, I got a bunch of them.
The way that you're holding that sheet makes his head look so big. It keeps all those 10 out of 10 ideas.
We only have
Really
10 minutes
impressive
left.
that you have
So
ideas.
if anyone
Oh,
wants
before
to
it's
hit
over.
up anyone before the panel
Okay,
is
so
over.
Jeff
we got,
Keighley-
we got
Go.
like 40 minutes left.
No, we
10
got
minutes
40
until the
minutes.
poll goes up.
It's the dark soul of
I'm
Tango.
sorry. I have to leave and go. I have to go play Uno.
See, he doesn't count.
Hey!
Creed doesn't count. Austin Creed doesn't count.
Greg Miller, I have a kind of funny logo painted on my wall in my house. What do you mean I don't count?
And I'm
Also,
so
he's on our
happy you
team.
showed up to this
On
kind
my
of funny
team.
piece of content. Oh, he's on our team? I'm
He's
sorry.
on
No,
our
he
team,
Creed.
yeah.
He counts. He counts. Stop.
And
Good job.
whoever
Love you,
brought
Austin.
it-
Good job,
Thank
Austin.
you.
You know what?
for
You know what?
this.
Because of that.
Blessings
because of
to
that,
all.
I'm
No,
switching
cut
to-
him off. Somebody
I'm
mute him.
switching to Iffy. I'm switching to Iffy.
You
What up,
can't switch
Iffy?
Iffy. That is
Come
how
on,
it works.
That's how this works.
Yes, if he's on my team.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, Iffy. What up?
Austin, I just want to say thank you for joining.
God.
You're the better
Of
me.
course.
You're the better
I'll
me
see
in
you
every
guys
way.
later.
Love you. Bye.
I
I
did want
love
to
you.
say Jeff Keighley is Team Yusuf. He's
Yes.
one of mine.
Okay.
Obviously,
Oh yeah, Jeff didn't even
really
answer the
quickly-
question.
He didn't
Well,
answer the
Gary
question.
Whitta
No,
was
and
here.
because
Gary
when he
was
saw
here.
when he saw I was here, he left because he knows.
You're a
He knows
god.
his town's not big enough for the both of us. He made the smart move and he backed off.
It counts.
All right, so Jeff is team.
I wasn't aware that there was video game beef.
Oh, there's big between
No,
me
yeah,
and Keely. Big beef.
It's just like rap beef.
Uh-huh.
Like they say that Gary Whitta versus Jeff Keighley is the Drake versus Pusha T of video games.
I want that versus
They
battle.
always say
It's
that
like the
all
Source
time.
Awards in here.
Yeah, right. It's the Dark Souls of group
Panels.
Zoom.
I want to recap who brought who just for the people watching, so you can keep score for when you vote in the poll. Just so you know that I won. So the people who Yusuf has brought so far: Alana Pierce, Sydney Goodman, a picture of Hideo Kojima.
Whoa. I brought Hideo Kojima and Neil Druckmann. Okay.
And Corey Barlog.
And Corey Barlog.
What?
Yeah,
There he is.
Oh snap!
Oh,
But I
I
went
gotta
in
clap for
descending
that.
order of fame.
There he is.
I'm the bottom layer of the fame right now. So sorry.
If we get Jeff Keighley to come back, do we get credit for him?
Wait, who brought Jeff?
No, Jeff was mine.
If you
There
get
you
him
go.
to come
That's
back,
mine.
if you
Jeff
win,
so
there's
Jeff
an
counts
error,
under
yes.
Yusuf
We
also.
can resurrect Jeff
He's gone.
Keighley.
He didn't answer the question.
No,
But he did
but we
speak.
didn't know
He
that that
didn't
was a
answer the
rule.
Feels like
speak.
if he comes back and answers questions.
I was like, Jeff, you can just jump in for a second and then you can leave. I know you're busy. You've got conferences and stuff that you have to plan.
He's
I get it.
constantly hosting all the
Yes,
time.
he's got to host probably other panels. All right, Jeff counts.
He's on a very similar call right now with Mads Mikkelsen. So
Very fair.
My favorite thing that happened tonight was Cisco just fanboying out over Corey Barlog.
Because when God of War came out, I tweeted something like, "Yeah, go Dads" or something like that. I didn't get a response, but I didn't care.
Oh, dads, I'm responding now.
Hey,
Like a fine wine, that Twitter response.
Yeah.
when we first announced this panel, I tweeted out, I was like, is this just an elaborate way for me to get to meet Corey Barlog? And,
Exactly.
That's the answer.
and he actually
Answer is yes.
replied and retweeted. And Corey, I have to say, I was so shook. I was so shocked.
Yusuf, tell him your PSN name.
I did my PSN. Well, I guess I'm telling everyone my PSN name. My PSN name is God of War 71.
Wow.
When I was in high school, I shaved a hideous goatee just to look like Kratos.
At least it wasn't the creepier option of Corey Barlog Lover 6'9" or whatever.
That's true.
Oh,
Been a
no.
lot
Is
worse.
That's
his
my
alt
PSN.
account.
Right.
That's his Smurf account.
Keeps it private.
Yes. Yeah.
That's his OnlyFans account.
It's my Switch account.
It's just him holding up a picture.
Live yet.
Hey guys, I don't know what the rules are, but I'm gonna bounce.
Totally.
Oh, yeah, no, you can bounce at any point.
Formally announce my departure. So thank
Thank
you
you
for
so much for
having
coming
me.
through,
You're all
Sid.
wonderful.
I said,
Thanks for hanging out, Sid.
One of my additions, we have Nerdus's Dan Casey in
Whoa.
the building.
What's up?
Hey.
Hello.
Oh, there it is.
Hello,
Mark it
everyone.
down. And also,
And so-
Austin switched sides, so that's us too.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
coming
us.
for your
I'm
blessings.
gonna- Yep,
God,
let's go.
don't you
Let's
dare.
go.
This only works if you're next to me on yours too, but right now you're next to me.
And he is not.
If he brought you, you're on Team Belinda, and you need to answer a question, and that is, what is your must-have movie theater snack?
My must-have movie theater snack. That's
Mhm.
easy. Always peanut M&Ms. They
Dope.
are just something that makes me
Except
think
I
of the movies.
am
eminently
on Greg
snackable.
Miller's side on plain M&Ms.
Yeah, plain M&Ms are better than
Belinda. Devil's
I'm
candy.
sorry.
Come on. Is that?
So
Okay,
sorry.
it's okay to be wrong, as you've all just shown me. But, I'm happy that those make you happy. More peanuts for me.
Dan, if you would like to
Fair.
switch sides, to switch teams,
No.
I'm on Team Peanut M&Ms.
Okay, no,
Just throwing that out there.
No.
We're switching in
Austin
the
already switched. It's just he said
Austin did
precedent.
We
switch.
should
All right,
keep
I'll
switching.
take. I'll take Austin.
Is it just me, or does it feel like it's less calories because you're eating in the dark at the movie?
Oh, sure. Yeah, they don't count.
Yeah, they don't count.
Movie snacks don't count
Stuffing it in.
ever. I can have popcorn, bunch of crunch, and ices, and feel nothing.
So Belinda's brought
I think you
Tim
made all of
Geddes,
those up.
Iffy, and Dan Casey. Is that
Yes.
okay?
And she's stolen one.
I have stolen Austin Creed from you.
And then Rihanna's brought Aaron Greenberg, Chris Erb, and Gary Whitta. And of course, I brought Greg Miller, Cisco, DJ Mr. Lee, and Austin Creed, who I'm still not sure what team Austin Creed is on at this point.
we'll take him. You know.
Don't worry,
I'll take
Belinda.
it.
No,
I
blessing.
just threw a Hail Mary, and this was a little
Love you for it.
right there. Boom. We're going for the goal.
You're showing us the DMs.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
dying.
If we get it, that's an auto win for us. Okay.
I will do
my
anything you
God.
want for the rest of my life. We are both Timmy fans here.
Oh, cool. What if he came in and he was like, "I'm on Yusef's team, though."
Would be so good.
Team switching dynamic. I don't like this trend that we've
Oh,
started.
yeah, I love
He,
it.
he got all my Little Women fan mail probably. So.
I'm getting turned down left and right, Belinda. Things aren't looking good. I gotta be honest.
See, I'm in
be
the
honest.
Tim's boat where I'm just, come on, y'all, let's go.
I'm
Please,
dusting off
throw
DMs. I haven't
money-
talked to
throw
people
money
in
in
like
there.
5 years.
Wait, okay, I
Throw
thought
money, throw sponsorships.
I thought I was
don't
only
care.
allowed to ask 2 people.
Oh, you can.
So they blew the lid off that. They
You
blew the
can
lid
keep
off that.
going.
There are no rules. No rules.
Okay. Okay.
Just
Wow.
ask, how is Alana the only one who actually sent me a text like 5 minutes ago? Greg.
I can. Do you want me to go back
I'm
to
the
our
only one who
GM
thinks you're
history where
important, I
literally
guess.
I told you it would be easier to have
That's
this
a good point,
conversation if
Corey,
you gave me
man.
your
Like-
phone number and you didn't give me your phone number?
Yeah, I don't want to give you my phone number.
It's a right call. I think he regrets
Good
giving
call.
him mine every single day. So
Yeah, that's actually fairly true.
That's rude, Alana.
Yeah.
I dunked on myself though. I was being rude to myself. All right, who else can we pull out here?
Yeah, who else?
I'm
who else
scrolling
got
so
that?
deep into my DMs right now, trying to figure out
I'm texting.
Yeah.
who would
I'm
respond to
I'm
me.
texting.
Who is around?
I've been
Tell me
rejected
people
by
aren't
Keelan.
free on a Sunday night.
Oh
But if he does come-
no!
If he does
Thanks,
come
Gary.
back, Rihanna gets credit. That's my
Yes,
only.
if Keelan
No,
comes back,
I'm telling him not to.
everyone just DMs.
Literally, I just said, but please don't.
This works against me now if you come back. Don't do it.
This is a bad night to do it because no one's doing anything on a Sunday night. If they tell you they're busy, they're really
They're
saying they
liars.
just don't want to
You
do
know
it.
what?
Point.
All,
Yeah.
Fair point.
all of my friends were
But you only
watching
gotta pop
Patti
in for
LaBelle
5
on
minutes.
Versus.
Oh man, that was a slapper.
Did y'all hear that? All my friends
Oh,
was watching Patti
didn't see
LaBelle
that.
on Versus.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's fair. Who's winning that, by the way?
I mean, it's Patti LaBelle and Gladys Knight. Because I was
Mm.
gonna just text Timberland and
I heard Gladys Knight was very good.
Oh yeah.
Cisco, when are you entering versus?
Just like the receipts
Oh,
to
yeah.
show, Jeff
Yo,
Healy said,
it's
I did it
it's
for
funny
you.
because I sing with a because I sang with a group and I also did solo.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a
Your catalog is deep.
Yeah.
I'm all right. I'm all right.
Hey, who-
got a couple plaques.
Who would you want to face you in a versus?
Nah, I mean, like I said, I got about 5 songs by myself, but with my group, the catalog's bigger, so that's kind of not like fair for like the R&B genre, and then I cross genres a couple times, so I'm good.
I don't
feel you.
know. I want that Drew Hill 112. Drew Hill
Oh, yeah.
112.
That's a
Drew Hill
straight
next.
body. They gotta get their weight up.
She's a cream, though, you know.
I might be able to save all of us a lot of time here, unless someone else other than Cisco has a boxed action figure of themselves in the frame. See, whoever team he's on,
We're all
they're the
done.
winner. I can't match that.
Yeah.
I finally met Gary Wetter though, man. You're hilarious.
Corey, isn't there like a Funko Pop of you or something by now? I feel like there should be.
No, the only Funko Pops they made were the Corey creations he ripped off from David Jaffe.
That's true.
Oh,
Wow.
I usually dress up the David Jaffe dolls with my own little like villain or something like that.
What would happen if I messaged Jackie?
Okay. I got
could do
one
that.
more coming. I got one more coming.
He would totally jump on this.
Okay, let me message him.
There we go.
Dude, I'm
Then
getting
you
turned
can
down
fight for
left
our
and
I'm
music.
right.
texting, guys. I'm texting.
Also, the poll is up on my Twitter right now, twitter.com/blessingjr. If you want to vote, who's brought the biggest name to video games? That poll is gonna be up for about 20 minutes or so.
It's not
So you still
that
got time.
fair that it's on yours specifically. But
No, totally
We
fair.
talked about it.
Right down the line.
Oh yeah, we
Okay.
planned this. I was the one that actually said that hey, if I tweet it, I'm probably gonna win the poll, but everybody else was like, oh no, go for it. And so
Well, you currently have
Hold on.
68.8%
We
of
ain't
votes.
done yet. We got people still
I
joining.
mean, I also brought Greg Miller and
see, we got
Cisco,
Damian
and
House
so-
from Smosh Games. He's booting up right now. Slow
Yes.
your roll. Slow your roll, blessings.
let me
Once
get
again,
Ian. Let me fucking
he's
one-up
only
you
next
and
to me
get
in
Ian.
line, but I'm still gonna do it.
Let's go, Iffy.
Yeah, don't worry. We
So,
got
when does
got the squad coming.
I'm trying to figure out if he called me blessings,
when does my
is a
check
sign
clear?
of disrespect or what?
Well, I add S's to everything, so you know
that's
that's
fair.
what's going on.
What's up, Damien? Who brought you?
Hi, Iffy brought me.
Yes, he did. So you're
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Team Belinda.
Oh, nice.
And I got a question for you.
Okay.
What is your must-have movie theater snack?
Ooh, I'm a big fan of Alamo Drafthouse, and they've
Yes.
completely changed the game. So no
Hell
longer
yeah.
is it jujubes and snow caps. It's like, yeah, I'd like that lobster queso fundido.
Yes.
I've gone.
I'm a
bougie
fan
with
of
my
the
movies.
cauliflower. Love
What's
the
that?
cauliflower.
Oh, the buffalo cauliflower. Yes.
Yeah, it's so
So
good.
good.
Welcome. You're on Team Belinda.
Thank you. Glad to be here, Belinda.
Ooh, and there goes Echo Kellum, Mr. Terrific. You
Cool.
know, it was good. Another
What
Team
up?
Belinda. That's what I said. Slow your roll, blessing. Slow your roll.
no.
We got.
Oh, is that,
Ah,
is that Rahul?
what up, Iffy?
What's
going on?
Good. You have
Hello,
to answer one
Rahul. He's
question.
one of ours. He's an us.
Oh,
Yusuf.
damn it.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I should have got somebody from 112 to come on here.
God damn it. Rahul's a really good
Yes.
What's going on?
You want to ask him a question?
Yeah, Raul, thank you for joining. You're on Team Yusuf here.
What's up, Team Yusuf?
How you doing? If you had any useless superpower, what would it be?
I had a useless superpower.
Yes.
I'm kind of like Spider-Man. I have a really powerful orgasm.
You know what? I was about to say I don't like where this is going.
Yeah. It's seriously like it's the most useless superpower in the world.
I
Is
love
it?
I love
I
it.
can't
Wait,
tell
for a
if this is
second
a
there, I was
superpower
like,
you
what
want.
or superpower
Spider-Man
you
has
already
a
have?
really powerful orgasm, but then I realized what he was actually talking about. Yeah, okay.
That's as good as it is.
That's why
Can't
You know it's
JJ
gonna have
wants
to be a part
can't
two.
talk.
photos of him so bad.
You know it's gonna have to be a part two because I need to stack the deck next time. I didn't.
100%. We're gonna do this together. By the way,
it was a
Bless, I think
pleasure
we got
meeting you
someone over here.
guys. And Bless, you can add me now on PSN.
Oh, definitely. For sure. Cisco, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Go.
All right,
Bless,
it's
we have
it's
someone
3
else
minutes
on
past
here.
my kid's bedtime, so I got to go do some dad stuff. Thanks
Okay.
for
Thank you so much,
inviting
Gary.
me.
Thanks for being
Enjoy the
Bye,
rest
Gary.
of your show. Bye.
All right, who brought Blair Herder?
I brought Blair Herder.
Blair Herder.
Introduce
Also,
Blair
Who Dat
Herder.
Nation.
We got
Hold on,
Blair
let's talk
Herder
about
in the
that real
chat.
quick. Let's go.
Up.
That's what I'm
Congrats on
talking
the
about.
win.
Good
Sit
day
up for
for
us,
me.
Blair. Don't sit up. Don't get up.
Blair, we got a little
Bask
win.
in the glory of the W, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go.
Yes.
Let's
And the
go.
Saints
I got-
Okay,
W.
so Blair,
Got
I
two
have to
dubs
ask
today.
you a question since you're on my team.
Yes,
What is your favorite media genre? It could be books, movies, games, anything at all.
books for sure. I mean, games.
Yeah?
This is a games thing, right? Games all the way.
I mean,
Games
we
are
like
the
all
best.
kinds of media here.
You can say books. It's fine. It's fine.
No,
say
books. Books,
Yeah?
books for sure. Yeah. I am never without, honestly, I'm obviously watching football. You can see that, but I am never far from the Kindle.
Nice.
Nice.
Who's in here? I'm on my phone. So hey, Aaron Greenberg.
We're on the same team. Who knew?
You
Yeah.
guys are the same team.
How about that?
Guys?
Yeah.
I got Lucy James of GameSpot to join.
Power move.
Hello.
Um, did DM her. Love her very, very
This is
much.
too many Brits
Oh
to love.
God, here Greg goes.
Turn it off.
Oh my gosh, you got it.
Turn it off. And Emerson. What's up?
Oh my God, it's Steve.
Spawn.
Yo.
Oh, is that
Jokes the
Steven
third.
Spawn?
That is Steven Spawn. He is one of ours, Yusuf.
Yeah.
Wait, how many people has Alana invited?
You know what? Don't worry about it, Blessing. Okay.
But I have to ask Lucy
How
a
many people has Iffy
question,
brought
a
in?
very important question. What is your must-have movie theater snack, Lucy?
I am partial to those mozzarella bites you get at AMC.
Dope. Love it.
Yeah.
Belinda, you have to ask Echo too. I don't know why I'm pointing as if our boxes are the same. I still want to. I want to be in the Brady Bunch so bad, y'all.
What's
Right now, Belinda's winning in numbers.
Yes.
Belinda's got numbers.
Uh-huh.
Echo, what's
Talk
up?
about.
What's up?
What's your go-to movie theater snack?
Just movie theater popcorn for the most part.
Yes.
Wow,
The best.
okay.
Classic.
That's
Love
simple.
it.
Gotta have
Classic.
butter, artificial
Oh,
or real. I'll
yes.
take one.
How much
Must have
butter?
it
Are
on
you like
there.
an excessive butter?
I'm like, can I get a touch in the middle and then a touch on top? That's what I ask.
Yeah.
I'm one of those people.
Love it.
Half and
Yeah.
half.
Love it.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Yeah.
being
Not
on
too
the
much
show.
though. Thank you.
Who brought Steven Spawn?
Oh, Steve.
That's me.
That was
That's
me.
Steven
That was
Spawn.
me. That was me.
Did we ask Steven the question?
No.
We have not.
So Steven,
Yes.
what would be your useless superpower?
My useless superpower? Probably managing to both charm people and piss them off with the same amount of jokes.
I love it. I love it.
I love it. It's
Real
amazing.
good. That's real good.
Some more. Who brought you?
You did, baby.
Yeah, I did. What would be your
I'm here for
useless
you.
superpower?
Oh shit! I could detect when you're about to get hiccups, but I wouldn't be able to tell you because I'd also get hiccups.
Yes,
That's a great one.
That's the best one.
That's a great one.
That's so good.
Zach Ryan, who brought you?
Yusuf brought me.
God damn.
Are you serious?
I know
What's
people.
happening right
I
now?
know people.
Fire.
My guy.
Zach Ryan is a big name in video games.
Oh.
Got him. We're on the same team.
Whoa.
Yeah, Zach's huge. Big deal.
Yeah.
Big deal.
Big-
Yeah.
big
Belinda and
shoes.
Iffy, we got to step it up here, man.
Yeah,
Let's go. I brought. Who
Greg,
you
send
brought,
some
Tim?
No one.
Zach,
Everyone's.
who would
Oh,
be-
there we go. I got James. Let's go.
Oh, you got James.
And this is probably going to be a 2-for-1 deal.
Well, I also hit up Elise. So
Okay, so we
There they
got
are.
both. We got
yes, I
Oh.
count.
All right.
Wait, Zach first has to answer. What would be your useless superpower?
Useless superpower.
Oh,
Man, I don't know. Can you come back to me? That's a tough one. Let me think about that one for a while.
All right.
He only
Sorry
has
to interrupt,
useful
everyone.
superpowers in his head. He can't
Yeah, what's
figure
up,
out a
Polly?
useless.
what?
Yeah, well, sorry to interrupt everyone. I got to peace out, but
All right.
um,
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks
Thanks for hanging.
hope you win, bruv. Take
Hey,
care,
thank you.
everyone.
Appreciate it.
I
Go,
got it.
Go Reds.
Shit, we got Khalif on here.
What up?
Congratulations, everybody. Khalif just won an award.
Hey, let's
Yeah,
go.
Khalif.
Also, I'm happy to say that I brought Khalif here.
It's true.
Wait.
It's true.
Khalif, how's it going,
Dude,
man?
I got multiple texts, super quick. How you doing? Yeah, I mean, Khalif, if you want to say you on our squad, though, my boy, my guy, you know,
Let's
feel
go.
free.
Let's
Now
go.
it's just like,
People is
See,
good.
if you-
I'm gonna tell you, my squad is the winning squad.
We're
Kyle.
Virgo together.
Virgo
we gotta
squad.
go.
I'm just saying,
Virgo squad.
We go back. We go
Khalif,
back.
when's the last time you rode a
Creed is
horse?
also a Virgo, so we also get him.
All right, hold on. Since we got to talk the award up real fast. My Black and Gaming Award is looking real pretty.
Hell yeah.
It is beautiful.
Look at
This
that.
channel
Man.
F cartridge.
Dude, that
Look at
looks
this.
like some.
That is
Man,
sick.
that's sick.
I could sleep on this if I
That's
wanted
lit.
to. Yeah, it's big.
Would not
very big.
recommend.
Would not recommend. I'm so happy to see all of you. This is
Get in
super
here.
good. Super good.
Answer the
All right.
question.
Oh,
All right.
Come
yeah,
on,
Khalif,
I got an audible. I'm calling an audible.
Oh, hello.
Is that Andrew Renee?
Can we do this?
That's how we do this.
Can't see
That doesn't count. That doesn't count.
That's cheating. That is
It's the same
cheating.
window.
You have to have a multiple window. You need your own
Oh
window.
snap! Sam up in here.
Yeah, I know. This is a
yeah.
squad.
Okay, I
This
can hear
squad
now.
is in
Hold
here.
up. We got Sam Richardson and we got
Yeah,
Daniel
baby.
Dwyer in the building.
Danny
We got James Willems and Elise Willems.
I
So
love it.
that's two
Let's go.
for Team
I
Belinda.
love it.
We're
So
packaged.
funny. So
Anyone
funny.
else watching the football?
What is
We're all
football?
gamers here.
It's a games
We're all nerds
So,
here.
How bad do you think GameSpot would get in trouble if I just turned and put NFL on the screen right now?
Oh, they would be so mad.
Do it! Don't do it! Danny, no. Hi, Aaron. Hi, Blair. Hi, Willems.
everybody.
Hi,
Hey,
Carl.
Andrea, how are you?
Hi,
Yo.
Belinda. Greg.
I know there's so many
Corey,
stars in here. There's so many people to say hello to.
I'm gonna be honest, I lost track of the questions. Where are we at with the
You're
questions?
asking a horse question.
All right, you crazy motherfuckers! I gotta go. So it's been really
Peace, Corey.
Bye, Corey.
Corey, thank you so much for joining us.
Creator of God of War 2018.
Good to see you, fam. Okay.
All right, friends.
Team Bless.
I'm actually gonna follow Corey on that one. I'm actually streaming right now, and I don't want to spoil your entire panel. So
Steve!
Steven!
Like
so
much,
Steve.
Good to see you,
All
Steve.
right,
Everybody
Steve.
take care.
Make it rain bits.
AbleGamers.org, everybody.
I'm gonna follow suit and do the same. I have to edit a bunch of.
I gotta finish cooking dinner, but
Wait, how
go
many-
Team Belinda.
How many industry secrets got
We gotta go
spilled since I got here? Before I got here.
We were just watching Steve's stream, so we should
gotta-
probably head out
get back
too.
to that.
Wait, we have to ask you a question really quick.
Yeah, you didn't answer the question.
James and Elise, what is
And
your
Sam.
must-have movie theater snack?
Oh, I forgot they're the same.
Snack.
I'm really gross and I like Milk Duds a lot.
Duds rule! I love them.
Those are
Yeah.
great.
I'm pretty wild. I'd say a big tall glass of ice cold water.
Wow.
I love it. I love it.
That's
Is
why
that
he's
a-
got
The
that
use of
vibes.
answer. That's a.
Is that
that's
a
a real
drink or
statement.
to throw at
That's a
people?
snack.
And with that, congratulations, Steve.
If you're a wild,
Hello,
put some
to
ice in
Willem.
that bad boy.
Guys.
Willem's crew, much love to y'all. Yeah. Belinda, just so we can make sure Blessings is keeping track. So we got Sam Richardson here, Danny Fernandez as well from Wreck-It Ralph, the video game movie.
Oh my God, Danny, I love you.
You know the movie about video games? my Yo, God.
Danny Fernandez is
So,
cool.
Wow.
love Danny's good.
Holy
That's good.
shit.
Fresh out the shower.
I saw
What's up,
Blessings in
Danny?
here and I made it personal.
What up, Danny?
Danny,
adding
you're
an
on
S.
Team Belinda.
Oh yes, Danny, you need to answer the question, and then we got a lot of catching up to do here.
Danny, your question is, what is your must-have movie theater snack?
Oh, must have movie theater snack. Gummies, man. Everyone tries to steal the gummies.
Yes.
No one goes for the gummies but me, and then they want the gummies once they're in there.
Right. I agree. Gummies are the best. Thanks for joining.
Yeah. I'm in my bathrobe in bed, but you
We
know.
love it. We love it.
Hey, we're all big fans of you.
Word.
Yes.
Very much.
For real. For real, for real.
Yeah.
I love your ass. Just saying.
Oh.
No one complimented my ass when I came in.
I love your ass too, Tim. I love your ass.
I
I
got
love my
no
whole
button.
team's ass.
Yo, you got 100 heads, baby.
Hey!
What's up, yo? Team Tim Belinda.
Oh my God.
I love it.
Hunter,
Man.
Belinda, you have to ask Hunter the question.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah,
God,
run
100
through.
pets. Holy
What's the
shit.
question?
Sorry, I'm a huge SF Giants fan. I'm like, okay, it's fine.
I'm so glad we tweeted out like
Okay,
20 minutes ago as opposed to now.
What is
Yeah,
your
right.
Hunter Pets? What is your must-have movie theater snack?
Must have movie theater snack. Maybe pistachios. I mean, I'm eating some right now.
All right, cool.
Popcorn. You gotta have it at a movie theater.
Perfect. Love it.
We also have a Josh Stein in the chat here. For people who don't know who Steineken is,
Brother
could you
Stein.
just quickly introduce yourself.
Hi, there's a lot of beautiful people here. I recognize a lot of these.
You are
faces.
also
you're
so
muted,
beautiful.
Stein.
I can hear.
I was definitely
no.
being lazy downstairs when I got the DM, but had to say
There it
hi.
is.
I'm
There it
over at
is.
Xbox with the handsome Mr. Greenberg. Somewhere up here
Yeah.
in this
We
family.
pay him to say that, just to be clear.
But you pay me to meme.
And you mean well, friend. You mean very well.
Yes, I'm on your team.
So I have to ask you a question since you're on my team.
Yes.
What is your favorite media genre? It doesn't have to be games.
Media genre?
Yeah. How do you like to consume things?
Pictures of yourself, Stein, is not a genre, just to be clear.
My media, can I blend to? Can I
Sure,
go
go
like
for it.
Western sci-fi?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
I'll
get
go
creative.
like
I love that.
Western like spaghetti sci-fi.
Ooh.
Sorry, West what?
Westworld?
There we go. That works.
You like that? Oh, and Andrea.
Shannon Woodward's on my team. Shannon
Yes.
Woodward's on my team. Dina
thank
from
God.
Last of Us Part 2.
Thank
Star
God.
Wars.
Finally, some ammo.
Quick question, Sam.
sorry,
did you get asked the question?
Yeah. Sam hasn't asked
Fantasy.
the
I'm a
question
big
yet.
fantasy person. I love like deep
Ha.
fantasy lit. I'm a diehard Tolkien fan, but most recently big into Brandon Sanderson, Patrick Rothfuss. Love fantasy lit.
That's legit.
Shannon Woodward is in the middle of cooking dinner and only popped on to answer the question. Shannon, when's the last time you rode a horse?
When's the last time I rode a horse?
Correct.
Wow.
It wasn't this year, I'll tell you that much.
Good enough. Go back to cooking.
Well, I'm trying now. Well, no, now I want to try to remember the answer. I feel like
I love your work, Shannon. Before
Oh, thank you so much.
Love you, Shannon.
Love you all. Sorry, I'm live at I'm cooking at Home Depot. This is the Halloween aisle.
Oh, the Halloween is coming up. You're right. Whoa.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, for me, this whole year is Halloween. It's where I feel safest. That's where I'm gonna stay. This is where I am. Shit, I think the last time I rode a horse actually was probably a few years ago on like the set of Westworld, and people were just like riding the horses. I was like, I never get to get on the horse, but it was very short-lived. Also, my dad has a mini horse that lives in his backyard. It just
Like a
stays
Shetland
there.
It's not pony?
It's like a little Sebastian.
Is it
Smaller
chills?
than that. It's like it's a mini horse. It's not a Shetland pony. And it's not theirs. Like
Sounds like
someone
a
in their
large
neighborhood
dog.
is like,
Stole
my
it?
horse
Dog.
stay
I would
here.
call Sounds like a very large dog.
It's a horse. It's a dog that eats carrots and neighs.
Perfect. Reasonable.
Thanks, guys. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Shannon.
Peace,
Who
Shannon.
invited Nick? We gotta talk to
They're gonna
Eka.
lose some points.
We've got Eka in here.
We got Eka in here. We brought Eka.
Eka is the co-founder of
Hey, what's going on?
Loop Games.
Developer of Falcon Age,
Falcon Age,
PSVR, Oculus,
and is probably one of the coolest people I know.
Oh wow.
Mad
I
love
love
to
Eka.
Eka.
Eka, I have a question for you.
Okay.
What is your must-have movie theater snack?
Oh wow. Okay. Cheddar popcorn. I don't know. Cheese popcorn.
I totally thought you were gonna be like Shetland ponies. That was gonna be really bad. Like, yo, they fit in your pocket.
You could
Now
probably
you
smuggle
can
a Shetland
ask-
pony into a cinema.
You can ask whoever you know to join the Zoom, just so you know.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yep.
Okay.
Copy and paste what I sent to you.
All right.
Who brought Nick Scarpino?
It looks like Echo has to bounce. Echo,
Yeah,
thank you
peace
so
out,
much for
guys.
coming.
Bye, Echo.
See you,
Bye,
Echo.
Echo. Thank you so much.
Of
Thank
course,
you.
yeah.
Thank you,
Peace, man.
Eka.
Later.
You asked who brought Nick Scarpino. Team Blessing did because he's the star of Lego Marvel Superheroes 2. I think we all,
I think you lose
lest we
points for
forget
that,
his
actually.
VO in that. Lest we
Yeah.
forget his VO in that game.
Get down.
How's it
Spider.
going? How you
That's a
feeling
loss.
today, man? Nick, I got a question for you.
Sure.
When's the last time you rode a horse?
Argentina about a year ago.
Jesus.
Oh, wow.
That was a flex and a half.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Sorry, yo, I was in Argentina riding horses. Yeah, about a year ago. You know, just bodied that horse in Argentina.
Kaz gonna call that. He's gonna say that's a flex, not Shannon Woodward. Like, well, when I was in the set of Westworld.
Does it help?
Reasonable
that
point.
Does it help that I rode the horse up the Andes just as the sun was cresting over the mountains?
Okay.
Were you
Did you just have a bare chest with baby oil on it?
I
don't believe that. I don't believe
This
that's
sounds
true.
like the Friends thing where you tell the story
image
to
that
get
launched
women.
1,000 memes.
No, but my wife and I were wearing ponchos and cool hats, so that worked out. It was just pretty much the same thing.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah.
Did
Greg,
Daniel
you
Dwyer
look
answer
very
the
well
question?
Yeah, no, that was gonna say. Did anybody? Do we ever address Daniel Dwyer?
Yeah, of course.
He put on his A's hat as soon as Hunter Pence joined.
Wait, who brought Daniel Dwyer?
Danny, who invited you?
No one wants to take responsibility.
Danny
for me
just
being
showed
here.
up. Danny found
Danny.
My East Bay friend Tamor did.
Oh, that's my team. Let's go. Danny,
Wait, what
welcome.
team is Tamor on?
He's on my team.
Yusef's.
Yeah.
I also sent Tamor a DM at the same time he joined, so I assumed he was mine. Dang it.
I went with one of my own.
There you go. There you go.
Damn.
What can Brown do for you?
Danny, I'm a big fan of your work.
He's Danny.
Big fan of
Danny.
you, Blessing.
Oh, thanks, Danny.
You gotta ask him the question.
I just have to put this on because I saw Hunter Pence hanging out, so I needed to.
Oh, of course.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I'm an Oakland native now.
I'm gonna have to take off, unfortunately, but wanted to say goodbye to everyone.
Thanks, Aaron.
Good to see you, Granny.
Good to see you, Sam.
By the way, I just like to
Send us all Series X.
I like to thank Alana.
I would
for
love that. Just
my
saying.
ability to get Jeff Keighley back on.
Wow.
Nice.
Alana says I can't, so
Nice.
Lana, once he drops off, text Jeff back. Gary's going.
He's not here.
have fun. Have a good night.
Peace, Aaron. Good to see you.
Thank you. Team
All right.
Belinda, let's
I wish I had a,
wait,
I wish I had a
wait,
good
those
horse story.
messages.
So,
My horse story is
Mr.
so bad.
O'Dwyer, what would be your useless superpower?
My useless superpower.
Yes.
Maybe it's useless. I can't. Not having hangovers. That's the only one I want.
That's super useful.
That's actually
useful.
really good.
That's genius.
That's
useful.
great.
Need that.
That's
It's
very
useful to me, but it's not useful to anyone else.
Well, okay, fair.
True.
Yeah,
So
you can't
it's useless.
you can't save somebody by not having a hangover. Well,
Danny,
No,
but
unless
I
you're a
can-
doctor.
This was
But I can
suggested
unless
slow
you're a
down
doctor.
every
Yeah,
night.
that's a good point.
Danny, is there any chance that you could text Todd Howard?
Do you think I have Todd Howard's phone?
Yeah,
you think
could you
Todd
just
Howard
give him
has
a
a
call?
civilian phone number?
He does.
Todd Howard has
I can text Todd.
Todd Howard has like a butler
have it.
beside him at all times with like a
Oh.
pillow phone, and you
doesn't
have
have
to
a
like
Checks
answer, you have
out.
to like do like
Has
do
a
a
sat
quest
phone.
line for hours
Checks
to,
out.
to get the number. Yeah.
Is that Cameron Cuff?
Team
He does- he
Belinda
has-
got
he has a
Cameron
phone
Cuff.
number.
Oh, hey,
Let's go.
Cam.
God.
All right, lads.
You're
All
on
right.
Team Belinda. Hi. Nice
Hi,
to
I'm
meet
on
you.
Team Belinda. I have
Yes,
no idea
you
what
are.
that means. What have I agreed to?
You've agreed to answer a question for me.
Oh, bloody hell. Brilliant. Anything.
What is your must-have movie theater snack?
Here's what I do. In Britain, we do sweet popcorn, and I like that. In America, you guys don't do that so much. You call it kettle corn here, I think.
Right.
But what I do is I get the popcorn, regular, then Reese's Pieces, pour them in, mix them up.
Sure.
It's
That's
a little
awesome.
heavy, and you're not going to be focusing on the movie too much, but good snack.
Love it.
We go.
Welcome to Team
That's amazing.
Belinda.
It's good to be on Team Belinda.
Thank
We're-
you.
Team Belinda's making some money moves here. That's all I'm saying.
It is worth
All
noting
right.
that Team Yusuf is much more Liverpool friendly, though, Cam. So you've
Wow, bollocks. And I'm
done yourself dirty there.
wearing my
You got
shirt and everything.
Yusuf and I.
So I
I'm-
texted Todd and he's asleep. Sorry.
Wait,
I'm
what?
I mean,
looking
yeah, it's
back
like-
at the
I love
list.
you for texting him.
Belinda's got the
Flex.
numbers.
It's like
That's a
11:30.
flex.
I do have the numbers.
Belinda and Yusef both have the numbers.
Right.
Because like at the list, right? Yusef has Alana and a picture of Hideo Kojima. Sydney, another picture of Hideo Kojima. Corey Barlog, Jeff Keighley, Raul Coley, Steven Spahn, Timur Hussein, Zach Ryan, Daniel Dwyer. Rihanna has Aaron Greenberg, Chris Erb, Gary Whitta, Blair Herder, Andrew Renee, and Josh Stein. I have Greg Miller, Cisco, DJ Mr. Lee, Austin Creed, and then Shannon Woodward. And then Belinda, I'm calling Austin Creed. And then Belinda has Tim Geddes, Iffy, Dan Casey, Austin Creed in parentheses, Echo. And then on the list here it says, I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is referring to.
I kept getting lost. There's too many people.
And then Lucy James, James Willems, Elise Willems, Danny Fernandez, Hunter Pence, Nick Scarpino, and Cameron Cuff.
I take
You
issue
forgot
with
Damian
Hunter Pence.
Haas.
Nick is on my team.
Is Hunter Pence a name in
Wait,
video
no, Nick is on my team.
Hunter Pence is technically in MLB The Show.
Okay, that's fair. We can allow that.
Ernie
That's
gotcha.
fair.
Reasonable.
Yep. Yep.
You
I don't
put
wanna
Nick
be
on
held
my
to it.
team.
Oh, I messed up.
You do know that, Bliss.
Ree's the one in the doc. I just fixed it.
I'll be.
So, yeah,
I can
Nick's
be
on my
everyone's
team.
I want you
I'll be
all
on
to
everyone's
know
team.
that I texted
Nick, be on my team.
someone who is very
Andrew, I'm
well
on your
known,
team.
literally millions of followers, but they replied with, "Oh man, I totally would, but I took an edible about 30 minutes ago and I don't."
Yes.
Nice.
What's the
I
name?
feel that. I feel that. I
Say
feel
their
that. I
name.
feel that.
Perfect.
I'm not gonna out them, but I just want you to know that happened.
Whoever that is a
That's one
coward
of
because I ate a bunch of edibles earlier and I'm doing
There you go. There you go.
I'm
That's a
hearing
true
a fun.
friend, Zach.
Oh, Brian
Bless-
Altano.
Bless caught me right before I was about to handle some business. so
Wait,
I
wait,
know.
Stein, were you? Can we get an official confirmation? Were you the one that made the tweet from the official Xbox Twitter account with the meme, the monkey meme?
The social team worked very hard, and
So
we,
diplomatic.
as a team,
So
worked
diplomatic.
on all the content throughout the week, and very proud with how it landed. So I would say it is a team effort.
Okay,
Aaron
that's a
has
very
music as well.
diplomatic answer Okay. indeed.
Well, we
Well,
got
congrats. Congrats,
Belinda,
Matt.
we got Brian Altano.
What's
God
up?
damn it.
Yes.
What's up,
Team
Brian?
Tim. What's up?
Team Belinda.
Team Belinda.
Is this-
We're
Team
This is
Belinda.
Scott Porter?
We also got Scott Porter.
God, poor.
Scott Porter is team
Brian!
blessing.
Let's
go.
Scott Porter is team blessing.
I got a
Let's
question
go.
for Brian. What is your must-have movie theater snack?
A flask.
Nice.
God
that
bless
count?
you,
That counts,
Brian.
right?
God bless
That
you.
You don't have to buy it there. You can bring it yourself.
That's
and
true.
flask
Bring yourself.
Brian.
counts.
What's up?
Scott Porter, I got a question for you. When's the last time you rode a horse?
The last time I rode a horse,
You can say yesterday.
about 12 years
This
ago in
morning.
Nebraska.
All right. All right. Fair.
That's very
Man.
specific.
Oh,
Everybody
okay.
has like a place associated with it. That's great.
That's a great shirt you got there, Scott.
You know, it matches the Broncos colors and its destiny. So why not? Yeah, we'll do it.
Nice.
So
Oh, I
we
mean,
got
like,
about
Our
we got about
Broncos.
5
like,
minutes. 5 minutes left in the panel. Sorry to interrupt you, Andrea. And we do have the poll results.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to pull them up here because I lost them on Twitter.
And when that dog is
Also,
amazing.
can we talk about his dog?
Yeah, what's going on with this dog,
The
Cameron?
dog.
Unreasonable. Unreasonable.
Did I miss Miyamoto?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Hideo Kojima.
Corey
you missed Neil
Barlow
Druckmann.
forgot to print off a picture.
Druckmann
of
was
his-
here. Yeah.
His friend is here.
What?
Oh my god, the dog.
Oh, so fluffy.
Chaka is here.
He is also on Belinda's
You're
team.
muted, just so you know.
My
No, it's not that you're muted. It's the dog is the
It's
dog is
filtering.
muting you.
It's a pop filter. It's a pop filter.
Oh,
Oh,
I do have Chaka
Here we
here,
go.
who is the social marketing manager for Pokemon and is one of my favorite people in the world.
nice, Chaka.
If
Can you ask Shaka
she-
the question?
I will. Keys.
Oh, they just unmuted.
Chuck hasn't started.
Hey, sorry. I didn't know I was going to be in this thing. I thought I was just listening. I'm in my kitchen cooking.
Can I ask you a question and then you can totally leave?
Yes.
What is your must-have movie theater snack?
Oh my God. Okay, so there's a theater here in Seattle, or there was a theater here in Seattle until it got corona'd, called Cinemark, and they have the most amazing chocolate popcorn. It literally tastes like imagine imagine popcorn that was like made out of like Cocoa Puffs. That's what it tastes like.
Oh my god.
really good.
I can't wait to
That
visit
sounds
you and
incredible.
try it.
Yeah,
one of
it's
these
so good. I hope they
days.
come back. They got kind of corona'd, so I'm hoping that like after I'm getting back to normal, they come back too.
It is a
Okay.
little.
You can hop off if you want, but I love you. Thank you for joining.
No, of course, of course. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.
Hey, Chaka.
Blessing.
We got-
before
what's
you,
up?
you even say these poll results, I went to look at your bias poll that was on your Twitter.
Snap.
Agreed
The call
on.
out
You
is
said
real.
That's something. You should have been a
Rihanna-
third
call out
party. You
is
should have
real.
been a third party, but I ain't gonna say nothing about that.
I wanted it to be a survey
We
monkey.
tried. We
Yeah,
tried.
yeah. Rev Cabot, Cameron Abbott, who I would think is a heavy vote. Some would say a super PAX. It's definitely Belinda at this point, quantity and quality. You need a big one to blow this out, and
But like, but like we had Cisco on my team, and
Cameron
so I
Abbott,
mean,
that's
We had Hunter Pence on our team.
We
Did
had
Hunter Pence
Keely,
make the thong
okay?
song?
Jeff Keely.
Did
Alright.
Hunter Pence make
Saying.
I'm just saying, Cameron Abbott will
We-
stand
we
with
have
you.
Gary
Consumer
Winters
theory.
apparently trashed everyone.
Okay, Jeff Keighley just runs the entire video game industry behind the scenes. We all know this.
He
what
was
I'm saying.
on for like
True.
5 seconds.
Still
Still
counts.
on.
Still counts.
Still
How long
counts.
was
He didn't
Hunter
answer
on?
your question.
He didn't know he had to.
Who brought Corey Barlock?
I did.
Oh,
Yeah.
never mind. I was about to start being like,
Team
oh yeah,
Yusuf
Corey
also.
Barlock made God of War one game of the year. But if he's on your team, then
Oh, cool.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count.
That game was
and what award show did he win Game of the Year at? Oh, that's right, Jeff Keighley's Game Awards. That's
Yep.
right.
They didn't even have
I mean,
to
we
say
don't
because
know
we
if
all know
that
he
was,
met Jeff.
I mean, he also won it at the Dice Awards, but whatever.
Well, that person's not here. Is they?
Cisco
Hang on,
won
let me
Song of the
let me
Century,
message
though.
Megan.
people still listen to Thong Song at work.
Scavio, she's sleeping.
the poll
Where is she?
The
Gotta
poll is
stop.
closed.
The poll is closed.
In fourth, and I should say this is in with
Can we talk about the legendary Scott Porter, who is on the call? Excuse me.
944 votes came in. In fourth,
Okay, this was rigged.
we got Rihanna Manuel. You all agreed to it. We planned
We
this
did
out.
until it was rigged.
I wanted it to be a survey monkey, but y'all said, hey, we'll just retweet it. In fourth place is Rihanna with 10.7% of the votes. Third place, Yusef Magid with 12.7% of the votes.
I got the guy from Yakuza.
In second place, we got Belinda with 14.8% of the votes. And in first place with 61.8% of the votes. It's your boy.
Pretty
Blessing
sure that you
Adeoye Jr.
you
Thank you,
should
everybody.
have tweeted. I should have tweeted
Wow. Great panel.
it. Literally anybody.
You
Biased
can't argue the results, guys.
voting.
You can't argue science. The
If you
science
guys
is
don't
on
like
the
it, go to the
timeline.
polls, all right?
Cheated.
Go ahead, vote.
Make sure to vote.
I just want to make sure I was on Blessing's team, right? So
You're
I
right. You
went.
won. You won, Scott.
I went. Okay.
Oh
good,
yeah, you won. Yeah,
All right.
no, we did this together. We did this together, ladies and
We got
gentlemen. This
second, but we're
has
coming
been
for
your
the
PAX
crown.
Online panel, of course. Who's the biggest name in games that we can get to join our Zoom call? Thank you all. Thanks everybody who's in the Zoom. Oh, Carl joined. Carl, of course.
Who got Carl?
That's me. That I got
we
Carl.
literally have two
Carl
votes.
from Mr. Beast. Carl, I was
Oh,
hoping you
nice.
joined earlier so you get Mr. Beast in the chat. But
I'm
it's
so
fine.
sorry.
It's
Hello?
fine, man.
Shout out to Carl.
I'm sorry, Carl, that you come in here, Blessing is yelling at you, accosting you.
Just
We
the
don't do
second
that
I
on
If you want
Blended
to come
Squad.
to, if he's
We're
seen
not
his
doing that
red
on
team,
Blended
like,
Squad. We don't do that.
I was
It's
finishing a
fight
match
each
of Among
other
Us.
on Belinda's team.
Okay, that's fine.
Belinda,
I can let
do
that
we get
slide.
Belinda? Did we get second place? Am I on
You
that?
get second place.
You got second place, yeah.
That's amazing. This is the least amount of work I've ever had to do
take
for
it.
like.
Take it.
Sure looks better than
Cam's like,
gold,
I'm
in my
muted.
opinion.
Cam's muted.
Cam, you're muted.
We got to wrap up. Everyone in the Zoom chat, thank you all so much for coming through. We really appreciate it. This has been a really fun time.
Did I just join right at the end?
You joined right at the end as I was
We're
closing.
done.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching. Until next time, it's been our pleasure to serve you.
Bye.
Oh, that was great.
Hi everyone, this is Parkosaurus, and it is one of the Indie Showcase winners for PAX, which we are very happy to be part of. Wash Bear is made by a two-person team called Wash Bear Studio, and one of those people is me. I'm Chris. Hi. The game itself is a dinosaurs tycoon simulation, where you obviously take care of your dinos and expand your park. So let me give you a quick look into the game. We could do a customized game, but let's go to the world map instead. And I'm going to do one of the missions, which is Toronto, and let's start that up to have a quick look. And the first quest pops up, Dino Appeal. And this is our park. This is the one we're starting with. So this is where we're going to have to do the quest. So the first thing, we need to get 500 Dino Appeal, have 4 dinosaurs, and unlock 2 science. Okay, so various ways we can do all this. The first thing I'm going to do is see what the quest gave me. So I have a hat, and hats can go in your dinos, or your employees, and they have an Ankylosaurus. So I'm going to hire some people to help me first. I'm going to go to the office, and go to resumes. I'm going to get a vet. I'm going to hire a janitor. Looks pretty good. And a scientist, because I will want some science. And a security. And I'm going to, you know what, I'm going to move this over here. Because I want to build my exhibit where this all is. Let's build an exhibit. I'm going to use some concrete walls first. So these are cheaper, they're pretty strong. The only catch is guests can't see through them to see the dinos, which is okay, because we'll add some other fences. And I'm going to make it just this big for now. And why don't I add some wood fence. And these will allow the guests to see in. So I'll just add some path here. And you know what? Let's drop our egg while we're at it. And if I fill this up with grass, most of this is already grass, so let me fill the rest with grass. There. So this exhibit now I can click anywhere on the wall or on the ground and it'll pull up the exhibit pane. And there's a lot of interesting information here, and we're trying to get the taiga biome. So you can see we have to add some ruggedness and some wetness. So let's go ahead and add water, and you can see it's transforming, and there we go. We just got over to the rainforest. But we need to get up to taiga, so we wanna add some ruggedness. I'm gonna do that with the train tool. Add a mountain here. There we go. Now, let's hatch our dino. No, let's make a perfect exhibit. So now you can see here we need some bushes, some trees, and some rocks. So I'm gonna go ahead and add those. Okay, you can see the meters filling up. I want some bushes that are meant for grass tiles. And you can see biodiversity is filling up. And I want to finish it off with some rocks. So granite. Perfect. Biome looks pretty good. Let's hatch our dino. There we go. This is Olive, our first dino. And people are going to start watching Olive. Pretty cool. And gotta get some donation boxes for them to give money. There's a lot more to do. We have to get food and a door on the exhibit so the vets can inspect the dino. And yeah, there's lots to do. So, but I just wanted to give you a sneak peek into how this game works, and there you go. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed this, and if you have a chance, check out Parksaurus. You can get it on Steam currently. Yeah. Alright, thanks.
What do you think it's like here, being a kid in the hospital? How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games. Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you. Manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Plunder through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety, allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new friends and improve your relationship with them to unlock story vignettes and new powers in your dreams. The more you invest in them, the more they'll support you in return. Face off with nightmarish entities that represent some of Cassidy's most negative emotions. Challenging boss fights with representations of fear, isolation, loss, negativity, and more will test your mastery of the dreamscape. You'll need to draw on all your strength to handle ever-changing combinations of powerful enemies. Spell slingers, spectral swordsmen, mysterious wanderers, and hulking bruisers will bar your path. Vanquish those deadly foes to clear the dark miasma surrounding Cassidy. We can't wait to make Dreamscaper even better with your feedback and support over the coming months. Prepare to fall into dreams when Dreamscaper launches on Steam Early Access this summer.
Hello, and welcome to the Panelists, the show where we solve problems. This is what we're calling the Paxalists, the unedited, live-to-tape version of our normally highly edited YouTube panel show where two teams of experts come together to solve the most pressing problems of our day. Problems determined to be pressing by the people what write them. Today on the show, I am hosting because I lost the socially distant arm wrestling match. My name is Graham Stark, and I'm thrilled to have you here with me today. And I'm also thrilled to have our team members with us, and I will introduce them to you now. On your right, if you are facing away from the monitor, Team Orange with Misters Cameron Lauder and Ian Horner. They are Team PAX Prime.
Yeah,
Thrilled to be here, Graham.
Yeah, we chose PAX Prime because I'll never turn down the chance to make a calculus joke, but I thought it might be derivative, so.
I'll just write just some demarcations on the points for that one. And on the other side, Team Blue, is Brendan Beach-Deary and Molly Lewis, Team PAX West.
West is best.
Yeah, you can tell because we're in the west side of the screen.
Sure, we'll allow it. If everyone is ready to begin, I will present to you your first deep quandary. Good news! Due to a clerical error, going forward, whenever you sneeze, it instead produces one of the following sounds. The Jurassic Park main theme, not the ba-ba-ba-ba, the part that's da-na-na-na-na, that bit. 2, a recording of me going, hey! Or 3, car sounds. Team PAX West.
Oh, God. Molly, I feel strongly about car sounds, but you and I need to come to an agreement on this, I think. Are you more of the Jurassic Park person, or...
Well, I like the variety, I guess, because there's, as my human sneezes I'm comfortable with, there's sort of a achoo, and then there's a kind of, there's, variety of, sneezes for every occasion, I guess. And so, well, and you know cars more than I do. Like, what kind of car noises, like what varieties of noise can a car make? Like, we talking like engine grinding sounds or like horn sounds?
Like,
or
if it's
when you leave the door open?
If it's like the sound of you like grinding the clutch in the transmission, that's like, or the sound of like setting the emergency brake, that clickety click click click, that really fast clickety click click click, or even just like, if it can be any car sound, I feel pretty good, because if you don't want to freak out the normals, it can just be a turbo blow off, which is just a really loud popping whistle, which is very close to what a sneeze sounds like anyway. So I think car sounds is actually a pretty good place to be if we don't want to, risk alienating people.
Would you like to know what car sounds?
Oh, they come from a list, do they?
Well, all I have written down here is the agonizing gasps of a 1978 Plymouth Volare turning over for the last time.
I remember that.
Slant 6 or V8?
V8.
Great. Okay, I drove an 80 with a 318 V8. It actually has a pretty good sound, so even the gasps are like fairly satisfying. I wouldn't feel bad about that. Or do you really want?
And what is human sneezing if not an agonizing gasp anyway? So
right.
It doesn't seem like, it seems like a lateral move.
You're absolutely right. Okay, so we're going to go with car sounds.
All right. Team PAX Prime, do they move in herds, or will I say, hey?
I am partial to the Jurassic Park theme because I don't know exactly whether it will play the entire thing or just like the instantaneous like opening note. Unless you have like a cluster sneeze, like you inhale a handful of pepper and get the rapid fire like a chew, a chew, a chew, a chew, in which case you might get out like the entire phrase.
You'll be pleased to know
like,
I have no information on that topic.
Maybe every sneeze iterates the music, right? Like if you're just playing like Jurassic Park.wav, right? Like when you sneeze the first time, it plays like the first second of it. Then,
one note per sneeze.
Yeah, a day later, right? When you sneeze again, it plays the next note. And you kind of like start to dread it. I feel that would be great if you could start to like actually, yeah.
That does worry me, Cam, a bit though, because what happens when the music runs out? do we move on to the next song in the Jurassic Park soundtrack? Do you start back at the beginning? Do your sneezes then just become dead air?
I want to find out.
Like, this is the thing. Graham's voice yelling "Hey" is predictable. Dry and it's eventually going to get confusing for many people, but at least it's predictable.
But this might actually get me to dust. I would clean my entire apartment just to find out what happens when the song runs out. Do I die? Do I get eaten by a velociraptor? Is there an unexplainable block of green jello on a spoon that won't stop shaking? Like,
well, the sneeze is the small death, so yeah. I'd say, yeah, double down. We're on Team Jurassic Park.
Also, what's the sample rate? Like 128? 256?
Ooh,
I guess it's
48 kilohertz? 44
Mm.
kilohertz?
We
Or
can
is
go
this
deep
just
on this one.
I want to propose that it's not Jurassic Park.wave, it's Jurassic Park.mid. And
I thought you were...
And it's FM synthesis. It's not wavetable.
I thought you were going to say .og, and I was like, well, that's the predictable one, but .mid. Beach, I like where you're going with this. That
You're
is
always
the
on
correct
pitch.
horror element.
I am going to need to find out what my control voltage is. I'm going to need to sharpen up my multi-tool needles a bit.
Jesus. Maybe I did the bad thing. I gave him too many options.
Do we find out if we're
and also-
8-bit? 16?
No, and also consider the wind up of the sneeze, for lack of a better term. They sort of like it's gonna mess with the pacing of the song as you meter it out, and like depending on if it's allergy season, perhaps you'll get more or fewer notes out, or it'll be, who knows, the melodica version or the saxophone version or the John Williams version, depending on the nature and environment of the sneeze.
Also, the problem being is that, you know, when you try to sneeze and you can't, but you're kind of like there the entire time. Like, what if you're hearing that in your sinus cavity trying to come out, and you can't make it come out, so it just keeps repeating the same part over and over?
Oh, that's terrifying. In your head, it's playing the little sort of wind up before you get to the while you're just sneeze edging.
Yeah.
Just
See, at least if it's
Sorry,
at least if it's a grumble and a gasp of a V8, which I'm again assuming is sampled after the muffler. Like I'm assuming it's not coming right off the engine. That at least it's kind of the same sound over and over, and it reminds you of the kind of stuff that goes on in your own head. You're not gonna have to hear the same 2 or 3 notes every single time before you can get it out. I think that's why we picked the superior option.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it depends on whether or not you sneeze with your mouth open, like where it's sampled from.
Oh, yeah, if you sneeze with your mouth open, then you get the unmuffled version.
It is a polyphonic song, too, so we might end up having other voiced instruments coming out of our head. I mean, I have to clear my ears when I sneeze, so that's not unheard of.
What happens if you sneeze, get out a certain number of notes, go to sleep, and when you wake up, you're at a different place in the song?
I have so many questions now. Does gravity affect this? Like, is it a constant meter, or does the time change? And if so, what affects it?
Also, when you sneeze and your eardrums dilate, the pitch will change, right? Because that's, you know, you've probably noticed that if you sing or something like that, and you kind of like change the air pressure in your ears, or like clearing your nose, you can notice that the tone drops somewhat. So what if you're never actually on pitch? I think this is going to drive you guys mad.
Oh,
Hopefully.
absolutely.
I mean, yeah, sure. I meant, like, I don't know what happens when I sneeze. Do my eardrums pucker? Probably.
I already yell like a banshee when I sneeze, so this is just a strict upgrade.
Oh, you're one of those.
Yeah, you're like my dad. Just the blue, right?
Achoo!
It's
Like,
so satisfying.
All the windows rattle.
Look, sneeze is spelled in a certain way for a reason, so you need to get it out.
No, you need to elaborate on what that means.
It's written.
Yeah. Oh, as we
Achoo.
all know, the word sneeze is spelled the same in all cultures. Just like dogs barking and cats meowing. It's just the same word because, as we know, dogs only know one word, like Pokemons.
Is it like in the
like a
Transformers movie when you have the universal greeting that is like ba wa ni rana we ba nini bomb instead of hello? Right? Shouldn't it be recognizable to us? That always bothered me as a kid.
That was impressively close.
Wait, what is
Now
it? Do you know?
Offer him some Energon candy.
Tell us, man in sky.
It's ba weep grana weep nini baum.
I knew the gra was in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Why can't that come out when we sneeze?
We weren't given that as an option. It's too bad.
Yeah.
Dang.
But it seems
Into my elbow.
it seems that the orange side has settled for the stirring chords of John Williams, with possible concern if they are sleep sneezing, whereas the opposing side have brought us the wonderful concept of sneeze edging or snedging, and I will give them advantage for the round as a result.
Sneeping versus snedging.
But we have further good news. You don't have to live on Earth anymore.
Hooray?
You're going to Mars, so humanity can ruin another planet. As one of the first Martian settlers, it will be years before you're able to grow your own food. So to tide you over, you've been provided with a sufficient supply of a staple food. Do you want to spend the next 18 months eating potatoes, rice, or corn? Team PAX South. Whoop. That one.
I've been thinking about this a lot recently.
Why?
The rankings of the various starches. Look, I have some weird friends, Graham, and you should know that. We've been talking a lot about our starch consumption, and while I love rice, I don't think I could consist of being a being of only rice. You need some sort of variety. And while pasta doesn't really, it has different shapes, it doesn't have much in the way of a different texture. Potato is versatile.
I'm glad you said that. I mean, you can have potato, just like a baked potato. You can have French fries. You can have hash browns. You can have mashed potatoes. You can just boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew, right? They're versatile.
Twice baked. Why stop?
I'm glad we're of one mind on this, Ian.
No, I think we can definitely work with this. And just think of the nutritional components of the skin. Always remember the skin.
Yeah, because potatoes suck nutritionally. They're real bad.
It's all on the outside, kind of like the earth.
Well, with potatoes scooped up, you are looking at rice or corn. Yes, Molly.
I have a question. As Martian settlers, do we have access to butter?
That's... I don't know why.
Or do we have to make our own?
I'm glad that's still... God, no, please. I'm glad that my cough still sounds like a cough. Yeah, no, that's a good point. As Mars is not yet to the point where you can grow other crops, and the Bezos-Musk consortium has yet to construct a Whole Foods franchise up there. So you've got potatoes, rice, or corn.
Christ, because now just having to think of Bezos as Musk is kind of getting me a little down on this.
Well, as an American, I already eat corn for most of my meals, so it'd be nice to change it up, but I am open to your ideas.
But I think corn is... can I ask this then, I guess, as a follow-on? Because I think we're going to have to go with corn, but I just need to know something. Are we collectively of like resourcefulness and just general smartiness as the character in the hit movie and book The Martian? Can we be given that at least?
Are you asking me or the host?
The host. I got to ask the host.
Now you'll have to help me out here in that he was in fact able to grow all this stuff himself, and we're saying that you will be able to do that, but not after 18 months of eating this.
Okay, but I am smart enough to do surgery on myself as well.
Sure.
Cool. So if we have a lot of freeze-dried corn, Molly, I think that's better than going with rice, because if we rehydrate the corn, if we are as resourceful as a Matt Damon Christ figure, I assume that we can start extracting bits from the corn to act in different ways. We can make our own corn syrup if we want to. We can use the starches from the corn to create other materials and other goods. We could actually start using it as a crafting element to create food beyond food.
I assumed that was just a long walk towards like making our own whiskey, but that's good too.
That counts, though, right? I think that's good. Like the fact that we could make bourbon in space.
We could start the first Martian distillery. Holy shit!
Right, and then
we're coming for the crown, Elon.
Sell that for thousands and thousands of dollars a gallon, and you have to obviously get it back to Earth for it to be worth anything, or you don't. We just find a cave underground, and we just stuff the barrels under there to be like in like another 100 years when you guys show up here, it's going to be worth millions of dollars to have the first sip of Martian corn whiskey, Martian moonshine.
Yeah, the discovery and the opportunity to just take a flight of them. Yes, I like this. And then if we drop our phone in the toilet, we can put it in this rice that we haven't rehydrated.
Right, because we have no use for it. We're not going to eat that rice. We're only going to concentrate on corn.
Just fill our mattresses with it and sleep on it.
Essentially, yeah. It's a million and one uses. Destroying household pests. Anyway, we're hard on corn.
Yeah, we're hard for corn.
I'm glad you brought up the distillation angle, Beach, because that's something that I was also thinking on with the potatoes. Because what are potatoes famous for? Vodka. But what is vodka famous for aside from getting you very drunk? It is immediately available. Bourbon has to be aged before it's even palatable, so you're going to be waiting and just paying for that cave for years before you see a profit. Vodka, the minute it comes out of that still, it's liquid gold, baby. Or in our case,
I'm
oxygen.
assuming, since they've only provided us with a simple starch for foodstuff, that we aren't in fact expected to live through this, and that there are cameras everywhere, and that this is in fact billionaire entertainment. And I feel we would be much better at our jobs if we were just a little hammered all the time.
Oh, I am a lot more likely to have my pants off if I have had a few in me.
Yeah, right? And then afterwards, when the actual astronauts show up, because if nothing else, I'm wildly unqualified to be flying through space, which in a technical sense I'm doing right now and not doing so hot at it. But if you remove me from this stable environment and put me on Mars, I'm going to be even worse at it. So the only conceivable reason we would be there is
future
to
compost?
be entertainment for somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably just canaries sitting there waiting for the gas to show up.
Yeah. And after I scoop all the potato out of the potato skins, I assume I'm going to, stitch them together somehow to make a new spacesuit or something.
Or a best friend.
Wander around Mars in potato leather.
Such shoes.
Like in the skin of a lion, only in the skin of a potato.
I wonder if the low gravity will allow the potatoes to grow larger so we can have more skin area to work with.
Or perhaps just more spherical?
Yeah, potato that's so much starch you can just... It's equidistant. The cooking then becomes a lot easier because you don't have to guess how long it's going to take for the heat to penetrate the center of the potato.
I think we could do some good science before we die of scurvy on Mars.
And get really hammered.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
As a suggestion, I propose to you the Potatosaurus. That would maximize your skin surface area.
That's good.
Everyone please stop saying skin surface. This is a workplace.
I'm sorry, the potato leather is now the maximized quantity.
The exo potato.
Yeah,
Hey, that's an idea.
I would hope that with us being on Team Corn, we start out with the highest liquid content, and so that I hope that would affect our. I mean, I'm assuming that though, that they're not just sending us up with just dehydrated corn kernels. We will have the entire cob. We will have the stalk and the sort of corn hair. We could make sort of Professor from Gilligan's Island style, just build a society anew out of corn parts.
Yeah, we could make furniture like lawn chairs out of the corn leaves, the leaves of the ear. And
write messages in the sand like "send cayenne and cheese."
We can dry out the cobs and we can make centerpieces out of them.
Little pipes.
Yeah, no, we get corn. That's right. Corn cob pipes are a real thing. They're not something imaginary.
We'll make a little Mars man out of the Mars dust.
Yeah.
And give him a little corn cob nose.
We'll make like dozens of them.
You
And
know.
we'll put them up everywhere, kind of like a Blair Witch thing, just to really fuck with the aliens.
That one's Ian, and that one's Cam, and that one's Camadam, and that one. Just have a whole little family.
That one's also Cam, and that one's also Cam.
That one was Cam. Bye.
It's good to see you've already succumbed to space madness. I mean, it's a little difficult when you have little to do but eat your corn and dream of smoking your corn leaves in your corn cob pipe. Cam, we're going to be very cultured individuals on Mars. In fact, we might even be creating some of our own culture. What's your favorite wind instrument?
I would have to go with the recorder I was given in 5th grade, Ian.
Well, I'd have to say, you're going to be excited to find out that you can make wind instruments out of potatoes.
But who will I torture?
Well, I mean, we do have each other for at least the first few months, if this does get funded.
Oh, I feel that since this may devolve into a PvP situation, that I should go with a bassoon or perhaps bass clarinet.
I'm sure we can get a few potatoes stuck together in tube form.
You know, something that I can like parry, block with. But yeah, no, that's very strong. I like it a lot.
Yeah, let's get working on our embouchures.
If you're going to have woodwinds, you're going to need reeds. And you know where you're going to get reeds from other than actual reeds? Corn stalks.
I'm sure we could fashion a crude reed out of a bone.
Whose
Or sweet potato
bone?
leather.
That will be good viewing, won't it?
I appreciate that Team Orange has determined that they're part of some sort of reality TV show, and indeed are determined to put on a good show. Whereas Team Blue have not only recreated, or intend rather to recreate every part of society up to and including the U.S. corn subsidies, where they make they make everything out of corn. So I think, given that, we will give the edge to Team Orange on that question. But we will move on.
Can we make Martian ethanol?
I can't imagine why not, since we just assumed you could make all of these alcohols.
All right.
But don't worry, I have more good news. You are at a wedding. Bad news, it is the wedding of two truly awful people. Good news, you are fair folk, aka the Fae, or fairies, and you are here to make sure things turn out real fair for these assholes. So, how are you going to hex up these narcissists' nuptials? The mother-in-law wears white and the bride transforms into a pile of cobras after the kiss. The venue is double booked and also hosting a monster truck rally in the parking lot. Or the wedding is crashed by Limp Bizkit, who are attempting to film a viral comeback video. Team my left.
Molly.
Monster Truck Rally or Limp Bizkit?
Yeah, Monster Truck Rally sounds really good, and that Limp Bizkit thing. I care not for their music, mostly because I've never heard it. It's
hence the need for a viral comeback.
Yeah. I mean, what if they like? If these are some truly terrible people, what if they like Limp Bizkit? Bizkit, I guess I should be saying, with overpronouncing the Z. And maybe to them it's like fucking GNR's November Rain to them, right? That it's like, oh my god, we're gonna get a video made of our wedding for free, and it's gonna be a music video that everyone's gonna see, and we get to see us get married, and like maybe what we need to do is drown out the vows with rum rum rum, with a lot of aforementioned sneezing, as it were, I guess.
Yeah, because you think of if we're trying to, because you're absolutely right. We should divert attention away from the asshole bride and groom. And if Limp Bizkit crashes the wedding, then the only extra people at their wedding are the members of Limp Bizkit, and I assume their social team. Whereas if a monster truck rally shows up, you have the trucks, the drivers of the trucks, the technicians of the trucks, and the people coming to watch the trucks stomp on other trucks.
It is Sunday, Sunday after all.
And so I would think, it would drown out the string quartet, I would say, and the cover band, like the different cover band that is doing the reception, and it would make all the photos all, like the video all nasty. The drone shots would look good, but apart from that, I think the wedding would be irrecoverable.
Yeah, you get to like, and including the ability for like the trucks to just ramp over and land on the rental limousine that has the just married but some sort of cute variation that married couples put on the back of a thing when they want to really call attention to themselves. Like just.
Oh, and parking at a wedding sucks anyway.
Yeah, and now it's going to just get even worse.
Yeah.
You'll never be able to get out of the parking lot. It'll be like trying to have a wedding at a corner store bank. Yeah, monster truck rally it is.
All right. Well, this Sunday, the monster truck rally will be hacking up the wedding for Blue Team, but over in PAX East, what are you going to go with?
So here's the thing about curses. Is that a curse isn't just a bad thing that happens to you. It's got to be sent as a message. And while Limp Bizkit showing up and maybe doing a music video is a bit of a, it's a bit of a bad thing. It's actually quite a terrible thing. But it doesn't say fairies have cursed me. What does say fairies have cursed me is the bride turning into snakes at the feet of a white mother. After the first
Yeah,
kiss.
like, do the snakes, if you manage to keep them all together, like in an aquarium or a ball, do they retain the Gestalt personality and intelligence of the bride? Does one of them speak for that said intelligence? Right? Is there a prime snake?
As I would say, as fairy folk, I would say that yes, we do actually split that person into a Gestalt being of snakes.
And I think it's safe to say that's your call to make as the fairies in question.
Ooh, I like that a lot. Like, the narcissistic groom has to care for and provide for this cobra, the cobra, who is also very narcissistic now, but now is narcissistic about being a cobra, being many cobras. Ooh, yeah, no, we can work with this. Also, just, can you imagine if the less worse thing to happen to you at your own wedding is that your mother-in-law shows up wearing white? Like, that just being a footnote. Like, I assume that the groom learned this behavior from his mother. And if the mother gets upstaged by the bride, oh, yeah, no, this is good. This is just like nested layers of awful.
It's like a minor thing than a major thing, isn't it? Like, Deborah the Cobra's just kind of turns into this weird writhing mass within her, like, off-the-shoulder, backless, satiny, whatever dress thing that she's wearing. I'm going to assume it's like that. It really, like, it's a little too daring. It's the kind of thing that it's like, oh, I don't know where to look when I talk to the bride, that kind of dress then. So you can see a lot of snakes.
And it's probably, if these people are the assholes as described, it's probably it's got a voluminous train.
Yeah.
And so there's just kind of snakes up from under the sateen. Though the thing, again, going on the theme that they are assholes, this is probably an outdoor wedding in the middle of summer, because that's the kind of thing assholes do. And so, as fae folk, I would hope that in this double booking the monster truck rally, we have control of the timing of like when, like, apart from, obviously it being Sunday, how do we get the two things to intersect? The Instagram friendly outdoor ceremony and the monster truck pull?
Yeah, because
like, what is the drop?
You definitely like if it's going on all afternoon, like going on simultaneously is great, but it's way more interesting if every time they open their mouths, it sounds like they're the ones engine screaming. Like they're trying to say something. They have to repeat themselves 2 or 3 times. I think also that level of frustration is more interesting because you really get to see who people are at that point. Where if you're trying to say something and then somebody cuts in while you're trying to say something with like something else, it gets to be like, I'll be quiet. Okay, I'll be quiet. Okay, like that kind of thing over and over. Eventually you get to see the kind of way that they treat their waiters, I think. Whereas if you turn someone to snakes, it's kind of like it's one and done. It's obvious that something magical has occurred, but it's kind of like, it's all snakes. And then, but where do you go from there? Whereas with the monster truck rally, you can really like drag that shit out for an hour.
Mm-hmm. And the worst weddings are the kinds where everybody else involved makes it about them. Like, you know, those are like when the groom's speeches are terrible, when they're just talking about how great and funny they are. And I imagine like, and now the groom's sister will sing that one song from the Twilight that gets sung at every wedding. And like, I have dark every day wake, like any musical number, any long speech.
It's not even that it's been ruined, right?
Some motocross nonsense, yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's only been partially ruined. You still have to hear the song, which you don't want to hear, but now you have to like you can't just kind of go along with it. You have to like punctuate it at inopportune moments to hear trash that's like intermittent. You know, you make it unpredictable.
Yeah, it's a club sandwich of poor taste.
Yeah. Whereas Snakes is just like, human beings are adaptable. You can get used to anything. If you want to have sex with a pile of snakes on your wedding night, the groom will find a way to be into that. It's really just all about him as it is, right?
Yeah, if anything, if I got turned into a pile of snakes on my wedding day, I'd be disappointed that I hadn't been turned into a pile of snakes during my bachelorette party.
This is what it took.
I think you're thinking a little bit too small there, though. Like if we think about a monster truck rally, that's a 1 or 2 day event. A wedding is a 1 or 2 day event. It's the most important day of your life to some of you, but it's just 1 day, and you're ruining 1 day. That's something that can be gotten over. What we are ruining is an entire marriage. It's 2 people who loved each other, who are now too many snakes and a person, who are trying to love each other, and they probably won't be able to, because this sort of stuff doesn't happen to good people.
I would also submit that this awful couple may in fact be having an exotic destination wedding at some distant locale that all of their guests had to pay $15,000 to attend. And by turning the bride into a writhing mass of snakes, we may in fact be violating several biological importation laws that would result in the bride becoming impounded.
I mean,
by local authorities.
Weddings themselves are already invasive. Yeah, if we're just going to dump a bunch of snakes in the Garden of Eden in Fiji, you've ruined their economy. No more weddings because too many snakes.
Exactly. Also, as Fae folk, I believe that we could further alter the wedding such that the bride still has an appropriate thing to select from on the menu.
Oh, yes.
Right? What happens at that wedding when fully half the wedding cake erupts in mice, just chewing their way out of the fondant?
Left half, right half, or interior half?
I don't think it matters, because once
the toppers.
Once it's time to cut that cake, that groom is still going to have to catch enough mice to shove into the various mouths of his bride.
Smear whipped cream on them and like it's like the ending of 1984.
It's like being married to Medusa, but you have to look at her.
And
nothing gets hard.
Bottom half of the cake turns into mice.
I
have a logistical question about snakes on a bride. If some of the snakes do dirty with another man, but the other snakes don't, is that cheating? Does that still count as an affair? Or does it have to be the full gestalt of snakes?
With this couple, I feel that Instagram will litigate that case for us.
And the cloaca
when this
is
turns up on r/relationships, and then further appears on r/AITA, we're gonna get value off of this.
Me,
For
27
years,
male,
it's gonna be
just recently
amazing.
got married to my wife, 24, pile of snakes.
That's her age, not the number.
So while the orange team is going full snake gestalt and cake full of mice, the blue team is going for the monster truck rally. I was going to give the edge to the blue team on this round for naming the bride Deborah the Cobra, or the Cobras, but their failure to consider or even mention Truckosaurus is going to be a minus there, so we're going to give the edge to the gestalt of snakes on this one.
Nature does.
Did you dock us points for not making a reference? Is that part of the rules?
Oh no, just for not considering, the damage that could be caused by the monster truck rally flaming construct that is Truckosaurus. In sad news, however, your dear Aunt Euphemia has passed away. But in good news, she's left you something in the will. It's your choice, but you gotta take something or they won't let you leave. Would you like an old coffee tin labeled Angry Ghost? And when you take the lid off the tin, you hear screaming. Number 2, all of the secret Garfield strips deemed too hot to publish by McNeil Syndication. Or 3, a very horny parrot who, unlike the Angry Ghost, will tell you exactly what its desires are. Team PAX Australia.
Do you have a preference here, Cam?
I gotta see those Forbidden Garfields.
I completely agree with you. This is actually not even something that's unprecedented. By Osamu Tezuka, the king of Japanese comics, upon his death, revealed a trove of some incredibly horny drawings. And this is the man who's responsible for such lovely children's fare as Kimbo the White Lion and Astro Boy. But yeah, no, he liked that big old snake titty. So I can't wait to see what
Distressing.
Jim Davis has.
Yeah, like I just have to know. I don't even want to know, but I couldn't possibly not know given the opportunity.
I can't wait to see what happens when John actually gives that litter of babies.
Oh yeah, when he delivers his litter of puppies?
Yeah.
Because we're gonna see it.
It's in canon.
Yeah. Oh. Mm-hmm.
So, Beej and Molly then, Screaming Tin or Thirsty Bird?
We don't have to feed a tin, but all the tin does is scream?
When you open it.
Well, yeah, and the operant is when. We don't gotta open this tin.
Oh, yeah.
Because we can't control when that bird says things. And frankly, I don't want to know how it learned any of those phrases, and I don't want to be responsible for them. It would make Zoom calls more interesting, I guess.
My alternate thought, though, is that the Angry Ghost clearly lives in the tin, because if you open it up, you hear screaming. But if you close it and then you open it up again, I'm assuming we'll just continue to hear screaming, right? It's that the tin is haunted by an angry ghost and it just screams.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm guessing not like torment, just like that kind of mad anger that you fear, like that Dave Bautista will just like point at you one day, and it's like you'll just silently soil yourself and realize that it's like I've done something terribly wrong. The Beast Raban is very upset. Whereas with the parrot, we could use that for all manner of creative harassment. If you know people who are like trying to go to sleep and you just put the parrot outside their window, they'll just low level hear this and think it's either their neighbors or that it's something else going on outside.
Yeah, probably want a finger. Yeah, that is true. Though I think I'd be hesitant to open the tin with the angry ghost in it. Just because I assume then the ghost would escape and be angry elsewhere. But if it is literally just a coffee tin that screams, then it's kind of like that hilarious old-fashioned prank where you open the can of peanuts and snakes jump out, except it's just a scream. And frankly, I would love to outsource my screaming to something that I can carry. Of just, oh, ma'am, you need to... if someone's not maintaining social distance, say, then just... and then just close it back up. and that's my problem solved.
Which I get, because as a performer, you need to protect your voice. And if you want to be able to like scare people away from you, it's like they're like, I need to come in for a hug because we used to work together at like the fucking Hollywood Video or something, and you're like, I need them, and you pop open that Folgers, and it's just like, yeah, they're just inundated with the fear of 1,000 ghosts, and it's like
a human air horn.
Yeah, and at that, I mean, there's a lot of value there too, as a means of person deterrent. So,
but who would you harass creatively with a horny parrot?
My friends. Yeah. I mean, I would, because it's like if I mean, Ian likes birds. I could, train, if I could train a parrot to fly and come back to me, I'd be like, send it to Ian's house briefly and let it perch on his balcony and yell about all the dirty things it wants shoved in its cloaca, and then like, wait until he's streaming and do that, and then just call it back. There's just lots of people where it's like, it would be fun to do that to them.
And how long does a parrot live, really? Like, how long would this parrot be our problem?
I have to be hundreds of years, I hope.
I suppose.
Yeah.
It depends on how great the thirst is.
So we got to make a choice, though. Which is the stronger option? Is pushing people away or pushing people away?
Right. Like, I would hope that the parrot responds to the name Sext, because that seems like an only... Hey, you're Sext. Yeah, what's up? I'm still on team Screaming Tin Can.
Then I will go with you on this journey.
Okay, thank you.
All right, then. I don't think we've ever had one of these scenarios where people have been like, I might like more than one of these curse items.
That's
if I have to take something. I have to take something.
You have to take something, but we've never had someone go, I could go for both.
There's just the method of, if I have to have something terrible with me, then I better get some utility out of it. Like, that's how Christmas works for me. Like, if you're going to give me a terrible gift, it may as well be useful.
And you have to use these things, too. The one reason I did not want that tub full of screams was because, as you mentioned, you don't have to ever open it. And if you don't open it, then it never screams, which means that you're denying a ghost the ability to scream. And when we die and turn to ghosts ourselves and meet that person on the astral realm, boy, are we in trouble then. I can't take care of a parrot. I can't take care of a tube.
No, it's too much responsibility. Whereas owning pornographic Garfield, canonically, would provide me with an excuse to get banned from Facebook and never have to deal with it ever again. Because if you have to use it, just use it as my avatar until somebody is finally like, this is inappropriate. And I'm like, sorry, I got banned off Facebook. Forever, I can't come to the class reunion. It's not my fault.
I honestly think that we could actually inject some much needed fresh ideas into the Garfield regular canon with this information. Like, they've done 2 movies already. They're probably out of ideas. Well, if Garfield fucks now, that's a much better 3rd movie. I cannot wait to hear Lorenzo Music doing that.
Lorenzo Music died.
Maybe he's in the can.
He's in this can.
Did you think of that, Paige?
That's settled.
If we have the ghost of Lorenzo Music screaming in agony or anger, I love the idea of anger, trapped in our coffee can, we have way more use, because to be able to be like, pop that shit open on Halloween and scare people and they'll be like, is that Peter Venkman? Like, that kind of thing, I think, is like the 2-step process you have to do to process, like, to get through that. I think that's a gift. It's a boon for mankind, ultimately.
I think you're just going to end up spending all your time explaining to people that you don't have Bill Murray in your can, and that's just going to be more frustrating.
But I think that immediately cushions the blow, having been screamed at by the inside of a tin can. Of just like, oh shit, Peter Venkman, hey, what's up? Yeah. I will stand. I will wash my hands. Thanks.
Was that Carlton, my doorman?
The irony of it being the voice of Peter Venkman on the real Ghostbusters, then I think, gives it its own novelty. So, yeah,
that is
good
marketable
work,
too. That's like, you could go to like Gen Con, because I'm assuming they're into that stuff there, and just be like, and now Lorenzo Music, ah! And that's like all you give them, right?
Just for an hour. That's the panel of just continuous, like those 10-hour-long ASMR videos on YouTube, just like unedited, no seams, 10 hours of Peter Venkman maybe, or Lorenzo Music screaming.
Yeah, just this thing of like, I'll take the next question for Lorenzo Music, and it's like, what was it like working on Garfield and Friends? Okay, well, that's kind of encompasses that answer, I guess.
So while the blue team has figured out a beautiful use for Lorenzo Music's voice in a can to scream at anti-maskers or just at conventions, the orange team has worked out a neat way to dodge around having to try to trick Facebook into allowing you to delete your own account by having them ban you by posting canonical Garfield erotica. So I think this round is a tie. As we move on to our last question, good news. Penny Arcade and Reed Pop have hired you as a consultant to ask for assistance in selecting a new convention center for when PAX someday returns to the meat space. But, civic bylaws being what they are, certain concessions must be made. Once everything gets through City Council, you will be able to offer a PAX location with either a baffling labyrinth of a convention center nowhere near hotels, but surrounded by amazing and affordable restaurants that can comfortably accommodate large numbers. 2, a cramped and joyless convention center with zero natural light in an utter desert of food options, but attached to numerous cheap and comfortable hotels. Or 3, a convention center nowhere near places to sleep or places to eat or public transportation, but a convention center that is innately navigable, easily walkable, is resplendent with comfortable seating, features odorless bathrooms, and is acoustically perfect. Team, this one.
I feel like the third option is literally just the Boston Convention Center.
Yeah, I think these are all based on true stories. My concern about the last option is if it is truly just this kind of oasis of a convention center in the middle of just no other accommodations, people are just going to find a way to sleep there, and then PAX will just become sort of a pop-up city. And yeah, I don't think that's the last thing we need. That's some Fury Road shit.
So is it better to have food or better to have a place to go back to that's real close? I feel like hotels are almost a better option because it's more expensive than me eating.
Yeah, and I think you can't underestimate the importance of a midday nap during a convention. The ability to just, because speaking as someone who's usually at Dragon Con, that's the entire appeal of Dragon Con, is you can tap out at any moment and just go lay down in the dark. Otherwise, it would not be survivable as an environment.
So if we are near hotels, then our host, can you tell us again what the convention center was like that's attached to this?
A cramped and joyless convention center with zero natural light in an utter desert of food options.
So that's the PAX South Convention Center.
Yeah. Well, and it's in my experience, like from what I remember of the PAX show floor, it's a lot of cramped and dark with no natural light anyway. Usually they provide their own light, and it's like usually green and red, and there's, giant models of robots that are making noise, and you're standing in line waiting to, play a PC demo for 2 minutes. Like, you don't need windows. We're not a group that values natural light anyway.
You'd actually, it would be, the sponsors, the vendors, the presenters, whatever you want to call them, the people on the show floor would prefer that they can control for light and sound because they're there to make it a aesthetically oppressive experience a lot of the time. Please stop bringing neon lights and to the show floor. Nobody needs it as much as you think we do. So that's us. Cramped and oppressive, I guess.
Cramped and joyless, but you can nap whenever.
I will briefly defend PAX South Beach because in terms of food options, because
that's true.
Utter desert of food. It is right by the Riverwalk, which has a lot.
I meant more just the convention center itself. It's just kind of this weird L-shaped thing that doesn't have a lot of natural light in any of the spaces. So
that's fair.
Yeah.
So for Cameron and Ian, are you looking for a convention center that is just the most pleasant building to be in, or near excellent and ample food?
I'm going to call the first option. And not for the reason you may think, but because I want to explore this hideous, hellish, labyrinthine convention center that echoes and has terrible lighting. I think that sounds interesting in a Borgesian sense, right? Like you'll just be walking along and suddenly you'll see people walking along the wall and they'll look at you and you're like, I don't know, it said 5th floor. And they're like, oh, we're on the 3rd floor.
But
And
they're
you're just
above
trying
you
to
and
get
they're
to-
walking on the wall.
Yeah, and you're trying to get, like, you're standing in line for, like, a demo of a game that will be out in 2 weeks, but you've been in it for 6 years. But, you know, you just take a step to the left, and suddenly you're in a lineup for a Subway. And since that sucks, you can just get out of that lineup and go and have, like, some really nice dumplings somewhere. Wouldn't that be nice? And then, because it's a trackless, dimensionless labyrinth, you just stand up and you're already back in line.
It's perfect
for a different
Francis.
game.
Like we already know what's going to be at these conventions when we go to them. It's written in guidebooks. It's announced beforehand. It's why you go and you just go through the motions of what you've planned before. This introduces serendipity to it. You can be walking down a hallway that suddenly just comes to a door that you didn't realize and architecturally shouldn't be there. What's on the other side? Is it a room full of dice vendors? Is it a brand new game? Is it just a singular large sumo cushion that you have no hope of actually scaling and sitting upon? Who can tell? But I want to find out.
This is already an inherently disorienting, draining experience. Why not lean into it? Why not, in fact, make it the prime attraction?
Mm-hmm. Oh, the big joke, PAX goes on forever? Well, yes, now it does, both temporally and physically.
Do you, because I am being waved at by someone in the back of this mythical convention hall that we're holding this panel in, does Team PAX West have any further thoughts to their convention center choice?
I would think
No, go ahead.
I would think if there's no restaurants nearby, you know, because normally the restaurant nearest the convention center is the one that has a 150-minute wait. But if everybody has to sort of go on the Oregon Trail to get to their food options, then you really carefully pick who you're going to go to a meal with, and you don't just kind of get gate crashed by randos. The premise of this question unearths all of the things I didn't like about being at PAX in the meets. So thank God for PAX Cyber. What were you going to say, Pete?
Well, I agree with the sense of that. If all the hotels are close, I could either cheat and find a supermarket somewhere, and if I have to catch like a taxi and go and just, because I do this a lot of the times anyways, just go buy food and pack whatever fridge might be in my hotel so I can just have that. So I could cheat. But if I want to respect the spirit of this, that I have to eat all my things at a hotel or at the restaurants that are at least a 30 to 40 minute walk away, I guess that's better to be like, I'll go for the walk. I don't enjoy it and I'll eat, but hopefully the restaurants are like, if they're all spread out in all different directions, does that not mean that there's a better chance that by picking a random direction, I'll just end up at a place that maybe only has about a 45 to 60 minute wait, which is, I can deal with, versus I have a cheap hotel. Because if I'm in a place that has a lot of great food, but I am in this expensive ass hotel that's way off in the boonies, I'm always going back the same way every night, and it's going to take me 2 hours to get to my hotel room. It's like, I'm not willing to put up with that. I will just sleep under the Bandland table at that point.
Which I believe was the...
And you have...
Oh, go ahead, Molly.
Oh, you have enough time in your 45-minute journey to the restaurant to just open a table for when you get there. That's been my con experience, and it's honestly my favorite thing to just walk in and be like, "Table for me, please." Then you look like the one adult in the room that remembered that you have to eat to keep your body awake during a con.
Are we over time? I'm sorry.
We should wrap things up. So maybe you can pester Beach on Twitter for his further PAX thoughts, I suppose. I'm
never going back. Clearly, they're never going to invite me.
I want to give some props to Team PAX Unplugged for their turning the labyrinthine convention center into a fourth dimensional exploratory Urbex
if I may say, Graham,
experience. Yes.
When you enter the PAX Cube, welcome home forever. There is no need to sleep because sleep is death. And if you feel you need to eat, well, you better find something quick because night's coming and it's time for the concerts.
That's what it says in the back of the badge.
Good Lord. And however, props to Team PAX very plugged in for that absolute life hack, Molly, of just reserving a table for one. That's brilliant, and I love it. So before we get to the final scores, I want to thank everybody for watching, and I want to thank our panelists for being here and doing all of the talking, to Ian and Cameron and Beej and myself, who are part of Loading Ready Run, who you can find at twitch.tv/loadingreadyrun, and more of the panelists at youtube.com/loadingreadyrun. Shoutouts to Molly, who you can find on Twitch at Mollylele. That's Mollylele. Correct me if that is incorrect.
Yes, it is.
Fantastic. And thank you, Molly, for being here. And thanks to PAX for letting us do this. But I do see from the scores that, indeed, there are no winners and there is no prize. This has been the Panelists. Thank you for watching.
In the spirit of reconciliation, PAX acknowledges the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea and community. We pay our respect to their elders past and present, as it is their knowledge and experience that holds the key to the success of future generations. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples today.
A VR headset and are interested in asymmetric VR games? We at Full Bean Studio have the game for you! Come try out Operation Armstrong! Sneak around our lunar facilities while your friends keep you hidden from enemy robots. Hopefully. Don't own a VR headset? Find a friend with one and then go play Operation Armstrong. You can direct them through the facilities. Tell them to go left, go right, duck, perform a U-turn where safe, or any combination of senseless noise till they pass out from motion sickness.
You gave me those directions, guys.
Then log in with your smartphone or other device and become the hacker you always wanted to be. Open doors, close doors, distract enemies, crack locks, turn off alarms when your clumsy agent inevitably triggers them. Don't have any friends with VR headsets? Check out our community Discord where you can join other community members or us devs while we play Operation Armstrong. Also, feel free to drop by if you just want to talk game dev, VR, or how the weather is in Australia.